Chapter 1, The cheat has loaded successfully. Now that we have reached this crucial moment, everyone needs to relax. You are already in your best state. Especially those with purple talents. Although higher talents make the rookie dungeons harder, you are the chosen ones. As long as you stay steady, surviving should not be a problem. If you haven't gone to the bathroom, hurry up and do it now. Don't find yourself needing to go once you're in the Eerie game. The middle-aged woman wearing glasses was the homeroom teacher of this class. She looked at the students below the podium, whose faces were filled with nervousness, trying to soften her tone as much as possible, because this was the first time these students were entering the Eerie game. Wu Feng, like the other students, was nervous until just now when a prompt sounded in his ear. Detected, 10 minutes remaining until the Eerie game begins, the cheat is loading. Cheat loaded successfully. Wu Feng was not a native of this world. His soul came from a place called Blue Star. Back then, he was playing a horror game, and because he wasn't playing the official version, the game files had a cheat software built into it. He, as usual, double-clicked the left mouse button, but instead of the game starting window, he was met with an explosion. When he woke up from the explosion, he found himself in this world. To be more accurate, he had entered the game world. In this world, everyone would awaken their talent on their 18th birthday. Talent levels were divided into gray, white, green, blue, purple, gold, orange, and rainbow colors. Everyone who turned 18 would receive a summons to the Eerie game on the same day. The Eerie game was relatively humane. Those summoned could choose to enter or refuse. However, most people would never choose to refuse, because if they refused, not only would their awakened talents disappear, but they would also never have the chance to enter the Eerie game again. If one couldn't enter the Eerie game, they would no longer have the right to wield Eerie items, and from then on, they could only live as an ordinary, mundane person. And most ordinary people were like watching Louis XVI from afar, unable to see any hope. Please choose one of the following 3 cheats. A panel popped up in front of Wu Feng, and a clear voice sounded in his ear. 1. A random golden or higher talent will appear every day. The talent will refresh randomly every day. All talents can accumulate. If the same talent appears, it will merge and level up. If it cannot level up, a new talent will appear. All refreshed talents will disappear at the end of the dungeon and start refreshing again in the next dungeon. 2. 30 lives. By saying up, down, left, right, Baba and the Eerie game, you will gain 30 lives. The host can choose to revive on the spot or set a specific place as a respawn point. Equipment will not drop after death, and the memory before death will be retained. 3. Absolute luck. This is a passive skill. The host will always get the highest benefit for the least cost, meaning all events favorable to the host will definitely happen, and all unfavorable events will definitely be eliminated. Even if the probability is 1 in a billion, absolute luck will make that probability happen. Looking at the options on the panel, Wu Feng could only sigh. Truly, these cheats were powerful. Any one of them could easily crush those so-called rainbow-colored talents. Rainbow-colored talents were rare in this world, appearing only once every few years. Up to now, only 5 rainbow-colored talents were still alive. In their school, over the years, the highest talent ever seen was only a golden one. Wu Feng's body awakened a purple talent, and when it awakened, the homeroom teacher was so excited that they almost cried out. After all, even a purple talent would only appear in 3 or 4 people in the entire grade. Wu Feng focused his attention back on the 3 hacks on the panel. The first hack isn't much to talk about, it's strong, but it's clearly the type that requires accumulation over time. If Wu Feng had some strange items in his possession, he might choose this hack. Unfortunately, it cannot be chosen right now. If he's unlucky and a useless golden talent comes up randomly on the first day, the probability of encountering life-threatening danger would be quite high. Looking at the second one, 30 lives. It's good, but compared to the third one, it's slightly inferior. Wu Feng's gaze locked onto the absolute luck one. It looks mysterious, but he just felt this one was powerful. According to what the teacher had said earlier, the difficulty of bizarre games is divided into easy, hard, bloody, 1 in 10,000, no one survives. Based on his purple talent, the bizarre game he would go to would either be hard or bloody. If the absolute luck hack activates, it might just put him in an easy bizarre game. Easy dungeons may not give high ratings or rewards. But Wu Feng's personality is cautious, he belongs to the type that always prepares 3 ways to kill an enemy instead of just 1. Although the teacher had explained many things about bizarre games, explanation is one thing, real combat is another. Wu Feng prefers to start with the easy mode first, and then gradually challenge higher difficulty dungeons. After making up his mind, Wu Feng chose the third hack, Absolute Luck. Confirm to choose the third hack, Absolute Luck? Yes, no. Yes. After Wu Feng chose yes, his personal attribute panel popped up. Name, Wu Feng. Talent, purple talent, create a substitute. Hack, 1, Absolute Luck. Bizarre items, none. On the podium, the teacher was still tirelessly speaking, motivating the students. The clock on the wall ticked, and with each tick, the students' heartbeats quickened. Wu Feng. A cold voice sounded in his ear. Wu Feng turned around and saw a girl with black long hair, her face as fair as a lotus root. Her name was Lu Jianjia. Though not stunningly beautiful, she was very pleasing to the eye, the type that became more attractive the. You'd better not join the strange game ahead. Lu Jianjia spoke. After saying this, she didn't wait for Wu Feng to respond and turned her head. Wu Feng naturally didn't know that Lu Jianjia was a reincarnator. He wanted to ask her more about this strange statement, but the other side didn't give him the chance. As for giving up entering the strange game, that was of course impossible. Although Wu Feng was steady in character, he wasn't at the point where he would back down and run away just because of someone's words. Alright, time's up. At this point, the time had already reached 1:59 and 40 seconds p.m. There were only 20 seconds left before everyone entered the strange game. One last thing I'll say. The middle-aged woman on the podium's tone became slightly more serious. The strange things cannot be killed, the only things that can deal with them are strange items. So, you must not be reckless, everything must be cautious, cautious, cautious. Before the teacher finished speaking, darkness completely enveloped Wu Feng's vision. A sense of weightlessness wrapped around his body, and he felt like he had entered an endless abyss. When his vision finally recovered, the scene before him had completely changed. He was lying down, the patterns on the floor tiles blurred under the dim light. The emergency exit indicator light emitted a faint green glow. Wu Feng sat up, and a light screen appeared before his eyes. As his eyes refocused, he could clearly see the words on it. You have entered a street that is both unfamiliar and familiar. The strange events on this street make you feel uneasy. Although you have taken refuge in a temporarily safe house, you know that to escape, you need to bravely walk out and cross the street. Task: safely walk out of the street. Difficulty: no one survives. Wu Feng read little by little, until he saw the last section about the difficulty. The no one survives difficulty was exactly what it sounded like. A no one survives copy meant no one walks out alive from this copy. Damn it, how could a new player's copy be set to no one survives mode? Besides, he now had the absolute lucky cheat. Wu Feng reopened his panel, double-checking to confirm he had indeed selected absolute luck. Could it be that this cheat malfunctioned? Or maybe, the reason he was in a no one survives difficulty copy was because of the absolute luck? Wu Feng read the absolute luck entry again. It manifests as ensuring that all things favorable to the host happen 100%, and all things unfavorable to the host are eliminated 100%, even if the probability is 1 in a billion, absolute luck will make that probability happen. In other words, the no one survives difficulty was favorable to him? The higher the difficulty of the copy, the higher the rating at the end, and the richer the rewards. Thinking about it this way, joining a no one survives copy indeed seemed beneficial for him. Damn it, the premise was that he could survive and clear it. Wu Feng looked at the green door in front of him. There was no peephole or anything to see the outside scene, and scanning the surroundings, he found nothing useful. He took a deep breath, choosing to trust his lucky cheat, and without hesitation, he walked toward the door. On the cold street, the solitary streetlight flickered from time to time. A humanoid creature with a hat, holding only a skeleton in its hands, was staring intently at a green door. In its hand was a handgun, and on the outer thigh of its pants were a few rusty throwing knives. The human should be coming out soon. It thought. It could sense that there was a human inside the room, but due to some force's restriction, it could not make a move on the human in the room. Even after that person comes out, he still cannot move his hand. Under the limitation of such power, he must follow a certain rule. His rule is frightening. As long as the human is frightened, the rule power will not restrict him from killing that human. He is absolutely confident that he can frighten the human in the room. Not to mention his appearance, just the gun in his hand can easily scare the other person. Although the handgun sometimes malfunctions, it has unlimited ammunition, so it doesn't matter if it misfires occasionally. Anyway, there are plenty of bullets, just fire a few more shots. Click. The sound of the door lock turning echoed, and Wu Feng poked his head out from inside the room. The gunman in the shadows didn't hurry, hidden in the darkness, he wasn't worried that Wu Feng would see him. He waited until Wu Feng had completely walked out of the room. Bang! A loud gunshot spread out like thunder. Startled by the sudden sound, Wu Feng jumped. The gunman felt the rule power that had been imposed on him vanish, and he smiled smugly. Everything was exactly as he had imagined. Next, he only needed to shoot and kill this human to have a good meal. Without any hesitation, he aimed and shot. The two shots were fired within less than a second of each other. Aim, shoot. Click. The sound was a misfire, no bullet was fired as expected. It's fine, just an old problem with the gun. The gunman didn't even bother ejecting the cartridge and continued to pull the trigger. Click. Still a misfire. The gunman silently fired a third shot. Click. The gunman didn't believe in evil and fired another shot. Click. What's going on? Although this gun sometimes has problems, it has never been this ridiculous before. He pointed the gun at the sky and pulled the trigger. Bang. He then aimed the gun at Wu Feng again. Click. Aimed at the sky. Bang. 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 Aimed at Wu Feng. Click. 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 Damn, what the hell? The gunman, frustrated and confused, swung his right hand holding the gun. What's going on? Every time he aimed at that human, this handgun malfunctioned. This is unbelievable. In the middle of his frantic movements, his hand suddenly lost strength for no reason, and the handgun was thrown out. The handgun traced a parabolic arc in the air and, by chance, landed right in front of Wu Feng. Wu Feng, by chance, raised his hand. Thus, the handgun landed perfectly into Wu Feng's hand. The gunman, seeing this scene, was completely stunned. What is happening? Is this right? The author's daily plea for gifts: everyone, send some free small gifts. The author can do anything for gifts. Chapter 3, Playing games with cheats is so much fun. After a brief hesitation, the gunman pulled 3 throwing knives from the side of his thigh and threw them straight at Wu Feng. The action was done in one go, fast enough to leave after images. Then, at the moment when the 3 throwing knives were about to hit Wu Feng, they began to rotate, and the tips of the knives turned into the knife handles. The knife handles hit Wu Feng hard, then bounced away. It did hurt a little, but it was just a brief pain. The gunman was dumbfounded. He had been throwing knives for so many years, and this was the first time such a situation occurred. The gunman didn't believe that he was so useless, so he quickly drew another throwing knife. Wu Feng, holding the handgun, certainly wouldn't just watch him keep throwing, especially after hearing this sound. Universal cheat unlocked. The player can now deal fatal damage to all creatures that are invulnerable, invincible, or immortal. This cheat's meaning is very clear. The strange being that could not be killed before. Now, Wu Feng can cause them harm, even kill them. Although Wu Feng played with toy guns when he was a child, he had never seen a real one like this. He imitated what he had seen in the videos, aiming and aligning the sight, the front sight, and the handgun into a straight line. The handgun weird eye laughed when it saw this, and even paused its hand that was about to throw a throwing knife. It is well known that beings like them can't be killed, and the only way to limit them is by sealing them. This human in front of him didn't even know that such an attempt was futile. How laughable. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the bullet, with tremendous force, roared through the handgun weird's shoulder blade, the immense power directly shaking his entire arm down. The arm spun to the right, tracing a parabolic arc before hitting the pitch-black ground. With a thud, the handgun weird's mood experienced a roller coaster ride of disdain, shock, confusion. He let out a heavy grunt and, with a resolute look in his eyes, knelt down on the ground. Don't hurt me, I have strange coins, I'll give them all to you. The handgun weird eye raised one hand above his head, his eyes clear, like a college student. Wu Feng was well aware of the importance of strange coins. They were the universal currency in the strange game. Because of the extraordinary energy in the strange game, strange coins were even more important than RMB in real life. Hearing this, Wu Feng didn't hesitate and continued firing. Bang! Another shot was fired. The bullet precisely caused the handgun weird's head to explode. The novelty of the first shot gone, Wu Feng didn't bother to pretend an aim, relying entirely on pure luck, knowing that as long as it wasn't too outrageous, he wouldn't miss. The reason the first shot didn't hit the head, Wu Feng thought, might be related to the handgun weird eye mentioning the strange coins. Congratulations, player, you've achieved, I avoid his blade? I avoid his blade. When encountering a weird eye, not only did you not retreat, you even faced them head on and made the weird eye pay a price. Achieving milestones will boost the game's score, and the score determines the final rewards. Please trigger various achievements actively. The achievement system was something the teacher had emphasized, saying it was very difficult to trigger. Once you trigger an achievement, you get a chance to push for an S-level rating. Not bad, it's not as hard to trigger as the teacher said, Wu Feng, who was using cheats, said. He didn't immediately search the handgun weird's body but instead stood in place and simply shot dozens more times to make sure every joint in its body was broken before going over to search it. After finishing the body search, he found 2,200 strange coins and 2 throwing knives that hadn't been thrown. Strange item, throwing knife. After throwing the knife, there's a 50% chance it will hit, and when it does, it leaves a curse at the wound. The curse will form a constantly crying mouth half an hour later, and this curse will gradually consume the entire body. This item was just average. It's useless against weird eyes, but somewhat effective against humans. In this game world, there were many countries because the strange world was gradually swallowing the real world, and the territories of countries were slowly shrinking. Thus, there was a lot of conflict between countries. Wu Feng recalled what the teacher said about how rare strange items were and placed the throwing knives and handgun into the game's system space. Playing games with cheats is so much fun. After all the students went into the strange game, the homeroom teacher walked out of the classroom. Several class teachers from different classes had already come out into the corridor. I wonder if we'll get an A-level rating this year. The speaker was a man with a buzz cut, the homeroom teacher of class 7, next to Wu Feng's class. An A-level is not that easy to get. Last year, the best student only got a B-level rating. After all, it was the first time entering a strange game, and they were both unfamiliar and scared. The middle-aged woman replied. As she spoke, the middle-aged woman took out her phone and logged into her strange game forum app. This app was created by the strange game, and it showed a lot of things related to the game, including which dungeon members of their class had entered. Who knows, maybe this year our class has a good prospect. Not only does he have a purple talent, but his personality is also quite calm. The man with the buzz cut said, then paused for a moment before continuing. Doesn't your class have 2 students with purple talents? Don't you have any confidence in them? What if they end up getting an A-level rating? The middle-aged woman recalled the faces of Wu Feng and Lu Jianjia. They indeed had a certain possibility of getting an A-level rating. There is indeed a certain possibility. Let me see what level of strange game they entered. The middle-aged woman entered their names into the forum to check. The middle-aged woman and her students were friends on the app, so she could see some brief information. For example, whether they entered a strange game, and what difficulty level the game was. If others chose to display it, she could also see what strange items the person had, what level of talent they had awakened, etc. The middle-aged woman opened Wu Feng's profile, and the man with the buzz cut also looked over at the screen. In the game. Game difficulty, no one survives. The middle-aged woman and the man with the buzz cut's pupils both dilated at the same time. They lowered their heads, getting closer to the phone, looking at the words behind the game difficulty. No one survives. They looked at each other, their eyes full of shock as if they were about to overflow. Author asks for gifts every day, everyone send a free small gift, the author can do anything for a gift. Chapter 4, Ace in the Hole. According to normal logic, to enter a no one survives difficulty level in a newbie dungeon, one would need at least a rainbow-colored talent. It's actually no one survives. The middle-aged woman's words were full of disbelief, and even her tone had slightly changed. In other difficulty dungeons, there would usually be a period of protection at the beginning, during which there generally wouldn't be any fatal dangers. No one survives was different. From the very beginning, one could face a life-threatening crisis at any time. Moreover, in the no one survives difficulty level, the strange elements were not necessarily the strongest, but they were definitely the most dangerous and ruthless. Their rules were bizarre, and a small mistake could lead to certain death. How could this happen? Wu Feng most likely. The middle-aged woman started to speak but stopped herself. Although some students sacrificed their lives in the strange game every year, seeing Wu Feng in such a situation still made her feel a sense of sorrow. I don't know if I should say he's lucky or unlucky. The man with the buzz cut sighed. Wu Feng observed his surroundings. It seemed like an ordinary, extremely ordinary street. There were various advertisements and signboards, cars parked by the roadside, and even dog waste in tree pits. Looking in both directions, Wu Feng chose to walk to the right. Not far ahead, he saw a small shop with lights on. As he approached, he saw 2 figures standing at the door, staring at Wu Feng with stiff smiles. Little brother, come in and play. One of the figures waved at Wu Feng, poker. Seeing this behavior, Wu Feng had a momentary thought that this wasn't a shop, but more like a hair salon from around 2000. Before Wu Feng could refuse, his legs uncontrollably walked towards the small shop. Entering the shop, the faces of the 2 men became clear. Each of them had a fake smile, like the kind of smile that isn't really a smile. Under the control of the mysterious force, Wu Feng sat down in front of a table, where a note lay. Let's play an exciting and thrilling card game. Why do I say it's thrilling? Because if you lose, you might lose something. Maybe a hand, maybe a kidney, or perhaps even 2 eyeballs. If you win, you'll get something in return, like strange coins. A shadow appeared on the note, and Wu Feng looked up to see the 2 fake smiling men had already sat down beside the table. What do you want to play? One of the men, who was balding, asked. Jinhua, Donyo, Texas Hold'em, or Sangong? Wu Feng didn't know how to play any of these. None of those are interesting. Let's play something more thrilling. Wu Feng spoke. Like what? The balding man asked in return. Do Di Zhu. The balding man. Such excitement. The balding man didn't refuse but instead snapped his fingers lightly, and a deck of cards appeared on the table. If you win, we'll pay you 1k strange coins, and if there's a bomb, this amount will double. If you lose. The balding man scanned Wu Feng up and down, his eyes full of greed and desire, without any attempt to hide it. Wu Feng didn't show any change in expression despite the balding man's gaze. Lose? That's impossible. Let's begin. Wu Feng said. The balding man and the strange guy beside him exchanged a smile, almost writing "We're going to team up to trick you" on their faces. Kid, just keep acting calm here, you'll be crying soon enough. The cards on the table began to shuffle automatically, and after several rounds of switching, a 5 of hearts was revealed as the landlord card. Then the cards began to fly across the table in a strange way. The 5 of hearts was not dealt to Wu Feng but instead landed in the balding man's hand. Wu Feng picked up the cards from the table, and didn't need to arrange them. The cards were already in order. What caught his eyes were 2 ghost cards, also known as wild cards. Then he looked further down. 4 2s, 4 As, 4 Ks, 3 Qs. This hand was decent. Looking at his hand, the balding man's fake smile finally showed a hint of other emotion, but it quickly disappeared. Kid, this round is yours to lose, keek keek. He sneered, looking at Wu Feng, his face filled with a confident smile of victory. He was trying to put pressure on Wu Feng, the worse the cards, the stronger the confidence. A3. He casually tossed a card onto the table, his face full of confidence and calm. Wild Bomb. Wu Feng took 2 cards from his hand and slammed them down on the table, the big and small wild cards glaring on top of the 3. Do you even know how to play? I have a 3 here, and you come straight out with a wild bomb? Do you even know how to play? But this is a 3. The balding man suddenly felt an ominous premonition. But I have a wild bomb, does it not count? Wu Feng asked. Of course it counts. Keep playing. The balding man returned to his fake smile, though now there was a hint of real emotion creeping in. With the wild bomb doubling, the 1000 strange. No, you continue playing, said the Mediterranean. For 2s, Wu Feng threw out 4 cards. Seeing this result, the Mediterranean couldn't help but marvel at how unbelievably lucky this human was. 4 2s, 4 aces, 4 kings. Even cheating wouldn't dare to play like this. Fine, this round your luck is unbelievable, I'll let you have it, but you can't always be so lucky. No. 3 queens, Wu Feng threw out his cards, and the trick coins he had won had already reached 16,000. If it weren't for the fact that the landlord was on the opposite side, Wu Feng could have ended the game early. 2 trick cards were thrown onto the table, and the Mediterranean spoke with a dark tone, Kid, you're lucky. Wu Feng chuckled lightly, I've always been very lucky. The Mediterranean, looking pained, pulled out 2 stacks of trick coins and placed them on the table. Since Wu Feng was on the farmer's side, he only ended up with 8,000 trick coins. Let's continue, the Mediterranean spoke after seeing Wu Feng put the coins into his pocket. It was just 1 round lost, in the next, he would make Wu Feng understand what true skill was. The author asks for gifts daily, everyone send a free small gift, for a gift the author can do anything. Chapter 5, Can you defeat me with 20 cards? The deck of cards neatly flew into the air, and after a shuffle, it was restored into a pile. This time, the landlord card that appeared was the Jack of Spades. The cards began to be dealt, and Wu Feng became the landlord this time. The 2 tricksters exchanged a glance, both recognizing that this round's hand was fairly good. Play the cards, landlord, the Mediterranean urged. Wu Feng picked up the remaining 3 cards and placed them into his hand, then began to check what cards he had. What caught his eye first was a pair of jokers, a great start. But beneath the 2 jokers, there was actually a jack. This meant that, apart from the jokers, Wu Feng's highest card was only a jack. Was his luck going to flip? Wu Feng continued to look. 2 jacks, 2 10s, 2 9s, 2 8s, 2 7s, 2 6s. 2 5s, 2 4s, 2 3s. A complete set of pairs laid out before him. If it weren't for the joker, he could have just thrown all his cards out. Unexpectedly, the joker turned out to be the troublesome jester. Play your cards, the Mediterranean started urging again. His hand was good, with 4 2s and a long straight. After Wu Feng's spring in the last round, he was already anticipating his 4 2s to come crashing down next, eyes glaring. Alright, Wu Feng nodded, agreeing, and directly threw a large pile of cards onto the table. Watching the pile of cards leave marks on the table, the Mediterranean was confused. Had he given up? Had he surrendered? I haven't even started laying out my trick coins, and this human has already given up? We don't have rules about surrendering halfway, the Mediterranean sneered. I suggest you play properly. Surrendering before the fun even starts? What a joke. Who said I surrendered? Wu Feng said. I'm playing pairs. Pairs? You call this thick stack of cards pairs? The Mediterranean stared in disbelief, beginning to check each card one by one. 33, 44, 55, 66, 77. 33 all the way to JJ, a complete set of pairs, not missing a single card. Good grief. The Mediterranean was stunned. He looked at the two cards Wu Feng had left in hand and couldn't quite guess what they might be. Under the rules, he couldn't blatantly ask if Wu Feng had jokers. They could cheat, but not too recklessly. Now he needed to gamble. He would bet that Wu Feng didn't have the jokers. As long as the human didn't have the jokers, he could use his 4-2s to seize the right to play and render Wu Feng's two cards useless. As the saying goes, gamble on a dog, win it all. Gamble once, and the bicycle turns into a motorcycle. There's still a chance to win. No gamble, no chance to win. He. The Mediterranean smiled scornfully, confident as if possessed by the spirit of a gambling god. Do you think you've already won? He drew 4-2s from his hand and gently placed them on the table. 4-2s. As he spoke, he observed Wu Feng's expression. He noticed that Wu Feng's expression was becoming more painful. The Mediterranean laughed. It seemed he had bet right. Wu Feng, in great pain, touched his cards and gave up on being greedy. Being greedy means not playing the king bomb right away, but instead betting that the opponent has another bomb, waiting for them to increase the multiplier before playing the king bomb after their bomb. King bomb. Wu Feng threw two joker cards onto the table. The Mediterranean was puzzled at first, then seemed to realize why Wu Feng looked so pained. Damn. Today, he's met the gambling saint. The Mediterranean felt a heavy pressure. One hand might be luck, but if it happened again, it wouldn't be luck anymore. It seemed that he needed to use some tricks next. All right. The two strange beings each took out 4,000 strange coins and placed them on the table. Wu Feng put the 8,000 strange coins into the system space. The strange coins came with surprising ease. Do you still want to play? Wu Feng asked, a bit worried that these two walking ATMs might run away. Hearing the contemptuous tone in Wu Feng's voice, the Mediterranean didn't get angry but instead smiled and said, "Play? Of course, we're playing." The Mediterranean stood up, gathered the cards on the table into his hands, and quickly began shuffling. The Mediterranean exercised his privilege to shuffle once. His shuffling technique was fast, weaving the cards back and forth. It seemed like the cards had been shuffled well, but in reality, only the top half of the deck had been shuffled, while the bottom half remained unchanged. It was visually imperceptible. Shuffling finished, the Mediterranean began dealing the cards. There was a trick in the dealing. When dealing to Wu Feng, he dealt the top half of the deck. When dealing to his own side, he dealt the bottom half. During the deal, he took out both the top and bottom cards at once, and with his fast hands, it was almost impossible to detect. Now, the joker cards and big cards all landed in his ally's hands. Unfortunately, there was a small flaw. For some reason, his technique made a mistake, and the Queen of Hearts, which represented the landlord, ended up in Wu Feng's hand. But it didn't matter much. The Mediterranean laid his cards open, 4-2s, 4 aces, and the king bomb were all in his hands. Could it be that this human could play all 20 cards in one go? With 20 cards, if he could beat me instantly, I'd swallow the whole table. The Mediterranean exchanged glances with another strange being, both their eyes full of confidence. Wu Feng took the 3 landlord cards and added them to his hand. He slowly laid out the 20 cards. Q, J, 10, 9, 8. The following cards started to repeat, but they didn't form a straight. 777, 666, 555, 444, 333. A plane. An extra long plane. Play the cards. The Mediterranean urged, holding his 4-2s, feeling an uncontrollable urge to drop them. Wu Feng gathered his cards and threw them directly onto the table. We don't have a rule here where you surrender and lose half. The Mediterranean started to speak but then realized his own words felt strangely familiar, as if he had just said them not long ago. A bad feeling began to rise in his heart. Could it be? Plane. Wu Feng slowly spoke. 20 cards, and you just cleared them in one go? A plane flew through 20 cards? The Mediterranean looked at his 4-2s, 4 aces, and a pair of king bombs with a strange expression. A sense of helplessness, never felt before, began to fill his whole body. Pay up. Wu Feng naturally wouldn't empathize with their feelings, directly urging them to pay. The two looked at each other and obediently took out 1,000 strange coins. In the early game, they were full of arrogance, not knowing how to lose. In the middle game, they exchanged glances and thought there was still hope. Now the two people began to blame each other for bringing Wu Feng here. Come again. Wu Feng spoke, feeling refreshed. The two people coldly refused. Come what? Hurry up and get lost. The Mediterranean spoke, rejecting him. I'm not asking for your opinion. Wu Feng took out a gun, pointing the dark muzzle at the strange head next to the Mediterranean. The author daily asks for gifts. Everyone send a free little gift. For gifts, the author can do anything. Chapter 6, I don't eat beef. Facing Wu Feng, who was holding a gun, the strange one next to the Mediterranean only found it funny. As everyone knows, strange creatures cannot be killed, at most they can only be sealed. Using a gun? The strange one next to the Mediterranean mocked, "I beg you, hurry up and shoot me." Such a ridiculous request, of course, Wu Feng would fulfill it. A gunshot rang out with a bang in the small space. The strange one, with a mocking face, was violently shot through the head by the bullet, then exploded. Wu Feng didn't stop. The sound of bullets firing was like firecrackers, constantly ringing. Only when Wu Feng confirmed that this guy was dead beyond any chance of survival did he stop firing. "You heard it too, it was this guy who told me to shoot. I just fulfilled his wish." Wu Feng wiped the unknown substance splattered on his face. Then he wiped the unknown substance on the Mediterranean's clothes to clean it. The scene in front of the Mediterranean's strange one completely shattered his worldview. "Wait, are you cheating? You actually killed a strange creature?" "Sorry, my voice was a bit loud just now." The fake smile on the Mediterranean's face completely disappeared, replaced by a sincere expression. "Although I really didn't feel like playing just now, but speaking of which, I'm still looking forward to playing cards with a master like you." The Mediterranean's strange one obediently sat back at the card table. Wu Feng turned the gun, aiming the dark muzzle at the Mediterranean's forehead. "Are you really playing?" After these words, a series of gunshots rang out. The Mediterranean was knocked out, pieces of him scattered by Wu Feng's shots. Next came the well-known search stage, where they searched their entire bodies but only found over 2,000 weird coins, not even a single strange item. "So poor," Wu Feng said as he stored these weird coins into his system space. Up until now, Wu Feng's weird coin count had reached about 20,000. This amount of weird coins was already several times more than his homeroom teacher, the middle-aged woman. Walking out of the small store, Wu Feng continued walking towards the right, gazing into the distance, where the end of the street was nowhere to be seen. "I don't know how long it will take to get out of this street," Wu Feng muttered to himself. "Whoa whoa. Whoa whoa." A series of broken cries drifted to Wu Feng's ears with the gentle breeze. Wu Feng looked towards the direction of the crying. The flashing lights illuminated the girl's thin figure, casting her in a flickering light. She curled up against the mottled wall, pearl-like tears slid down her fair face, then fell to the ground, exploding into a flower. Upon hearing Wu Feng's footsteps, she raised her tear-streaked face, looking at him with trembling eyes, speaking word by word. "Brother, you." Bang! Bang bang! Bang 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 bang! Wu Feng immediately fired a dozen shots as a sign of respect. "Well, look at that, such a long casting time before the spell, it's clear that a big move is coming next. This thing definitely has to be killed quickly. As for leaving a complete corpse or something, it can wait for later. That is absolutely impossible, he is not at the point where a small head controls the big head. Or could it be that there is something good about the weirdness within the weirdness? This question is to be thought about by the judge of the underworld, and Wu Feng only has one thing to do, which is to send these weird beings to meet the judge of the underworld. If there really is a judge of the underworld in this world. Next comes the much-anticipated search process. After searching the female weird being thoroughly, inside and out, without leaving a single strand behind, the final result was just over 1,000 weird coins. It could be said that this was the poorest weird being Wu Feng had ever encountered. Wu Feng put the collected weird coins into the system space and raised his leg to continue moving forward. He took a step. The surrounding environment suddenly underwent an unbelievable change. Smoke appeared out of nowhere and became thicker and thicker, the visibility in front of him rapidly shrinking to a pitiful 10 meters within 10 seconds. The street lamp that had just been beside him had actually turned into a red lantern. The lantern swayed back and forth in the wind, stretching and shortening Wu Feng's shadow as he stood. The sound of uniform footsteps echoed in his ears. The steps were heavy, as if carrying something very heavy. Wu Feng wanted to move but found his body had already stiffened and could not move an inch. An overwhelming pressure filled Wu Feng's mind. Unlike the previous group of weak and insignificant weird beings, this time, it should be one of those terrifying big guys. A blurry black figure appeared before him, the shadow moving up and down in a rhythmic and orderly manner. The footsteps grew louder and louder. And Wu Feng could do nothing but stand there, feeling the damp air and hearing the footsteps growing ever closer. The shadow broke through the mist, revealing its form. A fire-red bridal sedan chair, with 4 little people, expressionless, walking forward. The distance between them was only about 10 meters, and in just a moment, the bridal sedan chair was right beside Wu Feng. The bridal sedan chair did not pass directly but stopped right at his side. At the same time, all 4 little people turned their heads in unison, rigidly. 4 pairs of emotionless eyes stared directly at Wu Feng. A pair of porcelain-like jade hands reached out from the side curtain of the bridal sedan chair. As the side curtain was lifted, an absolutely beautiful yet cold face appeared in the thick fog. Is it the end? Even with a cheat, is it impossible to clear a no-survivor difficulty dungeon? The stunningly beautiful weird being coldly gazed at the side of Wu Feng's face, and her expression began to gradually change. From a face of indifference, expressionless, to a smiling one. Then from a smiling face to one blushing, with eyes that seemed ready to burst with love. "You are so handsome, I really like you." The cold, yet seductive voice sounded in Wu Feng's ear. This sentence entered Wu Feng's ear and into his brain, causing a brief moment of confusion. A weird being. Actually complimenting me on being handsome, and saying it likes me? Weird being. Can these two words be connected? Can a weird being actually like a human? The beautiful weird being who said this sentence was also momentarily stunned. She didn't understand how she had subconsciously spoken her true thoughts. And how could she like a human? The stunning weird being quickly turned her head, trying to calm herself down. She was different from other weird beings. She didn't need to follow any rules to freely kill humans. Now, she was going to kill that human, and in the most cruel way possible. With that thought, she turned her head and looked back at Wu Feng's side profile. Really so handsome. The stunningly eerie voice said uncontrollably in her heart. The author asks for gifts every day. Please send a small free gift. For a gift the author can do anything. Chapter 7, Can't Be Killed by the Eerie? Sorry, I have a cheat. No, how could I have such strange thoughts? This is just a human, after all. I'll kill him right now. The stunningly eerie looked at Wu Feng's profile but couldn't bring herself to strike. She felt like two little people suddenly appeared in her mind. One little person said, "Kill this human in front of you, just like killing a dog by the roadside." The other little person said, "This man is so handsome, I really like him, I want to be with him forever, full of love, in the bridal chamber, then ruthlessly ruin him and make him beg for mercy." The two little people argued for a long time but couldn't persuade each other, finally reaching a unified conclusion. The stunningly eerie had grown a plant, and this plant needed human bodies as fertilizer to grow. She wouldn't kill Wu Feng now, she was going to take him to feed her plant. "Right, I'm not sparing him because he's handsome, it's just because I want him to be fertilizer," the stunningly eerie murmured, convincing herself. Outside the palanquin, Wu Feng felt his stiff body gradually starting to move again, and his limbs, once as rigid as ice sculptures, began to soften. The stunningly eerie lightly clenched her hand. Wu Feng only felt his vision starting to spin and darken, and when his vision returned, the scene in front of him had changed. A bench, a red carpet, a bronze mirror. He had been brought into the palanquin. "Human, the fact that I brought you into the palanquin has nothing to do with how handsome you are," the stunningly eerie said, trying to suppress the slightly infatuated smile on her face, speaking slowly, word by word. "I brought you in simply because my plant needs fertilizer, that's all. People like you, though handsome, with sharp features, eyes like peach blossoms full of life, skin as white as porcelain, your appearance and figure exactly as I imagine them to be. But still, I will never like you, do you understand?" Sitting across from the stunningly eerie, Wu Feng, looking at her eyes full of infatuation, could only remain silent and say nothing. Seeing Wu Feng's indifferent expression, the stunningly eerie decided to show him a bit of power to let him know how ruthless she could be. She stretched out her hand and pressed it firmly on Wu Feng's heart, about to speak harshly, but she felt the solid chest muscles. Feeling the sensation in her hand, the stunningly eerie began to tremble all over. "Such strong chest muscles, I really like them," she thought to herself, completely falling into an irresistible state. "You, just a human, come to our world, you must have some powerful defensive eerie item." The stunningly eerie began to find excuses for herself not to hurt Wu Feng. It wasn't that she didn't want to harm Wu Feng, but she was sure Wu Feng must have some very strong defensive eerie items. Rather than damaging these items herself, it would be better to take them from Wu Feng later. "No, this is my first time entering your world, the Eerie game," Wu Feng, seeing through everything, replied honestly. Hearing that Wu Feng didn't have any defensive items, the stunningly eerie's first reaction wasn't to continue hurting Wu Feng, or to come up with some excuse to justify why she wouldn't harm him. She immediately shouted, "What? You, a human, actually don't have a single defensive eerie item? Do you know how dangerous it is?" The breathtakingly strange beauty said as she took a jade pendant from the outside of her clothes and placed it in Wu Feng's hand. The moment the jade pendant was in his hand, a barrage of prompts appeared before his eyes. Purple strange item, Yin Yang jade pendant. Description: a jade pendant that is half black and half white, black as charcoal, white as bone china, with blood-like veins covering its surface. Core function 1, passive ability: when the wearer faces fatal damage, the black/white jade pendant will instantly shatter and protect the wearer from one instance of damage. Core function 2, active ability: inject a certain amount of strange coins into the Yin Yang jade pendant to release a Yin Yang barrier, making the wearer immune to all physical and mental damage for 1 minute. Purple strange item? This is a good thing. The strongest strange item known in China is just a golden strange item. This infatuated strange beauty is actually giving Wu Feng a purple strange item right off the bat. The moment she placed the Yin Yang jade pendant in Wu Feng's hand, the breathtakingly strange beauty seemed to realize what she had done. However, she didn't take it back. Instead she sneered dismissively, her gaze drifting around as she spoke, saying, "Of course, I didn't give you this jade pendant because I'm worried about your safety. I'm just afraid that you might die and I won't be able to use you as fertilizer for my plants. You, this slightly handsome human, don't think too much about it. After all, with your weak body, any strange being could kill you, and I don't want my plants to lack fertilizer. As for me liking you? That's impossible. The most important reason is that I have something very important to do next, and you might accidentally die for no reason. I'm going to steal a golden strange item next. Yes, that's the reason. This is already my 5th time trying, though the first 4 times were failures. Ultimately, it's because strange beings can't be killed, and that one is an octopus-like strange being with too many tentacles, which makes it impossible for me to break in. Every time, I run out of energy and enter a dead machine state, and that being, because it's bound to the ground. The so-called bound to the ground state is similar to being bound by spirits. They are confined to a specific area and cannot leave, and their abilities cannot affect areas outside of it. The advantage is that their energy is endless. Can you be a little quieter? Wu Feng slowly uttered a sentence in the midst of the strange beauty's incessant talking. The sedan suddenly fell silent. After a moment, the breathtakingly strange beauty began to get angry. A mere human actually dared to speak to her like that. She was about to. She glared at Wu Feng angrily, and then the anger in her heart disappeared at a visibly fast pace. Upon seeing Wu Feng's face, she couldn't bring herself to stay angry. Even the anger she had just built up started to vanish quickly. So, she decided to turn her head away, not looking at Wu Feng and sulking. As long as I can get angry equals I win. Wu Feng was pondering the words the breathtakingly strange beauty had just said. The octopus strange being is bound to the ground. And I just happen to have a gun with unlimited bullets. Strange beings can't be killed? Sorry, I'm cheating. The author daily asks for gifts. Everyone send a free little gift. The author can do anything for gifts. Chapter 8, 1 shot can't kill, but what about 10 shots, 100 shots? Not much time passed, and the sedan stopped. The breathtakingly strange beauty lifted the curtain, grabbed Wu Feng's sleeve, and let him down. The outside space was pitch black. It seemed they had reached the end of the street, with various buildings still visible on both sides. Even a hardware store with a closed door and a street sign could be seen. The street sign said In Hun Street in large characters. The extraordinarily beautiful and strange woman did not pay attention to the buildings on either side, but instead directed her gaze to the end of the street. At the end of the street, there was a very ordinary bungalow, nothing special about it. The extraordinarily beautiful and strange woman released the grip on Wu Feng's sleeve and turned around, speaking each word clearly. You wait here for me, I'll be back soon. Don't think about running away, your body is completely filled with my scent. No matter where you run, I will find you. After saying these words, she didn't care about Wu Feng anymore and walked straight towards the bungalow. A fiery red aura surged around her hand, and in no time, a massive spiked club appeared, at least 2 meters long. A stunning young woman carrying a spiked club much taller than herself. What else could Wu Feng say? He could only say, you really are full of contrasts. The moment the extraordinarily beautiful and strange woman stepped into the 10-meter range of the bungalow, a black mist appeared out of thin air. A gust of hurricane-like winds erupted from the mist, rushing outward in all directions. Strangely, when the hurricane reached 10 meters, it simply vanished, as though there was an invisible barrier at that distance. This was the limitation of the ground-binding state. Within 10 meters, it was invincible, but beyond that, it was as vulnerable as a piece of trash on the side of the road. The oddities of the ground-binding state were some of the most commonly contained by China, as there were too many ways to deal with it, and there was no need to waste specially treated gold. As the gust of wind, like an explosive shockwave, disappeared, a strange octopus with more than 10 tentacles appeared from the black mist. The octopus oddity was ruthless and said little. The battle between the tentacle monster and the beautiful girl soon began. The moment it appeared, it extended several tentacles towards the extraordinarily beautiful and strange woman. The tentacles surrounded her from all directions without any gaps. The extraordinarily beautiful and strange woman swung the spiked club with great force, sweeping away several of the tentacles on the walls, then nimbly leapt, avoiding the attacks of multiple tentacles in a way humans could never accomplish, landing gracefully. This jump covered at least 5 meters, and the distance between her and the bungalow was cut in half. Before the extraordinarily beautiful and strange woman could feel pleased, the tentacle monster attacked again, this time launching dozens of tentacles simultaneously. She dodged as best as she could, all the while swinging the spiked club. This path was like walking on thin ice, with the slightest mistake turning her into a toy for the tentacles of the octopus oddity, the consequences unthinkable. The extraordinarily beautiful and strange woman was getting closer and closer to the house. 4 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. The extraordinarily beautiful and strange woman showed a victorious smile. This was the closest she had ever been to success. All of this was certainly due to the luck brought to her by that human. Yes, it was all that human. I'll reluctantly let him stay alive for now. Thinking of Wu Feng, her thoughts began to drift, and in that moment, one of the tentacles had already wrapped around her leg. With the tentacle's force, the extraordinarily beautiful and strange woman was lifted into the air, though she swung the spiked club to break the tentacle free. Unfortunately, it was too late. Several other tentacles attacked at once, surrounding her tightly. She summoned the yin energy within her body, swinging the spiked club, but unfortunately, the effect was minimal. Under the oddity's immortality trait, they wouldn't be harmed at all. Realizing this, the extraordinarily beautiful and strange woman didn't give up, but after repeatedly using her yin energy, there was no improvement. Instead, her energy was drained, leading to a system shutdown. The moment the yin energy was exhausted, her body collapsed weakly. In this moment, the whole body lost any consciousness and ability to act. The strange octopus still tightly coiled around, pulling and tugging for almost a minute. The beautiful and strange was discarded like trash. Similarly, the beautiful and strange also possessed the characteristic of immortality. The strange octopus stared at Wu Feng, who was over 10 meters away, not taking this weak human seriously. Bang! Without mercy, Wu Feng fired his gun. The octopus, originally dismissive, trembled after being hit and looked at Wu Feng, who was pointing a handgun at it, in disbelief. The bullet entered its head at a short distance. This little attack did not cause much harm, but it signified the disappearance of its immortality. Disbelief was only for a moment. This level of damage was not significant at all. Bang! Another shot hit precisely the spot of the first bullet. This shot deepened the damage caused by the first shot a little. The octopus still did not take it to heart. This amount of damage was still nothing. As long as this guy was not able to hit the same spot every time, this damage was completely inconsequential. Bang! 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 Wu Feng almost treated the handgun like a rifle, firing several shots in rapid succession, all hitting the same spot. Oh dear, what the hell? Feeling Wu Feng's miraculous shooting skills, the octopus began to shake left and right. I'm shaking. Bang! One shot hit, deepening the wound. I'm shaking. Bang! A shot hit, deepening the wound. The octopus felt something was not quite right. This guy seemed to have never even looked at why he could hit every shot. Yes. Wu Feng thought the strange octopus looked indeed somewhat ugly, so with these few shots, he didn't even look, just wildly shooting. Rather than saying Wu Feng shot accurately, it's more accurate to say the octopus was taking the hits well. Wu Feng continued to fire without hesitation, while the octopus jumped up, leaped left and right, running up and down. The bullets seemed to have legs, chasing after it. More absurdly, one bullet clearly missed it but ended up ricocheting off somewhere else and eventually hit it right on the forehead. Kid, if you have guts, come over here. The strange octopus, challenged 5 times without speaking, finally opened its mouth. You come over. Of course, Wu Feng chose to ignore it. Not entirely ignoring, he retorted, if you have guts, you come over. Hearing Wu Feng's provocation, the octopus angrily chose to sulk, not letting Wu Feng see that it was very angry. While Wu Feng spoke, he did not stop shooting, the bang 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 sound never ceasing. The octopus also tried using its tentacles to block the bullets, but it was all in vain. The bullets always found some inexplicable angle to strike its wounds. Finally, with all 9 of its heads thinking at the same time, it decided to tightly press its tentacles against its wounds. The author routinely seeks gifts. Everyone, please send a little free gift. For a gift, the author can do anything. Chapter 9, The Golden Legend, SS Level Rating, VIP Title. The effect is real, but it is not a long-term solution. Wu Feng fired shot after shot. Anyway, the number of bullets was infinite, and accuracy was not something he had to worry about. There was no need to aim at all. Wherever he wanted to shoot, all he needed to do was pull the trigger. With the sound of gunfire like firecrackers, the octopus could only helplessly watch its tentacles being shot off one by one. Based on rough estimates, an average of 10 bullets could break one tentacle. To break so many tentacles, Wu Feng was indeed quite exhausted. The gunfire continued to sound like a firecracker, non-stop. Wu Feng swiftly pulled the trigger. The octopus's bizarre tentacles were struck away one by one, and in despair, he could only stay still, trembling with fear. There was nowhere to hide, nowhere to endure, and aside from waiting for death, there was nothing else he could do. 10 tentacles. 9 tentacles. 8 tentacles. 1 tentacle. After such a long period of torment, the bizarre octopus looked at his tentacles disappearing one after another. He did not feel fear, but rather a sense of relief. Finally going to die, finally no longer having to endure this bothersome human torturing him bit by bit. Bang! With the nth shot, the last tentacle broke off, and Wu Feng yawned, numbly pulling the trigger. A bullet collided with the base of another bullet, repeating endlessly, circulating over and over. After an unknown number of shots, the bizarre octopus fell to the ground, no longer moving. It looked as if it was dead, beyond dead. According to normal logic, one would surely enter the room to retrieve the golden bazaar item, but Wu Feng chose. Bang! Bang! After firing nearly 100 more shots, Wu Feng contentedly stepped within 10 meters of the room. While walking, he caressed the yin-yang jade pendant in his hand, just in case any unexpected situations arose. These bizarre things were miraculous and unpredictable, being cautious was never too much. If it weren't for worrying that the breathtaking bazaar would truly take him away after awakening, he could still fire several hundred more shots. As Wu Feng kept an eye on the bazaar octopus, he walked over and opened the door to the room. The room was about 10 square meters, with something in the middle resembling a treasure chest from an RPG game, and opposite it was a door. Wu Feng tried shooting a few times at the treasure chest to ensure it wasn't a bazaar before slowly approaching. The treasure chest was not locked. Wu Feng opened it, and a golden light burst forth. The golden light came quickly and left just as fast. He looked at the center of the chest. It was a ring emitting a faint golden glow. Wu Feng picked it up, and a pop-up window appeared in front of him. Golden bazaar item, revenge ring. Description: a ring made from someone's bones, covered with dark red patterns on the surface. Core ability 1, Revenge. Revenge: all beings that cause you harm will be marked, and you can teleport to any place within 100 meters of the target based on this mark, once per enemy. Each use costs a lot of strange coins. Core ability 2, Bone Affliction. Bone Affliction: for all beings that cause you harm, you can spend strange coins to place a curse called Bone Affliction on them, reducing their bodily functions by 30%, and they will suffer burning pain every night. Core ability 3, Submit to Me. Can cause the souls of the deceased to submit to you, up to 10 souls, can be replenished after death, each use costs strange coins. Congratulations, player has achieved Golden Legend. Golden Legend: player obtains a golden bazaar item for the first time. Evaluation: so, how about it, isn't the golden bazaar item awesome? Wu Feng looked at these entries and couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of a golden legend, this was indeed amazing. Although the second and third abilities were very powerful, Wu Feng still loved the first one the most. As the saying goes, a gentleman seeks revenge, never too late. He really liked this ability. Taking the ring with him, Wu Feng looked toward the big door across the way. A panel lit up in front of him, followed by a hint sound. Congratulations, you found the correct exit. Do you wish to end the Soul Street dungeon? Yes, no. If greedy, Wu Feng could continue exploring. After all, the final evaluation of the dungeon was based on exploration depth. Task completion level. The completion of the task includes main and side tasks. The main task is like safely walking out of this street, while side tasks mostly require exploration. The last one is the achievement system. If there wasn't that beautiful and strange thing outside, Wu Feng would want to take a chance, but right now. According to what she just said, even if he escaped, he would be tracked down, and Wu Feng didn't want to be captured by that guy. Although there is a great possibility of enjoying the delicious strange meat sandwich. Unfortunately, compared to the meat sandwich, what Wu Feng wanted more was freedom. Yes. Wu Feng replied. Please open the door to leave this instance. Wu Feng walked over and opened the door. Behind it was endless darkness, and he stepped in. A dizzying sensation hit him, followed by the familiar feeling of weightlessness. A glimmer of light slowly appeared before him, and Wu Feng gradually saw that the light was a floating incandescent bulb. A glowing screen appeared in Wu Feng's view. Congratulations player for clearing the instance, Ghost Street, no survivors difficulty. Main task completion rating, D, ratings below A have bonuses. Side task 1, the gunman's ambush, perfectly completed. Rating D, C, ratings below A have bonuses. Side task 2, the gamble, perfectly completed. Rating C, C+, ratings below A have bonuses. Side task 3, the girl's plea, not completed. Rating C+, C+, ratings below A have bonuses. Seeing this, Wu Feng rubbed his chin, not expecting the crying girl to actually be a side task. He thought she was just preparing a big move. Map exploration level 42%. Rating C+, B, all stages have bonuses. Achievement unlocked, I avoid his edge? Rating B, S, all stages have bonuses. Achievement unlocked, Golden Legend. Rating S, SS, all stages have bonuses. Congratulations player for obtaining an SS rating. Since this is the player's first time playing as a newcomer and achieved SS rating in multiple achievements, the player earns the VIP title. VIP will give you an 80% discount on various items and grant you 3 resurrection opportunities. Resurrection: after death, you can choose a location to respawn. The author daily asks for gifts, everyone send a little free gift, for the gift the author can do anything. Chapter 10, The Invincible Colorful Strange Item. Earned 5,000 strange coins as a reward. Strange coins, rare currency in the strange game. Seeing only a reward of 5,000 strange coins, Wu Feng felt a surge of disdain in his heart. No way, an SS rating actually rewards only a mere 5,000 strange coins. I can win over 10,000 strange coins just by casually playing cards. Gain 2 skill points. Every S rating can be converted into 1 skill point. Skill points can be used to upgrade talents, where golden level talents and above can only be upgraded using skill points obtained from S ratings in No Survivor's difficulty. There is actually this restriction: in order to upgrade talents to gold level or above, you must obtain at least 1 S rating in No Survivor's difficulty. Congratulations player for first clearing the No Survivor's difficulty strange game, earning an additional special treasure chest. Special treasure chest. The chest contains all kinds of things, whatever you get is not surprising. Congratulations player for entering the Ghost Street Instance leaderboard and ranking first, rewarding a lottery chance. Seeing the latter rewards, Wu Feng was still very satisfied. Even more than satisfied, he felt very content. Skill points plus 1 lottery chance and 1 treasure chest. Wu Feng first focused on his purple talent. Purple talent, create a doppelganger. Upgradable. Wu Feng clicked on the upgrade option next to it. Do you want to spend a skill point to upgrade the talent, create a doppelganger? No. Yes. Upgrading. Upgrade successful, gained golden talent, clone. Clone. Wu Feng directly skipped the explanation, clicked to continue upgrading. Do you want to spend a skill point to upgrade the talent, clone? Yes. No. Yes. Upgrading. Upgrade successful, gain orange talent, triple clone. Triple clone can create up to 3 clone entities. All clones share sensory functions, can be turned off. Synchronized thinking can be turned off. Created clones are identical to the main body. Equipment can also be fully replicated, but the effects of the equipment can only reach 50% of the main body. Clones can be regenerated after death, requires consumption of the player's shadow energy. Good, very good, excellent. Wu Feng really liked this talent. He had already begun to imagine scenarios where he stayed in the safest place while all dangers were handled by his clones. Sipping tea and eating, all the strange tasks in the game would be completed by his clones. Thinking about it felt incredibly refreshing. This is just an orange talent. I wonder what major changes there will be when upgraded to rainbow color. Next, Wu Feng took out the special treasure chest from the system space. It contains everything, anything can be found inside. Although Wu Feng usually preferred a stable strategy, he was slightly interested in this gambling-like treasure. Let's see what I can open, Wu Feng said as he opened the special treasure chest. At the moment it opened, a dazzling light illuminated, and a coat radiating rainbow-colored light appeared before him. This is a bizarre rainbow-colored item? This is incredible, my luck is simply astonishing. Wait. Rather than saying my luck is astonishing, it's more like this is the normal situation. I can't believe that the first rainbow-colored bizarre item in all of Huaxia actually appeared in the form of a treasure chest in my hands. Wu Feng touched the coat, and a pop-up window appeared before him. Rainbow-colored bizarre item, pseudo-rebound coat. Description: a black and red coat made by a famous master. The materials are unknown, the craftsmanship is unknown, everything is unknown. Core ability 1, Absolute Rebound. Absolute Rebound can completely rebound any form of damage caused by any unit, including but not limited to physical damage, mental damage, curse damage, etc., and the amount of rebound damage can be multiplied based on the amount of bizarre currency spent, with a maximum usage of 10 times each week. Hiss. Seeing this, Wu Feng gasped in shock, slightly doubting whether he was seeing things. Rebounding any form of damage, and the rebounded damage can actually be doubled? What's the difference from cheating? Although there is a limit on usage, this function is absolutely invincible. Invincible. Core ability 2, Absolute Immunity. Absolute Immunity can completely become immune to any type of damage and seal effects caused by any unit, including but not limited to physical damage, mental damage, curse damage, etc., with a maximum usage of 10 times each week. Greatness needs no further words. Invincible. You truly deserve it, rainbow-colored equipment. Looking at these attributes, Wu Feng felt his heart pounding. They had just finished the newbie dungeon. Why did it feel like he was about to become unrivaled in the world? Calm down, calm down. Wu Feng spoke to calm his restless heart. As the saying goes, the world's heroes are as numerous as fish crossing the river. On the surface, Huaxia's strongest item is just a golden item, but who can say for sure? Stay calm, don't think about not eating beef. Core function 3, who can kill me? Who can kill me? The host will be locked for 10 minutes 1 second before death. During these 10 minutes, the host cannot receive any damage. The damage caused will increase tenfold, the effect will disappear after 10 minutes, and the host will die. Hiss. Wu Feng took another sharp breath. This thing, for others, is completely the last struggle before death, but for Wu Feng, VIP has granted Wu Feng 3 chances to revive. The most important point is, Wu Feng also has a doppelganger talent, and the doppelganger can also replicate colorful and strange items. Although the effect is only 50% of the original, even 50% means 5 minutes of invincibility and 5 minutes of 5 times damage. Moreover, after Wu Feng's doppelganger dies, it can continue to generate again. Although it requires a consumption of Yin energy, Wu Feng does not lack Yin energy. No one can generate Yin energy. To use Yin energy, there is only one way, which is to extract it from the strange coins. And he now has thousands of strange coins, completely not lacking at all. His doppelganger talent combined with this colorful strange item can definitely build a very powerful death squad. If he can clear the Eerie game with no survivors again at the bizarre difficulty, upgrading his orange triple doppelganger to the colorful talent, I wonder what kind of sparks will fly with the rebound coat. If the doppelganger ability is a bit stronger, perhaps he can create something similar to the fourth disaster. I'm a little excited. Wu Feng adjusted his mood slightly and looked down. Core Function 4, Warm in Winter and Cool in Summer. Warm in winter and cool in summer. After wearing it, the player's surrounding temperature is permanently controlled around 25 degrees Celsius. This function. Not bad. The author's daily request for gifts, everyone send a free little gift. For a gift, the author can do anything. Chapter 11, Teacherly, what shocked you so much? Toxic, suggests skipping. Putting on the coat, a thick sense of security instantly enveloped Wu Feng. Next comes the highly anticipated lottery draw. Start the lottery. Wu Feng spoke. As soon as his voice fell, the lights in front of him began to brighten, and a huge round disc suddenly appeared under the lights. Please spin the disc. A mechanical prompt sounded in his ear. Wu Feng did not rush to follow the voice to spin it, but leaned closer to see what was on the disc. There were many characters on the disc, but there was a very deadly problem. Wu Feng did not recognize the characters above. There were also no pictures or anything like that. Unable to understand, Wu Feng could only choose to give up. He grabbed the edge of the disc with one hand and pulled down hard. The disc spun rapidly, and a rumbling sound constantly emerged from it. After about 10 seconds, the speed of the disc slowed down, and finally, the slender needle on top stopped in a certain area. Congratulations, you have obtained a mysterious fragment. The prompt sound rang out, and Wu Feng felt his right hand grow heavy, and a dark fragment appeared in his hand. It was completely jet black, with a cold, smooth touch. Wu Feng waited for the system to give an explanation, but there was no response at all. Is that it? Wu Feng felt a bit confused. According to his experience, whenever something appeared, there should be a corresponding explanation, yet this mysterious fragment came out with no explanation at all. Truly worthy of being a good thing, sufficiently mysterious. The rewards have been dispensed. You will exit the Eerie game and return to the world in 1 minute. Wu Feng heard a busy tone, as if something had been blocked. Meanwhile, the Eerie game forum had exploded. A certain post appeared on the forum, and in no time, the forum blew up. Damn. The Eerie game with no survivors has been completed by someone else, and the one who completed it is actually a newbie? This post is a scam, right? You upstairs, are you an idiot? Look at who posted it. Sorry, I'm blind. I can't believe this is an official post. Damn it, who is this person with the username go to the dock and get some seagulls? A newcomer actually cleared the no one survives level. Not just cleared it, but he got an SS rating. I'm telling you, comparing myself to him is like comparing a human to a dung machine. This is the no one survives level. How could a newcomer clear such a difficult level? Moreover, he even got an SS rating. More and more people flooded into this post, and before long, it reached the top position on the Strange Game forum. Look, there's an achievement too. Someone took a screenshot and posted it on the forum, showing an achievement. I avoid his sharp edge, faced the bazaar without retreating and made it pay a certain price. Seeing the first clear of no one survives along with an SS rating was shocking enough, but this achievement sent the comment section into a frenzy. No way, when I meet something bizarre, I would run 800 miles away. This guy just goes straight up against it? And he made the bazaar pay a price? Is this guy cheating? Is this beast a cheat in the Strange Game? Otherwise, how can he be so strong? How did he do it? Can anyone explain? I can tie a knot with my tongue. This guy should be in the same league as Yi Liang and Long Tian from before. Although Yi Liang and Long Tian are also strong, they don't even need to be compared to this guy. I think from now on, geniuses should be divided into two parts, this beast and everyone else. Support the one above. Me too. Dragon District No. 3 High School, in a certain room, a meeting is being held mainly focusing on the newcomers entering the dungeon. Middle-aged woman Li Yulan, who is Wu Feng's homeroom teacher, is in a bad mood right now. Wu Feng is such a good seedling, I didn't expect him to end up in the no one survives dungeon. She wants to open her phone to check on Wu Feng's current status, even though she knows he will undoubtedly die, she still holds onto a sliver of hope. What if Wu Feng survived? Though this what if is extremely slim as it is non-existent. She sighed and opened her phone, clicking on the strange game forum app. The moment she entered, a hot post appeared on the app's homepage. Newcomer, first clear, no one survives difficulty, SS rating instantly attracted Li Yulan's attention. Her first thought was that this must be a scam. How could these terms possibly combine? It's just pure eye-catching nonsense. Though her mind thought that way, her fingers helplessly clicked in. The moment she entered, she first looked at the poster to see which idiot would post such nonsense for attention, not afraid of the official coming after them. Poster, strange game. This is an official post? Her initially critical attitude instantly became serious. How can there be such a talented genius in the world, who as a newcomer cleared the no one survives level? Let me see who it is. Since they are friends, next to the username, it thoughtfully wrote Wu Feng's name. Go to the dock and get some seagulls, Wu Feng. Looking at these bold letters, Li Yulan felt a bit dizzy. Her first reaction was not to recognize that this Wu Feng was her class's Wu Feng. After all, Wu Feng in her class only had a purple talent. It is absolutely impossible to give an SS level rating to a raid with no survivors. Believing or not believing, her hands still uncontrollably clicked on the name of Wu Feng on the dock seagull at exactly 0 o'clock. After successfully jumping to this person's homepage, she took a good look at the information above and instinctively blurted out a classic phrase. What the hell? The voice was loud and huge, and at the same moment, all the teachers looked at Li Yulan, including the head teacher who was speaking at the time. What are you doing, Teacher Li? The head teacher asked, looking at Li Yulan, whose phone screen was glowing. Did you see your student received an A rating? The author is daily seeking gifts, please send a small free gift. The author can do anything for gifts. Chapter 12, I have an A rating, what do you have? An A rating? This is much scarier than an A rating. This is an SS level rating for a no survivors difficulty. No student received an A rating, Li Yulan honestly said. Before Li Yulan could say anything else, the head teacher interjected, so why are you so excited? You better come over and take a look. Hearing this, the head teacher, with a puzzled face, came to Li Yulan's side and took the phone. 10 seconds later. What the hell? The head teacher's eyes widened like brass bells as he hurriedly took out his own phone and dialed the principal's number. Beep, 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 the call connected. Principal, listen to me. Don't rush, speak slowly, the principal said. An SS level rating has appeared, an SS level rating. What? Hurry, tell me the details, which class is it, what's the name? The head teacher recounted the information in detail. Alright, no more chatting, I'm reporting the relevant information to the education department right now. In the principal's office, a middle-aged man with a beard was grinning ear to ear, repeatedly saying, alright, alright, alright. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Lu Jianjia was sitting in her chair thinking about the next plan. She was participating in a task called Blood Red Hide and Seek, and having lived a second life, she was extremely familiar with all the escape routes in this raid, which was like an open book exam. Through her various actions, she ultimately achieved an S-level score. Such a high score should cause quite a stir, and this stir would be beneficial for her future plans. Next, the official would launch something called the Li Yun Experimental Class, inviting all those who received an A-level or above to participate. The so-called Li Yun Experimental Class is led by a person named Li Yun. Li Yun is a very legendary figure and one of the top talents in Huaxia. Entering the Li Yun Experimental Class is absolutely no problem, and now it's time to start preparing for future matters. She now needs to form a team. According to her memories from her previous life, there was a guy in class 7 next door who was a very good talent named Dingjin. Although he currently only has a purple talent, he will soon work hard to upgrade his purple talent to an orange talent. He is one of the few people capable of changing destiny. It's a pity that this guy ultimately died in some raid. He has talent, and if he receives proper training, he might eventually upgrade his talent to rainbow color. Speaking of Dingjin, another memory uncontrollably appeared in Lu Jianjia's mind. It wasn't any historical event but a very interesting gossip. Sometimes it's quite strange, often, many things can be forgotten, but gossip feels like it's engraved in your mind. Reborn and back, these details are always crystal clear. This detail is related to Wu Feng. Dingjin has a childhood friend named Lu Ruyan, whose beauty is famous throughout the whole school. Those who liked her could line up from the classroom door to the school gate. Dingjin was no exception, he had liked his childhood friend since they were young. Unfortunately, his childhood friend liked Wu Feng. The most crucial point is that Lu Ruyan confessed her feelings to Wu Feng. Even more crucially, Wu Feng rejected her. Lu Ruyan was heartbroken, lying on the table and crying all afternoon. After learning this situation, Dingjin angrily found Wu Feng, wanting to avenge Lu Ruyan. The funny part is, he not only failed to beat Wu Feng but also got scolded by Lu Ruyan when he returned. From then on, Dingjin grew to despise Wu Feng even more. Their relationship dropped to freezing point, to the point where they were likely to fight upon seeing each other. Wu Feng had always had a question about this situation. Didn't he have a chance since he rejected Lu Ruoyan? Did he have to agree before he could be happy seeing them together? This guy couldn't have some weird NTR mentality, could he? Lu Qianjia was recalling this detail when a figure in jeans appeared proudly at the classroom door. The figure glanced around the classroom and asked, "Has Wu Feng not finished the weird game yet? Speak of the devil and he shall appear." Lu Qianjia knew exactly what Dingjin was there for, 2 words, showing off. This guy came to show off. In his first participation in the weird game, he received an A rank, which is a remarkable achievement in the history of the whole school. Unfortunately, his B rank probably won't hold up. Although Wu Feng also had a purple talent, he couldn't compare to Dingjin at all. This time he would likely sacrifice himself in the weird game. It's a bit unfortunate, but there's nothing to be done. All necessary warnings have been given. As for this talented person in front of her, Lu Qianjia already had a preliminary plan to make him her subordinate. She could help Dingjin pursue Lu Ruoyan, although using feelings as a means to win hearts was somewhat shameless. However, for the future of the world, these were minor matters. Not yet, Lu Qianjia replied, not revealing the news that Wu Feng would die. What do you want from me? A voice came from behind Lu Qianjia. This familiar voice made Lu Qianjia tremble all over, and she turned around in disbelief, her pupils instantly dilating. Wu Feng stood straight in place, his expressionless eyes staring at a smug-looking Dingjin. He survived? This guy should have died, right? Could it be because of the butterfly effect of my rebirth or some other reason? It's nothing much, Dingjin said, almost lifting his chin to the sky, his arrogance nearly bursting forth from his eyes. I just wanted to ask what rank you got. SS. Although Wu Feng was steady, he never thought of being low-key. Dingjin? Lu Qianjia? You're just bragging, SS? Why not say it's SSS level? But on closer thought, Wu Feng never seemed to brag. To confirm, it was simple, just add Wu Feng as a friend and see for yourself. Do you mind if I add you as a friend? Lu Qianjia asked, pulling out her phone with a smile. I do mind. After saying this, Wu Feng turned without looking back and sat down at his desk. Wu Feng didn't like adding friends on forums, so far, he only had 2 friends. He wasn't very familiar with Lu Qianjia, so there was no need to add her as a friend. And this guy's gaze always carried a sense of superiority, a feeling that made Wu Feng very uncomfortable. The author daily seeks gifts, everyone send a little free gift, for the gift the author can do anything. Chapter 13 School Your cheat code is here. At the same time, in a certain office of the education department, Gao Yun looked tiredly at the documents in his hands. The strange incidents of pooching invading reality were becoming more frequent, and the events caused were getting more serious. Yet, the geniuses emerging from various schools did not seem to increase, the ratio remained the same each year. Every year, people from the outer city needed to come to support. Sigh, I hope some decent talents can emerge this year, even if just a few A-rated ones would be good, Gao Yun muttered to himself, his brows furrowing, the pressure in his heart as heavy as a mountain. The phone rang. This phone was a dedicated one, it would only ring for emergencies, otherwise, there wouldn't be a call at all. Gao Yun clicked to answer. What's the matter? Ahem. The principal first cleared his throat lightly before speaking slowly. Xiao Gao, guess what good news I have? Hearing this familiar voice, Gao Yun's tone did not soften but became serious. Old Wang, do you know what this call means? You know non-emergency calls shouldn't be made, right? You usually act carelessly, but on this matter. Before Gao Yun could finish, Principal Wang interrupted. Our school has achieved an SS level evaluation for clearance. What? SS level? This call was well made, Old Wang. This phone call is critical. We recently opened a Li Yun experimental class. Lu Jianjiao was not angry with Wu Feng's words. Her years living in the instances had made her emotions as stable as a still lake. You are all here, just as I was looking for you. Li Yulan appeared at the classroom door, and upon seeing Wu Feng and the others, her smile was bright and wide. Next, Li Yulan brought the 3 of them to the principal's office, where the principal congratulated them and told about the Li Yun experimental class. As long as one reaches A level or above, they could enter this class. In this class, various resources would be available, and even Li Yun would personally instruct them, with time set for 7 days later. After sharing this, and saying some motivational words, he let Wu Feng and the others take a break and go home. Every newcomer has 3 days off to adjust and relax after coming out of the instance. When they parted, Lu Jianjiao looked at Wu Feng's back, unable to understand. A person who was supposed to die was actually able to achieve an SS level evaluation. It was truly unbelievable and hard to comprehend. Well, it's a good thing, I suppose, at least it can make some contribution to future matters. Lu Jianjia shook her head and said. As soon as Wu Feng returned home, he couldn't wait to enter the strange game. It can only be said that in this world, aside from not being able to adjust the difficulty of the strange game, everything else was quite free. After the first experience, entering the strange game was divided into two modes. One was active entry, and the other was passive entry at unpredictable times. After Wu Feng confirmed to enter actively, a light screen appeared in front of him. 10 minutes until entering the strange game, please prepare, player. In an instant, another voice sounded. Detecting that the player is about to enter the strange game, please choose one from the following 3 cheat codes. Cheat code 1, Data Life. Data Life, everything about the player will be presented in a data format. All damage taken will not affect the body, only deducted as health points, HP. All living beings will also have their own health bar. Energy bar, in power, hostile life forms will undergo corresponding changes in their bodies after taking damage, in addition to losing health. Moreover, players will gain 10% true damage attribute. True damage, the player's attacks will definitely cause damage, ignoring all defensive measures. Even if the opponent has successfully blocked the attack, damage will still occur. This cheat is indeed a bit outrageous. Data Eye's life means that in the future, I will see others with health bars. And most ridiculous of all, when others hit him, he only loses health bars, and his body shows no damage at all. When he hits others, not only do their health bars drop, but damage will also appear on their bodies. And this true damage is the most absurd part. Even if others block his attack, they will still take damage. Although it's only 10% now, there is an upgrade button later. I can't imagine how terrifying this thing would become at a high level. Speaking of true damage always inflicting harm, Wu Feng thinks of the absolute immunity attribute of his rebound jacket. If the two meet, who knows who would win? The strongest shield and the strongest spear, in a sense. Though this cheat is already very strong, Wu Feng continues to look down. Cheat 2, Headlock. When the player uses any ranged weapon, the weapon's trajectory automatically adjusts, ignoring any obstacles, and will definitely hit the enemy's head. The enemy must be within the player's line of sight. How to put it, this cheat is strong, but not strong enough. If not for the condition of being in the player's line of sight, Wu Feng might consider it. Cheat 3, the Lake of the River God. The Lake of the River God, the player can designate a lake as the Lake of the River God. Anything submerged in this lake will be retrieved by the River God, who will ask whether you tossed in gold or silver. Wu Feng didn't even finish looking at this cheat. If he could duplicate 3 identical items, he might feel tempted. After all, he possesses a strange item that is rainbow-colored. Unfortunately, this river god can only replicate gold and silver items. Without thinking too much, Wu Feng decided to choose the first cheat. Do you want to choose the first cheat? Yes, no. After Wu Feng chose yes, his personal panel popped up. Name, Wu Feng. Talent, orange, triple clones. Cheats, 1, absolute luck. 2, Data Eye's life, upgradable, ... Strange item, rainbow-colored strange item, rebound jacket. Golden strange item, vengeful ring. Purple strange item, yin-yang amulet. Blue strange item, flying dagger. Blue strange item, handgun. For a period of time, Wu Feng casually ate some food. He had no parents and didn't need to prepare more food. After finishing eating, Wu Feng sat quietly on the sofa and waited. Countdown, 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The world before him turned pitch black. That familiar feeling of weightlessness swept over him once again. Entry successful. Instance name, Paradise. Difficulty, no one survives. Type, multiplayer instance. Description, everyone in this world yearns to enter paradise. In paradise, there will never be danger, and there will never be troubles. However, entering paradise has certain requirements. One must obtain points, and to gain points, you must work hard. To enter paradise quickly, you have all made preparations for a school psychological counseling job, and now you will take a written test. Phase 1 main mission, acquire 1000 points. The second main mission will only unlock after completing the first main mission, and completing all missions will allow you to exit the paradise instance. Side mission, players are encouraged to explore. During the process of falling, transparent subtitles appeared before his eyes. As Wu Feng finished reading the last part of the information, the subtitles before him scattered like dust blown away by the wind. Suddenly, the speed of falling increased, and light gradually appeared before him. The light became brighter, and various scenes began to solidify. Eventually everything turned into reality. The solid concrete floor, the iron retractable gate, and the piece of marble in the middle of the gate engraved with the words Third Strange School. This place did not feel as eerie as the first instance. The sunlight shone down, surprisingly giving a warm and bright feeling. At the entrance of the school stood a woman in a long dress, smiling at Wu Feng under the sunlight, a red health bar hovering above her head. You all finally arrived, the Third Strange School welcomes you. The woman suddenly spoke. Wu Feng turned to look behind himself. 2 women and 1 man stood right behind him. oh no, why am I so unlucky? How did I end up in a no survivors level instance? I'm just a purple talent. Before the game even started, a girl in a JK uniform was shaking her head in panic. A middle-aged man in a suit saw the woman's state. He reached out a hand and placed it on the woman's shoulder, trying to comfort her. Stay calm, a no survivors bizarre game doesn't necessarily mean certain death. Didn't you see today's forum? A newcomer cleared a no survivors level instance with SS rank evaluation. As long as you don't give up, there are more ways than difficulties. The man's words didn't have much effect. The JK girl continued to tremble in panic, tears streaming down her cheeks. Seeing the girl cry, the woman in the long dress began to comfort her. You don't need to be nervous, our exams are all multiple choice questions, not a single big question. Although it was a somewhat irrelevant comfort, at least it provided everyone with some information. Our school has very good benefits and welfare. Not only do we get a salary of 100 strange coins every day, there is also a reward of 100 points each day. Moreover, for every student's psychological problem we treat, there's an additional reward of 100 points and 200 strange coins. In the entire city, there's no job that offers more points as a reward than ours. You can save enough points to enter paradise in no time. The woman in the long dress explained with a bright smile, looking no different from a normal person. The first mainline task is to earn 1,000 points, and this job is the one that offers the most points in the whole city. The author daily seeks gifts. Everyone please send some free little gifts. For the gift the author can do anything. Chapter 14, School, thank you, but I believe more in my own luck. It seems that getting this job is quite important for completing the mainline. Come with me, I will take you to the written exam room. After saying this, the woman in the long dress walked into the school. The few of them exchanged glances, then all looked at the crying JK girl. Another long-haired girl's eyes were filled with impatience. The middle-aged man in the suit, who initially spoke to comfort her, also turned cold. In this bizarre game filled with crises, neither of them were saints. The suit man only spoke to comfort the JK girl because he thought she was beautiful. Beauty was worth a single word of comfort, but that's all it was. I'm sorry everyone. The JK girl noticed everyone's attitude and began to manage her emotions, mainly because the difficulty of no survivors is too terrifying. I will give my all from now on, and I definitely won't hold anyone back. Upon hearing this, the man in the suit nodded. They followed the steps of the woman in the long dress, and the man in the suit glanced at Wu Feng and asked. You don't seem that old, are you a newcomer too? Yes. Wu Feng replied. You look quite calm, which is a good mindset. The man in the suit smiled. What is there to be nervous about? I've conquered levels with no survivors before. The man in the suit kept observing Wu Feng's expression, and upon seeing his disdain, he couldn't help but start to guess what Wu Feng was all about. Is he someone with a powerful talent, like a colorful ability? Or just a simple, reckless rookie? I wonder what we will be tested on next, the girl in JK uniform said, her voice trembling despite her efforts to calm herself. If it's normal psychology knowledge, I know a little about that. Hearing this, the man in the suit shook his head. Newcomers are still too immature, and this isn't even about knowledge. The JK girl was completely unaware of the real challenges they would soon face. The key point isn't about psychology knowledge, the man in the suit said, the focus is on the strange game which has its own set of characters. In simple terms, we won't be able to understand what they write, knowing the knowledge won't help. Different characters? But the marble earlier clearly had the words Third Weird School written on it. The man in the suit seemed to see through the JK girl's confusion and said, this is similar to the concept of the neon language. Their characters share many similarities with our Chinese characters, and some even look exactly the same. From here on, it's mostly about luck. The man in the suit wanted to sigh at the thought of what was to come. Who would have thought the first challenge would be so difficult, relying entirely on luck? Speaking of luck, that's where Wu Feng would shine. Seeing his worried peers, Wu Feng decided to follow his heart and extend a helping hand to them. After all, there was no conflict of interest, and as long as he didn't endanger himself, he was more than happy to help others. You can copy me. Wu Feng scanned the room and said. The man in the suit was left with a question mark over his head, somewhat confused about where Wu Feng's confidence came from. Does this guy have some kind of talent for solving problems? I have a golden talent, rebirth. The man in the suit introduced his talent before asking, what is your talent? Orange talent, clone. Wu Feng answered honestly, after all, his trump card didn't depend on talent, and telling others wouldn't matter. Clone? Upon hearing this, the man in the suit already thought of Wu Feng as a bit dim-witted. You're just a newcomer, and it's impossible for you to have any useful strange tools. Even if your talent level is high, it's just a clone? You want me to copy you? We're all just guessing, why would I copy you? Thank you. The man in the suit shook his head and refused, I still trust my luck more. After all, if I copy you and fail, I might regret it. The JK girl didn't think much and nodded to express her gratitude. Another girl simply said thanks and didn't speak again, likely intending to see how her own luck would fare. A few people followed the woman in the long dress into a classroom inside a building. After casually arranging the seats for everyone, the woman in the long dress said she would go get the test papers and asked everyone to wait a moment. Everyone remained silent, with a tense and fearful atmosphere permeating the classroom. Not long after, the woman in the long dress returned with the test papers. One by one, the test papers were distributed, accompanied by corresponding pencils and answer sheets. I have to say, this exam really looks quite official. The exam begins now, you have 1 hour to answer. I will collect your papers in an hour and grade them on the spot, said the woman in the long dress, leaving the exam room without looking back. This exam is way too lax, there's not even an invigilator. Could it be that in this strange game, everyone is an honest and trustworthy good kid, with not a single instance of cheating? Or perhaps, the woman in the long dress simply believes no one would cheat, so there's no need for supervision? Wu Feng opened the test paper and, as expected, couldn't understand a single word of the questions. He grinned, didn't even look at the paper, and started scribbling on the answer sheet. The continuous swish sounds echoed in the classroom. In just about 3 to 4 minutes, he had filled in all the answers on the test paper. Everyone's speed was about the same, except for the JK girl. She used the eraser she received to make a simple dice, shaking it to choose her answers. After shaking for a long time, she found that the dice was uneven, and every time it rolled, it landed on C. Anxious, she suddenly remembered what Wu Feng had said earlier, as the saying goes, a dying horse is treated as a living horse. Since she originally didn't know anything anyway, why not take a gamble and try to copy? What if, just what if, this handsome guy had great luck? With this mindset, the JK girl cast her gaze toward Wu Feng's answer sheet. Wu Feng, however, didn't hide it. He boldly placed his answer sheet in a spot easy for the girl to see. The girl kept to her school habits, copying part of the answers and changing others. An hour passed quickly, and the silhouette of the woman in the long dress accurately walked into the classroom. Everyone stand up, stop answering. The author daily asks for gifts, please send a free little gift. For the gift, the author can do anything. Chapter 15, School, Wu Feng, Full Score. The woman in the long dress, collecting the papers, seemed a bit distracted, as this group of people couldn't possibly pass this test. According to the instructions, the questions chosen this time were all hellishly difficult and beyond the syllabus. Although she didn't know what the purpose of this arrangement was, she just followed orders. Whatever they said, she did, no need to question it. She began to stack the answer sheets of the 4 people together for grading. The first answer sheet was from the man in the suit. She picked it up and compared the answers one by one. First question, incorrect. Second question, incorrect. All 100 questions, not a single one correct. Li Yong, 0 points. The woman in the long dress smiled as she handed the answer sheet back to the man in the suit. The man in the suit? Is this some kind of bizarre game where no one survives? Indeed, it's terrifying like this. This place should have some sort of debuff that lowers one's luck, otherwise, how could one possibly score 0? After all, the probability of getting all 100 multiple-choice questions wrong is as low as being sent to another world by a big truck on the 3rd floor. Others also began to realize this problem, and their previous sense of good luck vanished without a trace. In that instant, the JK girl felt countless fears drowning her. Despite her efforts to tell herself there was still hope, it had no effect. Am I really going to be doomed? I haven't even dated anyone yet, The JK girl felt death beckoning to her. Wu Feng, full score. The woman's voice echoed throughout the entire classroom. Everyone? It feels like I'm alive again? The JK girl, trembling with fear, suddenly felt a wave of joy spreading in her heart. The suited man's eyes bulged as big as copper bells. Full marks? Could it be that my earlier guess was wrong? There really isn't any debuff in this room. Am I just unlucky? The woman in the long dress also looked puzzled. After all, these were the toughest questions. You just simply got full marks on such an easy test? Your knowledge reserve is horrifyingly profound to this extent. Reining in her emotions, the woman in the long dress resumed grading the answer sheets. Yeah. The woman in the long dress spoke. The girl with long hair started to feel anxious. If the debuff was fake, then she still had a chance to score high. Her heart raced, anticipating the upcoming score. If luck was on her side, maybe she could also get full marks. 0 points. The woman in the long dress's words ruthlessly shattered the girl's fantasy. She took the answer sheet, where a big 0 was written. Darn it, I should have just copied Wu Feng's answers. Looking at the big 0 in front of her, she felt like crying without tears. Her qualification to become a psychological counselor was definitely gone. Fortunately, the first task was just to accumulate 1,000 points. Even if she couldn't become a psychological counselor, she could still think of other ways to earn enough. Wang Kiki, 78 points. The woman in the long dress had also graded the JK girl's answer sheet. Alright, anyone with a score below 70 can leave. The woman in the long dress fixed her gaze on the suited man and the long-haired woman as she said this. The two men in suits didn't linger. Being seasoned players, they knew well that instead of regretting and wasting time here, it was better to go find ways somewhere else. As for the two who scored above 70, the woman in the long dress first stepped away for a while, and when she returned, her face was filled with smiles as she congratulated them. Congratulations on passing the assessment. Next, there will be a 7-day probation period. If you can successfully help 3 students with psychological issues during the probation, you will officially secure this job. Don't worry, during the probation period, your salary and points will be issued normally. Isn't the probation something the JK girl is not worried about? Right now, she only felt great joy. Having such a strong figure by her side, her chances of survival were increasing greatly. Triggered side quest, heal 3 students with psychological issues. A clear voice echoed in Wu Feng's mind, and a light screen appeared in front of him. The JK girl showed a look of surprise and turned to glance at Wu Feng. Okay. Wu Feng replied calmly, showing no signs of abnormality. Next, I'll take you two to your workplace. The woman in the long dress signaled them to follow closely and left the room. Not long after, they reached the door of an office. There was a sign on the door that said Psychological Counselor. This is where you two will be working. Work hard, the salary and benefits after you secure your positions will be even better. The woman in the long dress habitually painted a rosy picture. Okay, we will work hard. The JK girl was full of energy. Without saying much, after exchanging a goodbye, the woman in the long dress turned and walked down the stairs. I wonder what the working environment of a psychological counselor is like. I hope there aren't any strange rules or ghost stories. The JK girl seemed to be talking to herself, or perhaps asking Wu Feng. Wu Feng didn't knock but turned the doorknob and directly opened the big door. Inside, the layout was strange. It was not a room but a corridor. On either side of the corridor, there were about 5 or 6 doors, each door leading to a separate room. It's quite quiet here, the JK girl said. But just as she finished her sentence, a big door suddenly swung open with a loud bang. A big and a small guy were wrestling as they came out from the door. The younger one, while fighting, spoke up, saying, "You can't even cure your anger issues, yet you call yourself a psychologist. I think you're just a useless fool. I'll kill you." Then, there were 2 more door sounds, and a man with a receding hairline and a guy wearing glasses walked out from the room. They didn't intervene, but just watched. The man with a receding hairline noticed Wu Feng and the others, walked over, and asked, "Are you here for psychological counseling too?" "We're here for work," Wu Feng replied, looking at the man with a receding hairline, then glanced at the fight between the big and small guy. "What's going on? Aren't you going to stop them?" "We can't stop it," the man with a receding hairline said indifferently. "This kid has been here several times, and every time, he ends up fighting with the psychologist. There's really no way to handle it." "He's been here several times and still hasn't been cured?" Wu Feng asked. "Can't be cured. If you go talk to him, you'll see. You can't even speak a few words with this kid before he comes up and fights. He's impossible to handle," said the man with a receding hairline. "The worst part is, not only can we not cure him, but we also can't win. This kid's strength is terrifying. But fortunately, no one gets hurt. Let them fight, that's how it is. The author daily asks for gifts. Everyone, please send a little free gift. For the gift, the author can do anything." Chapter 16, I was originally very angry. Wu Feng didn't know what to say in response to such a laid-back attitude. "Is the success rate of your treatments high?" Wu Feng asked this question. Because he remembered what the woman in the long dress had said, that if he cured 3 students with psychological problems, he could become a permanent employee. Hearing the topic of success rate, the man with a receding hairline proudly raised his head. "Not a single one has been successfully treated. The success rate is 0. Wu Feng. Why are you so proud if not even one has been successfully treated? Why do I feel like you're really proud of that?" Wu Feng asked. "I had a patient who came once every week. After my treatment, now he comes twice a week." The man with a receding hairline grinned and said, "What the hell, aren't you just pure trash then?" "Our psychological counseling fee is 10 ghost coins per minute," said the man with a receding hairline. It was like a thunderbolt struck Wu Feng's mind. Wow, this is not trash, this guy is definitely a genius. "May I ask who you are?" Wu Feng asked, curious about this person's background. "I'm the leader of the psychological counseling group. You can call me He Jin, but I prefer you to call me group leader He." The man with a receding hairline tilted his head up at a 45-degree angle, looking at the sky. As expected, the group leader is impressive. "Hello, group leader He. From now on, I'll be your subordinate." The man with a receding hairline nodded in satisfaction. The JK girl standing aside was completely dumbfounded, thinking, "Isn't your weird game this dark?" The battle over there was nearing its end. The psychologist fighting wasn't a match for the child. At this moment, the psychologist's head had been shoved into the child's butt. Although it was unclear how the child managed to do this, it was certain that the child had an incredible amount of strength. The child looked at the clock on the wall, took a deep breath in satisfaction, and pulled out a 10 ghost coin note, shoving it into the psychologist's pocket. In a sense, this violent little boy could be considered to have rid society of a nuisance. The little boy's gaze shifted toward Wu Feng's direction. "Are you the new psychologist?" "Yes," Wu Feng replied. "You're just in time. Can you help me? My anger issues just won't get better. I get so mad after just saying a couple of words," the little boy said in a pitiful tone. "If it weren't for seeing him stuff that guy's head into his butt earlier. It really looks like a lovely little child." Before Wu Feng could respond, the Mediterranean patted Wu Feng's shoulder and said earnestly, "We have no choice but to follow the school's rules. No matter what happens, we must go for treatment. After all, we are all immortal, so we can go boldly." Wu Feng didn't think about rejecting it. Instead, he thought of a plan in his heart. "Of course, I agree," Wu Feng said. Seeing Wu Feng agree decisively, everyone, except the JK girl, began to anticipate how long it would take for the two of them to fight. The JK girl was a little worried. Having witnessed the chaotic actions of the wolf extermination, she didn't believe Wu Feng could survive this fight. If he could survive such a battle, it could only mean that Wu Feng's strength was too great. Was the big thigh she had just found about to be gone? She began to feel nervous again. "Do you need me to prepare an office for you?" the Mediterranean asked. Wu Feng shook his head in refusal. Everyone knows that psychological treatment usually requires a quiet environment, especially for an irritable guy like this. The Mediterranean began to take an interest in Wu Feng. Does this guy have exceptional psychological skills, or does he possess overwhelming combat ability? It's really exciting to wait and see. When Wu Feng said he didn't even need an office, the little boy's emotions escalated to the stage of anger. He didn't know why he was angry but just couldn't control it. He felt he was about to explode with rage. "How much do your parents earn in a day?" Wu Feng asked something completely unrelated to psychology. The little boy's family wasn't well off. His parents worked hard all day and only earned 50 or so bazaar coins plus 10 points. At this moment, the little boy was on the verge of rage, feeling like he would rush toward Wu Feng and fight him. 50 bazaar coins. He struggled to hold back, his voice sounding like it was scraped out from between his teeth. As soon as the little boy finished speaking, 5 dark-colored $100 bazaar coins appeared in front of him. "This is the medicine I gave you." With a snap, Wu Feng slapped the 500 bazaar coins on the boy's face. "What do you mean? Are you humiliating me? Is 500 coins enough to stop my anger? Are you looking down on me?" The little boy clenched his fists and roared loudly. That's right, the little boy wanted to scold Wu Feng like this, but the 5 bazaar coins in front of him smelled too good. His anger, which was already on the brink, was falling rapidly like a meteor. Only to see a smile slowly form on the little boy's angry face, and a slightly flattering voice came from his mouth. "You truly are a miraculous doctor. The moment I saw these things, my anger issues instantly disappeared." Miraculous doctor. The people nearby waiting for treatment were bewildered. "Wait, is this how you treat patients? That's 500 bazaar coins." Even the Mediterranean, working early and late, would need to hustle for several days to earn that much money. "Are you actually a hidden rich person? Throwing away 500 bazaar coins like that?" If anyone was the most incredulous, it was the JK girl. 500 bazaar coins, that's a whole 500 bazaar coins. Damn it, after clearing the first dungeon, I only got over 300 bazaar coins as a reward. And you just hand over that 500 bazaar coins so casually? And you're not a newcomer? Where did you get the 500 bazaar coins? Speaking of being a newcomer, the JK girl suddenly thought of something. Could it be that, perhaps, maybe? A name faintly appeared in her mind. Could this person be Go to the dock and get some seagulls? Leader He, could you please arrange an office for me? I still have further treatment to complete. Wu Feng faced the Mediterranean. Of course, no problem. After witnessing Wu Feng's boldness, the Mediterranean's attitude clearly improved a lot. At least there was no longer the pretentious vibe from before. There are 3 vacant rooms, which one do you want? The Mediterranean pointed to 3 rooms. The rooms are ready, you can use them as soon as you go in. Because the soundproofing here is good, Wu Feng casually chose one room. Why did he know the soundproofing was good? Naturally, it was because, at the beginning, when the irritable little boy was being treated, Wu Feng and the others outside the door didn't hear a single word. The author usually asks for gifts. Everyone send a free little gift. For the gift the author can do anything. Chapter 17 Yan Yongxin Special Skill. The room was nicely decorated, with tables, sofas, and everything. Wu Feng let the little boy sit on the sofa and spoke from a higher position, saying, Are there many people with psychological problems at your school? Although he didn't know the meaning of Wu Feng's question, the little boy still answered honestly, there aren't many with real psychological problems. Not many with psychological problems. Regarding the issue of formalization, Wu Feng didn't care, he was more concerned about treating the psychological issues of 3 people and earning 1,000 points. After all, the first is a side quest, and the second 1,000 points is a main quest. The side quests affect the final score, and the main quests go without saying, they are crucial. And the key to completing the side and main quests lies in treating the student's psychological issues. Wu Feng decided to make a bold attempt like Kennedy in a convertible, a mind-blowing try. Not many? Wu Feng suddenly said something inexplicable. The little boy didn't understand what he meant. For every troubled person you bring to me, I will give you 50 of your ghost coins. Wu Feng slowly spoke, looking meaningfully at the little boy. Wu Feng's meaning was already quite obvious. It didn't matter if you had issues inside, what mattered was that you brought them over, and I would naturally find a way to make them admit they had problems. The little boy contemplated for a moment and suddenly realized, oh. Then the little boy, with a gloomy face, spoke, what do you mean? Don't you know they are all my dear classmates? You want me to betray my classmates? They are like brothers to me, emotionally inseparable. Goodness. Why do these words sound so familiar to Wu Feng? Next comes wanting more money, right? Wu Feng pulled out a flying knife and slammed it on the table with a bang. I'm giving you a chance to reorganize your words. Oh? Are we going to use force now? The little boy scoffed in his heart. Just kidding, my politeness to you is completely based on your wealth. Now, you still want to threaten me with force? What a joke. You want to use force to threaten me? The little boy said, I really haven't been afraid of anyone in a fight. Since I was 3. The little boy was about to boast about something. A flying knife swiftly enlarged in his pupils from a distance, and with a whoosh, the dagger pierced through his shoulder. The bright red blood bar above the little boy's head dropped by 10% in an instant. A feeling he had never experienced before enveloped the little boy entirely, the whole thing felt like he fell into an ice pit, freezing all over. He was hurt? He was actually hurt? This was something that couldn't be killed, something that couldn't be harmed, at most it just ran out of energy and died out. But now, he was actually hurt? An incomprehensible situation made his brain start to crash, and the whole peculiar boy sat there stunned. Wu Feng, staring at the little boy, felt a refreshing sensation coursing through his entire body. Every time he saw that bright red health bar, Wu Feng always had the impulse to test the damage himself. Now, he finally got what he wished for, but the only regret was that he couldn't directly kill the little boy. After all, he still needed the little boy's cooperation to do some things next. Big brother, you really know people well. I just love doing things that stab classmates. Don't worry, I'll make sure to do this beautifully for you, the little boy said with a beaming smile. No, if you're so capable, why didn't you act sooner? Isn't this just a misunderstanding? Looking at the boy's performance, Wu Feng nodded in satisfaction, and after a friendly exchange, the little boy left the psychological counseling room. After the little boy returned to the classroom, his mind kept racing. Could it be that he had already given up on earning more ghost coins and casually listened to Wu Feng's instructions? Of course not. The idea of causing himself harm truly scared him, but when he thought about it carefully, there could be many tricks hidden inside. Because Wu Feng only attacked him once, perhaps that attack was the only one that had any effect. However, the little boy didn't dare to gamble. Although he didn't dare to gamble, he could let others try it out. Hey classmate, do you want to do something to earn ghost coins? The little boy called out to a watermelon head student. The watermelon head didn't pay much attention to what the little boy said. Their relationship wasn't bad, but it wasn't good enough for that kind of conversation. I won't, I still need to continue studying the 100 ways of humans. Knowledge is priceless, how could I give up learning for a bit of ghost coins? The watermelon head's meaning was clear. He declined, so don't think about tricking me. Smack. The little boy slammed 30 ghost coins on the table and asked again, are you doing it or not? I'll do it. Next, the little boy explained to the watermelon head what they needed to do. First and most importantly, he needed to pretend to have a mental illness. As for what illness, they had already decided, you have anger disorder. Then, he would attack Wu Feng to test Wu Feng's strength. Is Wu Feng strong? The watermelon head asked. Oh, he's very weak, the little boy lied, don't worry, I'll go with you. The little boy's simple goal was to see Wu Feng's strength with his own eyes. Inside the office, Wu Feng was busy with something. Healing must have a healing appearance. He first turned off the power in the room, then he connected a power strip to the nearby power source and dismantled the power strip to expose the wires inside. Soon, a very convenient and rudimentary version of the Yang Yongxin treatment device was completed. Next, he just needed to quietly wait for the patient to arrive, and he would definitely give them a satisfactory treatment result. Just as Wu Feng happily placed the Yang Yongxin treatment device, there was a knock on the door of the room. "Come in," he said. The door was opened, and the little boy and the watermelon head walked into the room. "Please sit," Wu Feng pointed to the sofa. The little boy and the watermelon head sat down on the sofa together. Wu Feng didn't start the treatment immediately. Instead, he quietly walked to the side of the door and turned the lock, securing the whole room. "What are you doing?" the watermelon head asked, confused. "This is also one of my treatment methods, to provide you with a safe atmosphere," Wu Feng said with a kind smile on his face. The watermelon head felt a bit strange, but couldn't pinpoint what was strange. "Do you have any psychological issues?" Wu Feng asked. "Anger disorder," the watermelon head replied according to the little boy's instructions. The watermelon-headed strange did not plan to pull on Wu Feng for a long time. After all, the cost was 10 strange coins per minute. He decided to solve everything within 1 minute. Wu Feng saw the eager look on the watermelon-headed strange and knew it was time to start his treatment. "Don't worry, a condition like yours is very easy to treat," Wu Feng said, signaling the watermelon-headed strange to move slightly to the left. The simple version of Yang Yongxin's device made by Wu Feng was right there. Very easy to treat? For some reason, hearing this made the watermelon head want to laugh. There was a sense of joy in having others at his mercy. "Cure me? Dream on. This isn't even a real psychological issue. If you can cure me, it would be a ghost." The watermelon head obediently moved left as Wu Feng asked, then said, "Then you must cure me." "Don't worry," Wu Feng said as he first turned on the power switch, then picked up the wires from the ground. Looking at the exposed copper wire, he smiled in a friendly way. "The thing I do best is treat psychological diseases. Whenever I take action, there's nothing I can't cure." Ordinary electricity could not harm the strange, but under Wu Feng's hands, it would be different. At this moment, the watermelon head still did not realize the seriousness of the problem. "Cure me? What a joke. This is a fake psychological issue. What's wrong with a psychological counselor? A psychological counselor also can't cure someone who's faking illness, right? Psychological counselor." The touch of the wires interrupted the watermelon head's thoughts. A needle-like sensation instantly traveled from his arm, and his whole body uncontrollably became stiff. His mental activity vanished. He wanted to shout but couldn't make a sound, feeling as if the view in front of him was completely blank. The little boy looked at the watermelon head sitting quietly in place, suddenly unsure of what had happened. "What's going on? Get angry. You should get angry quickly and then test how powerful this psychological counselor is, to see if he can always trigger something that can harm the strange. Ahem, you don't need to be so quiet, and you don't need to hold back. Just show what your symptoms of irritability look like," the little boy said. He was reminding the watermelon head. "Hurry up and act out, don't sit here quietly pretending to be a good boy. Take action, take action." Faced with the little boy's reminder, the watermelon head did not move at all, as if he only wanted to be a quiet pretty boy. Seeing the watermelon head not move, Wu Feng noticed something was off. Goodness, this guy must be hiding something. Is this a dance with a sword? It seems after curing the watermelon head, it would be necessary to let the little boy understand the power of Yang Yongxin's special weapon. "Be quiet, can't you see I'm treating someone?" Wu Feng scolded. Upon hearing Wu Feng speak, the little boy also didn't dare to say anything more. Wu Feng closely observed the blood bar above the watermelon head's head, and only after it dropped by a third did he remove the power source. A faint burnt smell filled the room. "Strange, why does it smell burnt? The same as the charred human leg I ate last time," the little boy sniffed and said, "It really makes me hungry." Although Wu Feng had removed the power source, the watermelon head was still in a daze. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? I seem to have heard someone say there's a smell that makes him hungry. I smell it too. This scent is so close. Oh, the fragrant thing is my arm. What the hell? What just happened? Am I hurt? And is it the kind of injury that could be fatal? What kind of existence have I provoked? Classmate, has your anger issues improved?" Wu Feng kindly asked, with a warm smile like spring breeze on his face. But this smile was terrifyingly horrifying in the eyes of Watermelon Head. In that moment, Watermelon Head wanted to confess his mistake, but he was afraid. What if Wu Feng knew and directly took him out? He originally thought he had it all under control, but unexpectedly, he was such an idiot. Good, much better," Watermelon Head stammered out this sentence. Wu Feng nodded in satisfaction. "That's good, I'm really happy to be able to help you. Next, 5 more sessions of treatment and you can completely cure your anger issues." "How much? 5 sessions?" Hearing this, Watermelon Head was dumbfounded. He felt that 5 more sessions were completely unnecessary. Just 2 more sessions might make him completely dead. "Hey, I suddenly feel like my anger issues are completely gone," Watermelon Head quickly said, fearing that if he waited another second, Wu Feng would start treatment. Completely gone? Wu Feng asked with a tone of doubt. Completely gone. Watermelon Head responded decisively, I've never felt this relaxed. Then do you know what it means to have your anger issues resolved? Wu Feng continued to ask. What is it? To maintain a calm mindset and sit quietly for an hour, Wu Feng explained, this great theory comes from a great person. His name is Wazkeshad. Who cares what this great person's name is, damn it. 10 ghost coins for 1 minute, that's 600 ghost coins for an hour. Where on earth am I going to get so much money? Watermelon Head turned to look at the little boy. Though he didn't know what had happened, seeing Watermelon Head's change in attitude, there must be some unknown secret involved. Could it be the treatment just now? A small treatment actually brought about such a big change in Watermelon Head. This psychological consultant is truly terrifying. Oh, right, your anger issues also need some consolidation treatment, Wu Feng pointed at the little boy and kindly said. Before he could refuse, Watermelon Head pulled him over, filled with resentment. Wu Feng didn't hesitate and directly shoved the wire in. Many years later, facing the white clouds, the little boy will remember that distant afternoon when Wu Feng shoved the wire into his thigh. At that moment, he finally understood that the most foolish thing he ever did in his life was this. Teeth clenched, body stiff. He waited until the blood bar disappeared and reached halfway before Wu Feng finally stopped, and a much stronger burnt smell filled the office. The little boy's mind started to replay like a flickering lantern, his whole body seemed like a fool drooling vacantly. Damn it, I'm so silly, really. I only knew Wu Feng's flying knife could cause harm, I didn't expect a wire could too. The author routinely asks for gifts, everyone give a little free gift, for gifts, the author can do anything. Chapter 19 Your therapy is a miracle. How do you feel? Do you feel like your psychological issues have healed? Wu Feng inquired with concern. Seeing Wu Feng care for him so much, the little boy started to cry. Waving away the burnt scent on him, he knelt down with a thud. Divine Doctor, Divine Doctor. Thank you for your treatment, I will definitely repay you by working hard in the future. Seeing this, Watermelon Head immediately knelt down beside him and said, Me too. You truly are a contemporary Divine Doctor. I feel that the therapy you created is truly a miracle. Seeing the two sincerely thank him, Wu Feng nodded in comfort. Initially, he thought he could make a profit from Watermelon Head, but now he had other ideas. Wu Feng wanted these two to bring people to him at the same time. He wanted to try completing the main quest ahead of schedule, to see if it would unlock some achievements or increase evaluation points. Get up quickly. Wu Feng helped the two kneeling on the ground to the sofa, speaking earnestly. I never intended to take action, yet I know the suffering of the people. Wu Feng sighed lightly, I have decided to save all the students from water and fire, will you help me? Wu Feng's gaze swept past the little boy and directly focused on Watermelon Head. Watermelon Head was completely dumbfounded. Dude, can you please just talk properly? I feel like the light of justice from you is blinding me. Of course, I am willing. Watermelon Head spoke reluctantly. Great, I will give you 100 spooky coins for each person you bring. Wu Feng spoke again. Really? Is it true? 100 spooky coins? If you really give me 100 spooky coins, then I will do everything you say. I will listen to you. I will respect you more than the little boy and work for you. I know I am betraying my classmates and teachers. But I just really want those 100 spooky coins. I dream of being rich. I am willing, I am really willing. At this moment, Watermelon Head's eyes were bright, as if bursting with golden light. His expression was so intense it nearly startled Wu Feng. It's just 100 spooky coins, do you really need to be this excited? To be honest, Wu Feng was always unclear about the purchasing power of spooky coins in the strange game. In class, they had learned that 1 spooky coin equals 10,000 blue star coins. But this ratio cannot truly reflect the purchasing power of spooky coins in the strange game. Just 100 spooky coins, and this kid is this thrilled? Then I gave the little boy 500 spooky coins, and this guy still wanted to backstab me? Damn it, this kid cannot be left alive. Just not now, after all, this guy can still be used like a cow or horse. If you're willing, then let's work together for a better tomorrow. Wu Feng spoke with relief, then turned his gaze to the little boy. At this moment, the little boy felt weak in the legs. After staring for 10 seconds, Wu Feng finally spoke, Don't worry, I won't forget you either. I will also give you 100 spooky coins for each person you bring. Thank you, Divine Doctor. After experiencing electric shock, the little boy knelt on the ground with fear and respect. Everything is for a better tomorrow. Wu Feng said. For a better tomorrow. The two responded in unison. After chatting for a while longer and having the two fill out the relevant forms, Wu Feng sent them out to struggle for a better tomorrow. Once the two left, Wu Feng opened his task panel and took a glance at the side quest. Trigger side quest, heal 3 people with psychological issues. 2/3. It seems his guess was correct, even if people did not have psychological issues, as long as they admitted to having issues, it was still effective. Feeling bored, Wu Feng decided to explore the school environment and gather information about the park. After deciding, Wu Feng walked out of the room and into the campus. It was class time, and aside from the classrooms, he did not see anything strange wandering around outside. As he passed by a classroom, Wu Feng tried to listen to what they were teaching. Most of the courses were odd, but there was one class Wu Feng understood, called How to Be a Human. The story is very flavorful. If the main dish wasn't humans, Wu Feng might have drooled. It also talked about some interesting history of humans. According to their saying, the more you understand, the more delicious it is. For example, how children in a certain country come to realize they are growing up. According to their textbooks, it is when the priest shows no interest in the young boy. Very good, Wu Feng gave a thumbs up. There is a team in human history that went to the West for scriptures. Students, do you know why there are no women in this team? The strange teacher on the podium asked the strange students below. The various answers from the students were mixed, but the strange teacher kept shaking his head. Because the place they are going to is India, in that human country, even a mother lizard would have to be force-fed 2 pounds of. The strange students below were all shocked. 2 pounds. Are they that fierce? At this moment, Wu Feng could no longer stand it. What do you mean by 2 pounds? This is discrimination. Open discrimination. They clearly start from 2 pounds, okay? Alright, I will ask one last interesting history question, and then we will continue to the main topic and teach you how to be a person. The strange teacher saw many students. The students were full of expectation. What was the earliest rock music in which human country? The crowd below all shook their heads, indicating that they did not know. This question also aroused Wu Feng's curiosity, and he began to think. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the beautiful country. France, the strange teacher said. Teacher, why is that? The strange students below asked. According to relevant historical records, Louis XVI of France was the earliest Beatles. Louis XVI was a Beatle? Wu Feng did know a bit about the Beatles. They were one of the most influential rock bands. But what relation could Louis XVI have with the Beatles? It really made Louis XVI raise his hand, leaving people puzzled. The Beatles? How could they be related to Louis XVI? TSK. It seems this strange world has a poor understanding of human history. Hearing this, Wu Feng turned to leave, wanting to see if there were any noteworthy things around, like some side quests. Unknowingly, he had already arrived at the school gate. At this moment, the school's retractable gate opened, and a strange person wearing sunglasses came in. The two brushed past each other, without any interaction. Wu Feng turned back to see the sunglass-wearing strange person walking towards a woman in a long dress. The author asks for gifts daily. Everyone send a small free gift. 4 gifts, the author can do anything. Chapter 20, How do you want to be checked? Wu Feng did not pay much attention. Feeling thirsty, he happened to see a car parked outside the school with a bottle of beverage on the roof. Wu Feng walked out of the school, grabbed the drink, and returned to school. When he wanted to drink, he smelled a strange odor. It seems that drinks in the strange world shouldn't be consumed casually. He casually threw the drink into the trash can, leaving the swearing driver to come out of the car. Meanwhile, on the side of the suited man. Having failed the exam, they found a new job, working in the school cafeteria. Sounds good, but it was actually not so. The bloody level inside the cafeteria nearly exceeded the two's tolerance limit. The sunny and warm outer garment had already been torn to shreds the moment they entered inside. The scene here constantly reminded the two of the dangers of this strange game. People's body parts hung up like pigs and dogs, entrails, and various things soaked in the water tank for cleaning. Men's and women's clothes were randomly thrown on the ground. Saying this place is a hell on earth is not an exaggeration. 2 people, their legs trembling with fear and unable to stand, already showed how strong their mental endurance was. Hey, you two, don't just stand there. Hurry up and clean the stuff, said the man with a notably round belly under a hat, urging them onward. Why yes, understood, the suited man replied, forcing calmness into his voice. At this moment, both of them had realized that they absolutely could not expose their human identity, otherwise, the pieces of people dangling above would be just them. Why are you talking so stutteringly? The man in the hat eyed the suited man suspiciously, feeling he seemed a bit too much like a human. It's my first day on the job, I'm a bit nervous, the suited man explained. From the suited man's perspective, besides being unable to die and incapable of causing harm, most of the strange beings shared many similarities with humans. For instance, emotions and such things. At this moment, the man in the hat seemed to be experiencing some doubtful feelings. The hat man nodded, as if he believed the words of the suited man. I'm going to work now, the suited man declared. Wait a moment, the hat man suddenly smiled. It seems like there's something on your shoulder. The suited man instinctively looked at his shoulder. He saw the hat man's large hand swiftly press down, followed by an immense force striking fiercely. A crisp sound of bones cracking echoed. In an instant, the suited man realized what the hat man intended to do. Strange beings cannot be harmed, but humans can. This strange being was testing whether he was a human. The feeling receptors instantaneously sent severe pain to the brain, and the heart-wrenching sensation exploded within him. Yet, the suited man remained motionless, as if nothing had happened. The hat man looked at the emotionless suited man, feeling he might have overthought things. Hurry and get to work, the hat man waved his hand impatiently. Ah, what a wasted moment of joy. The suited man clenched his teeth tightly. In a no-return scenario, the level of terror was indeed extreme. Just a moment of carelessness could lead to death. He wondered how things were going for Wu Feng. It should be a bit better than it is for us. Did you hear? A psychology consultant's head was stuffed into a student's bottom. Really? That's truly. The two strange beings chatted about gossip as they walked out, leaving only the hat man and the two of them in the entire cafeteria. Upon hearing this gossip, the suited man retracted his previous thoughts. It seemed that things were not too easy for Wu Feng either. Ah. They were all in this together, suffering like brothers in this hellish world. He wondered if they could still survive. As the suited man thought this, he turned around. Perhaps it was the slight relaxation after escaping danger. At the moment he turned around, he accidentally knocked over a knife placed on the table. The knife fell, its sharp edge slicing through the suited man's arm. A small, red wound appeared instantly on his forearm. The wound was tiny, almost negligible to the suited man, but... Clang! The knife hitting the ground produced a clear, crisp sound, causing the hat man to snap his head back, seeing the fallen knife and the suited man shielding his wound. The wound could be concealed, but the scent could not. That rich, mouth-watering, sweet smell of blood. This was a smell that belonged to humans. Human, the hat man greedily sniffed the aroma. Every day eating frozen meat, today I finally get to taste something fresh. Fear instantly engulfed the suited man's entire body. Even as a battle-hardened prisoner, his body was still utterly soft under the influence of fear. But thankfully, his reason had not vanished. In his mind, he was already thinking about whether to use a strange tool or just die and use his talent to be reborn. As for confronting the strange head-on. What a joke, only a fool would make that choice. What's the difference between confronting and seeking death? Better to be reborn. In the end, unable to part with the strange tool, the suited man chose to consume his rebirth opportunity. After all, every time he entered the strange game, he would refresh 3 rebirth chances. Before the hat's strange being could take further action, a voice came from the doorway. Hello, Master Chef. This voice made the hat's strange being look towards the source of the sound. Half-dark long hair, a handsome face that provoked jealousy. Wu Feng? Both the suited man and the long-haired woman silently thought of this name in their hearts. What is he doing here? Not giving the hat's strange being a chance to speak, Wu Feng walked in while introducing himself. I am the new psychological counselor at our school. According to the school's arrangement, I am here to investigate whether there are some guys with psychological problems in the school. So you can call me a psychological counselor or you can call me an investigator. Now, I want to investigate you. Investigate me? Does a chef really need to be investigated? But he is very busy now, a living person is waiting for him to serve their meal. So he really doesn't want to be investigated. Sorry, I don't want to be investigated by you. The hat's strange being said. Then how do you want to be investigated? Wu Feng relentlessly asked. The long-haired woman and the suited man? Is this conversation serious? Isn't there something a bit strange about this? Originally, the two of them were quite tense, but after hearing their dialogue, they felt an inexplicable sense of humor. No matter how you investigate me, I really don't have any problems, my mind is very healthy. The hat's strange being just wanted to quickly send Wu Feng away. If Wu Feng also discovers that the suited man is a human, perhaps this guy would think about getting a piece of the pie too. The author daily seeks gifts. Please send a free small gift. 4 gifts. The author can do anything. Chapter 21. Once you admit you are a mental patient, we can consider the examination complete. After my observation, I can already confirm you do not have psychological issues. Wu Feng said slowly, one hand stroking his chin. Hearing this, the hat's strange being breathed a sigh of relief. I am not found out to have issues, now Wu Feng should leave, right? You may have already turned into a mental patient. Wu Feng slowly opened his mouth. The hat's strange being? Are you sick? I am really not a mental patient. The hat's strange being replied firmly. In just a moment, he had escalated from a psychological issue to a mental patient? Alright, now you can be diagnosed, Wu Feng said. As for the basis of the diagnosis, of course, it is Wu Feng's pleasure to say so. This has nothing to do with the idea that mental patients never admit they are mental patients. The hat's strange being had a face full of disbelief. No, this psychological counselor is sick, right? The main clinical manifestation of your symptoms is that you always forget you are a mental patient. Wu Feng calmly educated the hat's strange being. The hat's strange being would not listen to Wu Feng's nonsense, and replied, I am absolutely not a mental patient. Wu Feng nodded with satisfaction, see, you're acting up again. I really am not. The hat's strange being felt a little at a loss for words. Damn it, how did I become a mental patient? Okay, come with me, and we'll confirm again. If I diagnose incorrectly, I will personally apologize to you and compensate you 1,000 strange coins. Wu Feng waved 1,000 strange coins in front of the hat's strange being. With that wave, the hat's strange aura swayed and blurred. His heart began to waver, wondering whether to eat this human right away or to first earn those 1,000 weird coins and return later. Please cooperate with the investigator, or I will report you to the higher authorities. Seeing the hat's hesitation, Wu Feng immediately threatened him. The hat gritted his teeth and stamped his foot, fine, I'll go with you. He took a reluctant glance at the suited man, ultimately succumbing to Wu Feng's mix of a big stick and sweet dates. As for the suited man, the hat did not tell Wu Feng about him. Greedy as he was, he decided to let the suited man go for now. Once he got out, he would definitely find him and eat him without hesitation. Under the shocked gaze of the suited man and the long-haired woman, the hat slowly followed Wu Feng out of the cafeteria step by step. The two exchanged glances and could see shock and gratitude written all over each other's faces. To think that Wu Feng would spend 1,000 weird coins as bait to take away this hat, really? I'm crying to death. Does a psychological counselor have such great power, to casually take away the bazaar they deem problematic? The long-haired woman spoke, her mouth full of envy. The suited man also sighed repeatedly. Your bazaar game seems quite different from our bazaar game. There was one thing the suited man couldn't understand. Isn't Wu Feng a newcomer? Where did he get those 1,000 weird coins from? You have to know, as a prisoner player, the suited man only had a few thousand weird coins in total. Could it be that Wu Feng is actually an old player? But Wu Feng looks so young, doesn't seem like it. Wu Feng brought the hat to the psychological counseling room. As they passed through the corridor, the Mediterranean saw them. He couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Truly, newcomers surpass the old, the waves chase the waves. As a newly appointed psychological counselor, Wu Feng had already attended to 3 individuals with psychological issues in such a short time. Truly worthy of being a miraculous doctor. Compared to this miraculous doctor, I still have a long way to go. As Wu Feng's senior, how can I let him surpass me? It seems it's time to change my strategy and deceive more people. The Mediterranean, filled with passion, opened his door and walked in with great energy. Inside Wu Feng's office, the hat sat on the sofa and once again confirmed with Wu Feng, if all checks show that I am not insane, you will compensate me with 1,000 weird coins, right? Of course, replied Wu Feng with a smile, holding onto the executive fat of Yang Yongxin. Upon hearing this, the hat wore a confident smile. Wu Feng must have misjudged, he knew his own situation all too well. I'm going to start the examination, Wu Feng asked, are you ready? Bring it on, the hat answered firmly, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, showing his disdain. But in the next second, the electric wire in Wu Feng's hand was pressed against the hat. The hat suddenly felt a flash of white before his eyes, a stinging sensation instantly sweeping over him. What the hell? What's happening? The hat wanted to say something, but he found his body completely unresponsive, stiff all over, and his mind gradually going blank. What's going on here? After all these years, it was his first experience with such a situation. When Wu Feng poked him with the electric wire, he could see it. But how could such a small electric wire have this kind of power? With enhancements, Wu Feng hummed a tune while pressing the wire, until the smell of something burning filled the entire office. At the same time, the hat's strange health bar had already reached half. Wu Feng took away the electric wire in his hand and looked at the strange hat with expectation on his face. Calm, extremely calm. The strange hat quietly stared ahead like this. If it weren't for the blood bar on its head, Wu Feng would really think this guy had already passed away. Hey, can you hear me? Wu Feng gently poked the dazed strange hat with a stick he had picked up from a tree. Dizziness is normal, are you feeling better now? The strange hat let out a few syllables from its throat, which slowly turned into a few sentences. I think I just saw a movie. The main character is me. Hearing this, Wu Feng instantly realized that what you saw was not a movie. You saw your own life's flashes. Well, my examination is quite worth it, I can also treat you to a movie. Wu Feng said aloud. Ignoring what Wu Feng said, the strange hat calmed down a bit and asked, "Now that I've finished the examination, can it be confirmed that I'm not insane?" The strange hat glanced at the 1,000 strange coins on the table and asked. "That was a good question. Not finished yet," Wu Feng said. The strange hat looked at the electric wire in Wu Feng's hand with some fear and asked, "Then what counts as finished? When you admit you are insane, then we can consider it finished. The author daily asks for gifts, everyone send a free small gift, 4 gifts, the author can do anything." Chapter 22, Teacher, I have anger issues. The strange hat, damn. Without giving the strange hat more time to speak, the second round of electric treatment immediately began, making the strange hat start watching its own life's flashes again. Until the strange hat's health bar reached 1/3, Wu Feng finally moved the electric wire away. Divine Doctor, Divine Doctor. The strange hat suddenly knelt on the ground. "You really are a divine doctor, I am indeed insane, you don't need to check anymore." In fact, after the first round of electric shock, the strange hat wanted to admit it had a mental illness, but Wu Feng's speed in starting the second round of checks was just too fast. The moment the second round ended and consciousness returned, he immediately controlled his body to kneel in front of Wu Feng, fearing that if he was even a second late, he would have to undergo a third check. Wu Feng nodded in satisfaction. "Since you've realized you're insane, let's start the treatment next." Treatment? For some reason, after hearing Wu Feng finish the sentence, the strange hat felt its legs go soft. Could treatment be the same as the examination? Treatment, how does the divine doctor plan to treat me? The strange hat cautiously asked. Wu Feng raised the electric wire in his hand and said, "Just like the examination. Treatment is also electric shock? If I don't admit I'm insane, I get shocked, and if I do admit it, I still get shocked. What's the point of giving in? Divine Doctor, just bathing in your gaze makes me feel like my mental issues have already been cured, there's no need for further treatment." The strange hat quickly spoke up. "Oh." Wu Feng shook his head, "Your condition is difficult to treat, it requires multiple rounds of repeated treatment. I have 2 treatment plans here, one is face-to-face, where I will provide you with 10 hours of psychological counseling. And the other is 3 more rounds of electric shock treatment." Upon hearing this, the strange hat just wanted to curse. 10 hours? You charge 10 strange coins per minute. 10 hours is a full 6,000 strange coins. How many years have I worked hard to earn only over 7,000 strange coins in total? And you want to take it all with just one treatment? You might as well go rob a bank. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The weird hat gathered its courage to look at Wu Feng, who wore a kind smile, and the wire in his hand. But then again, money can be earned again, but if I get shocked again, my little life might end here. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. I cannot deal with Wu Feng alone, but wait until I go back, I'll gather my friends. There's an old saying, many hands make light work. I'll make you understand what real strength is. Doctor, I think face-to-face treatment suits me best, mainly because when I see your face, I feel as warm as a spring breeze, which makes me happy, the weird hat said, slightly flatteringly. Wu Feng was not surprised by the weird hat's choice. Good, then please pay first, and after the payment, we can start the treatment. Wu Feng happily put away the wire, gesturing for the weird hat to place the strange coins on the table. Though a bit pained, the weird hat still took out the strange coins from its pocket, counted a full 6,000, and placed them on the table. Very good. Wu Feng nodded in satisfaction. This room has been with me for a long time and has absorbed quite a bit of my medical knowledge. You just need to talk to my room face to face, and I believe that after 10 hours, your psychological issues will be completely cured. Upon hearing this, the weird hat's mouth twitched. No way, you are not even hiding it anymore, right? You want me to have a face-to-face talk with this room? I'll talk in yuan and hashtag yuan hashtag. If you leave within 10 hours, your mental illness won't be cured, Wu Feng kindly reminded, turning to open the door to leave. He planned to see what the JK girls were doing to pass the time. Watching Wu Feng leave, the weird hat felt lost in the room. A little earlier, in an office, Sunglasses sat casually on a luxurious sofa, while a woman in a long dress stood beside him. Didn't my dad already inform your school board? Why is the position of the psychological counselor still given to someone else? Sunglasses said with impatience and blame in his tone. Sorry, there's nothing we can do. Even though we made the written exam extremely difficult, we never expected that 2 people among them were incredibly knowledgeable, one even scored full marks. The woman in the long dress explained, filled with helplessness in her heart. Getting such a tiny salary for a month, having to work hard every day, being treated like a donkey. What is wrong with humanity? According to the rules, any score above 70 means we must admit them, and you know the rules cannot be violated. The woman in the long dress said with a bitter smile. I don't want to hear excuses. I just want to know if I can still become a psychological counselor? Sunglasses was not buying the woman's excuses. Yes, according to the rules, if a psychological counselor encounters an unexpected situation, we can recruit another to replace them. The woman said, and I have already sent someone to create an accident. Oh? Sunglasses became interested. Tell me your plan. I sent someone to pretend to have psychological issues and intentionally trouble those two. The woman in the long dress said. That's it? Sunglasses questioned. Also, I gave him an item with sealing capabilities. As everyone knows, the weird cannot be harmed or killed, but they can be sealed. Sealing is a very painful thing for the weird. It's like locking a person who cannot die in an Iron Maiden and throwing them into the deep sea. Hearing this, the girl in sunglasses smiled strangely, finding it intriguing. If Wu Feng were here to hear their conversation, he would only laugh boredly, jokingly asking, "Do you think the rebounding jacket is just an ornament?" The JK girl anxiously sat on the sofa, constantly picking at her nails. She somewhat hoped that the problematic students would weirdly come to her for consultation because the main quest was to collect 1,000 points, and the trial period for the psychological counselor was only 7 days, which meant only 700 points, making it impossible to complete the main quest. So she needed to help those psychologically troubled weird students to gather enough points. However, at the same time, she didn't want the weird students to come for consultation. After all, if an incident where someone stuffed their head into their backside happened, she wouldn't be able to bear it. Ding ding. The knock on the door instantly made the JK girl's heart race. She forced herself to calm down, walked over, opened the door, and smiled face to face with the weird person, inviting them in. She asked the weird visitor to sit down and then took a seat opposite them. She put on a brave face, desperately trying to hide the panic in her heart. "Hello, I am Wang Kiki. Could you tell me what brings you here today?" "What reason?" "Of course, someone sent me to cause trouble." "I have anger issues, teacher, I have anger issues," the weird visitor said. "The author daily asks for gifts. Everyone please send a free little gift. 4 gifts, the author can do anything." Chapter 23. I am best at treating anger issues. Anger symptoms? Speaking of anger issues, the image of a head stuck in a backside replayed in her mind again. Her body shivered slightly, uncontrollably due to fear. She knew she absolutely couldn't show cowardice or fear now, otherwise, something extremely terrible might happen. So what if it's anger issues? As long as she could calm the other person's emotions, not only would she be fine, but she would also receive 100 points and 200 strange coins as a luxurious reward. She took a deep breath, trying to think of some positive and optimistic things. Bang! The loud clap of hands on the table instantly shattered the confidence she had built up. The weird visitor glared fiercely at the JK girl. He was here to cause trouble. All he had to do was put on an act and, after bursting into rage, use a weird tool on the JK girl. "Why are you staring at me? Is it because you look down on me?" the weird visitor shouted angrily. The JK girl's breath hitched, and she panicked in an instant. Is this what a person with anger issues is like? So terrifying, really terrifying. What should she say next? The JK girl knew that she definitely couldn't say the wrong thing next, otherwise, this angry visitor might do something that would be much worse than sticking her head in a backside. What should she say? What should she say? Watching the weird visitor's expression grow more ferocious, the JK girl's mind went nearly blank, frantically reminding herself. Think of a way to say something. Bang! The weird visitor slammed both hands on the table, his face twisted with rage while secretly rebelling inside. The plan was going smoothly. First, fight, then use the sealing tool. Perfect. Are you really going to discriminate against anger issues? Oh? You have anger issues? A voice came in from the doorway. I'm quite skilled at treating anger issues. A gentle voice echoed in the room. Wu Feng pushed the door open and walked in. He originally just wanted to drop by and chat, not expecting to encounter such a good thing. As soon as he entered, he found a person with anger issues. Seeing the JK girl's expression of not wanting to continue the treatment, Wu Feng directly took it as her agreeing to let him take over this patient. The rhythm was interrupted by a strange knock at the door, a little annoying. He was about to fight this psychological counselor, and now they had interrupted him? He turned to look at Wu Feng, and upon noticing that Wu Feng was also the target of this trip, the annoyance in his heart faded somewhat, even bringing a hint of excitement. Maybe he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Are you good at treating irritability? The strange knock asked, looking Wu Feng up and down. Treatment? What a joke. It's not that the strange knock looked down on Wu Feng. My irritability is fake. Even with your miraculous skills, you couldn't possibly cure my irritability. Little did he know, not long ago, someone else had identical thoughts. Alright, I'll give you a chance to treat me. If you can't cure me, I will explode. Don't worry, I guarantee a quick cure, Wu Feng said. Then let's get started. You only have 1 chance. This room doesn't have my treatment tools, so please come to my room, Wu Feng gestured invitingly. Of course, no problem. Just moving to another room. If the treatment fails, he could just get angry. The strange knock followed Wu Feng's gesture into his office, and the JK girl walked in behind them. In the room, the hat-wearing strange one was staring blankly at the wall, and when he noticed the strange knock, there was an indescribable feeling in his eyes. There was both sympathy and excitement. You should go to the next room for treatment. That room, under my influence, has also gained miraculous healing skills. The hat-wearing strange one remained silent. Wow, you really think I'm a fool? Damn it, go. Just go. The strange knock looked at the hat-wearing strange one with confusion as he walked into the JK girl's office. What? He thought something was off, that guy had been far too obedient, despite such rude demands. But the next moment, he realized why. Because Wu Feng invited him to sit down and gave him a jolt of electric treatment. What the hell? What's going on? Did I almost die just now? Am I still alive? Looking at the smoke filling the room, the JK girl's mouth was wide open, as if she could fit a whole egg inside. What's happening? Could it be that Wu Feng injured the strange knock? But how could that be possible? Strangeness cannot be harmed or killed. This is an unchangeable law. Humanity has developed for so many years, summarizing laws through endless trials and errors. Yet, if no harm was done, then what was this smoke floating around? Special effects? That conclusion is even more absurd. The door was still open, and the thick smoke floated out with the airflow. The strange knock came to his senses and slapped the sofa, feeling no fear despite the electric shock. No other reason but the sealing tool in his hand. You can hurt me? But that's just harm. This sealing tool in my hand can seal you right up. Kid, your treatment is completely useless. He pulled out a square object, and a surge of dark energy rose around him. You've angered me. The square object emitted a faint blue ghostly light. At the doorway, Mediterranean team leader stuck his head out, and just one glance made his watching eyes turn tense. It was a natural fear of sealing-type strange tools. When he came out of his office, he saw the wisps of smoke drifting, drawn by curiosity, but never expected to see this scene. What on earth did Wu Feng do to make this guy so mad that he pulled out a sealing-type strange tool? Friend, there's no need to use sealing-type props. The Mediterranean pressed down his inner fear and spoke word by word, whatever it is, we can solve it slowly. The knocking sound ignored the Mediterranean completely, filled only with the joy of his task about to be halfway completed within him. After dealing with this man in front of him, he would then deal with this woman. Perfect. The Mediterranean let out a sigh of regret. Damn, Wu Feng is really unlucky, facing a tough challenge on his first day at work, something he had never encountered in all his time here. The JK girl felt this sinister force and only sensed her legs going weak, as if both her legs and her sphincter had lost all strength in that instant. Her body softened, collapsing helplessly onto the ground. Chapter 24, The Woman in a Long Skirt Needs Treatment. Sealing-type strange props? It's not that Wu Feng looks down on such props, it's just that anyone who is a bit afraid does not give the rainbow-colored strange props any face. Core ability of the Rebound Cloak 2, Absolute Immunity. Absolute immunity can completely resist any type of damage and sealing effects caused by any unit, including but not limited to physical damage, mental damage, curse damage, etc., usable up to 10 times a week. Moreover, there's another point that is very important. That is, the Wu Feng in front of him is not his true self. At this moment, his true self is in a corner of a room, chuckling to himself. To be fair, controlling a clone remotely is really enjoyable. If the next game could provide a cheat like a safe house, that would be even better. After finishing charging the ceiling strange props, a soft blue light suddenly burst forth. Along with the blue light, 4 pieces of square prop fragments split off and flew outward. The 4 fragments quickly came around Wu Feng, and in an instant, 4 iron spikes shot out from the fragments, piercing straight towards his body. As they stabbed toward him, several tentacles also extended from the fragments, reaching to bind Wu Feng. The situation that the knocking strange had anticipated, where the body would be pierced and bound by the tentacles, did not happen. The iron spikes and tentacles hovered just 5 centimeters away from Wu Feng, unable to move in even a millimeter. Wu Feng stood still, merely smiling at the knocking strange. At this moment, the whole place became silent enough to hear a pin drop. The knocking strange stared at the scene before him, his eyes shifting quickly from shock to fear. Impossible, this cannot be. How could this happen? This is a purple-level ceiling prop, how could Wu Feng be completely unaffected? It's an illusion, I must be seeing things. If this is not an illusion, then everything is too absurd. The JK girl, who was almost about to wet herself, suddenly revived, her eyes were filled with admiration. This is absolutely insane, facing a purple-type ceiling prop with no effect at all. The Mediterranean scratched his remaining 3 hairs on his head, even pulling one out. Normally, he would be screaming in agony. It's just that right now. His reaction resembles that of the knocking strange. Could it be that there's something wrong with my perception? Or am I just dreaming? This is impossible. You shouldn't be unaffected by the ceiling prop at all. The knocking strange's mentality exploded in an instant, screaming in anger, unwilling to accept the reality before him. He thought he was a king, but it turns out he was just a clown. The sinister energy of the purple ceiling prop gradually faded, and the iron spikes and tentacles retracted back into the fragments, which then reassembled into one square before flying back into the knocking strange's hand. Wu Feng did not answer the strange question at the door but gently spoke up, "Friend, my treatment isn't useless, it just needs a few more rounds. Trust me, I'm quite skilled at treating irritability." Before the strange guest could say anything else, Wu Feng, holding an electric wire, jabbed it in, forcing the words back into the stranger's stomach. Watching the blood bar on the stranger's head begin to drop, Wu Feng slowly used a wooden stick to knock the strange tool out of the stranger's hands and then picked it up. The information about the sealed strange tool appeared before him. Strange tool name, for symbol sealing box. Quality, purple. Description, a cube with a side length of 10 centimeters, the material resembles both metal and bone. Core ability, after consuming a certain amount of strange currency to activate, it will split into 4 pieces, each with spikes and tentacles to bind the enemy. If binding is successful, the 4 fragments will close in. After closing, escape will be impossible unless the player agrees to it. Consider this the fee for your first treatment. Looking at the information above, Wu Feng nodded in satisfaction, barely considering it a decent item. After another round of treatment, the strange guest's irritability had clearly improved a lot. At least they no longer shouted and glared at Wu Feng with an air of superiority. You, listen to me. After 2 rounds of electric shocks, the strange guest's speech was already quite slurred. "I'm not someone you can provoke." "Oh?" Wu Feng stroked his chin and said, "It seems your irritability is quite stubborn, let's have another round of treatment." Hearing the word treatment, the strange guest shivered. "Spare me, my brother. I'm guilty, I'll reorganize my words before I speak. Alright, brother, my irritability is really cured, please don't electrocute me anymore." The strange guest said, "I have people behind me. Too much electrocution is not good for either of us." The strange guest hinted, mentioning that there were people behind him, pointing above. Implying that the person above him was someone formidable, someone Wu Feng could never provoke. Wu Feng did not correct the strange guest's riddle-like behavior with words but without hesitation activated the electric treatment to correct it. After a flash of electricity and sparks, the strange guest's gaze became clearer, and they stopped pretending to be a riddle person. "I have a bunch of bastards behind me who sent me to harm you." The strange guest directly kneeled on the ground, hugging Wu Feng's thigh, crying and speaking. "It's..." The strange guest wanted to say something but thought Wu Feng wouldn't know the name of the woman in the long dress, so they changed their words. "It's that woman in the long dress. She gave me a sealing tool to find an opportunity to seal you up. She specifically instructed me not to reveal it was her who wanted to act." "Long dress woman?" Hearing these words, the Mediterranean's heart jolted. Wu Feng and his companion did not know what the long dress woman represented, but the Mediterranean was very clear. Every decision made by the long dress woman directly obeyed the school board. How could these 2 new psychological counselors offend the boards of the school? Damn it, this was an unexpected massive bombshell. "Quickly give up and resign, Wu Feng, you are facing the ultimate boss of our school. Wu Feng, listen to your brother's advice, hurry and meet the long dress woman to do what needs to be done." Although he knew the long dress woman represented the board, he couldn't say it out loud. Being able to remind them was already an act of great kindness. Hopefully, Wu Feng could understand the meaning behind his words. "It is time to meet." Wu Feng agreed wholeheartedly with the Mediterranean's words. Hearing this, the Mediterranean nodded with relief. Fortunately, Wu Feng understood the meaning behind his words. Exactly, going to admit defeat and resign is much better than being suddenly sealed here, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. I suspect that the woman in the long dress has her own problems. It's time to meet her and give her some treatment. Wu Feng gazed at the Mediterranean, his eyes clear, and said each word firmly. The Mediterranean was still lost in the thought of admitting defeat, completely unaware of what Wu Feng had said. He echoed, "Yeah, a meeting for some treatment." Halfway through, he realized something was off. "Wait, what did you just say?" "The author daily requests gifts, everyone please send a free gift." For a gift, the author can do anything. Chapter 25, I will beat you until your negative energy is exhausted, directly causing a crash. You want to meet for some treatment? Do you know what it means to seek your own death? Lead the way. Wu Feng yanked the bizarre head of the door knocker and flung him outside while saying. The bizarre door knocker looked confused as he stared at Wu Feng. Wait, bro, are you really that bold? The woman in the long dress is backed by the school's board members. You're just going to charge in? What are you hesitating for? Wu Feng pushed the bizarre door knocker and said, hurry up and lead the way. Hearing this, the bizarre door knocker felt a surge of joy. Once they reached the long dress woman, not only would he be safe, but this damn psychologist would probably face a lot of trouble. Are you going to join me for some treatment? Wu Feng turned to the Mediterranean. No, no, no. The Mediterranean was scared, repeatedly retreating. If you want to seek death, don't drag me into it, I don't want to be sealed. I'll go with you. The JK girl said, stretching her neck, either way, it's a knife. Damn it, explode with her. Meanwhile, in the office. It has been so long, still, the matter isn't finished? The sunglasses-wearing bazaar was becoming somewhat impatient. Clearly possessing a ceiling-type bazaar item, yet the task seemed to take so long. Please don't be anxious, things need to be done with a name to justify the actions. The woman in the long dress began to explain, doing it this way will make it both convincing and watertight. If they just sealed Wu Feng and the other without a word, it might lead to unnecessary trouble. Rest assured, although it's taken a bit longer, you can trust us to do things reliably and securely. He has no chance of escaping. The sunglasses-wearing bazaar thought, isn't that just nonsense? With a ceiling-type item, how could that guy possibly get away? Say something useful, when can your subordinate return? The sunglasses-wearing bazaar asked. They should be back soon, let me contact them. The woman in the long dress had just finished speaking when a knocking sound came to her ears. Then, a familiar voice followed. I'm back. Hearing that voice, the woman in the long dress felt slightly relieved. Finally, this ancestor had finished the task. The task is complete. The woman in the long dress looked at the sunglasses-wearing bazaar. The sunglasses-wearing bazaar had no particular change in expression, he merely nodded coldly to acknowledge he understood. Come in. The woman in the long dress said. The sound of the doorknob turning was heard, and the bazaar door knocker peeked in with an embarrassed smile. Since the task is complete, hand over the sealing item to me. As the door opened wider, Wu Feng and the JK girl's faces appeared in the line of sight of the woman in the long dress. Seeing Wu Feng's face, her expression grew serious as she looked at the awkwardly smiling door knocker. I told you to seal them, not to bring them here directly. What are you doing? The bazaar door knocker naturally understood the meaning behind the woman in the long dress's expression, but he too was left with no choice. This guy Wu Feng was completely a monster. Electroshock therapy is truly terrifying. The normally expressionless sunglasses monster showed interest upon seeing this scene. This psychologist was actually able to escape from the guy with the sealing tool. And it seemed he had even turned the tables? Indeed, he was quite a character. Wu Feng kicked away the knock-on monster blocking his path and entered the room. Long time no see, he said to the woman in a long dress as he found a chair and sat down. The JK girl nervously followed behind Wu Feng, like a maid. Useless. The woman in the long dress glanced back at the knock-on monster that had fallen on its face. You can't even do such a simple thing right. The knock-on monster stood up with a pitiful look, not daring to say a word. The woman in the long dress ignored Wu Feng, since she was already here, there was no need to put on an act. Besides, she needed to quickly make up for her mistakes. Go close the door, the woman in the long dress commanded. The knock-on monster obediently did as told. Give me the sealing tool, the woman in the long dress commanded the knock-on monster once more. This time, the knock-on monster stood still, not moving. There was no choice, the tool was taken by Wu Feng and was no longer in its hands. If I wanted to give it to you, I would have to ask Wu Feng if he agrees. Seeing the knock-on monster unmoved, the woman in the long dress urged again, give me the tool. Are you looking for this? A gentle voice echoed in the room, all eyes turned to Wu Feng, except for the knock-on monster, who wished it could dig itself into a hole. To be precise, they were focused on Wu Feng's hand. He held out one hand in front of his chest, carrying a square, eerie tool emitting a ghostly glow. Interesting. The sunglasses monster found the scene even more intriguing. It would truly be a shame for such a talent to not be taken as one's own servant. The woman in the long dress, however, did not find this scene interesting at all. Who would have thought, who would have thought? Not only did she fail to seal Wu Feng, but the sealing tool was also seized by someone else? However, the woman in the long dress chuckled lightly. With a bit of strength, he didn't know his own surname and dared to come here directly. Even if Wu Feng had the sealing tool, the woman in the long dress still had confidence that she could exhaust Wu Feng's energy and put him into a deadlock. Just as she was about to make a move, the voice of the sunglasses monster echoed from behind her. Don't be angry, we can talk slowly about anything. The sunglasses monster's eyes darted back and forth between Wu Feng and the woman in the long dress. The woman in the long dress observed the expression of the sunglasses monster and quickly understood what was going on. The sunglasses monster valued talent. Upon realizing this, the woman in the long dress instantly understood what she needed to do. Play the bad cop. The so-called bad cop is strict, critical, and puts on pressure. In simpler terms, it means creating trouble to highlight the strengths of the sunglasses monster. The woman in the long dress had done this many times and could do it without hesitation. Talk slowly? The woman in the long dress stared directly at Wu Feng and said, "This guy actually dared to snatch my sealing tool. I could directly beat him until his Yin energy is exhausted, and then seal him away." The snatching of the sealing tool was just an excuse. The real purpose was to put pressure on Wu Feng. The woman in the long dress stepped forward, her Yin energy crazily pressing down on the seated Wu Feng. The author daily asks for gifts. Everyone can send a free little gift. The author can do anything for gifts. Chapter 26, My sword is also not weak. There are some poison points. It is recommended to read without thinking. Hey, it's just a strange tool, there's no need to get so worked up. The sunglasses weird stood up from the sofa and walked over to the woman in the long dress. Little brother, I don't know what skills you have, but I advise you, this lady's abilities are not to be underestimated. As soon as the words of sunglasses weird fell, the woman in the long dress unleashed her ghost realm. The entire room began to change. The wall instantly cracked and aged, and in an instant, the peeling wall dust fell down incessantly. Within the room, several blue flames suddenly ignited out of thin air, turning even the originally bright windows pitch black. Outside the windows, there was no sunlight and no scenery at all. The JK girl, who was trying to act strong, suddenly became timid again, her face ashen, and she could only grip Wu Feng's shoulder tightly to keep from falling. I really like this boy, do me a favor and let him go. The tone of sunglasses weird became a bit heavier. It can be done, but we cannot let her taking my sealing tool go unpunished. The woman in the long dress did not release her ghost realm. She needed to further apply pressure on Wu Feng. Only when Wu Feng felt despair would he truly cherish the olive branch thrown by Sunglasses Weird. Then what do you want? Sunglasses Weird asked. If you want me to drop the matter, that's fine, but I need compensation. The woman in the long dress applied further pressure. I need him to compensate me 7,000 ghost coins. My noble sealing tool is not something just anyone can casually touch. The woman in the long dress dared to be so reckless, first because of her absolute confidence in her own strength, and second, because of the school board behind her. So even if Wu Feng later grew up following Sunglasses Weird, she still had no reason to fear anything. Sunglasses Weird did not speak again but looked at Wu Feng's expression. If fear appeared in Wu Feng's eyes, as if seeking help, then he would ensure the woman in the long dress get not a single cent of compensation. If Wu Feng's eyes showed defiance, then they could negotiate about the compensation. After all, he was trying to tame only a dog. How could a dog possess sharpness and defiance? Wu Feng remained seated, playing with the sealing strange tool in his hand. His eyes held no fear, as if he were looking at a clown with mockery. Although the power of the strange beings could crush humans, their cunning could not be compared with humans. This kind of red face and white face trick was really too childish. At most, it could only frighten someone like the JK girl, and even the suited man and the long-haired girl were not afraid of it. Noticing Wu Feng's attitude, Sunglasses Weird said nothing. His meaning was clear: continue to apply pressure, and he did not believe Wu Feng would not yield. No, I changed my mind. I need him to compensate me 10,000 ghost coins. The woman in the long dress spoke again, her eyes fixed on Wu Feng, a surge of dark energy rushing toward him. Under the pressure of this dark energy, the JK girl began to tremble all over and cast a pleading look at Sunglasses Weird. We don't have that many ghost coins. The JK girl spoke, like a little deer with no way out. Please, help us. Upon hearing the JK girl's words, the mockery in Wu Feng's eyes vanished. Although he understood that people tended to instinctively fear in the face of crisis, this did not prevent Wu Feng from disliking the girl's behavior. It was truly ridiculous to seek help from a strange being driven by fear. Noticing the look of fear on Wu Feng's companion's face, as well as the mockery disappearing from Wu Feng's face, the sunglasses-wearing figure spoke slowly and oddly. Your compensation request is a bit excessive. Though they were wrong to snatch your items, your demands are really too harsh. Harsh? I didn't even demand their lives, that's already quite generous. The woman's voice was still chillingly cold. The man in sunglasses glanced at Wu Feng first, then spoke in a gentle tone. I find these two quite appealing, why not give me some face? The oppressive aura around the woman in the long dress lessened a bit. She spoke, her tone much more pleasant than before. Since you're asking, I'll give you face. How much do you say they should pay? 1,000. The sunglasses-wearing figure extended one finger as he spoke. How about 1,000 ghost coins? Since you put it that way, I won't bargain with you. Let's go with 1,000 ghost coins. Playing the villain this far meant it was time to back off. Ignoring this would ruin the mystery of the man in sunglasses. Upon hearing the number 1,000 ghost coins, the JK girl sighed in relief. Although she didn't have 1,000 ghost coins, Wu Feng's words were definitely trustworthy. Thank you, thank you. The JK girl's gratitude rushed out like beans spilling from a bag, her eyes brimming with appreciation. The dilapidated scene in the room faded away, slowly transforming back to its original state. The burning flames and aging walls seemed like a mere illusion. Boss. The JK girl looked at Wu Feng, her tone full of joy as if she had survived a disaster. We made it safely. We only need to pay 1,000 ghost coins. After the JK girl's excited voice, there was silence from Wu Feng. Quiet, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone's gaze turned towards the silent Wu Feng. I don't agree. Wu Feng's cold voice stirred ripples in the quiet atmosphere. Just a random reason, a little bit of eerie aura, and a few words, and I should hand over 1,000 ghost coins along with the purple level sealed item I gained? What a joke. Upon hearing this, the JK girl felt an overwhelming panic inside her. Big brother, we were about to be safe. Just relent a little. She immediately spoke softly in an attempt to persuade him. Wu Feng, are you reluctant to part with the ghost coins? But money is nothing more than a material thing. With your abilities, 1,000 ghost coins can be earned in just one dungeon. Wu Feng remained silent and did not speak. I know you're a true genius. Giving in to these eerie beings is something you dislike, but you haven't fully grown up yet. Now is definitely not the time to let your emotions get the better of you. That figure over there possesses a ghost territory, we have no chance of winning. Wu Feng ignored the JK girl's incessant chatter, looking at the woman in the long dress and the sunglasses wearing figure with disdain. I will not pay 1,000 ghost coins, nor will I return the stolen sealed item. The JK girl was stunned. What nonsense is this guy saying? Did you not say you would drain my eerie energy and make me die from it? Wu Feng spread his arms, his eyes filled with contempt. Then come at me. Congratulations, player has unlocked the achievement, my sword is not without its use. My sword is not without its use, draw your sword against the eerie beings. The author daily requests gifts, everyone please send a little free gift, the author can do anything for gifts. Chapter 27, Stop acting cool, come save me. Hearing Wu Feng's arrogant voice, the man in sunglasses felt like laughing. Such unyielding audacity is truly laughable. In that instant, he completely lost interest in Wu Feng. He turned and glanced at the woman in the long dress, silently retreating back to the sofa to sit down. The meaning was crystal clear, you can act at will from here. Noticing this signal, the woman in the long dress didn't waste words. She didn't have the habit of talking endlessly to her enemies. The ghostly trap unfolded again, as bluish flames burned up out of thin air, the scorching heat far exceeding just now. The walls aged and cracked, as if something wanted to crawl out from within. The woman in the long dress did not intend to hold back, when she struck, she gave it her all, as the saying goes. Underestimate the opponent psychologically, but take them seriously in battle. The woman in the long dress stepped forward, the sound of her high heels striking the ground echoed. The cracked, aged wall instantly transformed into distorted large mouths, and terrifying wails erupted from them. Furthermore, countless strands of hair gushed out from the large mouths towards Wu Feng, wrapping around him in an instant like a spider spinning its web. Soon after, the flames burning in midair converged on Wu Feng, igniting him and the hair strands together. The JK girl collapsed to the ground with a thud, the surrounding scene causing the tense string of her heart to snap completely. Endless strands of hair and the large mouths wailing like hell. It's over. Wu Feng wasn't truly strange, he would probably be dead soon. However, even in such a situation, the woman in the long dress did not stop her attack. She pulled out a bizarre prop shaped like a skull from her bosom and pointed it at Wu Feng. Whav! A chilling sound echoed, flames igniting in the eye sockets of the skull. This was a kind of mental attack type of weird prop. Binding, damage, and mental attack all unleashed at once. The woman in the long dress believed that even if a god came, they would have to behave honestly after experiencing this set. The sunglass-wearing weird fellow looked at this smooth little combo and nodded in admiration. If it weren't for being the spokesperson of the school board, he would really want to recruit this woman. Bound, burned, and attacked mentally, Wu Feng only felt a bit bored at this moment. Protected by the counterattack coat, he hadn't suffered a bit of damage at all. The reason he held back was entirely because he was waiting to see if the woman in the long dress had any more lethal attacks. After all, besides the core ability of his counteraction coat, number 3. Core function 3, who can kill me? Who can kill me? The host will be locked for 10 minutes during the second before death, within which the host will suffer no damage, and the damage caused will increase tenfold. After 10 minutes, the effect disappears, and the host dies. Except for this explosive attack, there was also the core ability number 1. Core ability 1, Absolute Rebound. Absolute Rebound can completely rebound any damage caused by any unit, including physical damage, mental damage, curse damage, etc., and the amount of damage rebounded depends on how many weird coins are spent, with a maximum of 10 uses per week. In summary, Wu Feng was now somewhat like a strong patient. The more he was attacked, the more powerful his damage became. No, to be exact, it was even more perverse than Wan Hao. Your attack is powerful, but the next second it will belong to me, and I can return it doubled. Confirming that there were no more attacks coming. Humph. In the fierce burning flames, a cold snort emanated. The next second, the flames extinguished, the hair vanished. Faced with this sudden situation, the woman in the long dress instinctively took a step back, murmuring to herself, this inexplicable disappearance of attack was beyond her understanding. How is this possible? How is this possible? Wu Feng chuckled softly. Even more incredible things were yet to come. He waved his hand, and the hair that had originally disappeared reappeared, but this time the target was no longer Wu Feng. It was the woman in the long dress. Her silky hair surged like waves towards the woman in the long dress, tightly binding her. The woman in the long dress tried to wrest back control, but it was all in vain. What's going on? What on earth is happening? What have you done? The woman in the long dress shouted at Wu Feng, her calm demeanor shattered. I know you're shocked, but don't rush to be shocked, because there's something even more intense coming next. The woman in the long dress felt strange hearing Wu Feng's cryptic words. What did that mean? When a fireball appeared, she instantly understood. The blazing flames enveloped her in an instant. Even more surprising was that the flames, which were only supposed to dispel negative energy, were now destroying her very body. Ah! The ghostly trickery vanished. Feeling her life ebbing away in the burning flames, the woman in the long dress finally understood what fear truly was. She finally realized what kind of monster she was battling against. Help me, my lord, save me. The woman in the long dress desperately stretched out her palm towards the bizarre figure in sunglasses. However, the bizarre figure in sunglasses was not too concerned. After all, in his understanding, the woman in the long dress would merely exhaust her negative energy and fall into a state of shutdown under such an attack. He never considered that the woman in the long dress would lose her ghostly life because of this. What's there to panic about? It's just a shutdown, what's so alarming about that? The bizarre figure in sunglasses scolded. The woman in the long dress, %UN #@ asterisk and %. Damn it, it's not you who's burning, is it? I'm about to burn to death here, and you're still pretending to be cool. My lord, Shut up. The bizarre figure in sunglasses impatiently interrupted the woman in the long dress, turning to Wu Feng instead. I see your strength is not bad, I'll stop hiding things. Are you interested in working with me? The woman in the long dress was still howling in agony amidst the flames. Her life was almost depleted, unable to even speak coherently. Could you keep it down? The bizarre figure in sunglasses turned back, annoyed. Through the strands of hair, he could see that the woman's body was charred and broken from the flames. This seems a bit off. Normally, the woman in the long dress shouldn't look like this, right? Are you okay? The bizarre figure in sunglasses asked. The bindings formed by her hair began to fade, and the flames gradually extinguished. When everything disappeared, the bizarre figure in sunglasses found that the woman in the long dress had vanished along with the hair and flames. No, it wasn't that she had completely disappeared. A few strands of dust fell to the floor of the room. The author daily seeks gifts. Everyone send a little free gift. 4 gifts. The author can do anything. Chapter 28. I'm sorry for not entertaining you fully. The woman in the long dress disappeared? Is that right? Is this normal? The usually aloof bizarre figure in sunglasses suddenly felt a wave of panic. This isn't right? Is this not normal? The JK girl felt her heart racing like a roller coaster, up and down, up and down. That was a bizarre creature that had awakened its ghostly powers, and you just resolved it so easily? It seems you may have killed this bizarre creature? Incredible, truly incredible. This matter was unheard of. Big guy, you're actually that strong. She grabbed Wu Feng's sleeve, exclaiming in admiration. With her various hormones wildly surging, she felt an impulsive urge to have something happen with Wu Feng. Wu Feng didn't respond to the JK girl's exclamation but instead walked step by step towards the bizarre figure in sunglasses, saying, "Work with you? Do you even deserve it?" What? Hearing Wu Feng's words, the bizarre figure in sunglasses, in a fit of anger. He sat back down on the sofa beside him. He never expected that Wu Feng's combat ability could be so fierce, to the point of being able to kill a strange being. Although he seemed calm on the surface, his heart was still somewhat tense. In terms of combat power, he was even inferior to the woman in the long dress. The woman in the long dress treated him with utmost respect solely because of his higher status. Your strength is indeed astonishing. The sunglasses-wearing strange being chose to speak the truth. I never thought you actually had the ability to kill. But I still am not afraid of you. I have a golden defensive item. If you only use those kinds of methods from before, you won't be able to break my defense at all. The sunglasses-wearing strange being observed Wu Feng's expression, speaking each word clearly. Let me go, and I can pretend nothing happened. Can't break your defense? A skull instantly appeared in Wu Feng's hand, his eyes bursting with flames. Boom! A mental attack surged toward the sunglasses-wearing strange being. With Wu Feng spending 2,000 strange coins for reinforcement, this attack was twice as strong as before. The sunglasses-wearing strange being sat still, completely confident in his defensive strange item. An orange-yellow translucent glow appeared in the depths of the sunglasses-wearing strange being, and the mental attack from the skull struck this translucent glow without causing even a ripple, vanishing completely. Useless. The sunglasses-wearing strange being had just finished this sentence when he felt something was off. Suddenly, his mind became dizzy, and a piercing pain erupted from deep within his brain. The true damage effect brought about by data-based life. True damage: the player's attack will definitely cause damage, ignoring all defensive measures. Even if the opponent successfully blocks, damage will still be inflicted. Ignoring defense, ignoring resistance, it will surely cause damage. Although it was true damage, it still only had 10% effectiveness. Wu Feng did not waste time, pulling out his pistol and throwing knives, and immediately started attacking with both hands. Then something extremely funny happened. Clearly, Wu Feng shooting was like child's play, and throwing knives seemed ridiculous. But whether it was the thrown knives or bullets, they all hit 100% of the time. Even when he missed, various coincidences occurred to still hit the sunglasses-wearing strange being. Constant damage popped up next to the sunglasses-wearing strange being's health bar on his head. Although each damage was not particularly high, Wu Feng's attack speed was very fast. By the time the sunglasses-wearing strange being regained his senses from the mental shock, his health bar had dropped by nearly 1/5. Along with the drop in health, he also suffered damage to his body. His left leg was already shaky, almost ready to fall off from his body. Hit them in the thigh first, fearing he might run away. What kind of monster is this? I possess a golden defensive strange item, how can you break my defense? Isn't that too absurd? The sunglasses-wearing strange being had two choices before him. One was to attack Wu Feng, and the other was to dodge and escape. The thought of attacking vanished the moment it appeared. He still vividly remembered the horror of the woman in the long dress. So the only option left was to dodge and flee. After making his plan, he quickly started to evade. While dodging, he discovered a serious problem. Damn it, these bullets seemed to have eyes, always hitting him no matter how he tried to dodge. No matter how he escaped, or how Wu Feng shot. He had just clearly seen that Wu Feng was not aiming at him, yet the bullet inexplicably hit his leg. Yes, the bullets hit his own legs every time. There was even a crazier situation where the bullets could take an S-shaped route in the air, hitting him. An S-shape. Damn, could it have an attribute of guaranteed hits? With such terrifying accuracy, before the sunglasses weird even approached the window, his legs had already lost the ability to move. Until he saw Wu Feng shooting with his back to him, but the bullets still uniquely landed on his body. Sunglasses Weird suddenly smiled in relief. How did you do that? Sunglasses Weird didn't beg for mercy but asked with doubt. Although their positions were different, and just a moment ago Sunglasses Weird wanted to trick Wu Feng. But Wu Feng still liked his fearless personality. He did not hide it but honestly said, I'm using a hack. A hack? Sunglasses Weird certainly didn't believe such a ridiculous excuse. Ha, how laughable. Is this just a casual excuse to brush me off? You're truly terrifyingly strong, Sunglasses Weird sighed. Have you been toying with me like a game, without going all out? He reached this conclusion entirely because of Wu Feng's actions that shocked him. For example, he could inflict substantial harm on him. For example, he could still hurt him through the golden defensive items. For example, he returned all the moves of the woman in the long skirt. For example, the laughable manner of shooting and throwing knives, yet with a 100% hit rate. However, Wu Feng, who could perform such miracles, actually inflicted very little damage each time he hit him. Isn't this just playing with him? Sigh. Today, seeing this guy. Indeed, it's like a mayfly facing the sky, ridiculous and unaware of its own limits. I'm truly sorry for not letting you enjoy yourself, Sunglasses Weird said self-deprecatingly, his voice steady and relieved, without tremors of fear. Although many dreams and ambitions remain unfulfilled, to die at the hands of a strong person like you is also an honor. Sunglasses Weird opened his arms, a smile on his lips. Just kill me in one blow. Wu Feng fell silent. This guy seemed to have imagined something extraordinary. He looked at his remaining health, thinking that it was impossible to take away 1/3 of his health in a single hit. The author daily asks for gifts, everyone send a little free gift. For gifts, the author can do anything. Chapter 29 I have drifted half my life, only to regret. Although this Sunglasses Weird had prepared himself to be cut in half by Wu Feng in one blow, Wu Feng indeed did not have that capability. Wu Feng did not explain anything, he just raised his hand and fired a shot. Ah! Sunglasses Weird let out a wail. Don't humiliate me anymore, just kill me directly. Bang, bang. Wu Feng continued to shoot slowly, shot by shot. The pain of each shot pierced into flesh made Sunglasses Weird lose the calmness of opening his arms to accept death. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly thought of something. Wu Feng's strength was undoubtedly strong. So why didn't Wu Feng directly kill him but shot him, bit by bit, causing him harm? Was it simply for amusement, or was Wu Feng just a mental case? Sunglasses Weird looked at Wu Feng's face. It didn't seem like it. Was it possible? A thought rose in Sunglasses Weird's mind. Could it be that he, out of an appreciation for talent, wanted to take Wu Feng as his dog, and Wu Feng could also want to take him as a dog for the same reason? As he thought of this, Sunglasses Weird felt as though a path had opened up in his body, and he felt completely refreshed. What is the premise of being someone else's dog? According to Sunglasses Weird's logic, it was to not be unruly, to not have sharpness. Wait a moment. Sunglasses Weird shouted in a strange high voice, his gaze firmly fixed on Wu Feng's eyes. Out of respect, Wu Feng stopped shooting and asked, "Do you have any last words to say?" Sunglasses Weird pressed his hands on the sofa, forcing himself to stand up. Looking at this posture, Wu Feng found it a bit interesting. There was a feeling that even though I might die today, I still held the spirit of the king of Western Shu. There are quite a few tough guys in the weirdness. My lord. Sunglasses Weird suddenly kneeled on the ground with a thud, a flattering smile across his face. Wu Feng. What is this guy's situation? My lord, your might is truly unparalleled, handsome and graceful. I really admire you. I have wandered for half my life, and I regret never having met a strong person like you. If you don't mind, I am willing to serve you as my master. What the hell? Just now I was thinking this guy was Xiang Yu. Turns out you are actually Lu Bu, a servant of 3 surnames, cough cough. After Sunglasses Weird said this, he didn't stop his actions but decisively took off the ring on his hand and respectfully handed it over. This golden item is my first gift to you. Whether you accept me as your servant or not, this gift is yours. Although the temptation of the golden weird item is indeed good, if I kill you, then this weird item will be mine. Seeing Wu Feng's expression unchanged, Sunglasses Weird gritted his teeth and took out another item. This is a special type of weird item. There is no rank, but it has a very powerful function. Sunglasses Weird explained, it can sign a master-servant contract. Sunglasses Weird respectfully raised it above his head. Wu Feng walked over and picked it up. A pop-up about the weird item appeared in front of him. Weird item name, Contract of Submission. Rank, Special. Description, a book covered in the skin of some creature, with a blood-colored gem on the cover, and inner pages made of human skin. Core ability 1, this book can establish a master-servant contract. Once successfully established, the servant cannot disobey any commands from the master. Disobedience will cause the soul to burn with pain that lasts until obedience is achieved. Usage method, the master writes their name on the title page, and the servant, must be voluntary, writes their name in the book. Core ability 2, the master can contact the servant at any time through this item. This thing is indeed good. Sunglasses Weird's identity and status should not be low, having such a servant is a treasure not to be missed. Very good, actually I have always admired you, everything just now was simply a test. Wu Feng said, his face unchanged, heart steady. The servant is foolish, I reacted for a long time to such an obvious hint. If you were not admiring me, you would have kicked me to death like a wild dog on the roadside. Sunglasses Weird said with adoration, flattering effortlessly. Wu Feng grabbed a pen from the table and wrote his name on the title page. He handed the book to Sunglasses Weird, who obediently wrote his name as well. Flames burned brightly above the names of both of them. Wu Feng felt a faint connection tying the two together. The contract has been created. Large characters appeared in the center of the book. From now on, you will be my master. Sunglasses Weird was overjoyed, knowing that following such a powerful guy meant a boundless future for himself. Don't call me master, just call me directly. Stumped on what to call himself, Wu Feng pondered for a moment. Drifter? Captain? Traveler? Sea Chen? Or should I say, Master of Recovery? Just call me Brother Feng. After thinking for a while, Wu Feng finally decided to add a brother to his name. Good, Brother Feng. The sunglasses girl oddly did not object, allowing him to call her whatever he liked. Introduce yourself. Li Qian, you can just call me Xiao Qian. After chatting a bit more, Wu Feng decided to let Li Qian focus on her recovery for now, and they could gradually communicate more later when the opportunity arose. Leaving the room, the JK girl closely followed behind Wu Feng, her eyes revealing tension and fear. Their personalities clashed, and if they acted together, the JK girl would only hold Wu Feng back. You can go back first, I still have some other matters to attend to, Wu Feng said. The JK girl wanted to say something, but in the end, she just nodded, okay. Wu Feng did not linger, turning to leave. Watching Wu Feng's back, the JK girl felt a bit regretful. If she hadn't kept persuading him back then, would there have been a different outcome now? Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world, she sighed helplessly. Next, Wu Feng naturally needed to gather 1,000 points. It seemed like he had done quite a lot, but so far he had only accumulated 300 points. The little boy brought 100 points, the mushroom-headed boy brought 100 points, and the long-skirted woman subordinate brought 100 points. As for the hat-wearing chef, that guy was still in recovery. Next, he needed to wander around school, randomly capturing some lucky anomalies to help them solve their psychological issues. While pondering this, Wu Feng walked down the stairs, and when he reached the corner leading to the first floor, he saw a very unusual large door appear there, with the word shop written on the doorplate. Faced with this very abnormal situation, he was not surprised, but instead wore a delighted expression. Anomaly shop. The anomaly shop can randomly appear in any game instance, selling all sorts of items. The author daily asks for gifts. Everyone please send a few free little gifts. The author can do anything for gifts. Chapter 30, 30 million strange coins? The anomaly shop is considered a relatively safe area. Unless one seeks danger, there usually isn't a dangerous situation. Pushing the door open, Wu Feng stepped into the anomaly shop, a chilly aura sweeping over him. The shop was not small, around 70 to 80 square meters. Inside the shop, there were cabinets of various sizes filled with all kinds of strange items. In the middle of the cabinets was an empty space where nothing was placed. Welcome. A hoarse voice sounded as a withered creature, like a dried corpse, approached Wu Feng. What do you want? An item, a life, a chance to directly clear this strange game, or a big challenge? TSK, the anomaly shop truly was impressive. It could even sell a chance to clear the strange game directly. However, compared to these, Wu Feng was more interested in what the big challenge was. What is the big challenge? Wu Feng looked at the dried corpse anomaly. He. The dried corpse anomaly chuckled and pointed at the empty area among the cabinets. A very interesting leisure game. You need to stand on the mark line to shoot targets. The entry fee is only 500 strange coins. Want to give it a try? As the dried corpse anomaly pointed to the empty space, 3 targets appeared out of thin air in the middle of the area. If you succeed, you can obtain an unpredictable reward of strange coins. Unpredictable rewards of strange coins? Wu Feng looked at the targets and the marked line. The distance between the two was at most about 4 meters, and if the rewards were really unpredictable, there must be some big pit in this distance or with the targets. What do you mean by unpredictable rewards? Since the anomaly shop appeared, this game has always existed. Although challengers are countless, so far no one has been able to succeed in the challenge. No one has succeeded? Are there any other strange shops with this game? There are many strange shops, and if no one can succeed in other strange shops either, this thing is indeed outrageous. Yes, still no one has been able to pass. The most skilled person could only get through the second level at most. The dry corpse spoke honestly. At the beginning, the pass reward was only 10,000 strange coins, but this game has a rule: all participants' entry fees are accumulated into the prize pool. Hearing this, Wu Feng could already imagine how terrifying this prize pool must be. This has been accumulating since the strange game was established. How much is the prize pool now? Wu Feng asked curiously. Over 32,860,000 strange coins. The dry corpse stated. Wu Feng's heartbeat quickened upon hearing this. How much? What did you say? Over 30 million strange coins? Wu Feng thought about many things, but never thought there would be so much. It's not an exaggeration to say that if he had that many strange coins, he wouldn't just be rich enough to rival a country, but also a city. What concept is that, over 30 million strange coins? Seeing Wu Feng's excitement, the dry corpse, as usual, tempted him. Want to give it a try? If you really pass, that's a leap to the sky. Come. Of course, he wants to give it a try. What excuse is there to refuse? Okay. Wu Feng agreed, taking out 500 strange coins to give to the dry corpse. The dry corpse took the strange coins, pulled out a pistol, and said, "Do you need me to provide a pistol?" Wu Feng shook his head to refuse. Just stand in front of the line you drew, and after you stand, you will see the specific rules for each level. Seeing Wu Feng refuse, the dry corpse didn't insist, just waved his hand casually, indicating Wu Feng could go ahead. He had gone through this process countless times, and based on his experience, it wouldn't be long before Wu Feng would return disappointed. Speaking things like, "This is really too difficult. Damn, is this really something humans can achieve? Return my money. Boss, here are 500 strange coins, I want to try again. This time I can definitely succeed." Wu Feng followed the dry corpse's instructions and came to stand in front of the drawn line. As soon as he stood firm, a crisp voice rang in his ears. "Do you wish to start the shooting challenge?" Wu Feng looked at the target that was so close, nodded, and said, "Yes, start the game." As soon as the words fell, the scene before him began to change. The distance between Wu Feng and the target rapidly began to extend, and the original 4 to 5 meters was quickly pulled to about 15 meters. The diameter of the target also began to shrink. From initially 20 centimeters, it gradually shrank to about 10 centimeters. Goodness, this is pure fraud. No wonder since this challenge appeared, no one has been able to succeed. It turns out the picture is just for reference. This game has a total of 3 levels. First level rules. There are 5 targets ahead, and the player must hit 3 to pass. Do you wish to start the game? Players have 20 seconds to shoot? Yes, no. At a distance of 15 meters, to hit 3 out of 5 targets in an environment without any assistance. Good. For others, this is an absurdly difficult game, but for Wu Feng, this is fantastic. He whistled and sang while lifting the gun, firing 5 shots in one go. Bang, 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 bang. All 5 shots hit the bullseye, and all were 10 rings. These 5 shots piqued the interest of the dry corpse watching from the side. This young man is not bad, although from the way he holds the gun and his aiming position, everything looks like a novice. However, it can achieve such astonishing accuracy. Having seen so many people, Wu Feng's marksmanship could definitely rank among the best. Little did anyone know that Wu Feng was not a master. Those so-called masters could only clean his shoes in front of him. After all, where could a master compare to a wall decoration? Congratulations, you have passed this stage, and now the second stage is open for you. The scene before did not change much, it was just that the originally motionless targets started to sway left and right. Don't be misled by the fact that the target only changed from still to swaying, the difficulty increased geometrically. I wonder if this young man can pass the second stage, the strange corpse murmured with interest. In the first stage, perhaps strength could lead to victory, but the second stage could not be said to be unrelated to strength. It was also 70% luck and 30% skill. Once there was a person who claimed to be the champion of a shooting competition and possessed some bizarre enhancement for dynamic vision, yet in the end, he only hit 1 target. The author daily seeks gifts. Everyone, please send a free little gift. For a gift, the author can do anything. Chapter 31, welcome the largest shareholder of the third strange school back to their position. There are 5 targets ahead, players need to hit 3 to pass the stage. Would you like to start the game? Once started, the player has 20 seconds to shoot. Yes, no. The explanation of the rules did not change much, it still required 3 hits out of 5 shots. The strange corpse watched intently, curious to see if Wu Feng could pass this luck-based stage. If he miraculously passes, how many targets will he actually hit? Exactly 3, or would he hit 4 targets, which has only occurred once? Wu Feng raised his gun and shot. Bang, 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 bang. Without any pause, he fired 5 shots. In the beginning, the strange corpse thought Wu Feng had given up as he drew his gun and shot continuously, until all 5 moving targets fell to the ground in response. Hiss. So terrifying. What is going on? Such unbelievable luck? He had a premonition that perhaps this human in front of him could really complete this challenge that no one has ever been able to pass. But just as this thought emerged, he denied it to himself. How could that be? Talented beings participating in the grand challenge are not common, and no one has ever passed the third stage. Although Wu Feng's marksmanship and luck were both excellent, they would stop here. The levels that followed could no longer be passed by luck and skill. Your strength is truly remarkable. Congratulations, you have passed this stage, and now the third stage is open for you. This time, the scene of the test began to change. The targets were still moving, but in front of them appeared a round transparent shield that moved along with the targets, completely covering them. There was only about a 30-centimeter gap between the targets and the covering shield. Damn it! One could only say that the designer of this stage was truly not human. How is one supposed to shoot? Use gunfighting techniques? The strange corpse looked at the stage and said, "This is where it ends." He believed in Wu Feng, but the current stage was something that could not be overcome. This was an unsolvable stage. Impossible. A fast-moving target was already hard to hit, combined with the completely covering round transparent shield, this was simply unmanageable. Unless one shot precisely brushed against the edge of the transparent shield and then ricocheted onto the target. Of course, the chances of this were almost 0. In the strange corpse's eyes, which believed defeat was certain, Wu Feng raised his gun and shot. Bang! With one gunshot, the bullet shot out. Clang, 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 clang. A few crisp sounds emerged, and the 5 targets behind the round transparent shield fell to the ground. A single shot hits 5 fast-moving targets. The dried corpse looked at the scene in front of him in a strange way, feeling a bit slow to react. What happened? What on earth is going on? Unprecedented, breathtaking. In the middle of the arena, a loudspeaker jumped out from nowhere. Let's relive this most spectacular shot in history. A large screen appeared out of thin air in the center of the arena, displaying a slow-motion replay of Wu Feng's earlier shot. The bullet roared out from the muzzle, then coincidentally grazed the edge of a transparent circular shield, causing the bullet to deflect straight into the center of the target. The bullet hit the target and then bounced back onto the transparent circular shield, before bouncing off again. This sequence repeated until it ultimately hit 5 targets. Congratulations! You have unlocked the achievement. This is how a gun is used. This is how a gun is used. Use a gun to create an unrepeatable miracle. After the replay on the large screen finished, another voice resonated from the loudspeaker. Congratulations on clearing all 3 stages. You will receive the total accumulated prize money from this game. As the loudspeaker's voice faded, a panel automatically popped up in front of Wu Feng. The data representing money started to surge rapidly, with the numbers spinning so fast that they began to leave after images. This rapid scrolling lasted for about half a minute, finally stopping at over 30 million strange coins. Hiss. Even prepared, Wu Feng still couldn't help but gasp at the number. This was over 30 million strange coins. With so much money, he could become a wicked capitalist even in this strange game. Beside him, the dried corpse looked at the cumulative prize money gradually decreasing to 0 and silently gave a thumbs up. He was witnessing history. Bonus payout completed, automatically exiting this game. A crisp voice rang in his ears, and the target that had been infinitely far away and small suddenly returned to its original state. The screen and loudspeaker also vanished. Congratulations, congratulations. At this moment, the dried corpse used a flattering tone, trying hard to make his voice sound nice. After all, Wu Feng was now a big client worth over 30 million, and spending a little would let him make a huge profit. Wu Feng smiled slightly. Bring me all the valuable items. I want to see if there's anything I'm interested in. Sure thing. The dried corpse said, follow me, I'll show you the best batch of items in our shop. The dried corpse led the way to the innermost corner of the room, next to a cabinet. He used a key to unlock the cabinet, revealing peculiar items inside, one after another. Look here, the lowest level ones are all golden strange items. Just tell me which one you like. Wu Feng looked through the strange items in the cabinet but found little that caught his eye. 7 golden strange items, 1 orange strange item, and not a single rainbow-colored strange item. Aren't there any rainbow-colored strange items? Wu Feng asked. You may not know this, but rainbow-colored strange items are extremely rare and usually not sold directly, they are auctioned instead, the dried corpse explained. An auction, huh? Is there any recent auction information for rainbow-colored strange items? Wu Feng inquired. No. Wu Feng. But you can look forward to our upcoming auction event. Though there are no rainbow-colored strange items, we do have something you will definitely be interested in, 51% of the shares of the 3rd foreign language school. The 3rd strange school? Isn't this the bizarre game that Wu Feng is experiencing? As soon as it was mentioned, he became interested. After all, he had just killed the woman in the long dress, and the school board behind her might very well come to cause trouble for Wu Feng. Although Wu Feng wasn't afraid of them, who could refuse a thrilling chance to counterattack? Just imagine. Wu Feng, you are expelled for stepping into the counseling room with your left foot. A certain board member arrogantly said. Wu Feng smirked, instantly revealing his identity as the largest shareholder. Everyone was shocked and knelt down in unison. Welcome the largest shareholder of the 3rd Bazaar School back. The author asks for gifts every day, everyone send a little free gift. For a gift, the author can do anything. Chapter 32, Good Looking, want asterisk. GG. Moreover, the most crucial thing is that after becoming a shareholder, it can be said that I completely grasped the bazaar game of the 3rd Bazaar School. And each year, there are also certain dividends. Speaking of dividends, Wu Feng noticed a problem. Selling 51% of the shares, this school is not about to go bankrupt, right? Why would they sell so many shares? Wu Feng asked with a testing attitude. When hearing this question, the dry corpse couldn't help but laugh. The largest shareholder of the 3rd Bazaar School has his wife run off with someone. Not only that, but before running away, she set up a trap for him to gamble and lost a lot of money. Unable to repay the money, he could only sell off his shares, otherwise, it wouldn't be long before someone would block his door with sealed bazaar items. After saying this, the dry corpse seemed to notice Wu Feng's concerns and continued to speak. Don't worry, this school is booming. I see you also came from this school, you should know how many students are inside. And when we auction the shares, there's also a betting agreement. If the school's enrollment doesn't increase by 10% next year, he will give you the remaining 20% of shares he holds. It's good, simply perfect to be risk-free. Although there might be some traps Wu Feng couldn't notice, he still decided to take a gamble and try to auction down that 51% of the shares. Great, what do I need to do to participate in this auction? Originally, you had to verify funds to participate in the auction, but for you, that's not necessary. The dry corpse said while walking to another counter, from which he solemnly took out a skull badge. In the center of the badge was a skull, and in the middle of the skull was an imprint of a bazaar coin. The dry corpse handed the badge to Wu Feng, and after Wu Feng took it, he said. The auction starts tonight at 9 p.m, at that time, the skull on this badge will emit a red light. At that time, you just need to lightly knock twice. Besides that, no matter where you are, you have one chance every week to directly teleport to the shop. Wu Feng rubbed the metallic-looking skull badge and nodded. Indeed, this thing is really good. Every week he could teleport to the bazaar shop, right? A bold idea surged in his heart. Next, the Dry Corps introduced some other products, but none of them were things Wu Feng particularly wanted. Without too much chatter, Wu Feng stepped out of the bazaar shop's door and arrived at the counseling room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a graceful girl standing in front of his office. "I heard people say you are a highly skilled healer?" the girl asked. Hearing the words highly skilled healer, Wu Feng knew it was either a little boy or a mushroom-headed fellow. "Yes." Wu Feng walked over and opened the door, inviting the strange girl into his office. The two sat face to face. She wore a JK skirt and had twin tails. Unexpectedly, there was someone dressed like this in the strange world. "Here's the thing," the strange girl began to explain her condition. "It was a sunny day, and I was dressed lightly. The ground was wet from being sprayed with water. I accidentally stepped on a water spot, and in an instant, my body lost balance and I fell to the ground." The girl paused for a moment. "I'm listening, please continue," Wu Feng said. "Just so happened, I say just so happened, there was a very clean carrot standing upright on the ground." The strange girl gestured, describing a carrot intersecting vertically with the ground. "Then I accidentally fell on it, and it got stuck in my backside, and I couldn't get it out." As the strange girl talked, she attempted to show Wu Feng the carrot that hadn't been removed yet. Wu Feng hurriedly stopped the strange girl's actions, even though he really wanted to, cough cough. How could such a righteous boy have such a filthy thought? Men and women should keep their distance. "I trust you, you don't need to show me," Wu Feng said. Upon hearing this, the strange girl showed a puzzled expression, speaking clearly, "Divine Doctor, I'm actually a boy. How is that keeping a distance?" Looking at her twin tails, JK skirt, and long black stockings, Wu Feng felt like either his eyes or ears had a problem. This girl is a boy? What the? Wu Feng looked at the girl's neck where there was indeed a noticeable Adam's apple. Ah, this. Is this Sichuan opera? Then that extraordinarily clean carrot had a big problem. Wait. Wu Feng suddenly realized something. What was the purpose of the strange boy's many hints? There is only one truth. He knew he was a male girl and liked boys, but felt shy to speak about his problems. So he could only hint at Wu Feng indirectly. I see. Divine Doctor, you are so handsome, the strange boy said. Cough cough. Wu Feng coughed twice, directly ignoring what the strange boy said. Wu Feng didn't dislike Nantong, but the premise was that he shouldn't harass him. However, the strange boy began to overstep his bounds. Initially, he just wanted treatment, but didn't expect the Divine Doctor to be so handsome. He reached out a hand, looking at Wu Feng with affection, placing it on Wu Feng's shoulder. As Wu Feng shook it off, he also reached out, pressing an electric wire straight against the strange boy's body. Half a minute later. How do you feel? Is your psychological issue any better? Wu Feng asked. Divine Doctor, I couldn't be better. Do you think I am good-looking? Wu Feng asked. Good-looking. Kindly, Wu Feng pressed the electric wire on him again. After about 10 seconds. Am I good-looking? Wu Feng asked again. Good-looking, want to asterisk. After shocking so many people, this was the only one that left Wu Feng shocked and helpless. Alright, you hate. Get lost. Wu Feng opened the window and threw the strange boy out. Damn it, this thing is truly terrifying. Wu Feng didn't want that 100 points. After that, the strange boy didn't come back, and Wu Feng started to get bored. Without going out to randomly find some lucky crowd for treatment, he planned to take a break. Just as he rested for a while, there was a knock on the door. The author daily seeks gifts. Everyone give a free little gift. For the gift the author can do anything. Chapter 33, a backing. What backing could he have? Wu Feng opened the door, and it was not someone with psychological issues, but a being resembling a long-haired girl among 4 humans. Well, how to say it? If you ignore the 3 eyes on the long-haired girl's face and the 3 legs on her body, they would look exactly the same. A line of swallows fly south. Wu Feng began with the secret code, to confirm that the humanoid creature in front of him was indeed the long-haired girl. 2 roast ducks walk north. The long-haired girl responded fluently. Even after hearing the answer he was satisfied with, Wu Feng did not let down his guard but continued to ask. Who is the most famous grassroots hero in China? A. Zhu Yuanzhang. B. Su Xian. B. Su Xian. The long-haired girl answered the question without any hesitation. Hearing this, Wu Feng nodded satisfactorily and made way, allowing the long-haired girl to cross over to the sofa. I came to find you because I want to ask you for a favor. The long-haired girl spoke smoothly. I won't let you help me for free. Although I don't have anything that might catch your eye right now, if you can help me, I am willing to agree to any one of your requests. I know you're strong, and you might look down on the reward I offer, but this is all I have. I hope you can help me. Wu Feng was quite willing to help. After all, everyone is human, and the long-haired girl was not one of those so-called freeloaders. We're all humans, helping each other is what we should do. Let's skip the reward and talk about your situation instead. The long-haired girl shook her head and firmly said, it's only right to offer a reward when asking for help. If you can truly help me, I will owe you one request forever. No matter what you ask me to do, I will agree. There was no hint of insincerity in the long-haired girl's tone. Wu Feng found her demeanor a bit surprising. Most people would have readily agreed if Wu Feng offered to help for free. The reason I have become what I am now is because I received a curse. The long-haired girl began to explain and then asked, so I want to ask, do you have any peculiar items that can break curses? Peculiar items that can break curses, Wu Feng truly did not have. If he used the skull emblem, he could buy it in the store, but Wu Feng did not want to waste this precious opportunity on such a thing. Of course, Wu Feng was willing to help others, but the premise was that he should not harm his own interests. Speaking of interests, Wu Feng suddenly thought of a solution. Although he could not break the curse, he could deal with the peculiar entity that cast the curse. This would not only solve the long-haired girl's curse issue but would also further increase his points, allowing him to complete the main quest ahead of time. I can't directly solve the curse you received, Wu Feng said honestly. But if you know which peculiar entity cast the curse on you, I have a way to deal with that entity directly. Originally, the long-haired girl had shown a look of disappointment upon hearing the first half of Wu Feng's sentence, but when the second part was spoken, hope rekindled in her eyes. Of course, I know which entity it is, it's that strange gatekeeper in the dormitory building. The long-haired girl exclaimed in an unusual manner, you mean to say you have ceiling-type peculiar items? Ceiling-type peculiar items were the rarest of all items, and the lowest grade of ceiling-type peculiar items was blue quality. Since Wu Feng said he had a way to deal with the entity that cast the curse, it implied he must possess ceiling items. Yes, I do have them, but I don't plan to use the ceiling peculiar items, Wu Feng replied. Hearing this, the long-haired woman did not understand what Wu Feng meant. What should we do to deal with the strange things without using sealing tools? If we don't use sealing tools, how do we deal with the strange things, she asked. Very simple, I can just strike and kill it directly. The long-haired girl. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Kill the strange thing? You say it's possible to exhaust the energy of the strange and cause it to freeze, but even if it freezes, the curse won't be lifted. The long-haired girl suddenly felt that Wu Feng was merely brushing her off. Or perhaps he was too embarrassed to refuse her directly and used this roundabout way to remind her that she wasn't worth Wu Feng using sealing tools on. The long-haired woman let out a sigh. Thinking carefully, sealing tools are not only precious but also have a limit on how many can be used. Sometimes they can protect one's life in a critical moment. How could they be used so carelessly? I understand. The long-haired girl said, a sense of loss uncontrollably welling up inside her. Do I resent Wu Feng? Not really. After all, everyone is just strangers who meet briefly. Helping her is kindness, not helping her is responsibility. She has no right to demand others must help her with something. I will think of a way myself, so I won't trouble you to kill the strange thing. After saying this, she turned around and left without giving Wu Feng a chance to explain. It wasn't until the sound of the door closing that Wu Feng realized where things went wrong. This girl doesn't think I'm just fooling her, does she? After all, after entering the strange game, Wu Feng didn't have the concept that strange beings couldn't be killed in his mind. It's just a misunderstanding caused by the information gap between the two of them. But it doesn't matter, he knows where that strange thing is, and he can directly go there to solve it. Glancing at the time, it was 8:15. There was still plenty of time before the auction. Wu Feng stood up, opened the office door, and walked towards the dormitory. In the room of the dormitory manager on the first floor, the watching old lady Strange was leisurely sitting in a rocking chair. Beside the watching old lady Strange was the watching old man. When they had nothing to do, they would gather to chat. Not long ago, a long-haired girl wanted to apply for the dormitory assistant position. I reserved that position for my little sister, how could I let her succeed, the watching old lady Strange said. I directly put a curse on her to make her see reality. You said the long-haired girl? I just saw her leave, 3 eyes and 3 legs, huh, you're really something of the watching old man Strange spoke in a somewhat flattering tone, having a good impression of the old lady and thinking if he could have a little romance at dusk. What's this? The eyes and legs on her body will only keep increasing, hee, the watching old lady Strange said proudly. Really impressive, but when that long-haired girl left, I noticed she was neither humble nor arrogant. Could she have some backing? The old man Strange recalled that moment and directly spoke. Backing? Upon hearing this, the old lady burst into laughter. Would someone with backing come to apply for a dormitory assistant? The author daily asks for gifts. Everyone send a free small gift. For gifts, the author can do anything. Chapter 34, Humans born between heaven and earth cannot dwell in the strange for too long? Besides, even if there is backing, I'm not afraid. After all, everyone is immortal, who fears whom? Whoever comes, I will curse them so they can experience the feeling of having all legs. The old lady Strange spoke with overwhelming confidence, her nose almost pointing to the sky. Knock knock. With the sound of knocking came a warm voice, hello. Wu Feng politely greeted and then walked into the dorm manager's room. The old man and the old woman both looked at Wu Feng. Are you also here to recruit a dormitory assistant? The old woman spoke first. It was not yet time for bed, so anyone who came here basically wanted to apply for the dormitory assistant position. No, Wu Feng shook his head, I am the psychological counselor of our school. I came here to. Wu Feng paused. The old man and the old woman were left in suspense by Wu Feng's words. Just say it. Don't leave us hanging, the impatient old woman urged. What was he here for? Could it be for a psychological survey? I'm here to send you to your end, Wu Feng said, then took a step forward to the old woman's strange face, quickly pulling out a flying knife and stabbing it into her forehead. The old woman was not scared by Wu Feng's words, even when he had come right up to her and stabbed her in the head with the flying knife. To your end? What are you talking about? Ah! Halfway through her words, the old woman let out an eerie scream as intense pain surged through her. What the hell is happening? The old man, who wanted to have a strange romantic moment with the old woman, was first taken aback by this scene, then quickly reacted. Though he didn't know what had caused the old lady's injury, there was no time to think about that. Forget it, never mind. Damn! The love-struck old man roared, his left arm quickly swelling up, his nails growing rapidly, eventually becoming sharp as black blades. Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. The old man eerily raised his right arm and leaped into the air, illuminated by the light, looking like a descending god. A warrior descends, eyes glaring fiercely. With flashes of blades, 5 sharp nails pierced through Wu Feng's body. The old man landed gracefully and stood up with a light smile. What did I think? Was he some tough character? It turns out it's just this? Just this? Just this? I must strike a cool pose, to make the old woman's eyes burst with love. But as soon as he moved, his body split into 6 pieces and fell to the ground. The ability of the rebound coat, absolute rebound. The old man died so disgracefully, like a stray dog by the roadside. No, he was even worse than a stray dog. If it weren't for the rebound coat showing a prompt, Wu Feng wouldn't have even known the old man was dead. Wu Feng kicked the old woman 3 meters away, looking speechless at the dismembered pieces of the old man. Why do you have to act out like this? Damn it, I could have earned 200 points, and now I can only earn 100 points. The old woman continued to wail in pain at the spot. What the hell, how is this guy so fierce? Help me, oldly, save me. The old woman reached out towards the direction of the old man, wanting him to help her. In the end, the old woman scanned around and didn't see even a shadow of the old man. Usually, you would call him sweet little Lee, and now in trouble, this old man runs fast. Bastard, you sure run fast at a time like this, the old woman screeched. Hey, old woman, how can you think that about the old man? Wu Feng quickly clarified for him, he didn't run away. Didn't run away? The old woman's curiosity was piqued, but still, she didn't see old Lee. Where did he go? Look, Wu Feng pointed to the ground, these 6 pieces are him, just turned into a puzzle. What in the world is going on? How did old Lee turn into pieces? Let me go, the old woman trembled and began to back away until she retreated against the wall, left with nowhere to go. Old lady, calm down, I am a psychological counselor, not a pervert, you don't need to be afraid of me, Wu Feng tried his best to soothe her emotions. The old woman glanced at the old man's scattered pieces on the floor and shook her head silently. Purely a big pervert, not only psychologically twisted, but also his strength is twisted. In fact, everything you see now is an illusion, you were just sick, mentally sick. Wu Feng said word by word, holding a flying knife. The old lady swallowed hard. Faced with such a terrifying and twisted individual, you can't say I am sick, even if you said I like to make egg tarts out of poop or make pizza, I would admit it. I am sick, I have a mental illness. The old lady's voice trembled, as if she would faint any second. If others were to see this scene, they would surely drop their jaws in astonishment. It's truly upside down. Who is the real strange one here? Hearing the old lady's bizarre words, Wu Feng nodded in satisfaction. Very good, now you are fine. Wu Feng said again. The old lady found it hard to grasp what Wu Feng really wanted. One moment he said she was sick, and the next he said she was cured. Wait a minute. The old lady's strange mind realized something. Wu Feng must be testing me, I just need to keep firmly admitting that I am sick. No, I am not fine, I have a mental illness. Everything happening in front of me is an illusion. The old lady said, her strange confidence growing. I am truly a genius. The next second, she saw Wu Feng's dagger plunging straight into her chest, and another wave of pain washed over her. "You are fine," Wu Feng said once more. "This." The old lady began to hesitate. "Am I fine or not?" After a moment of hesitation, she finally weakly said, "I am fine. Very good, through my superb medical skills, I have cured another person with mental illness. Clean this up and then come with me to see the mental health counselor." Wu Feng pointed at the bizarre dismembered body of the old man. "The reason to go to the counselor is that the old lady needs to fill out a form. I need to submit it later to gain points and rewards. As for who to submit it to, it's definitely the Mediterranean twisted being." After packing the old man's bizarre body into a sack and placing it in the cabinet, the two of them walked into the counseling room. After filling out the form, Wu Feng asked, "Did you cast a curse on a girl with long hair?" The old lady nodded. "Damn it, this little girl really has a powerful backing, and it's quite a fierce one. I will lift her curse right away." Immediately lift it. Before Wu Feng could say anything else, the old lady quickly responded, fearing she might end up like the old man. Originally wanting to kill her to lift the curse, it seems that won't be necessary now. At this moment, the girl with long hair was leaning against the wall of a building, gazing up at the sky, her eyes filled with a sense of solemnity. She decided that even if she died, she wanted to die gloriously. Humans are born between heaven and earth, how can one live gloomily under bizarre circumstances for long? She would launch an attack against the strange. She wanted to die under the spotlight, not in a dark corner where no one knows. To live as a hero, to die as a ghostly champion. The author daily seeks gifts. Everyone send a free little gift. For the gifts the author can do anything. Chapter 35, It feels so good to be alive. Looking at the fifth leg that had already grown on her body, the girl with long hair took a deep breath and walked toward a strange being wandering in the school. "Damn it, confront him. Look at me, you weird creature, I am human, you mother." The long-haired girl shouted as she ran toward the strange being, but while she was running, she felt something was off. The curse on her body was gradually lessening. The 5 legs were visibly turning into 4, and then back to the normal 2. 7 or 8 eyeballs were also undergoing this change. As she was running, she began to slow down. It seemed that, just maybe, her curse was about to disappear. The wandering strange being turned to look at the slowing girl. "What did you say?" The passionate atmosphere instantly turned slightly awkward. "I said your mom is healthy," the long-haired girl replied, her tone a bit unnatural. The wandering figure shook his head. "No, you seem to be saying you are." "I said I am an idiot," the long-haired girl continued. The wandering figure showed a disgusted expression and quickly left. Oh no, he had encountered a crazy person today. As he walked away, he couldn't help but sigh. There were more and more people with psychological problems in the school. He heard that a certain chef in the cafeteria had been taken away by a psychologist. Seeing the wandering figure panic and flee, the long-haired girl finally let out a breath of relief. It felt good to be alive. She arrived at a reflective glass surface, looking at her reflection, returning to her human form. The joy in her heart re-emerged like the aftertaste of red wine. After the joy, she thought of Wu Feng again. Could it be that what he said was true? With such doubts, the long-haired girl hurried to the counseling room. After arriving, she gently knocked on the door. "Come in," Wu Feng's voice rang from inside the office. The long-haired girl opened the door and saw a scene she could never forget in her life. The old lady at the door knelt anxiously on the ground, her expression longing to knock her head down to the floor in front of Wu Feng. Wu Feng sat on the sofa, smiling as he looked at the long-haired girl who just opened the door. "I knew you would come," Wu Feng said. "Close the door and come sit." What a joke. This was bizarre. This was not some pet like a cat or dog. This was bizarre. Even with some mental preparation, the long-haired girl couldn't help but gasp internally after seeing such a shocking scene. How terrifying. She stood frozen at the door, unable to move for a moment. Until the kneeling old lady bizarrely turned direction and started knocking her head towards the long-haired girl. I'm sorry, I was blind and didn't recognize this great person. Please treat me like the dirt you step on," the old lady bizarrely pleaded, shaking as if gripped by immense fear. The long-haired girl came back to her senses. This scene of someone bowing to her was something she wouldn't even dare to dream about. Never would she imagine it would become reality like this. What exactly had Wu Feng done? She took a long breath, closed the door, and sat down on the sofa. What did you actually do? What did he do? Wu Feng really didn't know how to say it. An old man bizarrely wanted to kill me, but I ended up causing his death by rebounding it? If that's the case, would the long-haired girl think he was still fooling her? It's a complicated situation, Wu Feng explained. You just need to know I killed 1 or 2 bizarre beings. The long-haired girl took a deep breath, then suddenly pinched her thigh. Confirming that it wasn't a dream, she spoke again. May I ask what your online name is? Go to the dock and get some seagulls. Wu Feng did not hide. Being steady did not mean hiding all the time. With the ability to have clones and to enter the bazaar shop at any time, Wu Feng was not afraid of any conspiracy. Anything. Hearing this, the long-haired girl couldn't control her emotions for a moment. The long-accumulated fear, confusion, and despair began to diminish instantly. This was a real god, who had passed the level of the bazaar game where no one survives, and had received an SS level rating. Although she didn't want to rely on anyone. But having such a powerful ally around felt really good. Her mood relaxed a lot, at least she wouldn't feel hopeless. The old lady was still there, bowing her head and begging for forgiveness, and the long-haired girl did not act like a saint. Instead, she bent down and put her mouth close to Wu Feng's ear. With the gentle breath, the long-haired girl's voice came through. For such strange creatures, if it's possible to kill them, just do it, do not hold back. After saying this, she pulled away from Wu Feng to her original distance, her cheeks flushed as she said, I owe you a favor, you can make me do anything. Hearing this, Wu Feng became excited, anything? The long-haired girl nodded. The elder strange creature felt an odd urge to curse, why are you flirting when there's still a strange creature here begging for mercy? Wu Feng cleared his throat, then why don't you solve the Riemann hypothesis? This strange game is basically the same as the culture of Blue Star where Wu Feng lives, except for things related to the strange. The long-haired girl. No matter how you flaunt it, I will always remember this favor, just don't forget what I said. The long-haired girl stood up, her face resembling a banner that said the strange must die. I will leave, you can handle the next matters as you wish. She walked to the door, turned the lock with a twist, and glanced back at Wu Feng before leaving. Her attitude was clear, I won't explore the secrets you carry, just make sure to kill that strange creature after I'm gone. Wu Feng expressed his speechlessness, why do you think I want to hide it? Clang. The sound of the door closing and locking echoed. The elder strange creature looked at Wu Feng with a flattering expression, as she saw him pull out a handgun. Taking a deep breath, the elder strange creature decided to make one last attempt, if you can let me go, you can make me do anything. Bang, 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 bang. Wu Feng fired the pistol like a machine gun. Wu Feng felt his ears needed a good cleaning. What wolfish words, elder, have you lost your mind? Can't you see how old you are? This is sexual harassment. Until the elder strange creature lay immobile on the ground, her health nearly shot into the negatives, Wu Feng finally put the handgun away. He glanced at the wall clock, the time was exactly 9 o'clock. A red light shone from his pocket as Wu Feng took out the skull badge. The timing was just right, the auction was about to start. The author humbly requests gifts, please send some free small gifts, for the sake of gifts, the author can do anything. Chapter 36, Do I Deserve It? Wu Feng double-tapped the skull badge as described by the dry corpse strange creature, and the door to the strange shop appeared on the room's wall. He opened the door and stepped inside. Once inside, it was not the shop scene but a courtyard. Ahead was a luxurious building resembling a hotel. At the entrance of the building stood two skeletons. Upon seeing Wu Feng, one of the skeletons quickly approached him and asked, Sir, are you here for an interview or to auction something? Do you have a skull badge? Wu Feng felt a bit out of place. Normally, this guy should have started mocking him right away. In the various mockeries and disdain from the skeleton, should he take out the skull badge like a dragon king and slap it in their face? You aren't playing by the rules, are you? Wu Feng revealed the skull badge he held in his hand. Upon seeing the skull badge, the skeleton respectfully bowed its head, gesturing for him to enter, saying, Please come in, a servant will guide you inside. Wu Feng followed the skeleton's gesture and walked inside. After Wu Feng entered, the skeleton strange creature returned to its original position. You can hold back from insulting a human, you are truly impressive. Another skeleton spoke, clicking its teeth in admiration. Hey, anyone who can come to such an occasion is remarkable, it's not about showing off but about making no mistakes, that's what we should do. The skeleton said, no matter what happens, controlling your temper is definitely okay. Just like this time, if I offend someone with a skeleton badge, it will probably be terrible next. I've learned that. But what if something humiliates me and curses me, how can I not get angry? Another skeleton asked. It's simple, just treat it like barking at a dog. The skeleton replied. I've learned that, thank you. Wu Feng naturally did not pay attention to their conversation. He followed the strange guidance of the gatekeeper skeleton and arrived in the hall, waiting for the staff to come over and lead him. After a moment, a well-dressed figure in an OL uniform walked over. Wu Feng initially thought this was to show him the way, but unexpectedly, the uniformed figure opened its mouth and said, Which human dares to block the way in this place? Wow, this hit the spot. However, there was one thing Wu Feng was quite curious about. In the school instance, other strange beings did not detect his human identity, but why did they see through it at a glance here? You can tell that I'm human? Wu Feng asked. Tisk, with such a strong human scent, how could I not tell? You are merely a piece of food, and you dare to come to such a place. Gatekeeper, come quickly. The OL uniform figure began shouting for the two skeletons at the entrance. The two skeletons stood still like scarecrows, and one skeleton quietly muttered two words. Stupid. How can one start losing weight from brain cells? Didn't you see we all let people in? What kind of identity does this guy have? Anyone who thinks about it can figure it out clearly. What happened? A figure that was clearly the foreman walked over. There is. When the OL uniform figure was halfway through speaking, Wu Feng revealed the skeleton badge in his hand, directly interrupting what the OL uniform figure was about to say. The uniform figure fell silent, and a look of panic began to appear in its eyes. After all, she had signed a master-servant contract with this auction house. If the foreman found out about this, she would suffer unimaginable pain. Crap, how could a human possibly have a skeleton badge? I've really hit a wall here. Why aren't you speaking? Is your throat uncomfortable? Wu Feng asked with concern. The foreman noticed the skeleton badge on Wu Feng and began to ask, does this noble sir have any special requests that need my assistance? The uniform figure replied. Can I say I want to kick this noble sir out? Sigh. This must be the biggest hole I've dug for myself at work. What do you think is the meaning of an eerie existence? Wu Feng and the foreman remained silent, both looking toward the uniform figure. Until Wu Feng broke the deadlock and said, just a moment, I need to discuss a few things with this staff member. Of course. The foreman readily agreed. The uniform figure had no choice but to follow, and the two went straight to a quiet place. Lady, you wouldn't want this matter to be known by the foreman, right? Wu Feng said directly. The uniform figure had a pretty face. Of course, this was not because Wu Feng coveted her beauty or planned to do something outrageous like forcing a romance plot. As a pure love advocate, Wu Feng would never do such a thing. His goal was to turn the uniform figure into his servant. A strange being with such a pretty face might come in handy someday. I don't want to. Please don't tell the foreman, or I will be punished. The uniform figure began to plead, the punishments are really terrifying. I'm really begging you, I don't want to experience it again. If you want me not to tell the foreman, that's fine too. Wu Feng took out the contract of servant submission. Since it must be voluntary to be valid, Wu Feng had to explain it again. He opened the book and said, this is a master-servant contract tool. After signing the contract, you will become my servant. I sign. The uniformed girl said directly without any hesitation. She had already signed a master-servant contract with the auction house, so signing another one with Wu Feng was completely useless. Her quick agreement shattered Wu Feng's original plan. He was thinking that if she refused, he could offer some money as a temptation. Was this so-called punishment really that terrifying? Wu Feng handed the pen to the uniformed girl, and after she took it, she immediately signed her name, Gao Xiaoxiao. After the name was signed, flames ignited. Wu Feng felt a thread, almost invisible, appearing on him. However, when it reached Gao Xiaoxiao, it seemed to be blocked by something. The thread did not pass through, but another kind of thing did. 10% true damage attribute triggered. This meant that the thread representing true damage was not only connected to Gao Xiaoxiao but also directly severed a certain connection on her body. Immediately after, that almost invisible thread reappeared. This time it encountered no obstacles and connected smoothly to Gao Xiaoxiao. The contract is established. Large characters appeared in the book, and at this moment, Gao Xiaoxiao still foolishly thought she had calculated Wu Feng once, not realizing her entire body was now under Wu Feng's control. It wasn't until Wu Feng issued a command that Gao Xiaoxiao did not execute it that a burning sensation swept through her body, and she finally realized the seriousness of the problem. This contract actually replaced the original contract? Isn't this incredible contract a bit of a waste on me? Do I deserve it? The author daily asks for gifts. Everyone send a little free gift. For the gift the author can do anything. Chapter 37 Absolute Lucky Forever God. In the school instance, the principal with the most shares sighed weirdly and double-tapped the skull badge before walking into the auction venue. Led by the staff, he arrived at the backstage lounge where he needed to sign the shares transfer agreement and a betting agreement. It really made him feel a bit reluctant. He sighed again, feeling a bit troubled. Recently, his worries were really increasing. His wife ran away, debts piled up, and his most trusted and capable subordinate, a woman in a long dress, also vanished without a trace. After a simple investigation, it was found that she disappeared in a certain office. There were various people in the office at the time, and the most suspicious was that male psychological consultant. After finishing up the auction matters, I need to properly interrogate that male psychological consultant to see if this guy used some sealing tools or something. Following Gao Xiaoxiao's guidance, Wu Feng arrived at his own booth. Not much time passed before the auction began. Most of the items could not spark Wu Feng's interest until the 51% shares of the school appeared. The next item for auction is 51% of the shares of the third weird school, starting bid at 10 million weird coins, with a minimum increment of 500,000. The auctioneer introduced. Although this item didn't enhance battle power, because of the accompanying betting agreement, it was like a cash cow. I bid 10 million. Wu Feng raised his sign, tentatively speaking. Someone bid 10 million, is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? The auctioneer's voice was high, trying to energize the atmosphere. This is 51% of the shares, along with a betting agreement. No matter how you bid, it's guaranteed to be a profit. Everyone knows this truth. There was a strange guy who picked up the sign on the table to raise his bid, but unfortunately, the moment he touched the sign, he suddenly slipped and uncontrollably fell to the ground. Hiss, the floor is a bit wet today, he murmured, and just as he tried to get up, he slipped again on something. He was a bit stubborn and tried again. So then, a ridiculous scene similar to street dancing occurred. As soon as he stood up, he slipped and was about to fall again, so he had to sway left and right to find his balance. This unfortunate event didn't just happen to him, similar situations occurred in other booths as well. Whenever someone tried to pick up the sign to raise their bid, they failed for various ridiculous reasons. Including, but not limited to slipping, choking, and being unable to speak, suddenly going bankrupt, and having their wife come over to grab their collar and question why they were looking for a mistress. The worst was that guy who found out he was actually the small 14 during a date. What is small 14? It starts counting from small 3. Small 3. Small 4. Small 5. Revive. Small 6. He was the 14th backup. The auctioneer was dumbfounded. After 10 million, why did no one raise their bid anymore? To be honest, even if this share was pushed up to over 30 million, it would be a guaranteed profit. Why did no one raise their bid at over 10 million? If you don't put in a price, I've thought of one. 10 million going once, the auctioneer struck his hammer. Is there anyone who wants to raise the bid? To be honest, even if it goes for over 30 million, it's still a guaranteed win. Really, is there no one to raise their bid? Is there a problem with the product? Why is there no bid? Could it be that it's my fault? 10 million going twice. The auctioneer struck his hammer again. The guy in the booth, frantically jumping like in street dance, was incredibly anxious. He decided not to raise the sign and just started shouting the bid, 2,000. Before he could finish, a splash of water unexpectedly hit his face. He looked up to find a strange guy dancing desperately while urinating. Jumping, urinating, and saying, I'm small 14, ha 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 ha. I finally felt moved, and you made me lose so completely, ha ha, damn. 10 million going 3 times, the auctioneer reluctantly struck his third hammer. Now it's good, not to mention the high commission, just not getting himself kicked out counts as a big kindness from the auction house. See, could this be a scheme by Capital? The evil Capital, you've won. Looking at the 10 million share that was about to be in his hands, Wu Feng was initially a bit surprised that it came so easily. Could there be a big pit inside? But soon, he thought of his absolute luck as a cheat. Thinking about how absolute luck could even affect this, Wu Feng decided not to let the next auction item go. However, the auction house couldn't take it anymore. After a moment's wait, they didn't continue with the next item but announced that this auction was over. They couldn't afford to play anymore. Fortunately, Wu Feng's 51% shares that he had auctioned were not cancelled. Relevant staff would take him backstage to meet the principal and sign the share transfer agreement and the betting agreement. Following the staff, before they reached the backstage, he heard a heart-wrenching roar. What did you say? The principal, looking strange, pointed a finger. 10 million spooky coins, and my 51% shares went for 10 million spooky coins? Are you all pigs? I won't sell. Sir, we signed the relevant agreements before the auction. If you violate the rules, we can seize your 51% equity without giving you a penny of spooky coins. A person who looked like a leader from the auction house spoke. If you want to challenge our Bazaar Store's auction house, feel free to try. Hearing this, the principal, oddly honest, closed his mouth. 10 million weird coins are still 10 million weird coins. Having them is better than not having them. He took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and once he sold the 51% share, the other party would become the largest shareholder of the entire school. Although he was very unwilling, building a good relationship with him was something that had to be done. As the staff led Wu Feng to the backstage, the principal, oddly enough, had already switched back from a state of rage to a smiling face. What is professionalism? This is professionalism. For the sake of his career, emotions can be switched back and forth. Hello, I am the principal and largest shareholder of the third weird school. After sensing that Wu Feng was a human, he only paused slightly before quickly switching back. Hello, Wu Feng replied. After they greeted each other, they began to sign the relevant documents, and a few minutes later, everything was signed. As the largest shareholder, Wu Feng was naturally flattered by the principal in various graceful ways, with only one ultimate purpose, hoping to keep the principal's position in the next shareholders' meeting. They chatted for a few more minutes, with the principal explaining some relevant information, such as dividends being distributed quarterly. After discussing all this, Wu Feng left. The principal also walked out of the auction house, feeling an unbearable bitterness in his heart. He never expected that as a dignified 8-foot oddity, he would now have to bow and scrape to a human. A huge emotional pressure weighed on his forehead, and he urgently needed an outlet to vent. That male psychological consultant. The principal snorted coldly. Just in time, this guy had walked into the line of fire. He must find a good reason to vent. Asterisk 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 M. The author daily asks for gifts. Everyone send a free small gift. I can do anything for gifts. Chapter 38, Complaint Collector. Back in the psychological consultation room, Wu Feng looked at the pitch-black sky outside the window, lying on the sofa to rest. After some time passed, he suddenly realized a problem. The hat weird was still in the office of the JK girl. Just as Wu Feng was about to check the situation, there was a knock on the door. He did not rush to open the door but first hid the corpse of the lady weird in the cabinet. Opening the door, the Mediterranean weird's face appeared, showing a heavy expression unlike his usual amiable demeanor. What exactly have you done to the long dress woman? The Mediterranean said in a tone of reproach and reprimand. Did you seal the long dress woman? Wu Feng did not want to explain anything, joking that as the largest shareholder of the third weird school, did he need to explain anything to them? He carelessly replied, yes, so what? The Mediterranean was left speechless. So what? You truly don't know the seriousness of the situation. The principal just personally inquired about this matter. You're about to be in big trouble, and you say so what? The Mediterranean snorted directly. I have already clearly explained the whole situation to the principal. The principal is coming over personally to investigate. The Mediterranean's tone grew heavier. Although he appreciated Wu Feng, he certainly wouldn't stand against the principal for a little admiration in this situation. I've long seen you are not a good weird. The Mediterranean spat as he completely cut off ties with Wu Feng. You're not allowed to go anywhere until the principal arrives. I'll be watching you here. Oh. Wu Feng lay on the sofa, uninterested. Oh. I see you truly don't understand what it means for the principal to come personally. He is the highest shareholder of the school. Even a dog would greet the principal respectfully upon seeing him. The Mediterranean guarded Wu Feng for about 5 minutes. Because the Mediterranean opened the corridor door early, the principal weirdly came in directly without knocking. The Mediterranean weirdly stood at Wu Feng's door and greeted the principal in the corridor. The still fuming principal directly ignored it and angrily asked, "Where is he?" "Principal, the person is in this room. I have been guarding to make sure he doesn't run away." The Mediterranean weirdly nodded and said, his face full of flattering smiles. He gestured a welcoming pose with his hands, slowly stepping back to give the principal enough space to enter. The principal weirdly strode in. He could not wait to vent the anger boiling inside him. "It's you." His voice, explosive like a bomb, suddenly went silent halfway. "Isn't this person a bit familiar? Is this Wu Feng? The Wu Feng who auctioned off his 51% shares?" The moment he saw Wu Feng, it was as if a sudden realization hit him. Why the woman in the long dress was sealed. Why the strange man in sunglasses remained indifferent. Hiss. Thinking back, it's horrifying. The strange man in sunglasses is not someone with a good temper. Stealing the strange man's psychologist and sealing the woman in the long dress in front of him is not a small matter. The Mediterranean, who had walked over behind the principal, saw Wu Feng still lying on the sofa and immediately realized things were not simple. Especially paired with the principal's suddenly muted angry scolding. Oh no. Wu Feng's identity seems excessively high. He has become a real clown now. What brings you to find me so late? Wu Feng did not tear his face but asked like this. After all, he still needs the principal's help to run the strange school well. Every quarter, there are millions of strange coins in profit. If it gets a bit dirtier, say, by raising restaurant prices and using trash ingredients. For example, using rat heads to fake duck necks, he just doesn't know if the strange ones eat duck necks. Forcing students to buy some textbooks, then using their diplomas as threats, making them go intern in factories. Then do a light inspection of the student dormitories. It could easily reach 10 million. Thinking about it feels hopeful for the future. There are indeed a few matters. The principal's strange brain began to turn rapidly. As a member of our board, you need to hold some positions at the school. I came here to talk to you about this. Because after taking on the role, not only will you receive dividends each quarter, but you also get a fixed salary every month. Upon hearing about the paycheck, Wu Feng adjusted his lounging position and sat up straight. I'm very interested, please continue. I thought about it, and there is one position very suitable for you. It's almost no work and incredibly easy. The principal weirdly said while casually bending down. What job? Wu Feng asked. Complaint collector. After saying the name, the principal weirdly began to explain, mainly responsible for receiving some complaint letters within the school and logging these issues down. Of course, you can handle them directly if you want. // Forward slash 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 forward slash. The author daily asks for gifts. Everyone send a little free gift. For the gifts, the author can do anything. Chapter 39, the 700 points delivered to your door. Of course, if you don't want to log them, that's completely okay. This complaint collection is merely a display. Wu Feng wasn't very interested in this job explanation. How much is the salary each month, he asked, as that was the aspect he was interested in. 3. The principal weirdly intended to say 30,000 strange coins each month but quickly changed, noticing Wu Feng's expression, 50,000 strange coins a month. This 50,000 strange coins could be someone's entire lifetime. After hearing this sentence, Mediterranean was both envious and scared, trembling with fear. 50,000 weird coins, Wu Feng's monthly salary is higher than his own for several years. Hearing this number, Wu Feng nodded in satisfaction. I came here because of this matter. Now that the incident is over, I won't bother you anymore, the principal said, standing still after his strange words, waiting for Wu Feng to let him go. Mediterranean wanted to cry but had no tears. No. My dear principal, I'm doing this for you. What will I do if you leave? Nothing, you can go, Wu Feng waved his hand. Hearing this, the principal obviously breathed a sigh of relief, smiling as he stepped back. Just as he was about to walk out of the door, the cabinet door in the office suddenly flew open. The strange body of the lady guard dropped out with a thud. Everyone was attracted by the sound. The lady guard? How could she be here? Was she having an affair with Wu Feng and hiding in the cabinet? The principal almost immediately forced the absurd thought out of his mind. He looked at the bullet holes in the lady guard's body and the lack of any negative energy around her. A terrifying thought popped into his mind. The lady guard was dead. Although the principal's rational mind told him this was impossible, the truth was right in front of him. The principal turned his head and locked eyes with Wu Feng. The two stared at each other in shock. The lady guard committed suicide in your cabinet, the principal said, pointing at the lady who was shot dozens of times behind him. This guy, really, if she was going to commit suicide, why come here to do it? Mediterranean gave the principal a thumbs up. No wonder he was the principal, his reaction was unparalleled. Wu Feng, who had been worried about how to deal with the strange body, nodded in satisfaction and said, not only did the lady commit suicide, but the male guard also cut himself into 6 pieces, he committed suicide too. The principal was speechless, cutting oneself into 6 pieces to commit suicide, very good, very impressive. Understood, I will go deal with these suicidal people right away, the principal said with a determined expression as he pulled the lady's leg and exited the office, leaving behind the trembling Mediterranean. Bro, can we still have dinner together tomorrow? Mediterranean asked with a smile. I can't fulfill all your wishes at the same time, Wu Feng replied with a grin, pulling out his handgun. The hat-wearing weird guy sat on the sofa in anger, undergoing the room's treatment. Next to him was a bearded weird guy. At this point, the JK girl was not in the office and had already gone to the staff dormitory to rest. You bastard, I have never suffered such humiliation, the hat-wearing weird guy complained, recalling the feeling of electric shocks made him furious. Hey, this is not humiliation, it's a blessing, said the bearded weird guy next to him. I didn't call you over to mock me, the hat-wearing weird guy was very dissatisfied with the bearded guy's reaction. What do you mean it's a blessing? The bearded weird guy chuckled, saying, it's obvious you don't pay attention to details. Our school has a complaint system, as long as you file a complaint successfully, you'll get weird coin rewards, didn't you know that? Complaint system? If the bearded weird guy hadn't mentioned it, the hat-wearing weird guy wouldn't have even noticed this matter. That's right, the complaint system. Damn it, I will go fiercely complain about that bastard who not only forced me to be labeled as psychologically troubled but also used such cruel therapy to coerce me into admitting I needed to get better. The most hateful part is that he stole my 6,000 weird coins. That's 6,000 weird coins, how much has one saved up in a lifetime? Brother, you're truly a genius. The hat weirdly hugged the bearded one and gave him a kiss. Your memory is really impressive, how could I have overlooked such an important thing? The bearded one, feeling satisfied, raised his head proudly. I'll go file a complaint right now. The hat weird stood up to write a complaint but was stopped by the bearded one. Just filing a complaint won't be satisfying. The bearded one shook his head. Before coming here, I already investigated. This guy is just a new psychological consultant. Why don't we call some friends to vent our anger, beat him until he runs out of negative energy and crashes, then file a complaint? Doesn't that sound great? After hearing this, the hat weird's eyes lit up. Brilliant. Really brilliant. Let's go. We'll take action now. The hat weird said. Hey, let's act tomorrow, the complaint collector has already gone off duty. That's true. You're really smart, lucky to have you. In the end, Wu Feng chose not to kill the Mediterranean weird. Guys like him, who cling to power and are greedy for money, are actually easier to control. Perfectly lacking a runner, Wu Feng directly had this guy sign a master-servant contract on the surrender document. Once the contract was signed, Wu Feng let him experience the consequences of betrayal a few times before having him lead him to the staff dormitory. The next day, since Wu Feng didn't want to change his office, the principal instructed someone to move the complaint point to his office. Wu Feng sat in his office, thinking about how to get the remaining 700 points. This really gives me a headache. The little boy and the mushroom head are not pulling their weight. Alright, I still haven't had the hat weird sign the relevant documents from yesterday. I need to get him to do that later. In the cafeteria's kitchen, under the call of the bearded one and the hat weird, 8 weirds gathered together. Friends, yesterday Li Shu was bullied and tricked out of 6,000 weird coins. The bearded one pointed at the hat weird and spoke to the group. I made it very clear before calling you all, as long as we can help Li Shu get his revenge and retrieve that 6,000 weird coins, I'll give each of you 300 weird coins. One weird in the crowd spoke up. We're all friends, talking about weird coins feels a bit distant. Alright then, I won't give you weird coins. The bearded one said. But then again. Just kidding. The bearded one chuckled. Let me explain what we are going to do next. Forward slash 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 forward slash. Comma dot 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 comma. The author routinely asks for gifts. Everyone sends some free little gifts. 4 gifts. The author can do anything. Chapter 40. Are you going to report me? The bearded one briefly laid out the plan. One weird took the written complaint to the teaching building, while the other weirds headed to the counseling room together. The plan was flawless. This time they were ready to vent their anger. Having made all the arrangements, the bearded one and the hat weird led the group of weirds towards Wu Feng's office door, marching on with great momentum. The Mediterranean weird, intending to take some fresh air, saw them striding towards Wu Feng's office and asked, "Are you all here to see Dr. Wu for psychological treatment?" Dr. Wu? What kind of doctor is he, looking like that? Today, we'll let this damn doctor understand what a surprise feels like. He's no doctor. The hat weird, being the most vocal, shouted, "Today we're going to expose this fraud. If he's a doctor, I'll make him a lunatic." Hearing this, the Mediterranean weird couldn't help but smile. Make Wu Feng a lunatic? Ha ha ha. Are you all so brave? Even the principal treats Wu Feng with utmost respect. What do you think you are? What are you laughing at? The hat, feeling weird, asked, sensing an insult. Sorry, I usually don't like to laugh, I just suddenly thought of a really funny joke. The Mediterranean man tried hard to control his smile. Go ahead, Wu Feng is right inside the room. Humph, we'll deal with Wu Feng first, then we'll deal with you. After saying this, the hat ignored the Mediterranean man and lifted his foot to kick the office door of Wu Feng. Hey, that's school property. If you break it, you'll have to pay for it. The Mediterranean man quickly spoke up. Hearing this, the hat hesitated for a moment, then silently pulled back his foot and quietly twisted the doorknob. The bearded man patted the hat's shoulder, signaling he would speak later. The hat nodded, indicating he understood. Creak. The door opened, and 7 strange figures marched into the office. Wu Feng was yawning at his desk, his heart leaping with joy upon hearing the footsteps. Business was coming. Especially when he counted exactly 7 people, he felt even happier. If he could treat their psychological problems, he would complete the first main quest with exactly 1,000 points. It's an honor to meet you, Dr. Wu. The bearded man stood at the front of the group of strange figures, a smile creeping across his face as he began to smirk. Do you know why we're here? The bearded man pulled the hat beside him with one hand. Wu Feng glanced at them and said, Buddy, your condition seems a bit serious. You don't even know why you came? The bearded man thought, can't you see we came to find trouble for the hat? He's a normal one, the bearded man said. I know, I'm treating him, Wu Feng replied calmly, without a hint of guilt. You treat him? I mean, this guy is normal, why force him to get treatment? Not going to take it slow, I'll come at you hard from the start. Listen up, a very powerful complaint collector has come to our school. The bearded man started. The reason the bearded man knew was that a friend of his was a teacher here. Yesterday the principal urgently notified the educational director, the grade director, and other school leaders that the school would change the complaint collector. This person is the biggest shareholder in our school, named Wu Feng. When you see him, be polite, everyone be honest. When you encounter the complaint collector, remember to greet him, and make sure not to mess things up for me. After receiving this information, each school leader sent it to the teachers. Not long ago, the bearded man asked his teacher friend about the complaint collector, so this teacher told the bearded man about it. The teacher's exact words were, feel free to act boldly, this new complaint collector at our school is very powerful, even the principal has to be respectful. You can definitely make that psychologist have a hard time. If I report you for forcibly treating someone with that big shot's methods, you'll definitely regret it. Hearing this, the hat became completely excited. Kid, you're about to face some tough times ahead. Wu Feng listened to the bearded man's incessant chatter, a bit surprised. From what Wu Feng knew, he seemed to be the only complaint collector in the entire school. Are you saying you want to complain about me, to me? And let the very powerful complaint collector, who is me, handle it? To punish me, the psychologist, and make me unable to escape? I should just kill myself, right? Goodness, you really are a genius, kid. Our demand is not difficult: return the full 6,000 Eerie coins my brother lost, and compensate us with 10,000 Eerie coins, otherwise, we will report this matter. The beardy one stepped forward, looking down at Wu Feng, who was seated. What the beardy one said was obviously a lie. Whether or not Wu Feng gave up these 16,000 Eerie coins, they would still complain about him. The only reason for saying this was to make Wu Feng obediently hand over the Eerie coins. After all, with Wu Feng's dark heart, he could easily earn 6,000 Eerie coins in a day from the hat guy, so 10,000 Eerie coins were also money he could easily bring out. To tell the truth, his plan was not bad. If Wu Feng were not the complaint collector, that is. After finishing this sentence, the beardy one took the lead in sitting down on the sofa, and the rest of the Eerie beings followed him and sat down. You have only 5 minutes to think. After 5 minutes, not only are we going to complain, but we will also give you a surprise, like making your head drill into your butt. You have only 5 minutes. Meanwhile, the Eerie being with the complaint letter arrived at the complaint place. There was a notice posted on the big door. The complaint location has changed. If you want to make a written complaint, please go to the 3rd floor of the administration building and find Wu Feng, the psychologist. Wu Feng, the psychologist, feels a bit familiar. The Eerie being with the complaint letter murmured and then stopped thinking, instead running towards the administration building. Not long after, he arrived at the door of the psychology consultation room. At this moment, the Mediterranean Eerie was lazily stretching at the entrance. Hello, may I ask if Wu Feng is here? The Eerie being with the complaint letter asked. Another one looking for Wu Feng? He is here. The Mediterranean Eerie pointed in a direction. In that office, it's best to knock on the door before you go in. There are quite a few people inside. Okay, thank you. The Eerie being with the complaint letter cheerfully walked towards Wu Feng's office. The author daily seeks gifts. Everyone send a free little gift. For the gift the author can do anything. Chapter 41, Why aren't you speaking? Hurry up and tell me why you are complaining about me? You now have 4 minutes left to think. The beardy Eerie looked at the indifferent Wu Feng and reminded him. Wu Feng's calm demeanor made him a bit flustered. Could it be that this guy has some special way to deal with complaints? Impossible, it's absolutely impossible. How could a small psychologist like him deal with a powerful complaint collector? I regret it, I will only give you 3 minutes to consider. You now have 2 minutes left. The beardy Eerie continued to apply pressure. As soon as his words fell, the office door was knocked on. Knock knock. Hello, is there anyone in there? Came the voice from outside the door. The beardy Eerie felt that this voice sounded a bit familiar. Come in. Wu Feng crisply said one word. Just as the beardy one wanted to ask if the hat Eerie sounded familiar, the open door answered his question. The Eerie being with the complaint letter walked into the room, smiling and respectfully looking at Wu Feng, who was sitting at the desk, not daring to glance around. It was exactly because he didn't dare to look around that he didn't see the beardy Eerie and others sitting on the sofa. He only had a vague shadow in his peripheral vision. Hello. The Eerie being with the complaint letter tiptoed to Wu Feng's desk and placed the complaint letter on the table. You are the complaint collector, right? I heard you are upright, and it really looks like it. The Eerie being with the complaint letter started with a flattery. Wu Feng glanced at the strange expressions of the crowd behind the complaint letter and, knowing the answer, asked, Who are you going to complain about? As he spoke, Wu Feng opened the letter. Oh, great lord, I want to complain about a ruthless psychologist. The words of the complaint letter grew passionate. You have no idea how despicable this guy is. He is utterly evil, heartless, and has committed countless sins. The content of this complaint letter is not even 1/10,000th of his wrongdoing. The man with the beard and the hat behind felt like the sky was falling as he listened to the complaint letter speak. In fact, when the complaint letter walked in, the bearded man sensed something was off. Why would the complaint letter come here? Could it be? When he heard Wu Feng say he was the complaint collector, he couldn't help but doubt whether his ears were failing him. But the doubt lasted only a few seconds. Reason told him his ears must be working just fine. However, whether things would go wrong from now on was hard to say. Forget about the ears, he felt like he would run into big trouble today. Wu Feng didn't understand the words above, but still pretended to read the letter thoroughly. This psychologist is indeed despicable. Sir, you are holding it upside down, the complaint letter reminded cautiously. Oh. Wu Feng acknowledged with a sound but didn't look at the complaint letter again. Instead, he directly placed it on the table. Sorry, but I can't read. That he couldn't read surprised the complaint letter a bit. But that's okay, we can communicate verbally, Wu Feng said. So, Wu Feng paused and sat up straight. What's your name? Tell me in detail why you want to complain to this collector of complaints? The complaint letter blurted out without thinking. In detail, that is? At this point, the complaint letter suddenly froze, repeating Wu Feng's last question in his head. Why do you want to complain to this collector of complaints? Complain, this collector of complaints. This collector of complaints. That sentence echoed in the complaint letter's mind, swirling around and around. Something was wrong, something was wrong. Could it be? He glanced toward the blurry shadow he had caught earlier. The bearded man and his hat-wearing companions were sitting stiffly on the sofa. At this moment, a single voice echoed in the complaint letter's head. Damn it, it's over. Wu Feng pressed on intimidatingly, why aren't you talking? Why do you want to complain to me? The complaint letter began to sweat profusely. No one told me it was such a high-end situation before I came. What should I do now? The complaint letter obediently stepped back to stand beside the bearded man. Damn, you brought us onto this sinking ship, think of a way out. Not just the complaint letter, all strange eyes turned to the stiff bearded man sitting properly. The bearded man, already nervous, started to sweat bullets. He only knew the complaint collector was formidable but didn't find out who the complaint collector was. What could be the most desperate way to die? This was the most desperate way to die. The bearded man's mind began to spin rapidly. Hurry up and think of a way. Move, quickly move. And the sphincter, give me strength. Hold tight, don't release that black dragon just because your master is scared. Just as you said at the beginning, we are all patients with psychological disorders. The bearded man forced a smile, as if possessed by agony. It hurt too much. The bearded man pulled the complaint letter over and said, This guy's condition is the worst. Look, he starts talking nonsense as soon as he opens his mouth. I heard you are a divine doctor, so we specifically came to see you and we are willing to pay double the price for your treatment. Coming to see a doctor is a completely laughable excuse. It's not even just laughable, it's something a 3-year-old wouldn't believe. The bearded man knows this too, so the real meaning behind this sentence is that we want to buy peace with money. We give you strange coins, and you treat us like a fart and let us go. Of course, Wu Feng is not lacking in strange coins, but he is short on points. Although he has already sentenced this group of people wanting to trick him to death in his heart, they still have some value for now. Oh. Wu Feng nodded, you want to pay double the price for treatment, right? Okay, let me calculate the price for you. The usual price for psychological counseling is 10 strange coins per minute, so if it's double. 2 times 10 equals 200 strange coins, so you will be charged 200 strange coins for each minute, and for 2 minutes. 200 plus 200 equals 500 strange coins. Silence, the group of strange beings fell completely silent. What a good calculation, what a brilliant calculation, what an amazing calculation. If you keep calculating, will it turn into over 100,000 strange coins for an hour? Wu Feng noticed the strange expressions on their faces, so he kindly asked, what's wrong? Am I calculating it wrong? Yes, you are calculating it too accurately. The bearded man made an okay gesture to Wu Feng. It seems to agree with Wu Feng's math, but actually, he secretly gave Wu Feng a smack on the head. Thank you for the gifts sent by Hua Shi, many thanks. The author daily asks for gifts, please send a free little gift. For the gift, the author can do anything. Chapter 42, you were the loudest just now, right? I just scanned the room, all of you have anger management issues. Based on my treatment experience, you will need to face with me for at least an hour to be cured. Wu Feng said as he scanned the room. If 2 minutes is 500 strange coins, then an hour would be. Seeing Wu Feng about to start calculating again, everyone felt a tightening in their hearts. With Wu Feng's calculation, the money for an hour might be enough to buy the whole school. 10 minutes is 5,000 strange coins, so an hour is 50,000 strange coins. Wu Feng grew more excited as he calculated. What he initially thought was a small amount of money slowly became considerable under his masterful calculations. The only unfortunate part is that these guys probably can't come up with that much strange coin. The bearded man felt like crying without tears. Please stop calculating, it's already unaffordable. 50,000 strange coins, even if you sold me, you couldn't gather that much strange coin. The bearded man tremblingly took out more than 10,000 strange coins and placed them on the table. Big brother, this amount of strange coins is my entire fortune, I really cannot afford your calculation. The other strange beings saw this and followed suit. 8,000, 7,000, 5,000. All 8 of them placed their entire net worth on the table. and together they added up to over 60,000 strange coins. That counts as an extra little gain. Hey, look at what you're saying, as the saying goes, a doctor has a benevolent heart. Even if you don't have enough money, I will still treat you. Wu Feng took out a registration form from his drawer. Let me register your conditions and note that you have been treated. Wu Feng distributed the registration forms to the strange beings one by one. The strange beings filled out the forms nervously and handed them back to Wu Feng. Okay, your value has expired. Very well, now you all accompany me outside. Wu Feng neatly stacked the forms and placed them in his drawer. Although the strange beings did not know the meaning of Wu Feng doing this, no one dared to refuse. After all, these big figures do not have the courage to refute anything. Under Wu Feng's lead, everyone obediently came to a forest. The bearded one felt a bit scared. The others did not know that Wu Feng had the ability to harm them, but the bearded one knew. Yesterday, the hat creature emphasized this matter. Why is it so empty here? I am a bit scared. The bearded one originally wanted to say if Wu Feng would kill them, he was a bit afraid. But Wu Feng was nearby, so he did not dare to say that. I should be the one who is scared. After all, I have to go out alone from this empty place soon, Wu Feng replied. The bearded one's footsteps paused as he keenly caught the meaning in Wu Feng's words. Going back alone. This kid wants to make a move. Humph. The bearded one suddenly realized that constantly giving in would never lead to a way out. Continuing to follow Wu Feng would definitely lead to a dead end. Damn it. Following him would mean death, but if he fought back, there might be a chance to survive. He had significant authority among this group of creatures. As long as he made a move, the other creatures would definitely follow his lead. Damn it, I'll fight him. The bearded one suddenly stopped, his dark aura began to erupt, and his eyes turned bright red. His head began to enlarge, and his mouth grew even larger, filled with sharp teeth that were densely packed like an eel. The creatures around the bearded one instantly noticed his appearance. While the creatures around were still hesitating, the hat creature suddenly gritted its teeth and charged at Wu Feng. The bearded one's move was incredibly powerful, as he could quickly devour the enemy's dark energy through biting. The only drawback was that it required a slight build-up and his aim was a bit off. The hat creature knew exactly how dangerous Wu Feng was. Continuing to walk would mean certain death. The only way to survive would be to cooperate with the bearded one to drain Wu Feng's dark energy, putting him in a dormant state. The hat creature charged forward and tried to hold Wu Feng in place. What are you waiting for? Come help me quickly. The hat creature shouted, Wu Feng has the ability to harm or even kill us. Persistent submission will ultimately lead to our deaths. You must believe me, our only hope is to drain Wu Feng's dark energy and put him into a dormant state. For a better tomorrow, for our families, for our future, do not be afraid any longer. Let's go together and control Wu Feng. The complaint letter creature did not hesitate any longer, although it did not know whether Wu Feng truly had the ability to kill them. But since they had already offended such a big figure, combined with the hat creature's turmoil, there was no chance for reconciliation. It was better to just fight him directly. Damn it, let's fight. For a better tomorrow. The complaint letter creature shouted angrily and also charged to hold Wu Feng. After someone took the lead, the remaining creatures rushed in one after another, their chaotic movements binding Wu Feng. Hold on, the bearded one shouted loudly as he viciously bit toward Wu Feng's face like an eel. Crack. His lips merged, and Wu Feng's entire head was engulfed by the bearded one's mouth. The bearded one began to use his dark power to activate his teeth to absorb Wu Feng's dark energy. Unfortunately, no matter how he activated his dark power, he could not feel Wu Feng's dark energy being absorbed. What is going on? No, I cannot lose, I must succeed. Scenes of a beautiful life in this world began to flash in his mind, strolling with the hat creature. Eating grilled whole beings with the other creatures. After eating, I yelled loudly on the street. How can such a beautiful life just disappear like this? For my family, for a better tomorrow, I must succeed, the man with the beard roared inside, crazily urging the dark energy within himself. Unfortunately, everything was in vain. Waiting for so long, I thought it was something amazing, just this? Wu Feng's voice came out from the man with the beard, who felt a bit bored after watching the strange buildup of power. He thought this guy could explode something and create some special effects like a woman in a gown to open his eyes. The rebound ability activated, and Wu Feng used strange coins to directly triple the power of this ability. An even bigger mouth appeared above him. The man with the beard looked at the large mouth suddenly appearing above his head and didn't have time to say anything before he was swallowed whole. Unfortunately, this ability only had the power to absorb dark energy. 3 seconds later, the man with the beard, who was stuck in a dead state, was spat out. The mouth did not disappear. Wu Feng turned to look at the hat weirdness. You were the loudest just now, right? The author asks for gifts daily. Everyone send a free little gift. For the gift the author can do anything. Chapter 43, Do you know Wu Feng? The hat weirdness showed a simple smile, just about to speak when the big mouth above Wu Feng swallowed him whole. The other weirdnesses were at a loss about what to do next upon seeing this situation. Run? This complaint collector has great powers, it's not like running away from the temple is an option. Don't run? Staying here won't help either. The weirdnesses loosened their grips and no longer restrained Wu Feng. Master, spare us our little lives, we can be your dogs, one of the weirdnesses shouted. Be a dog? Wu Feng raised his gun as if he hadn't heard, and after a gunshot, that weirdness's head exploded like a watermelon. Dealing with this group of low-tier weirdnesses took Wu Feng less than 5 seconds. After finishing up here, he returned to his office, stacked the 11 registration forms in his hand, and went to the Mediterranean weirdness's office. After explaining the situation, the Mediterranean weirdness took these 11 registration forms and went out to walk through the process. When he returned, a crisp voice rang in Wu Feng's ears, and a transparent screen appeared before him. Congratulations, player, on completing the first phase of the main task, 1000 points/1000 points. Now starting the second round of the main task, earn over 500 points in the Paradise test. Complete the second round of the main task to return. Wu Feng looked at the second main task, curious about what this so-called Paradise was. It had been almost a day since he entered the instance, and he had never heard anyone discuss information about Paradise. Do you know about Paradise? Wu Feng looked at the Mediterranean weirdness. Of course I know, the Mediterranean responded immediately upon hearing Wu Feng's question. Paradise is the belief that supports me to keep working. But to enter Paradise, you need to go through several extremely difficult tests, and to qualify for the test requires 10,000 points. Upon mentioning 10,000 points, the Mediterranean weirdness let out a sigh. Every day doing this foolish work, feeling as helpless as a husband bringing his boss home, foolish like a parent calling a teacher home for extra lessons. If it weren't for saving points and strange coins, I would have quit long ago. I hope this year's occupational amnesty falls on me. Occupational amnesty? Wu Feng did not quite understand what this meant. The Mediterranean weirdness did not show surprise at Wu Feng's confusion. But he patiently began to explain. There is a career pardon once every 10 years. And the so-called career pardon means that a certain profession has one opportunity to participate in the amusement park test with only 1,000 points needed, but the chances of being selected are quite small. After all, there are countless professions in this world. When the Mediterranean said this, he sighed again. This year happens to be the 10th year, I wonder which lucky profession will be chosen. Wu Feng glanced at Main Quest 2, and without thinking, it was almost certain that the profession being selected was the psychological consultant. After all, the main quest cannot just randomly choose. If it really required them to gather 10,000 points to participate in the amusement park test, then that would be a truly cruel game. Wu Feng did not continue to ask anything. Instead, he left the Mediterranean's strange office and returned to his own room. He sat on the sofa as usual, but as he turned to look out the window, he felt something new in his hand. He looked down. This was a red and black envelope, with a wax seal of a pair of wings spread out. When did this thing appear? Wu Feng cautiously looked around. Everything was calm, nothing had changed. This is? Wu Feng murmured, beginning to think that this thing should be related to the amusement park. He opened the envelope and took out the letter inside. The characters were still in those shapes he could not recognize, but miraculously he could understand what was written on it. Hello, esteemed sir. Congratulations, your profession has been selected as a pardoned profession. We detected that you already have 1,000 points. Will you participate in the amusement park test? If you decide to participate, please sign your name in the lower left corner. P.S. If you can score 600 or above in the test, you can officially enter the amusement park. Amusement park. It turned out to be a letter from the amusement park. The no survivors difficulty of the bizarre game truly is fraught with danger. Any small mistake will lead to an endless abyss. For example, if he fails the psychological consultant assessment, he would need to honestly collect 10,000 points to enter the amusement park for the test. Amusement park? Wu Feng murmured. What kind of existence is this that it can be a place yearned for by the bizarre? Even the second main quest only requires earning 500 points to clear. There's no need to enter the amusement park at all. Wu Feng was a very curious person, and this mysterious amusement park piqued his curiosity. Interesting. Wu Feng signed his name in the lower left corner of the envelope. Let me see what this extremely difficult test entails. Flames suddenly ignited on the envelope, and just as they were about to burn out, the flames rose and formed several large characters in front of him. Signing successful, please wait until midnight tonight, we will invite you to participate in the test. A personal invitation? This is quite interesting. Wu Feng looked at the clock, there was still plenty of time until midnight. He stretched lazily. Even though he hadn't done much today, he felt a bit tired. Just as he sat on the sofa ready to rest, there was a knock on the office door. Come in. Wu Feng spoke gruffly. The long-haired girl opened the door and walked into the office. Not good. The suited man somehow angered the great director, and just now, all the lives that had been killed are gone. Although the long-haired girl looked somewhat anxious, her speech was calm and logical. Meanwhile, the suited man standing in the corner of the room had his clothes completely soaked in blood. He smiled bitterly as he looked at the head of the great approaching him step by step, feeling an odd mixture of unwillingness and helplessness in his heart. With no way to retreat, he was surely doomed, and despite having played all his trump cards, it was of no use. The bizarre power before him was suffocating, making him feel like an ant facing the sun and moon. Ha ha! The man in the suit laughed out loud. To die at the hands of such a powerful and bizarre force was a kind of honor. Before he died, the man in the suit thought of Wu Feng, recalling that the long-haired girl had hinted that Wu Feng was very strong. In this bizarre game where nobody survived, perhaps only Wu Feng had a chance to clear it. Wu Feng, you must clear it, said the man in the suit before he passed away, then his gaze became resolute as he roared, wanting to die fiercely, come on, beast. Amidst the man's roar, the great head, who had been steadily walking towards him, strangely paused in his tracks. The mocking expression that had previously looked at him like food or a toy vanished, replaced by a cautious demeanor. You. The great head paused and changed his words. Do you know Wu Feng? The author daily asks for gifts, everyone send a free little gift, for gifts the author can do anything. Chapter 44, a table, a revolver, let's have an exciting game of Russian roulette. The great head was not sure if the Wu Feng mentioned by the man in the suit was the same as the largest shareholder of the school. But similarly, he could not be certain that the Wu Feng mentioned by the man in the suit was different from the largest shareholder of the school. So directly admitting defeat was definitely not a bad choice. If the two Wu Fengs were indeed the same person, he would have really offended this suited man, and next, he might not escape unscathed. The man in the suit, prepared for death, was a bit baffled by this sudden turn of events. What is this situation? How did it change so drastically? Could it be that before eating me, they wanted to play some little games? I know him. Why, the man in the suit spoke up. Hey, look at my eyes, how did I mistake you for a human? The great head laughed loudly, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. The man in the suit looked at his body covered in blood. Earlier, the bizarre figure only needed a bit of blood to confirm he was a human, and now he was soaked in it. How could he say he didn't recognize it? Moreover, how many times has this guy tried to kill me? Doesn't he have any idea? Are you trying to fool a ghost? There's definitely a trick here, absolutely a trick. Could it be that this bizarre thing is trying to make me betray Wu Feng? Impossible, I am definitely not the kind of person to betray my kind, so you might as well give up on that dream. Humph. The man in the suit let out a cold huff. If you want to kill me, just do it. No need for all these fancy tricks. The great head felt utterly speechless, realizing it was bad. Judging by the expression on the suited individual's face, making up now would be particularly difficult. Just last night, the principal had just explained that matter, and he had offended a friend of the shareholder. Originally thinking that meeting a human was his luck, he found this was purely bad luck. If things go poorly, he might even lose his position as the great head. Without this position, how can I earn points for the amusement park? I was wrong, I was really wrong, please forgive me, the great head said as he suddenly knelt on the ground, slapping his face repeatedly. This series of actions left the bizarre man in the suit stunned for a full 10 seconds. What the hell? He wanted to slap himself a few times to confirm that everything happening in front of him was real. Looking at the indifferent man in the suit, the great director hurriedly took out 1,000 strange coins and respectfully placed them in front of him. These gifts are for you. I do not expect you to forgive me, I just hope to put out the fire of your anger. The great director smiled strangely and pushed these items toward the suited man. The two stared at each other with wide eyes. Finally, the great director gritted his teeth and added another 2,000 strange coins. The two continued to stare at each other with wide eyes. The great director could honestly say he had exhausted all his efforts. If 3,000 strange coins along with a strange item could not earn the forgiveness of this human, he would have to think of other ways. For example, directly going to find Wu Feng to apologize. You can spend these strange coins slowly. If it's not enough, you can always ask me for more. I'll be leaving now. The great director waved his hand with a smile and disappeared from the suited man's sight. Once he was sure the great director had gone far, the suited man finally collected these items. A conspiracy or something, it seemed like only after he saw Wu Feng would he know the truth. No. The suited man ultimately decided not to meet Wu Feng. What if the great director wanted to use him to track this human? Wouldn't going to find Wu Feng put him in danger? In the strange game, one must always be prepared for the worst. As Wu Feng and the long-haired woman walked out of the administrative building, they saw the smiling great director. The long-haired girl trembled all over, the immense pressure making her breath quicken, her feet instinctively stepping back. I have a friend. Before Wu Feng could finish, the great director immediately spoke. I've released him. I have already released him. I'm truly blind, I didn't realize he was your friend. Look at my eyes, they are really sick. The great director popped out his own eyeball and spat on the ground fiercely. I have compensated your friend with 3,000 strange coins, and of course, yours too. The great director took out 5,000 strange coins from his pocket and respectfully placed them in Wu Feng's palm. Very good at making connections. Though 5,000 strange coins were nothing much to Wu Feng, even mosquito legs are meat. The long-haired girl's gaze shifted back and forth between the great director and Wu Feng. Wow. Which one of you is the strange one? As a strange being, how can you flatter a human like this? Is this still the strange game? It seems like the one participating in the strange game is not us, but this great director. What about that guy? Wu Feng asked. Not dead, just lost a lot of blood, the great director answered honestly. As long as he's not dead, that's good. Day after day, it was like he was worrying as a father. As long as he's not dead, Wu Feng waved his hand and turned to head back into the administrative building. Seeing Wu Feng's demeanor, the great director let out a long sigh of relief. Oh, and here's yours. The great director then handed the long-haired girl 500 strange coins. Indeed, being capable made the great director thorough in his dealings. The long-haired girl was stunned to receive these 500 strange coins, feeling as if she had returned to the real world at that moment. The strange being in front of her was as kind as her grandmother. Wu Feng returned to the office, enjoying a leisurely time. Time flew by swiftly, fleeting in an instant. After treating the little boy and the mushroom-headed student with psychological issues, unconsciously, it had already become evening. Wu Feng returned to the dormitory, quietly waiting for midnight to arrive. In a half-sleep state, he heard some shattering sounds. He suddenly woke up to find that the shattering sounds were actually coming from the air around him. No, to be precise, it is space. The fissures in space spread quickly, creating a web-like scene in no time. Everything around began to crumble. All turned to nothingness, as if falling into an abyss, or perhaps sinking to the bottom of the sea. Wu Feng continued to plummet until a glimmer of light appeared at the end of the abyss. The light rapidly expanded, forcing him to shield his eyes with his hands. Welcome, Wu Feng. You have arrived at the testing ground, wishing you could successfully pass this test and enter paradise. Once he completely adjusted to the light, Wu Feng lowered his hands from his eyes. A table, a revolver, and a grinning creature with sharp teeth. An approaching voice entered his ears. The first test is actually this, it seems our luck isn't very good. Comma, 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 a comma, a comma, comma. Comma, a comma, a comma, a comma, a comma, 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 comma dot comma. Comma dot comma, comma. Comma dot comma dot comma. The author daily seeks gifts, everyone, please give a free little gift. The author can do anything for a gift. Chapter 45, Bold and Cautious. Wu Feng looked around, the testing ground was not very large, about 50 or 60 square meters. In the room, besides the table and the toothy, grinning creature behind it, there were also two strange beings behind Wu Feng. One of the strange beings, with a split mouth, saw the table, the revolver, and the toothy creature, and said they weren't very lucky. Why do you say that? The other strange being, dripping wet, asked as it stood up. It's just a revolver, what's there to be afraid of? Hey, you don't know, this revolver has the ability to kill us, not only that, the split-mouthed being began to explain but then closed its mouth. Not only that what? The drip strange being hurriedly asked. The split-mouthed strange being chuckled, thinking why should I provide information for free? If you want to know more. The split-mouthed being rubbed its thumb and index finger together and said, it will cost you. I don't want much, just give me 10,000 weird coins. The dripping strange being, upon hearing this number, only wanted to embed the split-mouthed being into the floor tiles. 10,000 weird coins is not little. 10,000 weird coins could feed me for 3 years. But on the other hand, although 10,000 weird coins are expensive, this is information about the test. More information means more hope of passing. Unfortunately, I have barely 6,000 weird coins in total, far from the required 10,000 weird coins. The dripping strange being turned its gaze to Wu Feng. Hey, you also heard what the split-mouthed one said, let's pull some weird coins together to buy the remaining information. 10,000 weird coins for a little information? Wu Feng wasn't very interested in this deal. He shook his head, indicating he didn't need it. Seeing Wu Feng's attitude, the dripping strange being advised, kid, don't aim too high, thinking that just because you came to the testing ground, you have a great chance of passing. Haven't you heard how difficult the test for entering paradise is? You are lucky today to use weird coins to learn about the test. The dripping strange being rambled on in Wu Feng's ear. Alright, although the idea of teaming up was mine, I'm willing to take a loss and still contribute 4,000 weird coins. You just need to contribute 6,000 weird coins. Wu Feng felt he wasn't quite understanding. Is there logic in what you are saying? But upon thinking carefully, he felt he understood. Because after hearing this, Wu Feng thought of a type of person he had seen before. Clearly very stupid, but they thought they were smart, desperately trying to take various small advantages, believing others couldn't see through a thing. What do you think? My proposed condition is already very good. Hurry up and issue the weird coins. Wu Feng already had the impulse to stuff a gun into the dripping, water-like strange mouth, but considering the test, he only politely refused. Get lost. Hearing Wu Feng's curse, the water-dripping strange became instantly furious. You. Before he could finish his sentence, the toothy creature behind the table spoke. Please, everyone remain quiet. The test is about to begin. Upon hearing the toothy creature's words, the water-dripping strange clicked his tongue and cursed silently, calling him an idiot for not wanting the information at hand, wondering what was going on in his head. The toothy creature's voice continued, the content of the first two tests is related to this phrase. As soon as the words fell, a string of text appeared in the air. Still incomprehensible, but one could understand what it meant. With a fierce heart, sniffing the roses, daring but careful. So the content of our first test is Russian roulette. The toothy creature's voice echoed in Wu Feng's ears. The last words, Russian roulette, sounded awkward, as if they had been adapted from some other language. You won't even buy the information at hand, you'll regret it later. The water-dripping strange walked up to Wu Feng's side and whispered. There was a feeling that not taking advantage of Wu Feng would lead to big losses. After saying this, he didn't give Wu Feng a chance to refute, directly walking to the split-mouth strange, using 6,000 weird coins and a weird item to exchange for the remaining information of the split-mouth strange. Not only that, what comes later? The water-dripping strange asked eagerly, whisper it, don't let that guy hear. Ahem. The split-mouth strange cleared his throat. It's fine even if he hears because the toothy creature will inform us of the following information. The water-dripping strange. Damn. Next, I will explain the test rules in detail. The toothy creature scanned the three of them. Firstly, this level tests courage, so this bullet has the ability to kill all of you. Secondly, the closer you are to death, the higher the score you will receive, with a maximum score of 300. Thirdly, there are only 9 bullets on the table. Once loaded, they are discarded, and the next person cannot load. Wu Feng pondered the rules the toothy creature had stated. Analyzing the rules, the person who goes first scores higher. Since bullets are not transferable, the first person can freely increase the bullets to gain a higher score while the subsequent persons need to see how many bullets remain. So the order of going is crucial. Those are the only rules. Next, I need you to vote to decide the order. The toothy creature grinned, his mouth splitting quickly to the roots of his ears. The water-dripping strange and the split-mouth strange clearly realized the importance of the order. Allied? The water-dripping strange looked at the split-mouth strange. Of course, no problem. The split-mouth strange, who just got 6,000 weird coins and a weird item from the water-dripping strange, agreed without hesitation. After all, the water-dripping strange was foolish, making it easier to fool him again later. TSK, you think I'm only on the first level? The water-dripping strange looked at Wu Feng, trying hard to act cool after losing face earlier. Actually, I'm on the ceiling, garbage, just wait for your failure. Wu Feng did not respond because he had already thought of how to break the deadlock later. For now, let this fool show off for a while, and he will have a big surprise coming. Those who agree to let him go first, raise your hands. The toothy creature pointed to Wu Feng and asked. No one raised their hands. The water-dripping strange chuckled lightly, shaking his head, feeling like celebrating the halfway point. Those who agree to let him go first, raise your hands. The toothy creature pointed to the water-dripping strange. Both the water-dripping strange and the split-mouth strange raised their hands simultaneously. Alright, the first place goes to you. Then, those who agree to let him go second, raise your hands. The Feng creature pointed at the split-mouth weird. 2 votes of agreement. Very good, the order has been established. The Feng creature gently waved a hand over the table, and 9 bullets appeared out of thin air. Please, the first tester, come to the stage. Point 0. Seeking gifts, the author is willing to do anything for free gifts. Chapter 46. No probability at all? Very well, this guy can be eliminated right away. The split-mouth weird pointed at Wu Feng, ready to trick this brainless droplet weird. You just need to add 5 bullets to the revolver, while I add 4 bullets, then Wu Feng won't have a single bullet. The droplet weird, who originally thought of adding 4 bullets, hesitated after hearing the split-mouth weird's words. Yes, if I add 5 bullets directly. Suddenly, the droplet weird trembled all over. How ridiculous, what difference does adding 5 bullets make from seeking death? The death rate with 4 bullets is already high enough. For the score, I can't just throw away my life. 4 bullets are already above average, the score can't be low. 5 bullets are completely unnecessary. Get lost, do you think I'm an idiot? The droplet weird turned back and scolded the split-mouth weird fiercely. Then he noticed the split-mouth weird's caring look towards him, as if saying, aren't you? Hoof. The droplet weird didn't want to argue too much with the split-mouth weird. He sat down in front of the Feng creature, looking down at the revolver and the 9 bullets on the table. How many bullets do you want? The Feng creature asked. The droplet weird closed his eyes and after a moment of calm, he spoke, 4 bullets. The Feng creature's nearly 20-centimeter long fingers quickly and flexibly loaded 4 bullets into the revolver. With a click, the loading was complete, and the Feng creature sharply spun the chamber. With a pleasing sliding sound, the revolver was handed to the droplet weird. Please prove your courage. The droplet weird grasped the handle, his fingers trembling as he aimed the gun at his own brain. Can I spin the chamber once more? The droplet weird did not pull the trigger but asked instead. No. The droplet weird closed his eyes, his jaw clenched tightly. Damn it, let's go for it. He applied force with his index finger and pulled the trigger. Bang! It wasn't the sound of a bullet firing, he was still alive. 200 points. The Feng creature said. The droplet weird took a deep breath and looked at Wu Feng, starting to show off. A mere 200 points, easy peasy, now you better perform well. Showing off feels so good. He sighed happily in his heart. After saying this, the droplet weird felt completely relaxed, and thinking about how soon he could enjoy Wu Feng's embarrassment made him feel exhilarating. The Feng creature took out all the bullets from the revolver and threw them on the ground. Next. The split-mouth weird sat in front of the table, and he also chose 4 bullets. Loading bullets, spinning the chamber. He aimed the gun at his temple. Bang! The split-mouth weird's entire head exploded like a smashed watermelon, with smoke billowing from the gun barrel. Next. The Feng creature casually tossed the split-mouth weird out, wiping away the fragments with his hand. Come on, let me see how many points you can get. The droplet weird's sarcastic voice timely echoed in Wu Feng's ears. 1 bullet, haha. What excitement can you stir up with 1 bullet? Wu Feng stepped in front of the droplet weird, his expression cold as he stared at him. What do you want? The droplet weird was unafraid, staring intently at Wu Feng. Rip! Wu Feng grabbed the droplet weird's coat and tore away a large piece of fabric, then walked to the table and carefully wiped it clean. Damn you! The exposed droplet weird cursed angrily, charging towards Wu Feng. As soon as he had only walked halfway, he noticed the toothy creature staring directly at him. Please do not disturb the contestants. A chill instantly filled his body, and the remaining words of the speech disappeared, leaving him helplessly kicking the ground, staring at Wu Feng and beginning to sulk. How many bullets do you want? The toothy creature asked, but after seeing that there was only 1 bullet left on the table, he added, it seems you have no choice. He loaded that bullet into the chamber and then forcefully slid the cylinder. Let's begin. The toothy creature handed the revolver to Wu Feng. Wu Feng reached out to take it, pressing the gun barrel against his own head. Click. When he pulled the trigger, no bullet was fired. Dewdrop was momentarily disappointed, but quickly began to mock. After accumulating points for so long, I didn't expect it to be just a round of play. The tests behind it are totally unnecessary. Wu Feng said nothing, only lifted his index finger and slowly pressed the trigger again. The second shot still did not fire a bullet. The rule said the closer to death, the higher the score, but it never mentioned that more bullets in the chamber meant a higher score. It can only be said that carefully reading the questions is too important to avoid falling into habitual thinking. Interesting. The toothy creature began to show interest in Wu Feng's actions. Dewdrop didn't understand what Wu Feng was doing, but when he pulled the third shot, he suddenly realized. This counts as cheating, right? He looked at the toothy creature and spoke, but all he received in response was silence. After going through several tragic scenarios in his mind, Dewdrop began to murmur. So what if it's cheating? It's just the third shot. Click. The fourth shot. Dewdrop fell silent, unable to utter any mocking words. The toothy creature rhythmically tapped 4 fingers on the table, eagerly anticipating Wu Feng's next shot. Wu Feng pulled the trigger. Click. No bullet was fired. With this shot, Wu Feng had already pulled the trigger 5 times in a row. Damn. Dewdrop punched the wall in frustration, not expecting that this guy would ultimately rely on strange means to achieve a standard of 5 bullets, right? No, it seemed this was even stronger than just 5 bullets. Now he couldn't just act cool, he looked even more like a clown. Wonderful, wonderful. The toothy creature couldn't help but start clapping. I will give you a very high score. 200. It's not over yet. Wu Feng interrupted the score the toothy creature was about to announce. For a moment, the toothy creature couldn't figure out what Wu Feng meant. There was 1 bullet in the chamber, and you had already shot 5 times. What do you want to do? Are you going to kill yourself with another shot? What do you still want to do? The toothy creature asked. I'm betting the last shot will jam. Wu Feng spoke softly. A small voice echoed in the room. What are you betting? You bet the bullet will jam? Interesting, this is really fun. The toothy creature actually started laughing. According to the rules, I shouldn't say this, but I just want to tell you, this gun cannot jam, not even a 1 in 10 million chance. Dewdrop also laughed. What a conceited fool. Jam? Ha, it seems your brain is jammed instead. But that's fine, if he dies, I would be overjoyed. Wu Feng said nothing, just pressed his index finger on the trigger with force. Not even a 1 in 10 million chance. I'm sorry, I have absolute luck. Absolute luck, this skill is a passive skill. The host will achieve the highest benefits at the lowest cost under any circumstances, manifesting in a 100% occurrence of all things beneficial to the host, and a 100% elimination of all things unfavorable to the host. Even if the probability is 1 in a billion, absolute luck will realize this probability. Even a 1 in a billion chance will definitely come true. Wu Feng pulled the trigger. Congratulations player for achieving, my life is in my hands and not dictated by fate. My life is in my hands and not dictated by fate. Facing an almost certain death, the player fearlessly moves forward with determination. To ask for gifts, the author is willing to do anything for free gifts. Chapter 47. Is it a lack of effort on my part? In the gaze of the tusked creature and the dripping strange, the cylinder began to spin, the firing pin began to strike. Clack. The revolver did not fire a bullet, nothing happened. Could it be jammed? The dripping strange looked at Wu Feng, who slammed the revolver on the table, filled with doubt. No way, could it really be jammed? This is a test to enter paradise. You didn't forget to load the bullets, did you? He subconsciously asked, unwilling to accept such a result. Not loaded? Wu Feng picked up the revolver from the table again and quickly turned the cylinder. In the mechanical click-click sound, he aimed the gun at the dripping strange. Do you want to give it a try? Wu Feng asked. The tusked creature glanced at the gun and surprisingly chimed in, if you want to take a shot, I can consider raising your score a bit. The dripping strange, who was about to refuse, swallowed his words back down. In fact, although the dripping strange asked the tusked creature, you didn't forget to load the bullets, did you? He still believed deep down that the tusked creature wouldn't do that. However, just one bullet, if he can get through this, he can score points. Okay. The dripping strange replied, willing to take that risk. The moment the dripping strange's voice fell, Wu Feng pulled the trigger without the slightest hesitation. The bullet surged out of the barrel, hitting the dripping strange precisely between the eyebrows. In his last moments, the dripping strange could only say, I feel like I've been scammed. Wu Feng placed the revolver back on the table. The tusked creature spoke with satisfaction, congratulations, you have scored a perfect 300 points. Please wait in place, the second round of testing will begin shortly. Wu Feng obediently stood still, while the surrounding space began to change, the table disappeared, the walls vanished, and even the tusked creature slowly became transparent. Then the floor beneath Wu Feng began to extend outward. When it reached over 100 square meters, a small clown with a red nose appeared at the end of the floor. As he walked slowly towards Wu Feng, the walls and ceiling began to reappear, and even a huge chandelier appeared below the ceiling. Welcome to the second challenge of the Paradise Test. The clown spoke, his voice booming as if with a hidden microphone. I believe you already have some speculation about what the second challenge will assess. That's right, our second challenge mainly tests your attention to detail. The clown suddenly teleported in front of Wu Feng. Do you want to take a good, careful look at me? After all, I am the representative of handsome and charming, of extraordinary elegance. Wu Feng took a step back, creating some distance from the clown who was desperately trying to rub against him. What does your handsomeness have to do with me? The chatty clown. Talking to someone like you really makes the conversation awkward. Hey, if you don't look, don't regret it later. The clown cleared his throat and jumped back energetically. Now let me introduce the rules of the second round of testing. First point, you need to hit me with this hammer within the time limit. The clown casually pointed, and a hammer appeared in Wu Feng's hand. Hee hee, now let me show you something interesting. The clown casually pointed to the ground. A box appeared on the surface, and then the box opened, springing out a being that looked exactly like the clown. The clown's movements did not pause but continued to point around. Eventually, 10 beings identical to the clown were generated. Hee hee, not listening to this handsome guy means trouble is coming, the clown said, tilting his head and speaking word by word. I won't let you see it anymore. Second, you need to hit 3 times. Third, the highest score for this round is 200 points. The more time left you have and the fewer times you hit, the higher your score. That's the end of the introduction, let's start the game. The clown creature shouted, and a huge red cloth appeared in his hand. He grabbed the red cloth and threw it up forcefully. The cloth unfolded, covering the 10 clowns. Wu Feng's view was blocked, and by the time the red cloth fell and disappeared, the 10 clowns were standing in a neat line. The countdown begins, the clowns said in unison. A countdown appeared in the air, 10 minutes. 9 minutes and 59 seconds. 9 minutes and 58 seconds. Wu Feng looked at the nearly identical clowns and couldn't help but sigh. It really was hard to judge. If it wasn't for the red health bar above the third clown's head. Yes. With a data life cheat, Wu Feng could see the health bars above all beings' heads. His clone wasn't recognized as a hostile life form by the cheat. Wu Feng step by step walked up to the clown with the health bar. Oh, do you think it's me? The clown began to chatter, trying to disturb Wu Feng with words. Are you sure? Are you going to make a decision without thinking? The last guy who was so reckless regretted it dearly. Smart guys always think twice. For an ordinary person, they might be influenced by the clown, but for Wu Feng. He raised the hammer in his hand without any hesitation and slammed it down on the clown's face. Bang, a dull sound resonated. Normally, a clown wouldn't be harmed much by a single hit, but at this moment, he was knocked down to the ground. Touching the large dent in his bone, the clown felt as if he had been hit wrongly. How did this kid nearly send me away with one hit? Did I hit the right one? Wu Feng looked down at the clown lying on the ground, asking knowingly. The clown got up from the ground, his face's dent quickly healing. Not bad, kid, but you need to hit 2 more times. The clown snapped his fingers, and the red cloth appeared again. When the red cloth disappeared, the 10 clowns were no longer in a line but began to move around chaotically. Some chatted with Wu Feng while walking, while others panicked and ran away upon seeing him. Wu Feng's eyes swept around and fixed on the clown closest to him. He saw it shaking its head foolishly, showing no reaction at all under Wu Feng's gaze. Wu Feng looked at the health bar above its head, smiling as he walked up to this clown. You are the real one. Wu Feng raised his hammer. Abba. The clown said nothing, only pretending to be foolish. The more dangerous the position, the safer? It's a good idea, but it's of no use. Wu Feng's hammer fell hard, mercilessly striking the clown's face. After being hit again and falling to the ground, the clown couldn't understand why he was seen through so effortlessly. Was it because he didn't work hard enough? The author daily asks for gifts. Everyone sends him free little gifts. The author can do anything for gifts. Chapter 48, just a group of guys with health bars over their heads. Just killed them all. At this moment, the clown only felt a sense of helplessness filling his whole body. No, calm down. The clown took a deep breath and got back up from the ground. Can you at least pretend a little? Passing your test like this is really boring. Wu Feng hoisted the hammer onto his shoulder. The clown suddenly felt a huge pressure. This was truly the first time someone had openly mocked him to his face and he couldn't say a word in reply. Don't worry, next time I'll definitely make it interesting for you. The clown snapped his fingers again. This time, a much larger red cloth appeared, slowly falling and disappearing. This time, the scene under the red cloth had undergone earth-shattering changes. The 10 clowns that were originally there had actually turned into dozens. Some were lined up in a row, while others wandered aimlessly back and forth. Some were even arguing, and as they argued, they seemed to start fighting. I must say, the difficulty of this level had indeed skyrocketed. Wu Feng glanced around, but didn't see any clown with a health bar above their heads. He stepped into the crowded group of clowns and saw a floor tile with a health bar on it. Interesting. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely have fallen here without a doubt. But unfortunately, Wu Feng was cheating. As a regular theme park tester, if you wanted to defeat someone cheating, you'd have to settle down for a few billion years. Wu Feng walked straight up to that floor tile and raised the hammer in his hand to smash it down. Bang! All the clowns turned into colorful dust and vanished at the same time. The countdown above his head also suddenly stopped. 9 minutes and 3 seconds. The floor tile that Wu Feng smashed turned back into the true form of a clown, lying on the ground feeling utterly hopeless, living a meaningless life like the wife in a gay film. This was the first time someone had seen through him so thoroughly. It felt as if he was completely undressed, standing naked in front of Wu Feng. This human was truly terrifying. What kind of judgment and thinking did this guy possess? How could he be able to see my true form in such a short time and act without any influence? Congratulations, you have passed the second round of the test. The clown sat up and said with a slightly defeated tone, I give you a score of full marks, 200 points. Scoring complete. In front of Wu Feng, a blue pop-up window appeared. Congratulations, you have completed the second phase of the main quest, obtained 500 points during the test. Would you like to return? Yes, no. Of course, Wu Feng chose to refuse. He was quite curious about what else was in the theme park. No, Wu Feng silently thought to himself. Please wait in place, the third round of testing will start soon, the clown said. The environment around Wu Feng began to change again. The originally bright light started to dim, and the ceiling and walls began changing styles. Even next to him appeared sofas, tables, and chairs. After waiting for everything to transform, Wu Feng began to observe his surroundings. A living room? Wu Feng looked at the sofa and various pieces of furniture. Did I come into a room in an apartment building? Congratulations, you have entered the third round of testing. I will explain the rules for this round. The voice echoed in the room, but Wu Feng did not see any creature with fangs or any clowns. First point, the score for this test is 200. Second point, please go to room 102 on the first floor, and make sure not to let any other creatures know your whereabouts on the way. That is the complete rule set for the test. We will score based on your performance. The voice ended. It seems this isn't an apartment building, but rather something like a hotel. Wu Feng approached the door and peered through the peephole to observe the situation outside. After confirming there were no unusual signs, Wu Feng twisted the door lock and stepped outside. At the very moment Wu Feng turned the door lock, the elevator dinged and opened. A server, dressed in black stockings and a professional outfit, walked out of the elevator. The black-clad server strangely noticed Wu Feng exiting and politely greeted him. "Hello, sir." After the greeting, the black-clad server bizarrely brushed past Wu Feng with her long legs. "Ensure no other beings are aware of your movements along the way." Wu Feng recalled this sentence, and a dagger appeared in his hand. "If I kill this strange being, won't they lose track of me?" He covered the black-clad strange being's mouth with one hand and drove the dagger into her neck with the other. As he watched the black-clad strange being lose only a third of her health, Wu Feng had to work hard to stab her repeatedly, until her health bar reached 0. Not a good start, Wu Feng sighed. Just as he wanted to drag the strange being into his room, the door of the opposite room opened. The two stared at each other wide-eyed. Sigh, Wu Feng sighed and casually threw the black-clad strange being into his room. He kicked the opening door strange being back into his own room and followed closely behind, gripping the dagger tightly to stab it into the center of the strange being's forehead. The opening door strange being wasn't idle either and opened its mouth to bite Wu Feng. A golden barrier appeared around Wu Feng's body, and the strange being's teeth were instantly broken off. Golden strange item, the cursed ring. This was a golden defensive strange item given to Wu Feng by the sunglasses strange being. "Kid, your teeth don't seem too good, you should brush more regularly," Wu Feng said while stabbing with the dagger. The opening door strange being felt incredibly wronged, thinking to itself, "Who did I provoke to get this?" Before long, the opening door strange being's health reached 0. What a stealth-type test, I almost turned it into a battle royale, Wu Feng breathed deeply. He hoped things would go smoothly from here on. Stabbing like this was quite exhausting. Carefully, he peeked out to observe the situation outside, confirming no strange beings in the hallway, no elevator activation, and no footsteps from the stairs before feeling relieved to step outside. He tiptoed out of the door, just reaching the stairway when he bumped into a strange being coming from the stairs. "Damn it," Wu Feng cursed silently. "Seriously, don't strange beings walk without making a sound?" Ding! At the same time, the elevator's imminent opening alarm rang out. See, Wu Feng was even more speechless. Was the elevator's direction indicator and floor display broken? Forget it. Wu Feng gripped his revolver in his left hand and a flying knife in his right, just a bunch of guys with health bars on their heads, as long as I kill all of you before you attract other strange beings with your sounds. The author often requests gifts. Everyone send a free little gift. For the gifts, the author can do anything. Chapter 49, Lao Dang, can your big mouth really fit? Bang, bang. With a few gunshots, Wu Feng sent the stairway strange beings away, then turned to aim his gun at the slowly opening elevator doors. In the mechanical hum, several strange beings filled the elevator and appeared before him. "What are you doing?" One old dang strange being looked at Wu Feng with suspicion and asked, "Why aren't you a human staying properly in your room, and instead dare to play tricks in front of us?" Service staff might hesitate to act because Wu Feng was a guest, but these fellow guests wouldn't care about that. "Do you want to be braised or roasted?" the old dang strange being asked. A moment earlier in the hotel lobby. "Do you have anything else to instruct?" The hotel manager respectfully asked the strangely older man. The strangely older man shook his head. "There is nothing special to instruct. You just need to manage the hotel well and make sure nothing goes wrong. You can rest assured. I've managed this hotel for many years. Under my care, the hotel has always been thriving. There could never be any problems." The manager smiled mysteriously, his expression confident, his eyes gleaming with light. Managing this hotel was undoubtedly his proudest achievement. In just a few years, he had increased the hotel's revenue by a full double. "Well, I trust you to do your job," the strangely older man nodded. "I won't say anything extra. I'll come back next month." "Sure thing, have a safe journey." The manager escorted the strangely older man to the hotel door, watching him leave until he was far away. As the strangely older man departed, the manager's expression turned stern. "Call the executive chef over." He waved a hand to call a waiter over and gave an order. The waiter respectfully replied, "The executive chef arrived a while ago but saw you talking with the president and didn't want to interrupt." Hearing this, the manager scanned the area and noticed the rotund figure at the stairs. The rotund executive chef jogged over to the manager's direction. Since there weren't many people in the hotel lobby at this time, he casually found a place to sit. When the executive chef reached his side, the manager inquired, "How did the tasks I gave you go?" "All completed," the executive chef replied with a smile. "We have prepared all the dishes you designed, like the roasted human and the oil-splashed human brain. The trial operation this morning was a complete success, especially the oil-splashed human brain. It was snatched up as soon as it was launched. Appointments are already booked until next month." The manager nodded in satisfaction upon hearing the executive chef's words. Various dishes were the secret weapons that doubled the hotel's revenue in just a few years. "Hee, you are truly a genius. Making a hole in the table and securing a tender young human girl's head at the opening, and then while she's alive. This not only allows you to eat an unbelievably fresh brain, but also lets you appreciate the face of despair on the human. Wonderful, truly wonderful." The manager took this flattery very well. After all, he had indeed achieved results relying on these dishes. Bang! A loud noise came from upstairs. The manager looked up to see what had happened. Could it be a fight upstairs? He just glanced and then turned his attention back, thinking small matters didn't need his concern. For major issues, the relevant security personnel would report to him. Only a few minutes passed before a security officer in uniform rushed over. "Manager, we arrived at the scene on the 3rd floor, but we encountered a little accident," the security captain said mysteriously. "A little accident?" The manager looked at the trembling security captain and asked, "What little accident?" "There is a human on the 3rd floor." The security captain reported truthfully. "This is the accident? A human? What's so surprising about that? Is this human a guest of our hotel or did they run out from the kitchen?" The manager casually asked, "If it's a guest, then let him live for now. If it's an ingredient, then just take them away." "We share your thoughts, but when we arrived, we found that this human had turned 7 or 8 guests into a heap of guests," the security captain said. "What do you mean?" The general manager was a bit confused by the security captain's words. "Just the literal meaning, you will understand when you see it." Even though the security captain sounded mysterious and serious, the general manager did not take it seriously. "It's just a human, how much trouble can it cause?" His feeling was like a human hearing that a monkey was causing trouble on the 3rd floor. "Just a monkey, can it turn into Sun Wukong? A bunch of useless fools, they can't handle anything, and I have to solve it myself," the general manager scolded. Ding! The elevator in the hotel lobby made a sound, indicating it was about to open. Time returned to when the general manager asked Wu Feng whether he wanted to be braised or carbon grilled. Seeing so many strange beings in the elevator, Wu Feng understood that the idea of sneaking in without drawing their attention was completely shattered. "Old dang, can your big mouth really fit all that? Should I expand it for you?" Wu Feng looked at Old Dang, who wanted to carbon grill him. For bullets broke his legs, fearing that Old Dang would escape later. Taking a step forward, Wu Feng directly sliced Old Dang's chin off with a dagger. "Ah!" The painful wailing echoed in the elevator. Old Dang never imagined that a human would dare to take the initiative to attack them. "You bastard!" Another strange being was just about to speak when Wu Feng stuffed his revolver into his mouth. Wu Feng closed the elevator door and pressed all the buttons for the floors to turn them off. "What do you, a mere human, want to do?" A strange lady screamed at Wu Feng, "You low-quality ingredient, how dare you? My son is the general manager of this hotel, try to touch a hair on any of us." "Oh, how impressive, I'm so scared." Wu Feng fired several shots, blowing up the strange being that had the revolver in its mouth. "Don't worry, I won't touch a hair on any of you. I'll take you all apart along with your organs." A flying knife from his left hand pierced into the strange lady's eyeball. Ah. The strange lady screamed, "Block him, someone, just throw yourself in front of him. I have strange coins. I'll give you 1,000 unusual coins." No one paid attention to the strange lady's words. "Damn, who would block for you? Look at that strange being with a blown head, that guy seems to have died in a bitter rage. The author regularly asks for gifts, please send a few free small gifts." For gifts, the author can do anything. Chapter 50, Should I kill you directly or chop you up? A guy screamed first after confirming that the strange being was dead. Usually, they kill people, and humans scream when they see them. Now, the roles have reversed. Don't scream, the more you scream, the more excited I get." Wu Feng stepped forward and shot another strange being's head off. Don't be afraid, if we join forces, we still have a chance." One strange being wearing a hat shouted loudly, quickly grabbing toward Wu Feng with its enormous arms. Yes, you have a chance. As Wu Feng said this, a golden glow appeared around him. Golden strange item, the curse-breaking ring. The huge arms of the strange being were frozen outside the golden light, unable to advance another inch. Wu Feng blasted and cut with his pistol and dagger, and the giant arms of the strange being quickly turned into a puddle of muck. The screams became even louder. Don't kill me, I'll give you strange coins. The strange lady trembled as she took out 3,000 strange coins and handed them to Wu Feng. I'll give some too. Other strange beings imitated her, hoping to save themselves. After all, money can make strange beings do work, let alone a human. At this moment, the giant-armed strange being could only watch the scene in helpless fury. Damn it, my arm is gone, can someone help me get the strange coin out? I shouldn't have stepped up earlier. What do you mean by this? Wu Feng asked, looking at the strange coins being handed to him in stacks. Why are you using my money to bribe me? One strange being was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized what Wu Feng meant. Fight him, one strange being shouted, urging others, don't be fooled by how tough he looks now, he might just be using some special strange tool, everything could be fake, and soon it will turn to nothing. The urging strange seemed fierce, but in reality, it began sneaking toward the elevator, trying to press the button to open it. Yeah, fight him, another strange being agreed, but their body was clearly shrinking back. Wu Feng couldn't be bothered to waste more words on them, and the sound of a revolver firing rang out one after another. Before long, only one fat strange being was left. Big brother, don't kill me, I'll treat you to a meal. The fat strange trembled and begged, I'll treat you to a fresh oil-splashed human brain, from those lovely little human girls, taken while they're still alive. Bang! The bullet mercilessly pierced the fat strange's bloated body. Wu Feng originally just wanted to quickly end the fat strange's life, but now, he was ready to serve him well. Oil-splashed human brain, these guys are twisted enough to think of that. A chilling scream echoed in the elevator. At the moment the fat strange died, the elevator doors opened. As the elevator doors spread open, security uniforms appeared before Wu Feng's eyes. I heard continuous screams from inside, what happened? The security guard's voice suddenly cut off as he stared blankly at the pile of strange pieces inside. Wu Feng swung his knife, and the security guard's head dropped limply, his health bar cutting by half. Several more shots were fired, and the security guard's health bar hit 0. Behind the security guard were 3 other guards, and the leader of the security team, seeing the situation was bad, quickly moved the 2 guards in front to shield himself. Don't be afraid, he only looks strong, but he's not. Just go ahead and deal with him. The leader said as he turned and ran, shutting the door to the staircase to keep the 2 guards focused on dealing with the enemy. The 2 strange guards had never seen such a scene. A mere human, possessing the ability to kill strange beings? They turned and fled, and one of them, luckier than the rest, casually twisted the doorknob of room 302, and the door opened with a sound. He hurriedly darted inside. The other strange guard wasn't so lucky, taking several shots to the back and falling dead to the ground. By chance, right next to the door of room 302, there was an axe. Wu Feng arrived at the door, picked up the axe, and politely knocked on the door. Hello, may I come in? The strange guard hiding inside trembled and pressed against the door. Come in? Come in my ass. He looked around and found a fruit knife. In a panic, he grabbed it and pressed harder against the door. If you don't let me in, I'm going to break in. Hearing the human's voice outside, the strange security guard could only pray that the door was strong enough. Bang! A loud sound echoed, and the strange guard could clearly see the door bulging out. This axe, though ordinary, was strangely effective with a 10% true damage boost, each blow smashing the door with extraordinary efficiency. Ah! The strange guard could only scream in despair as he pressed against the door, his fruit knife trembling in his hand, almost falling to the ground. Bang! Another axe fell, and the door was smashed open, a big hole appearing. Wu Feng lowered the axe and leaned his face against the hole, scanning the room before his gaze fixed on the strange guard, who was trembling against the corner of the room. I'm coming. The guard's strange expression froze, his hands went limp, and the knife fell to the ground, his body following suit and collapsing. This strange phenomenon was actually caused by excessive fright, leading him to faint. Wu Feng clicked his tongue, finding this bizarre guard very uninteresting. He was even less impressive than a white woman from Blue Star, at least she hadn't fainted. He reached through the hole, aimed his gun, and fired several shots to send the guard on his way. Since things had developed to this extent, why not go all out and clean out all the strange beings in the hotel? Wu Feng stretched his body, saying, sneaking in is really tiring. He entered the elevator, pressed the button for the first floor, deciding to start clearing things out from there. The elevator doors closed, descending to the first floor. Ding! The elevator door slowly opened. The general manager looked at the scene inside the elevator, finally understanding what it meant for 7 or 8 strange beings to turn into a bunch of strangeness. Hello there, Wu Feng politely greeted the several strange beings before him. After all, he was a civilized person, being polite was a must. "You filthy piece of trash," the general manager's anger erupted like a rocket in his heart, shooting straight to his brain when he saw the pile of strange beings behind Wu Feng. He had just promised the elder strange being that everything would be fine. And then this happened right after the elder had just left? How could he explain this? How could he? Damn it, he couldn't explain. This human deserved to die 1,000 deaths. "Do you think I should kill you directly, or torture you?" Every word from the general manager sounded like it was being squeezed out from his back teeth. "No, I've decided, I'll first skin you alive, and then I'll kill you. I want you to watch your flesh disappear bit by bit." The light in the hotel lobby vanished, replaced by endless darkness and the general manager's red eyes. "Don't worry, I won't let you die before I stab you 3,000 times." A dozen blades appeared out of nowhere, floating beside the general manager, each radiating a bloodthirsty aura. "Zhong Deng, I see you want to take off," Wu Feng said, unafraid, as he walked toward the crazed general manager. "The author daily asks for gifts, everyone please give a free little gift." For a gift, the author can do anything. Chapter 51, The Great Sage, Sun Wukong. As a seasoned manager, the general manager was momentarily afraid to move with Wu Feng being so bold. He prepared to observe what this human ultimately had up his sleeve. Wu Feng advanced fiercely, even putting away his flying daggers and his gun. The general manager was puzzled. What was he trying to do? Was he going to put away all these troublesome things and then take out a world-destroying strange tool? As the general manager was thinking this, Wu Feng leaped onto his own blade. Collision? Suicide? Before the general manager could react, Wu Feng, who had crashed onto his own blade, actually landed back on the ground unharmed. He looked at the general manager and casually waved his hand, causing the blades that had once hovered beside the general manager to instantly lose control and turn toward him. Collision flow rebound. The general manager tried to regain control of the rebelling blades, but it was completely futile. His mind went blank. What happened? What did this human do? Why was my blade no longer under my control? "Zhong Deng, should I skin you or just kill you directly?" Wu Feng echoed the general manager's words back to him. A dozen blades began to close in on him step by step. "Wait, let me explain." "Ah." Several blades sliced through, and the manager's eerie arm was cut into pieces, scattering on the ground, with a large amount of thick, dark substance gushing forth from the manager's eerie arm. "I don't want to hear it, get lost," Wu Feng chuckled as he controlled the attack again. Originally, he wanted to torment the manager in countless ways, but considering he still had an important task to complete, he chose to end it quickly. "I'll give you ghost coins." In the face of Wu Feng's miraculous techniques, the manager, already broken inside, could only scream this in despair and helplessness. Unfortunately, Wu Feng did not pause for even a moment. The blades crossed and pierced through, the grating sound of muscle being cut and the manager's painful screams filled the air. As the manager's eerie body scattered all over, the ghostly tricks he created also disappeared at the same time. The surrounding security captain and executive chef stared blankly at the scene, unable to run or walk away. The executive chef raised his hand, wanting to speak. What responded to him was Wu Feng's raised right hand and the revolver in his hand. Bang! "Call everyone over." The security captain shouted at the service staff at the front desk. Seeing the executive chef and manager down beside him, the security captain realized that escaping was simply impossible. To survive now, he had to fight with this human before him. In this desperate moment, the security captain exploded with unprecedented courage. Call for help? Wu Feng didn't take the security captain's words seriously. He took a step forward, and two identical Wu Fengs appeared beside him. Orange talent, triple clone. Since Wu Feng's true self was in a room somewhere in the Eerie school, he could summon at most two clones. At Wu Feng's command, the two clones unhesitatingly aimed their revolvers at their own heads, and with the gunshots, the third core ability of the rebound jacket activated. Core Function 3, Who can kill me? Who can kill me? The host will be locked for 10 minutes 1 second before death, and during those 10 minutes, the host cannot be harmed, and any damage dealt will increase tenfold. After 10 minutes, the effect disappears, and the host dies. Although because they were clones, their damage would only increase 5 times, and the lock time was reduced to 5 minutes, this was still incredibly fierce. What followed was a one-sided massacre. With the boost of 5 times combat power, it only took a little over 4 minutes to kill from the first floor to the fourth, even easier than cutting fruit. Wu Feng retrieved the two imaginative clones and walked directly into room 102. Turning the door lock to enter, this room was not much different from the others. Congratulations, you have passed the third stage test, and I have given you a full score of 200. A crisp voice rang out. Congratulations, you scored 700 points, and you have qualified to enter the paradise. Do you wish to enter the paradise? Yes. Wu Feng answered. Creak. The wardrobe opened, revealing a round white light ball about 2 meters in diameter. Is this the entrance to the paradise? Wu Feng curiously observed the object and hesitated for a moment before stepping in without hesitation. Upon stepping in, white, overwhelming white. No sky, no earth. What could be seen was all white. Wu Feng couldn't help but start to doubt if the Eerie game had made a mistake. Didn't it say the paradise had no worries and was always happy? This vast nothingness was all white. Where are the things that make people happy? Where is the happiness? Human. A suddenly appearing voice echoed in the white space, remember everything that happens next. Hearing this inexplicable phrase, Wu Feng looked around in search of the source of the sound. However, before he could pinpoint the source, he saw the surrounding world begin to crumble. White was disappearing, and a blood-red light enveloped this part of the world. He cautiously looked around and suddenly noticed a figure that was extremely familiar appearing in front of him. Wu Feng's pupils dilated sharply, filled with disbelief and shattered fragments. I didn't expect it to be me fulfilling the promise. The figure facing Wu Feng weakly said this, his hand gripping the iron staff tightening suddenly, the words Rui Jingu Bang shining brightly. This was the Monkey King, Sun Wukong. How could Sun Wukong appear in this strange game world? How could Sun Wukong become like this? He saw the once invulnerable body now covered in spider web-like cracks, his hair falling out to reveal skin, and in some places, he could even see his eerie white bones, the once fiery eyes now rotting in their sockets. Even the golden staff was now covered with scarlet rust. Wu Feng's brain was racing with thoughts, yet he saw Sun Wukong suddenly leap high into the air, swinging down with an unbeatable staff right towards him. He stood frozen in place, not dodging, as Wu Feng's instinct told him there was no need to evade. The two figures overlapped and crossed each other. Was the Monkey King just an afterimage? Wu Feng speculated in his heart. He turned around and saw Sun Wukong thrusting the staff straight at something. The staff must have struck something, but he could not see it, or perhaps the afterimage had not shown it. I will fix you here, which counts as fulfilling the promise back then. Sun Wukong said, a wild smile on his unruly face, old Sun doesn't have much time left. I don't know who will control me in the future. The scene froze, and the Monkey King's figure ceased to move. The blood-red darkness, along with the great sage, vanished, and the all-encompassing white returned. I'm the dividing line. Not walking the path of immortality or cultivation, still it is a strange game. The author daily seeks gifts, everyone please send a free little gift, for the gift the author can do anything. Chapter 52, Beware of Some Reborn People. In the all-encompassing white, a white sphere radiating phosphorescence appeared. Due to being a clone, Wu Feng did not show much fear towards this mysterious unknown object. He approached the white sphere and tentatively asked, was it you who made the sound just now? The white light sphere rippled at the surface as if a stone had fallen into the lake after hearing Wu Feng's words. Human, since you can come here, it means you are bold and careful, even when facing insurmountable difficulties, you never give up. The voice came from within the light sphere. Bold and careful confirmed the first and second rounds of testing. As for never giving up, that should correspond to various conflicts in the third round of testing. Regarding the statement from the light sphere, Wu Feng could only say, although he indeed has qualities like being bold, careful, and never giving up, the most crucial part is that he has been given a cheat. What just happened? Why would Sun Wukong? Wu Feng originally wanted to ask why Sun Wukong existed, but felt that question was too stupid, so he changed his words. Why has the great sage turned into that form? The white sphere did not answer Wu Feng's question, as if it was predetermined to continue speaking. I cannot provide you with much help, I can only offer you one piece of information. Seeing that the white light sphere would not answer his question, Wu Feng chose to quietly listen to what it had to say next. Beware of some reborn people. The voice of the sphere echoed in the white space. Reborn? Hearing this, Wu Feng frowned. This world actually has reborn individuals? And some, too? The idea of rebirth is usually the privilege of the main character in novels, but here they have crowded together to revive? Wu Feng continued to listen, waiting for the white sphere to explain why he needed to be cautious of the reborn, who the reborn were, how to find them, and how to confirm them. The ripples on the surface of the sphere vanished, and the light it emitted began to gradually fade. No way. Wu Feng looked at the scene, feeling a bit speechless. How could it seem like it was going to fail just when it was about to talk about something important? He watched as the silent sphere completely dimmed, eventually turning into a white fragment that fell down. Wu Feng reached out to catch it, the touch was cool and smooth. This feeling reminded him of something. He remembered pulling something out the first time he cleared a dungeon. The touch of that item was exactly the same as this sphere. The only difference was that item was ink black, while this one was white. Just as Wu Feng was about to take out the ink-black smooth fragment, the surrounding space changed again. Spiderweb-like space rifts began to spread outwards, and everything around started to crumble. It was just like the scene when he first entered the paradise. Everything turned into nothingness, and Wu Feng began to fall. A light appeared, and he returned to the dormitory where he first entered. He looked at the clock. The time was just a little past 3 in the morning. Wu Feng sat on the bed and took out the mysterious black fragment from his backpack. Since the white fragment could reveal various information, then this black fragment should be able to as well. He tried various methods to activate the black fragment. The black fragment collided with the white fragment. Nothing happened. He fed the black fragment a bit of his own blood. It was useless. As for the more outrageous methods, Wu Feng tried them all, and the results showed they were all ineffective. Could it be that this ink black smooth stone has nothing to do with the white smooth stone? Wu Feng speculated, ultimately helplessly putting both stones back into his backpack. He didn't rush to leave the dungeon but patiently waited until the next day to discuss the bonuses and salary distribution with the principal. The principal helped Wu Feng get a bank card and promised he would deposit the money on time. After completing all this, he returned to his counseling room. Exit the dungeon. Player has completed the main quest. Do you confirm exit the dungeon? Yes. A large door appeared in the room. Please open the door to leave this dungeon. Wu Feng opened the door and stepped into the endless darkness beyond. A feeling of dizziness, weightlessness, the gradually appearing light, and floating incandescent bulbs. Congratulations player, you have cleared the dungeon, paradise, no survivors difficulty, but... Main quest completion score, D. Side quest 1, successfully treat 3 individuals with psychological issues, completed perfectly. Score, DC, subscores below grade A receive bonuses. Side quest 2, the principal's financial crisis, completed perfectly. Score, CB, subscores below grade A receive bonuses. Side quest 3, the principal's relationship crisis, not completed. Score, CC, subscores below grade A receive bonuses. Seeing side quest 3, Wu Feng felt a bit speechless. The principal's relationship issues were actually considered a side quest. It would be somewhat difficult to complete this task. After all, he's been cheated on and has lost so much money in his scheme. If he had even a little dignity, the principal's situation would never allow him to reconcile with his wife. It's likely that upon seeing her, the principal would shout, it hurts so much, and then would shove his wife's head somewhere inappropriate. Map exploration level 100%. Score, CA. The 100% exploration level is all thanks to myself running around everywhere, not even sparing the girl's dormitory, to help the long-haired girl break the curse. Achievement unlocked, unusual sword. Score, AS+. Complete hidden task, enter paradise. Score, S plus SSS. Seeing my score jump directly from S plus to SSS, Wu Feng couldn't help but gasp. Good heavens, indeed. It was truly worth entering this paradise. 3S score on the difficulty of no one survives. Seeing this SSS score, Wu Feng's earlier nervousness from seeing the unusual Monkey King vanished completely. Though he didn't know what made the Monkey King turn into that state, but as long as Wu Feng's cheat is strong enough, and the skill points converted from the SSS score are plenty. Even the most powerful beings, Wu Feng would dare to say, a mutt with a health bar on its head, do you think you are worthy to challenge me? Congratulations, player has obtained SSS level score. Congratulations, player has earned a reward of 10,000 ghost coins. The ghost coin reward is still as stingy as ever. Wu Feng earns more ghost coins during his stroll than this reward. The author daily seeks gifts, everyone send a small free gift, the author can do anything for gifts. Chapter 53, Absolute Luck Evolution Absolute Misfortune. Obtained 3 skill points, each S-level evaluation can be converted into 1 skill point. Congratulations, player entered the Paradise Instance leaderboard and is ranked first, rewards player with a lottery chance. Wu Feng set the lottery chance aside, he remembered his cheat data life could also level up. Opening his panel, a blue screen appeared in front of him. Name, Wu Feng. Talent, Orange, Triple Clone. Cheats, 1, Absolute Luck, can evolve. 2, Data Life, can upgrade. Weird items, Colorful weird item, Rebound coat. Orange weird item, Ring of Revenge. Purple weird item, Yin Yang Jade Pendant. Blue weird item, Flying Knife. Absolute Luck can actually evolve? Wu Feng remembered when he first saw the Absolute Luck cheat, it couldn't evolve. Since a positive change occurred, he didn't think too much and clicked on the information introduction of this cheat. 3, Absolute Luck, can evolve, requires 2 skill points. This skill is a passive ability, the host will gain the highest benefits at the lowest cost under any circumstances, manifested as all favorable events for the host happening 100%, and all unfavorable events for the host being completely eliminated. Even if the probability is 1 in a billion, Absolute Luck will make that probability happen. This skill's evolution will give rise to Absolute Misfortune. Absolute Misfortune. This skill is an active ability. The host can choose one enemy, manifested as all favorable events for the enemy being completely eliminated, and all unfavorable events for the enemy happening 100%, even if the probability is 1 in 100, absolute misfortune will make that probability happen. The host can specify 3 enemies to be in absolute misfortune state at once, each enemy lasting a maximum of 5 minutes, with a 12-hour cooldown for each enemy. Misfortune duration can be ended early. Wow, God level. No, it should be called God level plus. Absolute misfortune, who can handle that? Even if Ultraman comes, he'd trip over his own feet and fall flat. Though 2 skill points are indeed a bit pricey, but that's not a flaw of the evolved absolute luck, that's Wu Feng's flaw. Evolve absolute luck. Wu Feng spoke. What's there to hesitate about? If you hesitate for a second, it's a disrespect to the decision of luck. Do you want to spend 2 skill points to evolve absolute luck? Yes. Yes. In evolution. Evolution successful, gaining absolute luck. The name hasn't changed. There is still 1 skill point left. Wu Feng is thinking about upgrading his data life or orange talent. Upgrading data life will double true damage. And upgrading orange talent to rainbow talent will lead to a qualitative leap. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately chose to upgrade the orange talent. Do you want to spend a skill point to upgrade orange talent triple clone? Upgrading orange talent to rainbow talent requires achieving an SSS level evaluation in a no survivor situation. Detected that the player meets the requirement, can upgrade. Yes. Wu Feng nodded in confirmation. Upgrading. Upgrade successful, gained rainbow talent, unlimited cloning. Unlimited cloning, the player can create unlimited clones. Each clone created consumes the player's Yin energy. The more clones created, the more Yin energy is consumed. All clones share sensory connection, can be turned off. Synchronized thinking, can be turned off. The clones are completely identical to the main body. Equipment can also be fully duplicated, but the effects of the equipment can only reach 70% of the main body's effectiveness. Very good, extremely good. Wu Feng chose to draw a lottery. A spinning wheel appeared before his eyes. He grabbed the wheel and spun it downwards. The wheel spun rapidly, eventually stopping in a certain area. Congratulations, you have won. Clearance scroll times 1. Clearance scroll. After using this clearance scroll, you will immediately leave the Eerie game and be considered to have completed the main quest. What to say about this thing? It can be considered a very good item, but thinking about it carefully, it's quite ordinary. After all, if it's just completing the main line, the score won't be too high. Rewards issued, you will exit the Eerie game and return to the caged world in 1 minute. The last time he received a prompt to return to the real world, there were only 2 busy tones. Wu Feng keenly caught the words caged world. Caged? Does that mean the real world is a caged world? Could it be, the real world is just kept caged? The brightness brought by the incandescent light vanished. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in his own room. Lu Jianjia sat on the chair, thinking about what to do next. Is the S-level evaluation real? Lu Jianjia pondered this question, her right hand sliding on the screen. The information on the screen was about go to the dock to sort out some seagulls, a S-level evaluation for clearing the Yin Soul Street instance. Because the two were not friends, she could not confirm that the report in the forum was indeed about Wu Feng. She wanted to ask others for confirmation, but found that no one had Wu Feng as a friend. As for Wu Feng's spoken words, at that time, Dingjun was clearly here to provoke, and Wu Feng might also be boasting. As for Li Yun experimental class, entering only requires an A-level evaluation. As for asking the homeroom teacher, she had no intention to do so. The reason for pondering this issue was that facing the future dilemma, she needed to form a team. And now she was caught between Wu Feng and Dingjun. Their relationship was extremely poor, making it obviously impossible to recruit them both. Lu Jianjia thought for a moment and gently shook her head. I am a reborn person, a proud daughter of the heavens. Even if Wu Feng really has an S-level evaluation, what of it? With his bad temperament, even if brought under my command, he would never truly obey. And controlling Dingjun would be much easier. Understanding this, Lu Jianjia felt her thoughts flowing freely, then what to do next became extremely clear. The most important thing is definitely to secure first place during the new student test in the Li Yun experimental class. Because the reward for first place, while it seems only a blue Eerie item, is not so. This item is a genuinely golden Eerie item. If we exclude those forbidden things, looking at the entire China, the golden strange props are the top among the props. The second thing is to form a team and then improve the members' strength. Dingjun's potential is beyond doubt, a future owner of orange talent. It's a pity that at this stage, due to his confidence being suppressed by Wu Feng, it's hard for him to unleash his potential. According to Dingjun's future self-narration, he is being deeply suppressed by Wu Feng in all aspects. Don't think he's all carefree on the surface and often goes to fight Wu Feng. In fact, his confidence has already been beaten down by Wu Feng. The reason for repeatedly provoking Wu Feng is just to save face. This self-narration was also something Lu Jianjia heard when chatting with others. In summary, the plan he needs to complete next is? Lu Jianjia arranged the plan in his mind. First, achieve first place in the new student test to obtain that golden strange prop. Second, find a way to take Dingjin under his wing and help him defeat Wu Feng once, so he can regain his confidence. Thanks to Abai, who loves to eat lowly pudding, for the gift, thank you. The author usually asks for gifts, everyone send a small free gift, for the gift, the author can do anything. Chapter 54, So-called geniuses only have the qualification to meet me. The time arrived on the second day. Wu Feng slept late because he was thinking about the strange great sage and didn't get out of bed until after 11. After a simple wash-up, he sluggishly arrived at a shop downstairs that sells lamb soup and baked cakes. Boss, Wu Feng raised his voice to attract the shop owner, who was scolding his daughter, 1 bowl of soup and 1 baked cake, please. Sure, the boss said with a grin, I was too busy scolding my kid to notice you. By the way, sir, are you a person who holds grudges? The boss looked straight at Wu Feng. Wu Feng shook his head. You see, there are really very few grudge-holding people, so you should be a bit generous and give your toys to your cousin, what's wrong with that? The boss turned back to his daughter, you can't be so calculating. The boss's daughter lowered her head in shame, seemingly in agreement with her father's thoughts. The boss went to the place where the baked cakes were kept and opened the white cloth covering them. Sir, which baked cake do you want? Wu Feng fixed his gaze on the baked cakes for a while and said, just the 5th one, the one with the most sesame. Boss. The daughter, who had originally lowered her head in shame, raised her head again, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at Wu Feng. The boss placed the baked cake and lamb soup in front of Wu Feng. After he finished eating, he casually asked before leaving, Boss, do you know Sun Wukong? The boss, who was busy wiping the table, paused his actions to think. After a moment, he shook his head, no, I don't know him. Why? Does this person owe you money? Not owed, he often came here to drink soup before, so I just asked casually. Wu Feng casually told a lie and left the shop. In the following time, Wu Feng stayed at home playing games. As the saying goes, a good work-rest balance is the best. He planned to take a break before diving back into the strange game. And so 3 days passed. Do you have confidence in completing this task? Li Yun asked Kai Su, a boy, while sitting at the desk. Suppressing the spirit of this group of geniuses? Kai Su pondered Li Yun's task given to him and said, it's nothing, just something I can easily accomplish. As Kai Su spoke, he stroked the ring on his hand. Although I can't provide you with their detailed information, I can remind you that among the people you are responsible for, there are very powerful geniuses. Li Yun opened his mouth to remind. Genius. Kai Su chuckled lightly, geniuses in the southern province are as common as fish crossing the river, yet aren't they all just pressed down by me, unable to stand straight? I was among the strongest of that batch last year, and so-called geniuses are only those qualified to see me. Kai Su stood up, his gaze cold as he bent slightly in a bow, don't worry, teacher, I will definitely deliver a satisfying answer to you. Before Li Yun could say anything, Kai Su straightened up and turned to leave the office. This child. Li Yun shook his head, looking at the 3 most dazzling geniuses that Kai Su had crushed. Lu Jianjia, Zhang Lan, Wu Feng. 1 SS level evaluation, 2 S level evaluations. Kai Su looked at the brief materials in his hand in the hallway, 3 days, for schools, a total of 10 people. 3 days should be more than enough, dealing with these newcomers, even counting the round-trip time, 1 day should suffice, and the remaining 2 days can be for rest. Kai Su made his plans and took a car to Pu City. Which school to start with? Kai Su hesitated, writing down the names of the 4 schools on a piece of paper. His finger pointed to the name of the first school, and he said, to gather troops, to fight mounted, drink if rich, and leave if poor, coming and going. After finishing his rhyming words, his finger finally landed on Long District No. 3 Middle School. Let me see who was at Long District No. 3 Middle School, Wu Feng, Zhao Jianjia. Seeing 3 people in total, Kai Su began to chant his spell again, to gather troops. Finally, his finger landed on Zhao Jianjia's name. Then let's start with you. As for the second, to gather. His finger landed on Wu Feng's name. Counting the time, Kai Su should be arriving soon. Zhao Jianjia tapped her finger on the table, I wonder how long I can hold on under his hands with all this preparation. Even with the foresight brought by her rebirth, Zhao Jianjia had no confidence in defeating Kai Su. Who is Kai Su? He is the genius among geniuses, one of the strongest in the young ranks, even in the last life, this guy was not much weaker than herself. Having just undergone the first copy, Zhao Jianjia had no trump cards to defeat him. Knock knock. A knock on the door sounded. Zhao Jianjia immediately became alert as she approached the door to observe outside through the peephole. Outside the peephole stood a person with a flat-brimmed cap. He's here. Seeing that familiar face, Zhao Jianjia took a deep breath. Hello, are you Zhao Jianjia of Long District No. 3 Middle School? A cold voice rang out. Lu Jianjia opened the door and pretended not to know as she asked, I am. May I ask who you are? As long as it's Zhao Jianjia. Kaisu suddenly took off the cap, his eyes shining with a dreamy light. He's here. Kaisu's golden talent, the dreamy eye. The dreamy eye can create illusions. The power of this ability goes without saying, but if it hasn't upgraded to orange yet, it has a very fatal flaw. Gold can block the illusions brought by the dreamy eye. And it doesn't take much. Wearing glasses smeared with gold powder, Zhao Jianjia chuckled lightly, using her head to hit Kaisu hard on the forehead, then kicking towards his chest. Kaisu blocked expressionlessly, and as Zhao Jianjia retreated, she pulled out a fruit knife from behind the door and threw it out. 3 minutes later, the exhausted Lu Jianjia still fell into the illusion. Looking at Lu Jianjia sitting limply on the ground, Kaisu revealed a hint of surprise. Interesting, a person who has only entered a copy once and possesses no strange items can actually hold on for 3 minutes against my full effort. If nothing unexpected happens, this person should be the strongest among this batch. Kaisu snapped his fingers, and Lu Jianjia woke up from her fantasy. Kaisu said according to the plan he had made, you are the genius who is about to enter Li Yun's experimental class. Ha! He chuckled lightly, your strength is just so. I don't know why you are called a genius. Just a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp. As the contemptuous words fell, Kaisu turned and left without stopping. Lu Jianjia, just emerging from the illusion, felt dizzy, watching Kaisu's retreating back. She said, 3 minutes? That's breaking the record. Among all the newcomers, I should be the strongest. She took a deep breath, and when her mind cleared a bit, she continued, after being hit by the illusion, I feel so weak. Thinking about it. If the timing is just right, I can let Dingjin defeat Wu Feng once and regain his confidence. No, it should be twice. Once to defeat Wu Feng head-on when he is weak. And the second time is to hold out longer than Wu Feng in front of Kaisu. At this thought, Lu Jianjia dialed Dingjin's number. The author daily asks for gifts, everyone sends a little free gift. For gifts, the author can do anything. Chapter 55, I look forward to your performance. Wu Feng took a bucket of instant noodles from the snack cupboard. He really didn't want to go out today and thought a quick meal would do. After boiling water and tearing open the package, Wu Feng took out the seasonings like chili powder. As he poured in the water, just as he opened the seasoning packet, a knock on the door sounded. Who is it? Wu Feng held the seasoning packet and walked to the door. The person outside didn't answer. Wu Feng looked through the peephole and saw a young man wearing a baseball cap. He didn't know this guy and hadn't ordered anything. You knocked on the wrong door. Wu Feng called out through the door. You are Wu Feng from Long District 3rd Middle School, right? A lazy and indifferent voice came. If so, I didn't knock on the wrong door. Hearing his name, Wu Feng turned the doorknob and opened the door. I am. May I ask who you are? Seeing Wu Feng looking so lazy, Kaisu just wanted to finish things quickly and did not answer his question. He slowly took off his baseball cap, his originally squinting eyes gradually opened, and his brown pupils turned a pink color like blooming peach blossoms. The dream eye. If the two of them maintained eye contact for more than a second, Wu Feng would enter the illusion he had set up. Kaisu stared at Wu Feng, while Wu Feng. He felt a tickle in his nose, raised his hand to wipe it, and suddenly let out an uncontrollable sneeze. The powerful wind pressure that burst from his mouth blew towards the seasoning packet in his hand, scattering the seasonings, a large part flying straight into Kaisu's wide-open eyes. Salt, sugar, chili powder, and other seasoning powders entered without barriers. Kaisu instinctively closed his eyes. Capsaicin and other substances crazily stimulated the nerves in his cornea, sending a burning pain straight to his brain. He wiped away the tears pouring from his tear ducts while retreating, forcing himself to open his eyes to observe Wu Feng's movements. See? He cursed inwardly. His eyes were red and swollen, the scene before him was completely blurry. Are you okay? Seeing that his one sneeze along with the chili powder had done this, Wu Feng hurried over with concern. Sorry, come in quickly. I'll wash your eyes. Kaisu dodged Wu Feng's help, relying on his blurry vision. What a joke! I came to suppress your spirit, how could I accept your help like this? Interesting. Kaisu looked at Wu Feng with tears in his eyes, but that's just about it. Just a little vision loss, I can still easily subdue Wu Feng. Kaisu clenched his fist with one hand, his reddened eyes continuing to burst with that enchanting pink. 1 second, I only need 1 second of eye contact to win. He reached for Wu Feng's blurry figure, trying to lock onto Wu Feng's head with his eyes. But as soon as he lifted his hand, his feet unexpectedly slipped. In that moment, his whole body lost balance and uncontrollably fell backward, right onto the stairs he had climbed. A tragic scene unfolded, as Kaisu rolled down from a flight of stairs more than 10 steps high. He not only hit the ground with his head first, but his lower leg was also caught in the railing at a very twisted angle. One must say, Kai-Su was indeed a real tough guy. Even in that situation, he didn't utter a single sound. He took deep breaths to relieve the pain in his body, feeling as if his lower leg had broken, the intense pain making him gasp for air as if he would faint from the suffering at any moment. Are you okay? Really don't need help? Wu Feng looked at the fallen Kai-Su, concernedly asking. But Kai-Su didn't say a word. How could he speak? The pride deep within him wouldn't allow him to accept Wu Feng's words. They had barely exchanged blows for more than 10 seconds, and he already found himself in this state. Bloodshot eyes, bruises all over, a possibly fractured lower leg, and perhaps a concussion as well. His luck seemed a bit unfortunate. You. Wu Feng examined Kai-Su, hesitated for a moment, then slowly spoke. Bro, you're not here to scam me, are you? I have some responsibility for something getting in your eyes, but your fall has nothing to do with me. Lying on the ground, Kai-Su muttered, asterisk 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 asterisk. Alright, good, very good. Kai-Su, who had always been dominant since childhood, couldn't accept such words. After giving it his all in attack, he was just seen as someone trying to scam? He gritted his teeth, forcing his lower leg out of the railing's grip. The sharp pain confirmed for him that his lower leg was almost certainly broken. He reached for the railing, standing up with one hand on the ground. I hope you can continue to be so arrogant. He swallowed down a mouthful of blood-flavored saliva, gently stroking the ring on his middle finger. This was something he hadn't wanted to use, because once used, it would be hard to control, but... Vision blurred, concussion, lower leg broken. If he didn't use this, the task of suppressing would likely end here. Such a ridiculous end, his strong sense of pride wouldn't allow failure, especially such a farcical failure. Come out. As he consumed the mysterious coin, dark energy surged into the ring in streams. Only at this moment did Wu Feng realize that this boy seemed to be looking for trouble. This was not Wu Feng's fault for being slow to react. After all, this guy hadn't shown any aggression since coming, just suffering. Thin strands of black gas spilled out from the ring, thick like sludge. Some of the black gas flew upward while others flowed downwards. Wu Feng could feel a cold aura spreading towards him. The thick black gas increased, they attached to the walls, the ceiling, and the floor. Every place the black gas clung to slowly formed one rope after another that looked like a noose. The appearing nooses slowly approached Wu Feng little by little. From the ring releasing black gas, two pale fingers, coated with black nail polish, emerged, struggling to crawl outward bit by bit. Without a doubt, it was a strange thing. The hanging rope was bizarre. I am very curious, as a genius who is about to enter the Li Yun experimental class, how will you deal with the upcoming situation? Kai-Su began to try to suppress Wu Feng's sharpness. I am looking forward to your performance. ... The author daily asks for gifts. Everyone send a free little gift. For the gift the author can do anything. Chapter 56, Lu Jianjia, since you're here, why not come up and sit for a while? The strange thing struggled out, roaring as it charged towards Wu Feng. The speed of the hanging rope appeared increased wildly. In just a few seconds it turned into a dense mass. The bizarre pitch-black pupils of the hanging rope stared directly at Wu Feng, leaping into the air. This jump was at least 6 stories high, then. It dove headfirst into the hanging rope it had generated, getting its neck locked. For a moment, the strange thing had no idea what was happening. Having existed for so long, this was the first time it had jumped into its own hanging rope. It began to struggle, trying to pull its head out, but the more it struggled, the tighter it became, Kai-Su, waiting to see the hanging rope deal with Wu Feng, was stunned as he watched the strange thing struggle and begin to roll its eyes. From childhood to adulthood, this was the first time Kai-Su felt completely confused. What is going on here? You are a bizarre hanging rope. How can you be stuck by the hanging rope around your neck? As the bizarre thing struggled left and right, one after another, the hanging ropes bound around its body. Are you performing some bondage play? Wu Feng, who had cast absolute bad luck on the bizarre thing, leaned against the doorframe. After seeing even 2 hanging ropes tied around the bizarre thing's body, he spoke. Kai-Su could never have imagined that his ultimate move would end in such a shabby way. The hanging strange was tied up by its own hanging ropes. Not only that, it was rolling its eyes and seemed about to be taken down by its own rope. Damn, what is going on? Is it just bad luck, or is it? Kai-Su looked at Wu Feng, who was smiling. If something happens once, that is bad luck, but if it happens 2, 3 times, then it has nothing to do with luck. With all his cards played, he still found his opponent not even moving. He had lost. He actually lost? And lost completely without suspense. Impossible, impossible. Kai-Su still stubbornly insisted. The huge contrast in his heart made him feel a nameless fury burning inside. I am a genius. From childhood to now, I have mostly crushed others. Even if I lose, it's just a case of a wrong move. How could I lose so utterly today, feeling unresigned, so unresigned? He leaned painfully against the railing and limped toward Wu Feng, angrily reaching out a hand to grab Wu Feng's collar. Smack! The loud and crisp sound of a slap echoed in the stairwell. "What are you even doing?" Wu Feng asked while slapping. Out of nowhere appearing at his door, causing trouble, and shouting something like, "Impossible, impossible. This guy can't be a cultist, right?" Speaking of cultists, Wu Feng slapped Kai Su and sent him tumbling to the ground, stepping on him while inquiring, "You brat, you can't be a cultist." Kai Su did not argue, struggling to get back up. "Looks like this is a tacit admission." Wu Feng took out a gun, the cold barrel pressed against Kai Su's pale face. Hearing Wu Feng's serious tone and the coldness on his face, Kai Su felt that if he didn't clarify, Wu Feng might actually pull the trigger. The pride in Kai Su's heart began to fade. "Wait a minute. What, are you going to say your last words?" "Actually, I am." Kai Su explained everything clearly in detail. "Is that just how it is?" Wu Feng said, followed by another slap. "Don't bully me too much," Kai Su exclaimed angrily. Another slap landed. "A person can be killed but cannot be humiliated, you." Another slap. Kai Su felt a surge of anger shooting up to his head, and everything went black as he fainted. "Hey, wake up." Wu Feng shook the unconscious Kai Su, shrugging helplessly. Looking at the bizarre rope tied up, it wasn't right to leave it like this, so Wu Feng first threatened it with a gun, then took out the surrender contract in a pen. "Sign here." Wu Feng spoke. The bizarre rope originally refused until Wu Feng threatened it again with a gun. He ordered the bizarre rope to crawl back into the ring, and then Wu Feng went to the kitchen to get a bowl of water. Lu Jianjia proposed a plan to fix Wu Feng to Dingjin on the phone. In front of Lu Jianjia, who had lived 2 lives, she effortlessly convinced Dingjin in just a few sentences. At that moment, the two were standing downstairs at Wu Feng's house. "Am I really stronger than Wu Feng?" Dingjin asked uncertainly. "Of course, otherwise, why would I seek an alliance with you instead of him?" Lu Jianjia replied step by step, "Although you both have purple talents, your potential can far surpass his. Today is your time to prove it, you are absolutely stronger than him." Listening to Lu Jianjia's encouragement, Dingjin still felt uneasy, as the shadow Wu Feng cast on him was too great. He had lost to Wu Feng time and time again, even his confident A-level assessment was completely defeated by Wu Feng. Lu Jianjia noticed Dingjin's thoughts and said, "You and he are childhood sweethearts." Hearing the words childhood sweethearts, Dingjin quickly interrupted Lu Jianjia, saying, "I know, I will defeat him." He took a deep breath to motivate himself and then charged into the hallway. Lu Jianjia glanced at her phone, thinking, the time should be about right, if he isn't looking for Dingjin, then he must be looking for Wu Feng. At this moment, he should be in a weakened state after leaving the illusion. She quietly followed Dingjin into the hallway, staying right behind him. Dingjin reached the 3rd floor and saw Wu Feng ready to splatter a bowl of water on Kai Su. "Stop. What are you doing?" Dingjin shouted at Wu Feng, marching towards him aggressively. His mind was filled with all sorts of motivational speeches Lu Jianjia had said. Lu Jianjia arrived a moment later and looked up at Wu Feng. Her previously confident expression showed some change. Something seemed off. Lying on the ground was Kai Su? How could Kai Su be lying on the ground? Did he not come to suppress Wu Feng's sharpness? How could he be inexplicably lying here? Could it be that he was so tired he just fell asleep on the floor? Thinking of this reason made Lu Jianjia almost laugh. Wait a minute. The situation was a bit strange now, and she wanted to stop Dingjin from taking further action, but it was too late. "You bastard." Dingjin pointed at Wu Feng, ready to retaliate, but just as he was about to say 3 words, several ropes descended from the ceiling. Before Dingjin could react, the ropes quickly wrapped around his neck and pulled him up. "What do you mean?" Wu Feng casually pushed Dingjin aside, letting him swing freely. Looking down, he zeroed in on Lu Jianjia, his instinct telling him that he should deal with this girl before him as soon as possible. "Since you're here, why not come up and sit?" "Thanks to Fengling and Dream for the milk tea, thank you." The author daily requests gifts. Everyone send a free little gift. The author can do anything for gifts. Chapter 57, You Talk Too Much. The two stared at each other. No. The moment Lu Jianjia sensed that something was off, she prepared to flee. She politely declined Wu Feng's invitation to sit down and was about to leave. However, just as she intended to step down, her left foot inexplicably tripped over her right foot, and she fell flat on the ground. Lu Jianjia quickly realized something was not right. There was no way she could make such a silly mistake of tripping over herself. The sound of footsteps echoed from above, and she saw Wu Feng walking toward her step by step. "You always have a strange vibe about you," Wu Feng spoke, following his intuition. "It makes me feel that if I don't deal with you now, you will surely cause me trouble later." Lu Jianjia laughed awkwardly. "How could that be? We're classmates, and there's really no grudge between us." As she spoke, she analyzed the situation before her. Could it be that her identity as a reborn person has been exposed? No, that was unlikely. It was more probable that her closeness to Dingjin had stirred Wu Feng's dissatisfaction. I came with Dingjin because the three of us are about to enter the Li Yun experimental class together. We just wanted to spar and chat, she said, standing up from the ground and brushing off the dust from her clothes, taking the lead in the conversation. You should let Dingjin go quickly, this guy has already rolled his eyes. No matter what, she couldn't show any weakness. With her experience from 2 lifetimes, Lu Jianjia was confident that she could fool Wu Feng. At the very least, she could dispel his hostility toward her. You. Lu Jianjia wanted to add something but saw Wu Feng's large hand grabbing her throat. You talk too much, Wu Feng lifted Lu Jianjia, who was still trying to say something, and then struck her abdomen heavily. A sharp pain surged into her brain, and under the instinctive reflex of her muscles, Lu Jianjia bent down instinctively. The sensation of suffocation and pain filled her mind, leaving only one question. Why was Wu Feng so decisive in his attack? She had never harmed Wu Feng herself, how did he judge that her existence would pose a threat to him? You have only 2 choices now, a noose replaced Wu Feng's hand around Lu Jianjia's neck. Either sign your name on this document, Wu Feng took out the contract of submission. Or you will remain here, cosplaying as a sunshine doll. Lu Jianjia desperately grasped at the noose around her neck, she couldn't understand why Wu Feng was so bold as to try to kill her. Wasn't he afraid of investigations coming down on him? This was murder, and it involved a talent about to enter the Li Yun experimental class. You dare, Lu Jianjia managed to squeeze out 2 words with difficulty. Signing was out of the question, who knew what kind of tool Wu Feng had brought out? What if it was a master-servant contract? That would ruin her life. Wu Feng wouldn't dare to act, he was just scaring her. What do I have to fear? It's the oddity that would kill you, it has nothing to do with me, Wu Feng replied. See? Long-term oxygen deprivation started to blur Lu Jianjia's vision, causing her eyes to darken. At this moment, she was almost unable to think. Am I going to die? It felt like she really was about to die. My restarted life has just begun, I should be the main character in this world. No, I can't die. Time slowly passed until she confirmed that Wu Feng was serious. Xian. A fuzzy sound managed to escape Lu Jianjia's mouth, her mouth filled with saliva. Wu Feng did not withdraw the noose but instead placed the contract of submission in Lu Jianjia's hand. Lu Jianjia took it, patting her neck, signaling Wu Feng to let go first. Wu Feng remained unmoved. Lu Jianjia picked up a pen and awkwardly scribbled her name in the notebook. Flames ignited, and Wu Feng felt a connection between the 2 of them. With a snap of his fingers, the noose around Lu Jianjia's neck vanished without a trace. Lu Jianjia fell from the sky to the ground, coughing violently while gasping for fresh air. What did you make me? Cough cough, sign, cough cough, what is it? As she regained some ability to speak, Lu Jianjia couldn't wait to question him. Hearing Lu Jianjia's tone, Wu Feng did not answer but directly commanded, crouch down. Lu Jianjia ignored Wu Feng's words, just as she was about to continue questioning, a burning sensation arose in her brain. It was as if someone was slowly stuffing a red-hot iron from her ears into her brain. Ugh! She clutched her head in pain, and a terrifying thought crossed her mind. A master-servant contract, this is really a master-servant contract. Where did this newcomer Wu Feng get such a precious and strange item? Ah! A stronger burning sensation emerged, as if she had been thrown into a pot of hot oil. Thud! Lu Jianjia crouched down on the ground. It's over, it really is a master-servant contract. To think that I, a reborn person, have fallen to this extent, my well-laid plans have just begun to take shape. Tears of unwillingness streamed from her eyes as she raised her stubborn yet humiliated gaze towards Wu Feng. Wu Feng didn't pay any attention and turned to walk into his room. Come with me, he commanded, stepping over the unconscious Dingjin and Kai-Su. Despite 1,000 helplessness and 10,000 reluctances, Lu Jianjia could only follow Wu Feng's command into the room. Once in the room, Wu Feng had Lu Jianjia sit on the sofa. You give me a strange feeling, tell me your secret. Wu Feng opened a bucket of instant noodles again, pulling out the seasoning packet. Don't try to hide anything, my intuition is very accurate. Having fallen to such a state, Lu Jianjia quickly adjusted her mindset, lying was pointless, and it was better to be honest than to suffer more. She took a deep breath, I am a reborn person. Wu Feng's hand paused with the seasoning packet, and he turned to look at Lu Jianjia. Just as he learned that reborn people existed, a reborn person has arrived at his door. Wu Feng recalled what the white-haired person had said about being careful with some reborn individuals. Some, it seemed, were not just one person but a group. Wu Feng nodded calmly, can you contact the other reborn people? Wu Feng's reaction greatly exceeded Lu Jianjia's expectations, he actually knew there were reborn individuals in this world? If you want to lie, be my guest. Wu Feng pressed the noodles down, turning to Lu Jianjia. The author daily asks for gifts, everyone please send a little free gift, for gifts the author can do anything. Chapter 58, Village. Sorry, I am not interested in taking a group of people who will hold me back. Lu Jianjia thoroughly conveyed information about other reborn individuals, but unfortunately, they were located all over the place, including Neon's country and Beautiful Country, making them difficult to contact. After asking some other information, Wu Feng dismissed Lu Jianjia and eagerly entered the strange game. 10 minutes until entering the strange game, please players prepare. Just a moment later, another voice sounded. Detecting players about to enter the strange game, please choose one from the following 3 add-ons. Add-on 1, Brain Projection. Brain Projection, each day will randomly generate a skill based on the player's memories. This cheat really is a bit interesting, it's just... Ahem, I hope there won't be any strange things appearing. Like a responder or something, if that thing shows up, my life's purity will be gone. Looking down. Cheat 2, Speak the Truth. Speak the truth, when enemies lie in front of you, you will receive 100 deception coins. Though 100 coins seems a bit small, the practicality of this skill is still top tier. After all, if you encounter some bizarre game with strange rules, you can simply have others read them once to know they are wrong. Wu Feng then looked at the third cheat. Cheat 3, I bet your gun is empty. I bet your gun is empty. As long as you say I bet your gun is empty, any flying weapon of the enemy will lose its ammunition, including but not limited to flying knives, missiles, nuclear bombs, Gatling guns, and so on. It sounds powerful, but it's actually just a pile of nonsense. This thing is completely countered by absolute luck. Not thinking too much, Wu Feng ultimately chose the first cheat. I choose Brain Projection. Choice successful. After completing the choice, Wu Feng sat quietly on the sofa and waited. 3 seconds left to enter the bizarre game. 3, 2, 1. Darkness, falling, a light screen appeared before him. Entry successful. Instance name, Village. Difficulty, 1 in 10,000. Type, multiplayer instance. Description, you have been invited into a village surrounded by the sea. Initially, life here is very happy until you discover some doubts. You must escape quickly. Main task, gather enough gold coins to buy tickets for escape. Tip, you can obtain gold coins by farming, fishing, mining, redeeming deception coins, and so on. The light reappeared. 3 red tile houses, a yard full of weeds. Again entered into a 1 in 10,000 difficulty, my luck really isn't good. A woman with a high ponytail looked around and spoke. Though she said her luck wasn't good, her expression didn't seem very tense. Clearly, she was an experienced player who had participated in many bizarre games. Hey, have you participated in many bizarre games? A handsome boy wearing glasses spoke. My name is Gao Tian, may I ask what your name is? The girl with the high ponytail just glanced sideways at the glasses-wearing Gao Tian, then as if she didn't hear, addressed the 4 people, including Wu Feng. I believe everyone understands the value of a 1 in 10,000 difficulty level. Some games at this level are even scarier than survival games. So I won't say any nonsense. Has anyone here experienced more than 10 bizarre games or cleared a 1 in 10,000 difficulty or higher? One man among the 4 with a buzz cut spoke. I've participated in 11 games. Besides the man speaking, no one else answered. Alliance, the high ponytail woman asked. Of course. The buzzcut man smiled broadly, as she was a player who had cleared a 1 in 10,000 difficulty level. As for the others, I can only say I'm sorry. The high ponytail woman's gaze was cold and indifferent. Difficulty is too high. I'm not interested in carrying a group of people who would drag us down. At this moment, Wu Feng didn't pay attention to what the high ponytail girl was chattering about. All his focus was on the skills projected from his memory. Skill, my world. The author is purely creating for love, the daily pay is pitifully low. It was originally planned to drop this, but considering some people still read, there should be one update a day. Master brother, the master has been captured by a monster. The short video on the phone is playing Journey to the West. Wu Feng stretches lazily, watching with a nostalgic feeling. He is very happy. Because it has been a full 7 days without any abnormal phenomena. Since childhood, he has been extraordinary, always uncontrollably projecting things in his mind into reality. The first projection happened on an ordinary summer day, when Wu Feng, as usual, turned on the TV to watch cartoons, and suddenly a Doraemon appeared next to him. Since then, Wu Feng realized his uniqueness. He wanted to control this ability but ended up finding out he was overthinking. Forget about controlling this ability, there were even mixed-up situations where different characters appeared together. Like Superman and Gundam flying together, monsters battling Cthulhu together. Sadako fighting the dragon subduing Arhat, Ultraman battling Oxar, Yifan fighting the black small tiger. After the chaos, there was a period of calm. This calm period didn't mean nothing would project. I remember it was the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, their results in the recent monthly exam were quite good, so the head teacher decided to reward them with a movie during evening study. After unanimous voting, they played a zombie movie starring Lam Ching-ying. In the beginning, the classmates watched with great interest until a real zombie suddenly jumped out. Actually, this wasn't the worst. The most unbearable situation for Wu Feng was this. In adolescence, it is quite normal to watch interesting videos at midnight. For others, it is quite ordinary. But for Wu Feng, this is a total disaster. Putting on headphones, selecting videos, preparing tissues, then. The male and female protagonists from the video appear next to Wu Feng. The key is that Wu Feng was watching an anime with magical attributes. The female lead is a succubus. The male lead in the movie was doing this with the determination of facing certain death. But Wu Feng did not have that determination. If he couldn't hold back the surging waves inside him, there would probably be a ridiculous news report about a disaster tomorrow. Watching the sensual scene before him, Wu Feng could only shiver and hope these two would disappear quickly. But the more he wished for them to disappear, the longer they stayed, until finally, the male lead fell down after several attempts. Wu Feng cheered him on from the side. "Come on, how can you fall down in a place like this?" The male lead glanced at Wu Feng, gathering his strength to stand up, then quickly fainted again. The succubus female lead pushed her golden hair behind her ear, her bright big eyes gazing at Wu Feng, full of unfulfilled desire. Needless to say, the looks of two-dimensional characters are beyond words. Little by little, she crawled toward Wu Feng. Just when everything was about to go wrong, Pinocchio was projected out by Wu Feng. With his ability to stretch his nose when lying, Wu Feng temporarily avoided disaster. Fortunately, recently Wu Feng's ability had appeared less frequently and gradually approached a controllable level. The so-called controllable means Wu Feng captured some patterns of recent occurrences. For example, most of what appears are things he has watched recently or something that caused Wu Feng's emotional fluctuations. Before these things are projected out, this thing still has a certain probability of flashing in Wu Feng's mind for about 10 seconds. For example, if Wu Feng strongly resists the projection, this ability will disappear for a period of time. This time, the disappearance lasted the longest, a full 7 days. Buzz. The phone vibrated, and someone sent a text on Jiangxin. Wu Feng unlocked and opened the phone, and a message appeared on the screen, sent by his childhood friend. "Have you heard about a legend recently?" "What legend?" Wu Feng sent a message. After a moment, a picture, a string of messages, and a smirking emoji were sent from the other side. The picture was a black and red envelope with the words Paradise written boldly on it. They say that whoever receives this letter will be transported to a place called Paradise, where all kinds of terrifying monsters reside. Seeing this, Wu Feng showed an expression of disdain. This kind of rumor was no different from those claims that if you didn't forward the message, a ghost would come knocking on your door. Wu Feng reached out to type, but suddenly noticed an extra item in his hand. It was an envelope with the word Paradise written on it. Holy crap, it actually projected the envelope out? Without giving Wu Feng more reaction time, the red-black envelope emitted a blood-red light that enveloped him. When he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived in a dimly lit room. Is the legend real? At the same time, the figure of the great sage Sun Wukong began to flicker in his mind. Chapter 1, Wrong Send, please skip. Congratulations to our city for producing an S-rank talent. Wu Feng quickly swiped past the video on his phone, showing no interest at all. S-rank talent was too far removed from his world, as if they were two parallel lines that would never intersect. One was high up, overlooking the earth from the clouds, while Wu Feng lay in the muddy soil. Even being glanced over was a luxury. Wu Feng had been reborn into this world for over 10 years. 2 months ago, he awakened his memories from his past life. Along with this awakening came a book existing in his mind. The book had no name, only continuously issuing various tasks. Based on his past memories, Wu Feng named this book System. At first, he had the idea of becoming stronger with the help of the system, but the various tasks inside made Wu Feng question whether he was suffering from a kind of mental illness. Such as crushing his childhood sweetheart, who had been reborn as an empress, with one hand. Wouldn't a normal person have a face full of question marks at such absurd tasks? There was also something about kicking the crooked-mouthed Dragon King, suppressing S-rank geniuses, or killing his way through a battlefield. The only task that seemed somewhat feasible was to publicly pull down his pants and poop in class. With the belief that practice leads to knowledge, Wu Feng wanted to try and see if this system was just in his imagination. It was a sunny noon. Looking at his classmates laughing and chatting around him, Wu Feng mustered the courage several times, but ultimately didn't start his practice until after school. Alright, Wu Feng gave up. Publicly pulling down one's pants and pooping in front of everyone was not something ordinary people could do. Ironically, he thought this was the simplest task among all the bizarre ones. Is there a new task again? A feeling close to hunger and fatigue emerged in his mind, telling Wu Feng that the system had a new task available. Wu Feng felt no interest at all in the new task. At first, he had been impatient to see what the task was. Would it be one of those tasks that are not bizarre, easy to complete, and reward high enough to explode? With each disappointment, Wu Feng became increasingly numb. But he couldn't completely ignore the system. Just like when you feel hungry, tired, or need to take a bathroom break, you can't just hold it in forever. Diving into his mind, a mysterious patterned book slowly opened, its pages began to flit violently, creating a blur, as if being pulled by invisible hands at high speed, the papers rubbing against each other, making a rustling sound. Eventually, it stopped at a certain page, reddish-brown flames spiraled up, leaving behind golden characters wherever they passed. Task, squat. Reward, talent upgrade. Though he held little hope for the system, Wu Feng still read the task he had set with great care and seriousness. Squat. Talent upgrade? Wu Feng tried to understand this sentence. It wasn't that he had a problem understanding the meaning of squatting, but faced with such a suddenly normal task, he felt a bit in disbelief. It was like a person bitten by a snake. Even if he saw a piece of grass, he would doubt if it was a snake. Is squat a normal squat? Is talent upgrade a normal talent upgrade? Wu Feng hesitated for a moment and decided to give it a try. He stood up from the bed, moving his muscles and bones. He squatted down and got back up. Task completed. Diving back into his mind, he opened the first page of the book, which recorded all of Wu Feng's information. Name, Wu Feng. Gender, male. Talent, C, Spirit I, upgraded to B, Eye of Breaking Illusion. Spirit Energy, 121.3. Physical Quality, 10.5. Mental Power, 15. Martial Arts, none. Seeing the information on the panel, Wu Feng couldn't help but gasp, his heart pounding loudly, sounding like thunder, as a large amount of blood was pumped through his body. Just from doing one squat, his talent upgraded from level C to level B. After such a long time, you finally made sense. Task, 10 squats. Reward, talent upgrade. Again with this kind of task, without any hesitation, Wu Feng stood up and did 10 push-ups. Talent upgraded from level B to level A. Task, 100 squats. Reward, talent upgrade. Don't even talk about 100, even 1000 squats wouldn't be impossible for Wu Feng now. Without any hesitation, he easily completed 100 squats. Talent upgraded from level A to level S. Task, 1000 squats. Reward, talent upgrade. 1000 squats? Fine, 1000 it is. Wu Feng didn't hesitate, gritted his teeth and started to do them. 1, 2, 3. Not knowing how much time passed, sweating like rain, Wu Feng leaned his hands on the desk. Even though he was tired, he clearly hadn't reached his limit. Talent upgraded from level S to level SS. Is there more? Filled with expectation, Wu Feng thought about the next level, legendary SSS level talent. The highest talent in the entire Pushi was just that S level in the video just now. He couldn't imagine what kind of shock his emerging SSS level talent would cause. Task, complete 1 million squats in one go. Reward, talent upgrade. A new task appeared. This time the number of squats changed dramatically, no longer just a simple multiplication by 10. 1000 times 1000 equals 1 million squats. Looking at this number, Wu Feng roughly estimated. Even if he did one squat every 2 seconds, 1 million squats would take 50 W seconds, which is 8,333 minutes, 138 hours, 5.7 days. He would need to do squats nonstop for 5.7 days without eating or drinking. What a ridiculous task, absolutely no chance at all. Task, confess to Chushi, then do one squat. Reward, talent upgrade. As if feeling Wu Feng's emotions, a new task appeared below the 1 million squat task. Wu Feng stared at the task in silence. Chushi was not someone else, she was Wu Feng's childhood friend. She was the reincarnated empress as the system said. Though they were childhood friends, the frequency of their interactions had decreased a lot over the years. Especially in the past 2 months, they had cut off all contact. Confess? Wu Feng took a deep breath, even though doing this might feel like a bit of harassment toward Chushi. But he had to do it. My name is Chushi, and my talent is called Death Rewind. I never expected that after 5 attempts, I still wouldn't be able to lead humanity to survive. What should I do? What should I really do? Should I give up? Should I really give up? No. There's still a chance. Going it alone won't work after all. This time, I need to find some helpers and quickly level them up together. Who should I choose as my first helper? She searched her mind, and in her vast memories, a name slowly emerged. Yi Lianchen, S-Class. Ding 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 ding. The phone rang, and Chushi checked to find that it was a call from Wu Feng. She furrowed her brows slightly, with a hint of confusion in her eyes. This was something that hadn't happened in any of her previous rebirths. She tapped the answer button and brought the phone to her ear. After a moment, her lips trembled, her teeth clenched tightly, and she spoke, word by word, I'm sorry, Wu Feng, you're a good person, but we're not suitable. I'm sorry, Wu Feng, I can't let personal feelings affect the future of the entire world. comma, 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 a comma, a comma, comma. Comma, a comma, a comma, a comma, a comma, a comma, 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 comma dot comma. Comma dot comma, comma. Comma dot comma dot comma. The author is looking for gifts. Everyone send a free little gift. For a gift, the author can do anything. Chapter 1, What's this thing? Wrongly sent, please skip. Squat down, get up. Talent SS upgraded to SSS Deaf Magic Eye. Deaf Magic Eye, it can see the end of existence, i.e. death, of things and visualize it as death lines and death points. Death line, cracked lines that appear on objects or living beings. Cutting along the death line will irreversibly destroy the object. Death point, the point where death lines intersect. Touching a death point will directly end the existence of the thing, even if it is an immortal being or an abstract concept, but this ability ignores physical defenses or regeneration abilities, directly touching the essence of existence of things. The objects in front of her appeared with interwoven red lines. Windows, chairs, flowers, fruits, and so on. No matter what it was, everything had that blood-like red color. Wu Feng waved his hands, cutting through the red line that represented the flower. The line snapped and disappeared, and the petals instantly withered. The unprecedented feeling made Wu Feng a bit excited. It's time to eat. If I didn't call, you wouldn't even know to come out, right? Every time it's mealtime, I have to call you, and it's already 12 o'clock. His mother's nagging voice came from outside the door. Got it, I'll be right there. Wu Feng stopped releasing his spiritual power, and the world in front of him returned to normal. He opened the bedroom door, and his mother, wearing an apron, was carrying 2 plates of food with steaming hot vaporizing. I'll serve the rice. Wu Feng walked over. It's already served. Go wake up your sister. They're all like pigs, can't they get up and help with some work? Wu Kiki, wake up. If I didn't call, you wouldn't even know to come out, right? Every time it's mealtime, I have to call you, and it's already 12 o'clock. Wu Feng knocked on the door of her room. Got it, got it. Wu Feng sat back down at the dining table, and his mother just brought 2 bowls of rice over. Your holiday ends tomorrow. When you go to school, you need to practice hard, understand? His mother placed the bowls on the table. This damn society now clearly divides people into high and low. It was the 10th millennium after humanity entered the modern era. More than 100 years ago, the insectoid alien race arrived on Earth, secreting all sorts of strange bacterial spores and microorganisms, which ruined Earth's ecological environment. It was from that time that a strict social hierarchy appeared. Level 1 citizens, those deemed to have no value, mainly included various criminals and disabled people. Only the jobs no one wanted would take them. Level 2 citizens were ordinary people with no talent. They hadn't awakened a martial talent and weren't outstanding in the arts. They could only do the most exhausting, lowest-paying jobs. Level 3 citizens were those who had awakened a martial talent, no matter how high or low. At least a Level 3 citizen. Level 4 citizens are humans who have achieved certain accomplishments in the arts or martial arts. For example, being in the top 1,000 of the city in martial arts, or the top 500 in the arts. As for how the rankings are determined, in the arts, it's naturally based on achievements. But martial arts are not about traditional competitions, it's about the number of dungeon clearances and enemy kill points. Dungeons are simulated bug battlefields in the holographic training chamber. Level 4 citizens have various privileges, including but not limited to everything being 30% off, and monthly distributions of various elixirs and supplements. Next are Level 5 citizens, the true privileged class, at the top of the social pyramid. Got it, Mom. Wu Feng pushed his rice aside. The door opened, and his younger sister walked out in slippers. You should pay attention too, look at you, sleeping so long. I've recently bought some high-end supplements. I saw on TV that this stuff is really helpful for people like you who haven't awakened their talents. You should watch less advertising, that stuff is all a scam. If supplements really worked, there wouldn't be people in the world who can't awaken their talents. Wu Kuko rebutted. Regardless of whether it works or not, eating a bit won't hurt, right? Mom pressed one hand on the chair, continuing to speak to Wu Kuku who was heading to the bathroom. I don't expect you to awaken an A-class talent, even a C-class talent like your brother would be fine. Understood, Mom, I'll eat it. Shushi lived right across from Wu Feng, their families were neighbors. She stepped out of her door and gently knocked on the door across the hall. A month later, Pooh's city would be attacked by alien bugs, and she decided to do something for Wu Feng's family. The door opened, and Wu Feng's mom smiled and leaned to the side. Xiaoxi is here, have you eaten? Shushi walked in. I've eaten, I'm here to find Wu Feng for something. Wu Feng. Mom called back. Coming. Wu Feng had already noticed Shushi's figure when his mom turned, but felt a bit shy after the earlier confession, even though it was just a mission. He stood up and walked over. Shushi acted very normal, after all, she had done the rejection thing so many times. In her few reincarnations, due to her beauty and exceptional talent, the number of pursuers and secret admirers could fill an entire classroom. Come with me, I want to show you something. Shushi said, pulling Wu Feng to her home. Auntie, I'm showing Wu Feng something in martial arts, he'll be back for dinner soon. Go on, go on. Mom didn't even think to oppose, whatever the reason, her son could go with her. Until the door closed, Mom revealed a smile. Not bad, you two look good together. Shushi casually pulled Wu Feng to sit on the sofa, looking directly into his eyes and speaking clearly. What I'm about to say might sound absurd, but you have to believe me, every word I say is true. Seeing Shushi's serious expression, Wu Feng already had a rough guess about what she was going to say. My talent has evolved for the second time, becoming death reversal. Shushi continued to look directly into Wu Feng's eyes. This means that after death, I will return to the past world. As for the time of reversal, it depends on my anchor point. Shushi paused, giving enough time for Wu Feng to understand and digest. This information didn't shock Wu Feng, he just calmly nodded. Shushi was a bit surprised by Wu Feng's reaction. She remembered the last time she told Wu Feng this, he was astonished for a long time before accepting it. Could the past that had already happened also be changed? She didn't dwell on this question for too long. What I am about to say, you must remember in your heart. Shushi's tone became serious, her eyebrows lowered. A month from now, the alien insect tribe will invade Pooh City. You need to prepare various supplies and hide in the basement downstairs. You will need to stay there for 3 days. The alien insect tribe is invading Pooh City? How is that possible? Wu Feng retorted, not that he didn't believe the reborn Shushi. But because Pooh City's defenses were solid as a fortress, there hadn't been any issues for over a decade. If Pooh City was really breached by the alien insect tribe, it wouldn't be possible to hide for just 3 days. It's the Death Speaker. Shushi explained, you should have learned about them. Hearing these 3 words, Wu Feng fell silent. Death Speakers can transform into human forms, they can lay eggs in a person's body through biting. These eggs secrete a special substance that alters the way humans think, driving them into a frenzied state of worship for the alien insect tribe. Once the eggs mature, they burst within the human body, growing into a new Death Speaker. Pooh City has a complete set of prevention measures against Death Speakers, but it was unexpected that they still managed to invade. Seeing Wu Feng silent, Shushi picked up a pen from the table and threw it into the air, gently waving her index and middle fingers together. The pencil instantly snapped into 5 pieces. Second-tier martial skill, Void Blade. This skill was available in the virtual training chamber store. It was famous for being expensive and incredibly difficult to master, but its power was astonishing. Shushi didn't have enough money to buy this skill, nor did she have the time to successfully cultivate it. She, like Wu Feng, had just awakened her talent not long ago. The only reason Shushi demonstrated this was to gain Wu Feng's full trust. At that moment, in Wu Feng's mind. Task, petting a dog. Reward, second-tier martial skill, Void Blade. Tip, if you don't have a dog, you can pretend to bark while petting yourself. Comma, 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 a comma, a comma, comma. Comma, a comma, a comma, a comma, a comma, 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 comma dot comma. Comma dot comma, comma. Comma dot comma dot comma. Author's daily request for gifts, everyone send a small gift for free, for the gift the author can do anything. Chapter 5, mistaken again, this thing always automatically jumps back to the first volume. What is life? Wu Feng supported himself on the table, speaking with a profound expression. Life is carrying an umbrella when it doesn't rain, yet forgetting it when it does. Life is loving someone who doesn't love me back, and someone who doesn't like me still doesn't like me. Life is when I'm working hard, the boss doesn't see me, but when I slack off, I get caught. Life is when you start contemplating life, you have already become nothing. The four-eyed man's voice grew louder, spitting saliva onto the face of the person in front. Walking west from the intersection of S Street and J Street for 2,000 meters, there was a service shop. Its dilapidated door, worn sign, garbage location, and unreliable efficiency brought the shop to the brink of closure. The shop's duty was to help others solve any problems. This any problem should have some bottom line. Guests always treated the shop like it was a god. Not out of respect for a god. Guests believed the shop was as omnipotent as a god. Last time, a quirky uncle mysteriously brought his adorable cat with heterochromia to the shop, and after a moment of silence, he seriously asked Wu Feng to transform his cat into a beautiful girl. This wasn't even the worst part, the most frightening thing was. There were even people who commissioned him to destroy the world, and the commission was pitifully low. The man in front of Wu Feng was named Li Yichuan. Not sure when he began to ponder the meaning of life, Wu Feng opened a book to find a quote that somewhat made sense to awkwardly send him away. Taking a deep breath and sitting down, he realized he hadn't collected any money. A chestnut-colored table was placed in the center of the room. On both sides of the table, there were cabinets, and layers upon layers of brown sealed documents covered the cabinets. Wu Feng had no idea what was recorded on the documents, and there was a reason for that. The people are developing, the times are progressing, everyone travels through time, tomorrow it will come to my home. Wu Feng was one of those lucky ones who traveled through time. There's no need to say much about what happened before, after all, one must live in the present. There's no need to say much about language issues, saying more would just bring tears. When he first arrived here, he was like a complete fool. Facing himself, there was one side of the cabinet with 5 drawers, but only one drawer could be opened. Although it was just a small drawer, it held the universe. The total area of the drawer was only 300 square centimeters, yet it contained things that weighed several tons or maybe even the infinite. The things inside could be divided into 3 categories: stone, paper, ink. Stones were divided into 4 types: thunderstone, firestone, waterstone, windstone. The purpose was simple. After exploring for some time, Wu Feng had roughly understood their uses. Things like stones could be crushed into powder to become energy, and the energy would attach to the ink and turn into talismans with some special symbols. The talismans made from different stones had different effects, but Wu Feng had no idea what the specifics were. Wu Feng only knew how to make talismans because he read it in the manual. When Wu Feng excitedly thought his golden finger had arrived, he suddenly realized a serious issue. He simply couldn't crush the stones. Hard as diamonds, they couldn't be broken, couldn't be melted, and were unafraid of cold and heat. Wu Feng even tried to hatch them, but still failed. Fortunately, besides talismans, the manual also offered another method. Barriers. Fire barrier, wind barrier, water barrier, thunder barrier. The method for making these wasn't inhumane. Just stick the paper from the drawer onto the stones and write a settled character with ink, and it would be done. The only drawback was that the barrier would indiscriminately attack others. It cares not whether you are a monster or a deity, anyone who collides with the everything shop would be attacked by the barrier, including Wu Feng. Wu Feng decided to put away this heartless barrier, making a vow to never use it at home. He was curious about what else was in the other drawers. He tried many methods, but without exception, the result was the same: he couldn't open them. The everything shop was divided into 2 parts. The front was for handling matters and receiving guests, called the office, while the back was for resting and sleeping, called the rest area. Wu Feng spread his arms to relax. Business at the everything shop was extremely bleak. To survive, he had to do some other things. Fortunately, Wu Feng looked quite good. With a tall nose, fair face, and glass-like eyes, he could definitely attract a bunch of little fans in modern times. Not to say he was extraordinary, but he could be considered quite handsome. It was also because of this good looks that some business found him. This business was a bit shy. Wu Feng usually did it sneakily. Wu Feng first peeked outside to confirm no one was about to enter, then gently closed the door and went to his sleeping place, taking off his clothes. Then he changed into a set of women's clothing. This world was magical and shared many commonalities with the original world, including comic conventions. A group of organizers at the convention accidentally saw Wu Feng's appearance and asked him to try on women's clothing for a look. At first, Wu Feng refused, believing one should have a bottom line. Until that person took out a few bills, Wu Feng thought that perhaps the bottom line could be pushed back a bit. Wu Feng, wearing women's clothing, appeared stunning beyond belief. If Wu Feng scored a 9 in handsomeness as a man, then after dressing as a woman, he would definitely score a perfect 10. With a smile in her eyes, 100 charms come to life. The beauty of the 6 palaces pales in comparison. From that moment onwards, Wu Feng relied on this to earn extra money. Dressing as a woman could bring in quite a lot of wealth, and the nearly forgotten Longxin comic convention was revived. Wu Feng's presence had turned into a goddess-like woman at the Longxin comic convention. This outfit was very simple: twin ponytails, long stockings, a short skirt, and an absolute territory. Wu Feng glanced in the mirror and walked toward the office. Creak. The door of the service office opened, and Li Yichuan walked in, his eyes slowly widening, as if he had seen some kind of monster. Wu Feng shuddered inside, thinking that if his cross-dressing was exposed, then his dignity as a man would be gone. Determined, he took out the thunder barrier from his pocket. Using the barrier was very simple. It needed 5 pieces to be effective, and Wu Feng had always kept 4 pieces in the room. Just to be safe, he had taken only 1 piece after the last use. Wu Feng was in the perfect position now, quickly taking the thunder barrier from the box and throwing it out. The 5 pieces of thunder barrier formed a 5-pointed star shape, and tiny lightning flashes quickly filled the service office. Before Li Yichuan could say a word, he was knocked out by the electricity inside. I came to pay. Li Yichuan didn't recognize Wu Feng's cross-dressing. Wu Feng's current appearance was vastly different from when he was in male clothing. He curled his lip and bore the raging electricity as he walked out the door, his hair now fluffy like a broom, looking quite charming. Not bothering to fix his hair, Wu Feng dragged Li Yichuan out and found a stool for him to sit on. The electricity didn't have much lethality, it simply caused dizziness and temporary amnesia. He would probably wake up in a few minutes. Wu Feng put on a mask, covering half of his face. The mask was mercury-colored, deliberately prepared so that some people would not recognize him. Chapter 97, Wrong, Skip, truly impressed, this time, make me number 1 in Volume 1. Night. In the skyscraper, the lights were few and far between. Wu Feng poured the boiled water into a cup and added some sugar, stirring with his right hand holding a spoon. Hello everyone, I am He Ji Sheng. On TV, a man with a distinctive appearance stood on stage. His lips were curled, and his eyes squinted into slits. Laughter erupted. This was a talk show. Sometimes, when I look at my appearance, I think, since I look like this, what else do I have to lose? Until one day, I started to lose my hair. Regarding hair loss, I really envy those with special abilities. They don't lose hair, and of course, they don't need haircuts, they have to use a saw to cut. Since the emergence of those with special abilities, these people can finally shake up the workplace. The boss tells them to go east, and they go west. Some say not to give special privileges to those with abilities, they should be more strictly regulated. Although they are stronger than ordinary people? I certainly agree, after all, I am not one of them. When those with special abilities are good, it is just like ancient heroes who act with righteousness and settle scores. Wu Feng took a sip of water, chuckled, and changed the channel. Acting with righteousness? Those with special abilities are just a group of puppets, acting as heroes outside the rules. They would soon become a thorn in some people's eyes. Bear big, wait for me. Changed again. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Changed again. A white woman held a small knife, helplessly leaning against the wall. Help me, help me. The woman cried out. Bang. The white door was split open, a gap appearing before the white woman's eyes. The cries grew more desperate. Bang. This sound, somewhat similar to the axe hitting the door, came from the real world. The room was dark, with only the flickering light of the TV. The door was kicked open, and a figure stood in the doorway, completely shrouded in darkness, without a hint of color. Have you come? Wu Feng felt no surprise at this figure. 3 days ago, at number 1 high school in Sanyuan district, a girl was bullied by 3 boys, and in the end, she even lost her purity, choosing to jump off a building in her sorrow and anger. The girl was lucky enough not to die. Her mother wanted to seek justice for her, but was dragged by the 3 to an abandoned factory, where they violated the girl again in front of her mother. In the end, due to compensation being in place, insufficient evidence, and one of them being an extraordinary person, alongside the fear that struck the mother and daughter, the 3 boys faced no consequences and continued to attend classes as usual. What about those 3? Can they still carry on their family line? Wu Feng said, throwing the cup he held towards them. With today's medical advancements, reconnecting should be no problem, right? The cup smashed against the doorframe, sending water splashing everywhere. The flesh can't be easily repaired. A black figure rushed toward Wu Feng. Wu Feng pulled out a gun from under the table. He was not in a hurry to shoot because his aim wasn't good. As the black figure got closer, the gun fired, the shell casings jumped and fell to the ground, and a hole appeared in the shoe cabinet at the door, the black shadow already at his face. Damn! Wu Feng cursed under his breath, feeling as if he had been hit by something. His body flew through the air, crashing heavily against the wall. Then he bounced and fell to the ground. He felt no pain at all, only a hint of sweetness in his throat. The person in the black tight suit held Wu Feng's gun in his right hand. He did not use it but casually threw it to the ground. Wu Feng suddenly sprang up, his momentum like a rainbow, fearless, with his fist smashing toward the person's chest. The person blocked it, and their knee struck Wu Feng right in the face. As an extraordinary person, Wu Feng was only slightly stronger than normal people in physical quality, otherwise, he was no different. Continuing the fight would only lead to a dead end. Wu Feng had long prepared himself for this outcome. A large amount of bright red poured from his mouth and nose. Wu Feng flew up in the air. Do you regret it? Do you regret taking action against those 3 scumbags? Ridiculous. How could there be any regret? Chapter 59, Skill, My World. My World, with Lucky Block mod players will gain all attributes of Steve and can follow the logic of My World. Lucky Block mod, Lucky Blocks will be randomly placed on the world map, and players can get various things by opening Lucky Blocks. Please note, some Lucky Blocks may cause your death. Wu Feng recalled the memories in his mind, chopping trees, building. It's insane, even Wu Feng, who was using hacks, couldn't help but exclaim that this skill was truly outrageous. Hello, can I borrow some things from you? The gate to the yard was suddenly opened, and a skinny old man walked in. Everyone's hearts raced, not daring to even breathe. The girl with the high ponytail analyzed the scene when entering the strange game. The original life was very happy until you discovered some doubts. It was just a matter of doubts, for now, it shouldn't threaten life. She responded tentatively, okay. Thank you so much. The skinny old man walked mechanically yet lightly toward the girl with the high ponytail, continuing as he got within about a meter distance. I'm so hungry, so let me borrow your head to eat. Bang! The pushed open door suddenly slammed shut again due to the wind, sounding like a needle prickling everyone's skin. The brown-eyed girl with the high ponytail trembled. Was this the level of crisis right from the start? Watching the skinny old man's right hand reach out, the girl with the high ponytail tried to move but found her legs rooted like they were stuck. She gave up using her strange props and pulled over a tall man next to her to block in front of herself. However, the old man did not stop because a tall man appeared in front of the girl with the high ponytail. His hands, like those of a dried corpse, swiftly reached for the tall man's head. No one thought to help, everyone instinctively ran away from the old man. Helpless Takeda trembled all over, tears nearly spilling from his eyes, and as a newcomer, he didn't even have a strange prop. He didn't have the heart to think about why the high ponytail girl was doing this. Despair wrapped around him like a waterfall. Swish! A wooden sword sliced through Takeda's line of sight, and a -23 appeared above the old man's head, reducing his health by about 1/50. With the wooden sword in hand, Wu Feng elegantly flicked his wrist, creating a flourish. The old man recoiled as if electrocuted. A moment of human-like incredulity flickered in his numb eyes. The high ponytail girl felt her legs could start to move. She didn't have the foolish thought of joining in the fight due to Wu Feng's handsome entrance but instead ran without hesitation toward the 3-tiled houses in the yard. In this strange game, there would always be a glimmer of hope. She gambled that the way out was within the room. Just back from the brink of death, Takeda's legs felt weak as he sat on the ground, watching Wu Feng's back with the wooden sword, taking a deep breath and biting his tongue. The sharp pain lessened his fear, and his weak legs regained some strength. He picked up a few stones from the ground and stood up. His talent was called perfect accuracy. He could hit anything within 100 meters. "Brother!" he shouted to Wu Feng. Wu Feng turned around, speaking calmly and confidently. "Don't worry, brother, with trash of this level, I can do it with one hand." Before Wu Feng could finish his sentence, 2 stones flew straight toward his eyes. "Sorry, you're a good man, but," Takeda felt guilty as he spoke, turning around and struggling to run despite his weak legs, "I want to survive." Author asks for gifts daily. Everyone send a free little gift, 4 gifts, the author can do anything. Chapter 60, What are you babbling about? Taste my sword. Facing the stones flying toward him, Wu Feng felt a tickle in his nose and uncontrollably sneezed. His head moved slightly, and the 2 stones grazed his skin, leaving faint bloody marks. Was a kind-hearted person who came to help randomly hurt? Being a good person felt tough. "I'm so hungry, let me taste your head, just one bite." The dry, hoarse voice tore at Wu Feng's eardrums like a broken bellows. The old man ignored the harm Wu Feng inflicted on him, closing in relentlessly. "What are you babbling about? Take this sword." In a foul mood, Wu Feng tightly gripped the wooden sword and stabbed it toward the old man's bizarre chest. Accompanied by the nauseating sound of flesh being cut, the sword's tip sank deep into the chest. Wu Feng pressed deeper, pushing the old man against the doorframe. The thought of experiencing his new skill vanished. He now just wanted to finish this bizarre encounter quickly and then communicate with Takeda. Wu Feng took out a revolver and pressed it against the old man's strange forehead. The old man shot a glance at the wounds caused by the wooden sword, a deep fear rising within him. "You," the old man began. "What about you?" Wu Feng fired 3 shots directly at the old man's head. Flesh and blood splattered, and the health bar dropped to 0 instantly. He wiped his hands on the old man's clothes and casually tossed the bizarre corpse onto the ground. Turning to look at Takeda, he saw him climbing into a room using all 4s. At this moment, Takeda turned around at the entrance, using his arm to close the door behind him while he saw Wu Feng staring at him with a face full of indifference. Bang! He used all his strength to slam the door shut and locked it with a bolt. His chest rose and fell violently, and his heavy breathing echoed loudly in the room. "Is Wu Feng okay?" Gao Tian leaned against the door, somewhat in disbelief. Behind Wu Feng, there was something strange, and he had thrown a stone at his eyes. Why would he be fine? Could it be? Wu Feng is a master, and not just an ordinary master, but one of the top masters. But he's fine. Understanding this, Gao Tian wasn't afraid. All 3 mud brick houses had people inside. He didn't believe anyone would dare to open the door knowing there was something strange behind Wu Feng. Wu Feng couldn't enter any room. No matter how powerful his methods were, he would eventually be killed by the immortal strange thing. As for breaking in? Feeling the sturdy doorframe on the wall with a window only about 20 centimeters wide, Gao Tian shook his head and exclaimed it was impossible. A sure death situation. Taking a deep breath, Gao Tian set aside thoughts of Wu Feng and began to observe the environment in the room. Outside the room, Wu Feng looked at the old man lying on the ground, who was supposed to be dead beyond any doubt, and felt it strange. At that moment, the blood bar on the strange thing's head started to slowly recover. Dead and could still recover? Goodness, are you also cheating? Although the blood bar had already restored to 5%, Wu Feng didn't bother to investigate. He walked over to a big tree and began to wave his right hand in front of it. A square area of the tree cracked continuously until it shattered into wood and entered Wu Feng's backpack. Strangely, the tree did not fall, even though a piece in its middle had been hollowed out. Amazing, interesting. Although he was already used to this in the game, when it was moved into reality, Wu Feng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Thus, after collecting some wood, Wu Feng used a workbench to make a wooden pickaxe. Wooden pickaxe can easily destroy stones, sandstones, woods, and other items. This item has 59 durability. 59 durability, breaks after digging 59 items. He held the wooden pickaxe in his hand and stepped slowly to the front of Gao Tian's room. Hearing footsteps outside the door, Gao Tian felt an inexplicable sense of panic. Even though he knew Wu Feng could not come in, his heart raced. Don't come over, I won't open the door for you. Comma, 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 comma. Comma, 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 comma dot comma. Comma dot comma, comma. Comma dot comma dot comma. The author daily asks for gifts. Everyone, please send some free little gifts. For gifts, the author can do anything. Chapter 61, Soil for Nuclear Bombs. A fine rustling sound echoed in Gao Tian's ears, and the once seemingly indestructible red brick wall now had a perfectly square gap. Ah! Gao Tian stared blankly at this miraculous scene, feeling his brain wasn't quite enough. The square gaps increased in number until they were soon enough for Wu Feng to pass through. Kid, who said I need your permission to come in? Every word from Wu Feng seemed to strike at Gao Tian's heart, and as the last word was spoken, he felt heavy breathing, as if he were about to suffocate. Without any hesitation, Gao Tian decisively knelt on the ground. Facing such a big shot, he couldn't think of any way to resist. Big shot, spare me, please spare me. Tears streamed down Gao Tian's face, filled with remorse. Spare you? Wu Feng chuckled lightly, his gaze fixing on Gao Tian's right hand hidden behind his body. What are you hiding in your hand? Hearing this, Gao Tian quickly put on a flattering smile. This is what I prepared for you. Before he could finish his words, the wooden sword in Wu Feng's hand gleamed coldly, and a large head soared into the sky. Blood flowed out like a fountain, dyeing the surrounding space a seductive red. Gao Tian's body crashed to the ground, a nail rolling out from his right hand. Tisk. Wu Feng shook his head, suddenly understanding a truth. His heart was always too kind, and this would be his great weakness. He would never stick his neck out casually again. Life and death are determined by fate. Wu Feng scanned the room and saw a small bag on the table. Opening the bag, he found dozens of gold coins inside. Gold coins times 50. Besides the bag, there was a shop window with the word store written on it. Wu Feng approached the shop window, where the roots of some plants reached out, along with a piece of paper. The paper listed items that could be bought and sold. Items for purchase included various seeds, fishing rods, clothing, water tools, and even tickets to leave this place. Oh. Wu Feng understood the specific rules of this strange game. Avoid monsters, farm to earn money. As time passed, monsters would become stronger, or more deadly dangers would appear. Understanding the gameplay, Wu Feng prepared to take action. Pumpkin seeds cost 2 gold coins each. After buying 25 pumpkin seeds, Wu Feng went straight to the strange old man who was reviving. Using tools, he made a wooden stool and sat down to wait. A gentle breeze blew as time passed. The old man's strange head filled back up with blood. The head that had been exploded by a revolver returned to its original state. Damn humans, I will eat you. The old man cursed viciously. Who are you going to eat? Kind-hearted Wu Feng softly inquired, his smile like the sun in spring. The old man turned around, his vicious expression frozen in place. Silence. Silence was the Cambridge of tonight. Go, plant these seeds well. Wu Feng extended his hand, giving the pumpkin seeds to the old man in a commanding tone. You. I am the strange one disturbing your farming. You want me to help you plant? What a joke. Wu Feng began to wipe his revolver. Fine, I will go. The compromised strange one, with a resentful look, took the seeds to cultivate the wasteland. Wu Feng also didn't waste time. He noticed a lucky block right by the door. He approached and struck it with a pickaxe. The block vanished. A villager popped out from the lucky block. As everyone knows, villagers in MC can trade. Wu Feng went to communicate. As the villager spoke a bunch of incomprehensible words, a panel appeared in front of him. The panel displayed items for trade. For the first trade, Wu Feng could exchange dirt blocks for TNT. Pretty good. For the second trade, Wu Feng could exchange a dirt block for a pair of shoes. Clicking on the shoes, an explanation appeared next to them, showing an enchantment. Enchantment, flight. Hiss, that's a bit over the top. Wu Feng continued to look at the third trade option. For the third trade, Wu Feng could exchange one dirt block for a nuclear bomb. Hiss, this. Isn't that a bit too outrageous? Are you asking me to nuke the village? Comma, 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 comma. comma I comma I comma I comma I comma I comma 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 dot comma dot comma dot comma. The author daily asks for gifts. Everyone send a little free gift. For the gift the author can do anything. This book has entered the new book list at 27th place. Thank you all for your support. The author here will perform a handstand for everyone. Taking a few days off, the author has an exam recently, so I need to focus on studying these days. Chapter 62 Kill Wu Feng. The girl with a high ponytail looked through the window at every move in the yard. Wu Feng's actions carved deeply like a knife into her eyes. How is this possible? Is this really something a human can do? The high ponytail girl had experienced the strange game 15 times, and she had never seen such an outrageous scene. Beating up the strange one and threatening it to plant vegetables for herself? The ponytailed girl's breath unconsciously grew heavy. What level of strange item does this person possess to achieve such a degree? The greedy hands named Greed passed through the blood vessels of the ponytailed girl, spreading through her body along with the blood. If I could get it. She had just thought halfway, and this thought abruptly stopped. Wu Feng's strength was unfathomable. Having this kind of thought was like hitting a stone with an egg. I thought I was a genius, only to find out I was just a frog in a well. The ponytailed girl spoke self-deprecatingly, turning to walk towards the store to buy some seeds. The plant's roots stretched out from the window, and the ponytailed girl looked at the note above, her eyes flashing with surprise. What's wrong? The man with a buzz cut noticed the ponytailed girl's unusual expression and asked. The ponytailed girl didn't speak but pointed to the writing on the roots. The writing didn't indicate items for sale but rather a short sentence. Help us kill the humans in the yard, and I can help you pass. The group we represent is certainly strange. Impossible. The buzzcut man decisively rejected after reading the writing. He had principles. Helping the strange kill humans was unthinkable. You think the same way, right? The buzzcut man asked. The ponytailed girl didn't speak but quietly looked at the buzzcut man. We have no reason to help the strange. The buzzcut man asked, frowning tightly, what's the difference between us and the arrival faction? We are certainly different from those weak-willed guys. We won't submit to the strange, but, the ponytailed girl paused, her breath becoming heavy again, but, don't you want a strange item that can suppress the strange to that extent? According to my observations, that handgun strange item seems to be able to temporarily kill the strange. The ponytailed girl's speech sped up, and that wooden sword seems to truly harm the strange, along with that pickaxe. We definitely can't deal with Wu Feng, but if we ally with the strange, he would be like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Her words seduced the buzzcut man's greed like a demon. With these items, after you go back, no matter your status, wealth, or beautiful women will. Don't say any more. The buzzcut man interrupted the ponytailed girl. The hesitation in his eyes disappeared, replaced by determination. You. Noticing the buzzcut man's expression, the ponytailed girl wanted to say something. Don't say any more. The buzzcut man interrupted. Actually, I had already agreed when you first mentioned the strange item. I didn't realize Wu Feng's strange item was so powerful. The ponytailed girl. I thought your inner principles were strong enough. The ponytailed girl looked back at the note. Actually, there was another thought she didn't voice. Why would the strange want to kill Wu Feng? Could it be that for the strange, Wu Feng is a very dangerous presence? She shook her head, tossing this thought out of her mind. This matter, though important, couldn't compare to her future path. Comma, 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 I comma, I comma, comma. Comma, I comma, I comma, I comma, I comma, 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 comma dot comma. Comma dot comma, comma. Comma dot comma dot comma. The author daily seeks gifts. Everyone send a little free gift. For gifts the author can do anything. Chapter 63, Exchange for 99 Nuclear Bombs. The roots in the window stretched out again after the two finished talking, as if they could hear their conversation. This time, the front of the roots was not a note but 2 rings. The ponytailed girl looked towards the rings. One-time strange item, ring. Core ability, after activating this item, even if the player hasn't completed the main quest, they can still return to the real world. The two exchanged a glance, and their final concerns vanished. What do we need to do? The girl with a high ponytail took the ring and put it on her hand. The roots stretched out again with a note attached, which read. Just let him open the door at night. In another room at the same time, that player couldn't resist the temptation and agreed. Wu Feng dug into the ground with a pickaxe, first exchanging it for a pair of shoes enchanted with flying, then traded for 99 nuclear bombs. Looking at the 99 in his backpack, he felt a sense of complete security. After all, who doesn't like such big, round things? Of course, except for the enthusiastic people from Neon Country. The player will gain all of Steve's attributes and can follow the logic of my world. Wu Feng recalled this sentence, if this is true. He took a nuclear bomb out of his backpack. The 2-meter-long, several-ton silver bomb fell weightless in Wu Feng's right hand, its metallic surface reflecting the blood-red light of the setting sun. Very good, very reasonable. Since he could lift the nuclear bomb with one hand, according to MC logic, if he wanted to launch it, he only needed to throw the nuclear bomb in his hand. In that case, in the past, encountering an enemy meant pulling out a revolver for a few shots. Now, facing an enemy, he could lift the nuclear bomb to give them a mushroom cloud, letting them experience the unique high temperatures of neon. Wu Feng weighed this big treasure a few times, loving it endlessly before putting it back in his backpack space. He prepared to dig for some materials to repair the tile house. After all, he still needed to sleep inside it. In the plowed field, the old man farming seemed oddly free of the bitterness he had when Wu Feng scolded him earlier. He worked leisurely, clearing the wasteland and planting pumpkin seeds, occasionally revealing a mad smile on his face. Can you hurry up? If you don't want to work, there are plenty of weirdos in the village who can. Seeing the old man occasionally smiling strangely and dazing off, Wu Feng walked over and scolded, I'll give you one more minute. If you can't finish planting, you don't need to plant anymore. Listening to Wu Feng's words, the old man did not retort but silently quickened his pace. Caught between enemies, there was no doubt he would die. There was no need to argue with a person destined to die. The sunset fell quickly, just as Wu Feng finished repairing the tile house. The last bit of light disappeared completely. The old man, just done planting seeds, bizarrely revealed sharp teeth, his body grew, transforming into a creature that crawled on 4 limbs, and strangely, a flower sprouted from his head. The old man did not launch an attack, he merely glanced at Wu Feng and crawled into the thick darkness outside the yard. Facing this sudden situation, Wu Feng felt nothing. He calmly closed the door and used wood to make some furniture to place in the room. After doing all this, just as he was about to rest, he heard the voice of the girl with a high ponytail and a knocking at the door. Are you asleep? I found some clues about a way to survive and want to verify them. Can you open the door now? Outside the yard, pairs of eyes stared at Wu Feng's house. Someone's about to die. The man standing behind the girl with a high ponytail said, his eyes brimming with greed. Comma, 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 comma dot comma. Comma dot comma dot comma. The author daily asks for gifts. Everyone can send a little free gift. For a gift, the author can do anything. Chapter 64, I can kill you in 1 second. Clues about survival wanting to be verified? Why come early or late, but just at night when the old man bizarrely mutates? This guy is very strange. But it doesn't matter. Wu Feng got out of bed, opened the door, and looked outside at the high ponytail girl and the man engulfed in darkness. Set aside. The sound of a door opening echoed, as another person opened the door at the same time as Wu Feng. What clues? Knowing they were up to something, Wu Feng still asked this question. The clue is. Just as the voice started, a shadow appeared from behind the high ponytail girl and knocked both of them away 3 or 4 meters. A rush of bloody wind hit them, as the strange figure, resembling a beast, opened its wide mouth full of sharp teeth. Wu Feng could only see red blood and flesh hanging from its body, along with those white, thread-like tendons before his entire head was swallowed. The 2 girls with double ponytails tumbled helplessly on the ground, not having time to think too much. The strange power exceeded their imagination. Wu Feng was undoubtedly doomed. In order to ensure their safety, they had to snatch the strange item from Wu Feng and flee. After steadying themselves, they both rushed towards Wu Feng, and the person who just came out of the door reacted too. 3 figures charged toward Wu Feng desperately, seemingly wanting to save him at first glance. Clang! The scene of teeth-piercing flesh and blood splattering did not happen. Instead, there was a jarring sound of metal clashing. A faint golden light swirled around Wu Feng's body, like the protective golden light from a cultivation novel. The golden strange item, curse-breaking ring. This was a golden defensive strange item given to Wu Feng by the sunglasses strange. A wooden sword appeared in Wu Feng's hand out of nowhere. He raised his left hand to press down the strange figure's shoulder while gripping the wooden sword tightly with his right hand, then he swung hard. The sound of shattered flesh and broken bones was clear and piercing, as the entire body of the strange was cut in half by Wu Feng. The strange's health bar instantly dropped to 0 from such a heavy blow. This action by Wu Feng made the 3 rushing towards him instantly stop in their tracks. A wave of immense fear surged from the heart of the high ponytail girl. The strange that had just pushed her away was so easily sliced in half by Wu Feng. She knew Wu Feng was strong, but she never expected him to be this powerful. Wu Feng casually threw away the strange head on his own head. The expressionless face had icy-like eyes. He turned to stare firmly at the 2 girls with ponytails. He knew the 2 were not good people but never thought they would collude with a strange to kill him. The sound of strong footsteps echoed, as Wu Feng, holding the wooden sword, walked toward the 2. It felt like each step was stepping on their hearts, and with each move, the casually swaying wooden sword was like the seconds on their life clock about to stop. The scene before them refreshed the man's worldview. How easily Wu Feng cut a strange in half. This guy was simply a superhero. taking a deep breath. There was definitely no chance for reconciliation. As for fighting this monster in front of them, that was a foolish thought. Now, the only thing to do was to use this disposable strange item to exit the game. As everyone knows, exiting the game has a certain time delay, usually around 5 seconds. So, all they needed to do was stall for 5 seconds. No, not just us, but they had to stall the strange for 5 seconds together. As long as they didn't die within those 5 seconds, they would be fine. 5 seconds. Comma, 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 comma. Comma, 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 comma dot comma. Comma dot comma, comma. Comma dot comma dot comma. Author daily seeks gifts. Everyone please send a free little gift. For gifts, the author can do anything. Chapter 65. I surrounded this group of stranges. Although the strange that was cut in half intimidated the high ponytail girl and the others, it was as if nothing happened for the strange outside the courtyard. The dry, hoarse roar grew closer and closer after the sound of the gate crashing shut. Wu Feng didn't even look at the approaching eerie creatures. His singular figure suddenly became illusory, and 3 clones appeared beside him. At the same time, the 2 girls with high ponytails began to fade into illusion, an indication that they were about to quit the game. I admit you are strong, but the mountains are high and the road is long. We may never meet again, the man with the buzz cut said as he took out a skull with green flames burning in its eye sockets, stepping back while staring at Wu Feng, who had now turned into 4 figures. This item in my hand is a defensive purple eerie object, and I only need 5 seconds to exit the game. I advise you, instead of wasting your energy on me, focus on those. 5 seconds? I only need 1 second to kill you. Hearing the buzz-cut man's advice made Wu Feng feel it was ridiculous. What kind of trash is a purple eerie object? As Wu Feng stepped forward, a flying knife shot out from his hand. The seemingly casual throw sent the knife straight towards Takeda's eyes. Woo woo woo. The skull in the buzz-cut man's hand emitted a series of wailing sounds. The sound waves not only slowed the flying knife's advance but also transformed into a substantial form covering Takeda's entire body. The flying knife aimed precisely at Takeda's eye, but it was blocked by the substantial sound waves. Upon impact, the flying knife was violently deflected away. 1 second, what are you saying? The smug buzz-cut man was about to say something when his eyeball suddenly exploded, spraying blood everywhere. True damage. A player's attack will definitely cause damage, ignoring all defensive means. Even if the opponent has successfully blocked, it will still cause damage. Another flying knife followed closely behind, meeting the same fate as the previous one, only to be bounced by the substantial sound waves. However, a penetrating wound sufficient to cause his death appeared on the buzz-cut man's head. The buzz-cut man's body collapsed weakly to the ground, blood and other fluids pooling everywhere. What happened? The girl with the high ponytail felt a jolt of electricity surge through her body. Her brown eyes widened, trembling slightly, as she looked in confusion at the fallen Takeda. She couldn't understand. She really couldn't understand. How did the buzz-cut man die? Didn't he use the purple eerie object to block Wu Feng's attack? Why did he still die? He died in 1 second. But that was the buzz-cut man who used the purple eerie object. The fear of death instantly filled her body, but the next moment, the instinct for survival fiercely suppressed the fear in her heart. She had gone through dozens of eerie games and even faced near death in one of them, yet she had survived. Although morally questionable, there was no doubt she was a strong-willed warrior. Nothing could shake her determination to survive and continue to grow stronger. I'm not like that trashy buzz-cut man. I'm a genius with a golden talent, 1 in a million since childhood. I just need to hold on for 3 more seconds. Adrenaline surged through her body. She furrowed her brow and activated her talent, fixating her gaze on Wu Feng's every move. Her talent was called amplification, which could amplify any moving object and increase all its attributes by 5 times. At this moment, her dynamic vision, nerve response speed, and muscle strength had reached an incredibly abnormal level. But that wasn't all. She activated the purple eerie object, the ghostly cloak. The ghostly cloak possessed a highly defying core ability. It could make her body illusory for a short time. Though it had a long cooldown, it was still a life-saving artifact. This is not over yet. She still has a one-time golden strange item. The name of the golden strange item is called the Stone of Transformation. As the name suggests, after using this strange item, she can swap places with anything within her line of sight, including inanimate objects. With 2 life-saving strange items and her own golden talent, the high ponytail girl does not believe she can't hold on for 3 seconds. 3 seconds, even if hundreds of players attack her at the same time, she has the confidence to buy those 3 seconds. Come on, I don't believe that in 3 seconds you. The high ponytail girl's words were not finished when a sharp pain shot from her right hand to her brain. Her palm uncontrollably bent into a claw shape, and the muscles in her forearm and palm began to twitch in waves. The one-time golden strange item, the Stone of Transformation, slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. At this critical moment, her right hand and even her whole arm actually cramped up. She wanted to forcibly control her palm to grip the Stone of Transformation but felt powerless. At the same time, a familiar twitching and pain sensation came from her right calf, which also cramped up. But it's okay, even with her right calf cramped up, she can still stand firm. Unfortunately, the familiar feeling appeared in her left calf. The high ponytail girl lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground. The reason for this situation was, of course, due to Wu Feng's absolute bad luck. Damn, why am I suddenly so unlucky? She cursed silently and raised her head to look at Wu Feng. With her face turned upward, she did not show any negative emotions but instead revealed a flower-like smile. Since the cramping started, her gaze had not strayed from Wu Feng, and although she didn't know why he calmly walked towards her, knowing she would leave the strange game after 3 seconds. This question didn't matter because the 3 seconds were already passed, and she had won. With a victor's posture, she looked at Wu Feng, but slowly began to feel something was wrong. The 3 seconds were up, why was she still in the strange game? She hurriedly looked at the ring on her index finger, now completely empty. The ring was gone. She looked forward along the ground. At this moment, the ring was rolling leisurely on the ground. When she fell, the ring had actually slipped off her finger. How could this be? The high ponytail girl murmured unwillingly, having prepared so well, yet losing so absurdly. How could I be so unlucky? I won't accept this, I won't accept it. The high ponytail girl gritted her teeth, her voice squeezed out as if from between her teeth. So annoying with all this whining, just shut your mouth and go to hell. Wu Feng raised his wooden sword high, looking down at her with disgust. The high ponytail girl did not feel fear as death approached, she just smiled awkwardly and said, "What are you so proud of? Aren't you also going to die with no burial place surrounded by the strange? I will wait for you in hell." No, you misunderstood something. Wu Feng shook his head, it's not that I am surrounded by the strangeness, but rather that this group of strangeness is surrounded by me. Comma, 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 a comma, a comma, comma. Comma I comma I comma I comma I comma I comma 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 dot comma comma dot comma 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 dot comma dot comma. The author daily seeks gifts. Everyone, send a free small gift. For a gift, the author can do anything. Chapter 66, Art is Exploding. 1. As soon as the words fell, Wu Feng's figure became illusory again. One after another, clones burst forth. In no time, more than 10 clones appeared in the yard. He did not immediately kill the high ponytail girl. Wu Feng wanted her to see just how foolish her decision was. Open your eyes and watch closely. Wu Feng stared into the darkness outside the door. Word by word, he opened his mouth and spoke. More than a dozen Wu Feng held a gun in his left hand and a wooden sword in his right as they rushed towards the endless strange beings. The revolver with unlimited bullets continuously roared in the night, the bright flames spouting from the muzzle seemed to dye the night into dawn. The roaring bullets tore apart everything in front of them, even the door that originally blocked the strange beings was now a wreck. The door of the yard, where the strange beings were, didn't even have time to let out a mournful cry before being shattered in this Gatling-like barrage. Even those strange beings that managed to get close were quickly stabbed to death by the wooden sword. Those strange beings outside the yard that wanted to enter were also dealt with instantly, their dried flesh burst open like fruit, splattering onto the door. After dealing with the strange beings inside the house, Wu Feng sent out a clone to capture the girl with the high ponytail. He looked towards the dark scenery outside the yard, thinking to himself how great it would be to have night vision potions, while controlling a clone to walk outside the yard. As soon as the first clone stepped out of the yard, Wu Feng saw a lucky block through shared vision. Without any hesitation, he opened it, and with a burst of fireworks shooting into the sky, a helmet and a portable conversion table fell to the ground. Diamond Helmet, Night Vision Enchantment. Portable Conversion Table. Players can sell any item through this conversion table, and after selling, they will receive EMC energy. Any item sold by the player will appear on this portable conversion table and can be repurchased repeatedly using EMC energy. The Diamond Helmet with Night Vision Enchantment was exactly what Wu Feng needed at that moment. As for the portable conversion table, it was a truly outrageous item. Once he had this, Wu Feng would only need to obtain one item to have an infinite number of that item. The clone Wu Feng retrieved the 2 items into the warehouse, then the real Wu Feng took them out from the warehouse. There were still many strange beings outside, and the clone Wu Fengs had no free time to operate. Wu Feng sold each item he had into the conversion table, including but not limited to 99 nuclear bombs, various levels of strange items, helmets with night vision functions, and so on. To his surprise, the price of the nuclear bombs was not very high, only about 1/50th of the price of the colorful strange items. Without thinking much, Wu Feng used the portable conversion table to purchase more than 10 diamond helmets with night vision functions. Putting on the helmet, the thick darkness in front of him instantly faded, and the previously invisible scenes became clear to his eyes. Gazing into the distance, countless strange beings, densely packed, like autumn leaves, were hiding in the trees outside the yard. Wu Feng took a cold breath. He was not afraid, but he could not understand why it had become like this. Why was he being attacked by so many strange beings? Could it be because he had the ability to kill strange beings? But he had not encountered this situation even after exposing his abilities in the first 2 chapters, had he? Comma, 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 a comma, a comma, comma. Comma, a comma, a comma, a comma, a comma, a comma, 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 comma dot comma. Comma dot comma, comma. Comma dot comma dot comma. The author daily requests gifts. Everyone send a small free gift. 4 gifts. The author can do anything. Chapter 67, Art is Explosion. At the same time, Wu Feng turned back to look at the dead strange beings in the yard. Tiny wriggling branches appeared on them, drilling into the soil, and their health bars were actually recovering at a speed at least 5 times faster than before. Based on the speed of the health bar rising, it only took about 30 seconds to fully recover. What the hell is going on with these guys? Wu Feng looked towards a farther direction. He has a guess in his heart. The reason these weird things cannot be killed is that they are, in fact, false. To be more precise, this group of weird beings that can be reborn are merely a bunch of things similar to puppets. Behind them is a true master hiding in the shadows. Wu Feng shifts his gaze back to the countless weird beings rushing towards him. If his guess is correct, then no matter how Wu Feng tries to kill this group of cannon fodder, it would be meaningless. Utilizing the power of the enchanted shoes, Wu Feng soars into the sky, and once he reaches a certain height, he gazes down at the entire village. There appear to be more than 100 houses, and to put it broadly, the entire village does not occupy more than 2 square kilometers. Do you like hiding behind the scenes like a dark little mouse? Wu Feng exchanges a nuclear bomb from the conversion table. You think hiding behind a bunch of guys means you can rest easy, huh? Kid, I see you haven't seen what true power is. When poor, strike with precision. When rich, cover with vigor. Wu Feng does not need to search for the one behind this group of weird beings one by one. He only needs to make the one behind, along with this group of puppets, go along with the big mushroom. Those clones of Wu Feng originally on the ground begin to take off. The controlled ponytail girl, after a brief tumultuous flight, sees a scene that will be unforgettable for her entire life. What is that? Is that a nuclear bomb? The nuclear bomb is not even the most outrageous thing. This nuclear bomb looks to be at least 2 meters long, weighing no less than several tons. You can just lift it with one hand? And you are holding it straight out. And you've been holding it for quite a while. Wu Feng naturally does not pay attention to the ponytail girl's thoughts. When all the clones reach a certain height, he throws the nuclear bomb in his hand down. The weird beings on the ground dumbly look up at the sky, and under their gaze, an oval-shaped object falls towards the ground. Immediately after, a blazing white light tears apart the entire night, and flames roar like a furious god, destroying everything they touch. The closest weird being instantly turns to ashes in the bright light and flames, as if it never existed. The trees hundreds of meters away are cut in half by the shockwave and hurled into the sky, only to be instantly consumed by a terrifying wave of heat and turned to nothingness. The group of weird beings in the forest don't even have time to react before they turn into flying ash. The river's surface evaporates. The earth trembles. As if the entire world suddenly shakes and tilts, a mushroom-shaped cloud of mixed smoke rises high into the sky. The shockwave tears open the ground, and the entire village disappears under the explosion of this nuclear bomb. Congratulations, player, you have achieved, look at me, ants. Look at me, ants, instantly reverses the situation and instills awe in all units present. Comma, 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 a comma, a comma, comma. Comma, a comma, a comma, a comma, a comma, 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 comma dot comma. Comma dot comma, comma. Comma dot comma dot comma. The author daily asks for gifts. Everyone send a free little gift. For the gift the author can do anything. Chapter 68, What level? Appearing in the same sentence as me. Until the aftershocks disappear and the dust settles. Wu Feng begins to descend slowly under the protection of the golden cursed-breaking ring. The ponytail girl knows well that if she continues like this, she will most likely die from radiation or something similar. However, she does not resist but obediently closes her eyes. Thinking back on her various actions, it truly is like a mayfly trying to shake a big tree, laughably overestimating herself. Wait. It's true that she is a mayfly, but Wu Feng is not just a tree. It should be a mayfly trying to shake the terrifying sun. Wu Feng fell onto the ground covered with scorched earth. His first reaction was not to think about all the strange beings that had died. Instead, he uncharacteristically remembered his pumpkin seeds, wondering if his seeds had been sown in vain. As he was lost in thought, the root-like tendrils began to grow out of thin air, quickly extending down into the soil. A blood bar appeared out of nowhere. No! Wu Feng looked carefully, and beneath the blood bar was a speck of dust so small it was almost invisible. As the tendrils entered the soil, that tiny speck began to restore itself gradually. A head, bones, shattered flesh, rotting fascia. That small speck of dust transformed into an entirely new, eerie creature in a very short time. One root after another appeared out of thin air and burrowed into the charred soil, greedily absorbing some substance from within, like a thirsty plant. Wu Feng was in the middle of the tendrils, looking around. Had he guessed wrong? They were all the main body, not puppets. The reason he couldn't kill them was simply because they not only were undead Eerie beings but also had many chances to come back to life? Or perhaps the mastermind was not in this village. The first Eerie creature to grow roots stood up from the ground, though its mouth was full of sharp teeth and its limbs were twisted, its eyes no longer held that original hunger-filled gaze. The mountain god says you are quite good. The Eerie being opened its mouth and spoke. Wu Feng could see that this creature was trying hard to suppress its desire to eat, with saliva spraying out as it spoke each word. Mountain god? Another familiar term. Do you know the mountain god? Wu Feng asked the girl with the high ponytail. Hearing Wu Feng's question, the girl paused, confused about what he meant. How could she possibly know about the things the Eerie creature mentioned? However, she still searched her memories and after a moment shook her head. I don't know what the mountain god is. Listening to the girl's words, Wu Feng suddenly recalled the third Eerie school-side quest. In it, the Eerie being spoke of a story in human history about a journey to the west. Since there was a story about the journey to the west, how could they not know the mountain god? Then do you know the story of the journey to the west? Wu Feng asked again. The girl with the high ponytail still shook her head in confusion. Sun Wukong, mountain god, and the rules from the game twisted together like a tangled ball of yarn in Wu Feng's mind. Before he could think further, a hoarse voice sounded once more. Let us all believe in the mountain god. The Eerie creature looked straight at Wu Feng and spoke these words. What? Wu Feng was somewhat surprised that this group of Eerie beings actually believed in the mountain god. Could faith and Eerie even go together? Wu Feng originally thought it was a relationship of slavery or the like. Is this mountain god the same as the one in Wu Feng's memories? By the way, isn't this a small island? Although there are some raised areas around, they cannot be called mountains, right? Wait a minute. Wu Feng recalled the scenes he saw when he flew up, thinking of a possibility. This entire small island is a mountain submerged by the sea. Let us all believe in the mountain god. Let us all believe in the mountain god. Let us all believe in the mountain god. Countless reborn Eerie beings began repeatedly chanting this phrase, their voices overlapping like waves crashing against Wu Feng's ears. The humble and tiny you kneel before the great and noble mountain god is. Suddenly, one Eerie creature roared, but unfortunately, halfway through, its voice abruptly stopped. His entire body was split into two halves from top to bottom. Wu Feng inserted the wooden sword into the ground, crazily exchanging EMC energy points from the transformation table for nuclear bombs. I don't have a good temper, so next time when you put me and the mountain god together, remember to use insignificant and tiny on it. Wu Feng paused for a moment, shook his head, and spoke again. No, next time when you mention me, don't bring up the mountain god. What level, to appear in the same sentence as me? Comma, 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 a comma, a comma, comma. Comma, a comma, a comma, a comma, a comma, 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 comma dot comma. Comma dot comma, comma. Comma dot comma dot comma. The author daily asks for gifts, everyone send a little free gift, for gifts the author will do anything. Chapter 69, What Roadside One? As Wu Feng's voice fell, the scene became silent. These villagers stood there, stunned, as if they had lost their lives. After a moment, the cries rose one after another. A gust of wind blew through, and almost all the units on the ground swayed under the strong wind. The land began to tremble, cracks like those of a turtle shell appeared under Wu Feng's feet. Exposed rock walls shed small stones with a rustling sound. The sky suddenly darkened, thick clouds seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, slowly spinning into a huge vortex. Thunderclouds churned, flashes of silver like lightning occasionally flickered within, and the edges glowed with a strange purple light. The black clouds seemed to press directly on people's faces. Thunder roared, the ground shook, and cries of beasts echoed. Numerous sounds intertwined, as if in the next second Wu Feng would be crushed to death without a thought. Wu Feng looked at the thick thunderclouds above him. This must be the trick of that so-called mountain god. Terrifying, like hell. Since the mountain beneath his feet could be treated as a unit, then his absolute misfortune could definitely be used on it. No more talking, Wu Feng immediately placed an absolute misfortune on it. The lightning within the thunderclouds began to change, and the thunder brood within it poured out like beans falling from the clouds, heavily striking the ground. Some thunderbolts struck the ground, while others struck the strange beings. One bolt of lightning turned 3 or 4 strange creatures into charcoal. Some thunderbolts also struck Wu Feng, but in the end, they mysteriously swerved and struck the ground. Strange beings kept dying, and the ground kept creating one pit after another. In one of the large pits, several roots began to grow wildly. The roots intertwined, eventually forming a human-shaped object. Kneel, offer your faith. The human-shaped object formed by the roots spoke in a deep voice, and just these words caused Wu Feng and all his avatars' hearts to beat violently. An indescribable power wandered through Wu Feng's body. The fierce wind tore at his robe, making a loud, whistling sound. A bolt of lightning flashed by him, and in the dazzling white light, Wu Feng's proud and defiant smile was visible. "Offer my faith?" As he spoke, one after another of his avatars appeared on the ground. In just a few seconds, Wu Feng's avatars numbered over 100. "Do you deserve it?" Hundreds of Wu Feng's avatars raised their right hands high with wooden swords and thrust them fiercely into their own chests. A large amount of blood gushed out, turning the scorched ground into a dazzling red. Their health bars above their heads rapidly decreased as the blood drained, until it hit bottom and became one. Crack! The sound of something breaking echoed. The third core function of the colorful strange item. Core function 3, who can kill me? Who can kill me? The host will be locked for 10 minutes 1 second before death. During those 10 minutes, the host cannot be harmed, and any damage caused will be increased tenfold. 10 minutes later, the effect fades, and the host dies. Although the doppelganger's colorful bizarre props only have 70% of the effect, that is still a 7-fold increase in damage. Hundreds of nuclear bombs with 7 times the damage. Mountain God? Just some roadside thing. Taste my multiple shadow clone big mushroom. Comma, 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 a comma, a comma, comma. Comma, a comma, a comma, a comma dot comma, 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 comma dot comma. Comma dot comma, comma. Comma dot comma dot comma. The author daily asks for gifts. Everyone send a free little gift. 4 gifts. The author can do anything. Chapter 70, Achievement, Dungeon Destroyer. More than 107-fold power nuclear bombs instantly tore apart together. The blazing white light swallowed the darkness. The mushroom cloud spread open the sky. The shockwave crushed everything into powder. The humanoid creature formed from roots had not yet fallen before it vaporized in the terrifying high temperature. Flames surged outward, quickly covering the entire island. The ground crumbled as weak as foam. The sea boiled, rising a 1,000-meter-high steam water column. The earth sank and shattered. Several cracks directly splintered the peaks hidden in the sea. The seawater backflowed. After the explosion, everything turned to ruins and debris. Everything became lifeless. Wu Feng stood on a piece of debris from the peak, his clothes clean and tidy, not even a corner stained with dust. "It's over, right?" he murmured, looking at the peak shattered into countless fragments. However, those dense roots emerged endlessly from the fragments of the peak. These roots moved between the pieces of the shattering peak like threads mending clothes, as if to stitch the fragments back together. The humanoid creature formed from roots reappeared in front of Wu Feng, but this time it actually had some flesh and blood. A mere ant, daring to attempt to slay a god? The fearful voice, deafening. One by one, the strange beings grew from the roots, all looking towards the area where Wu Feng stood. Just a strange creature, it even dares to call itself a god. Wu Feng looked straight ahead, chuckling lightly. Does Wu Feng have no stronger trump cards? Of course not. The flames caused by the nuclear bomb were still burning, and Wu Feng just needed to touch them to reflect all the power from the nuclear explosion back. Or, Wu Feng could continue to create doppelgangers, then sell the colorful bizarre props at the portable conversion table for EMC energy, to buy more nuclear bombs. And then bathe in the explosions, using the colorful bizarre props to rebound and increase the power. If you become chunks, you can survive, but if you become dust, can you still stay alive? Once he decided, one by one, doppelgangers began to appear again. Just as Wu Feng was about to sell the colorful bizarre props to purchase nuclear bombs, he noticed something rapidly flying towards him from the sky. What is that? Wu Feng looked up to gaze. The object in the sky quickly grew larger. A meteor dragging a crimson tail was plunging straight towards him. The meteor drew closer, its blinding light illuminating the entire sea like daytime. Even the air above began to distort in the high temperature. He had no hesitation as he soared into the air, flying directly towards the incoming meteor. The reason is simple. The bizarre cannot be killed, only damage caused by oneself can slay these bizarre beings. Rolling heat waves rushed toward him as the meteor collided with Wu Feng's body. Rebound. Increase my power. The voice stopped here. Increasing damage requires strange coins, which are quite costly to boost. Abandoning the idea of enhancing power, the rebounded meteor accurately fell towards the mountain god's direction. That group of crimson meteor fell into the sea filled with mountain god fragments. The sea surface first weirdly sank. A vortex abyss with a diameter of several kilometers formed. In the next second, tens of thousands of tons of seawater were exploded into a misty curtain of water. The shockwave pushed the waves to dozens of meters high, as if they were a series of mountains. The mountain fragments beneath the meteorite crumbled into countless pieces, like cookies smashed by a hammer, amidst a deafening sound. Congratulations, player, you have achieved Alternative Completion Method. Alternative Completion Method, complete the game through unexpected actions. Congratulations, player, you have achieved miracle. Miracle, accomplish something deemed impossible. Congratulations, player, you have achieved Dungeon Destroyer. Dungeon Destroyer, destroy a game dungeon. Congratulations, player, you have cleared this game. Would you like to exit? Yes, no. An update is here, an update is here. To all the handsome, beautiful, stunningly attractive, and charming readers, can you please give a 5-star rating as a favor for this update? Chapter 71, Dungeon Completion, Rating Settlement. Congratulations, player, you have cleared this game. Would you like to exit? Yes, no. Yes. Feeling the fierce wind, Wu Feng nodded. A door that was wide open appeared out of thin air before him. Wu Feng stepped forward, entering into the darkness behind the door. Under the hanging incandescent light, a pale blue light screen appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, player, you have cleared the dungeon, village, 1 in 10,000, Main quest incomplete, rating D. Below a level a rating increases. Side quest 1, grow an oversized pumpkin, incomplete. DD, below a level a rating increases. Side quest 2, catch a rare fish, incomplete. Rating DD, below a level a rating increases. Side quest 3, cook the fish. Rating DC, below a level a rating increases. Considering that side quest 3 was completed exceedingly well, cooking the fish must have yielded over 1,000, yet it barely raised the score to C. Blackout, I want to file a complaint. Side quest 4, the secrets of the village. Rating CB, below a level a rating increases. Map exploration percentage, 100%. Rating BA+. All phases have bonuses. Congratulations, player, you have achieved, look me in the eye, ant. Rating A++. All phases have bonuses. Congratulations, player, you have achieved, alternative completion method. Rating S+SS+. All phases have bonuses. Congratulations, player, you have achieved, miracle. Rating SS+SSS+. All phases have bonuses. Congratulations, player, you have achieved, Dungeon Destroyer. Rating SSS+SSSS. All phases have bonuses. 4 S's. Wu Feng always thought that 3's was the highest rating, yet there was unexpectedly a 4's rating. Receive a reward of 20,000 ghost coins. Ghost coins are still as stingy as ever. When the 4's rating turned into skill points, Wu Feng looked at his cheats. Except for absolute luck, which is not upgradable, the other cheats are all in an upgradable state. The cheat Dataized Life can increase the proportion of true damage after upgrade. Every level up increases the true damage by 20%, costing 1 skill point per level. Wu Feng was curious, wondering if it can continue to upgrade to 100%. He did not rush to verify, as the cost-effectiveness of upgrading the cheat brain projection seemed higher. Brain projection, every day, it randomly generates a skill based on the player's memory. This skill will not stack, but players can choose to replace or keep it after awakening a new skill the next day. Brain projection, upgraded version every day, it randomly generates a skill based on the player's memory. This skill will not stack. In addition, after the dungeon ends, players can choose one skill as a permanent backup skill. Permanent backup skill, players can switch the permanent backup skill to a formal skill at any time. The light from the incandescent bulb vanished, and when he opened his eyes again, he was back in his own room. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Wu Feng took a deep breath and sat down on the sofa with a plop, leaning back. I'm really exhausted. Feeling the sofa enveloping him, he sensed that all the cells in his body had stopped functioning. A breeze, somehow entering through the window, gently brushed against Wu Feng's face, while the rich aroma of food wafted up, causing his stomach to rumble. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already around 7 in the morning. He boiled some water again and poured it into the bucket of instant noodles left on the table from yesterday, and because there were no seasonings, he could only add some salt and chicken essence. Wu Feng took out a book to cover it, quietly waiting on the side. Knock knock. A knock resounded at the door. Wu Feng wearily peered through the peephole and saw a guy with dark skin, clearly not from Huaxia. Are you looking for something? Opening the door, Wu Feng asked straightforwardly. Hello. The person on the other side spoke very poorly in Chinese. I heard you were very strong, even Kai Su lost to you. What a coincidence, I am also strong, and Kai Su was not my opponent either. The black guy grinned, his eyes filled with combat spirit. I came today to inform you that next week, our new beautiful country will have an exchange competition with you, so I specially came here to have a training match with you. As he spoke, the man's hands gradually transformed into sharp claws. Golden talent, transformation. Be careful, if you get torn apart by me due to your weakness, it's your own fault. Wu Feng barely listened to whatever the black guy was babbling. He was tired, sleepy, and hungry, just wanting to finish a bowl of instant noodles and then sleep comfortably. Upon seeing the black guy change into a strange shape, he wasted no words and created 3 clones of himself that quickly surrounded the black guy. Before he could react, 2 wooden swords pierced directly into his chest. Feeling the intense pain radiating from his chest, the black guy's legs gave way, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Something's wrong, oh crap. He could defeat Kai Su, and I could also defeat Kai Su. Our strengths shouldn't be too far apart, right? What is going on here? It feels like the battle is ending before it even begins. And I've clearly transformed, so why am I still taking damage? Cold sweat streamed down from his forehead. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Seeing the panicked look on the black guy's face, Wu Feng thought of something. Do you know where the black people are the whitest? Wu Feng asked. If you answer correctly, we will stop here. If you get it wrong, I won't hear your admission of defeat. What is the whitest? The black guy forced himself to think despite the pain. Teeth? No, that's definitely wrong. This question cannot be that simple. Essence of life? There's a chance, but it's slim. Could it be? The black guy thought of an answer he was most reluctant to say. Have you thought of it? Wu Feng asked. Master, it's our master who is the whitest. The black guy exclaimed in panic. I see you. The poor Chinese spoken from the shadow appeared. Spare him, I can give you 10,000 ghost coins, otherwise, I will chase you to the ends of the earth. This was a scene of unexpected twists, fear and desperation permeating the air. Each word echoed in the dark corners of the mind, stirring emotions of dread and urgency. The game had taken a turn into the bizarre, the stakes higher than ever. In this world, threats were real, and the darkness hid more than just fear. The options were laid bare, and every choice carried a weight that could shift the balance of lives. The author of this tale called for gifts, urging readers to send free small tokens, declaring, for the sake of gifts, I can do anything. Chapter 73, You Can't Kill Me. Goodness, you really got it right. You're quite clever. Wu Feng nodded, acknowledging that the old man's answer was correct. Seeing this reaction, the old man sighed in relief, his body loosening up. Wu Feng number 2, do what you want to do. Wu Feng glanced at his clone casually. Wait a minute. The old man frantically raised both hands. I have ghost coins, I can give you ghost coins. Wu Feng had already heard this line countless times. Why did everyone insist on offering ghost coins just before dying? How about this, if you answer another question correctly, I will let you go. Wu Feng number 2 spoke. The old man trembled as he looked towards Wu Feng number 3. Don't worry, if you answer this question correctly, neither of us will lay a hand on you. After hearing these words, the old man took a deep breath, his gaze as tough as iron, and said, Ask. If you were bitten by a 7-step snake in the wild, and there was not a single person around, what should you best do? Wu Feng number 2 asked. What should I do? The old man began to ponder. Suck out the snake venom? No. Tighten a rope around the wound to slow the spread of the poison? No, that's even more wrong. Could it be? I should choose a shady and cool place. The old man answered slowly with increasing confidence. Why? Wu Feng number 2 inquired. Because it's a prettier way to die. The old man replied. In the old man's confident gaze of victory, Wu Feng decisively shook his head. Wrong. Another wooden sword appeared in Wu Feng's hand. The sword tip aimed at the old man's head. It's impossible to be wrong. The old man stammered, panting heavily, then tell me what the correct answer is. The correct answer is. Wu Feng began, you should step back 50 steps. Old man? What kind of nonsense answer is that? Step back 50 steps? Nonsense, how could that possibly be the correct answer? Feeling the murderous intent radiating from Wu Feng number 2, the old man shook his head desperately. Just step back 50 steps, and wipe out the whole family of the 7-step snake. Old man? What kind of ridiculous joke is this? You can't kill me, my father is. Accompanied by a teeth-grating sound of muscle tearing, the wooden sword pierced into the old man's head through his temple. Although the old man chattered on about many things that he didn't clearly hear. Make sure not to get me torn apart accidentally. That sentence was heard loud and clear. Wu Feng had many strengths, but one of his main strengths was that he would not let go of any threat to himself or anyone who posed a threat. To dare to threaten Wu Feng, even claiming that one's father was the Jade Emperor, was useless. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, and the necklace on the old man's neck suddenly erupted with crimson flames. The flames instantly ignited the old man's head, and the wooden sword that had pierced into his brain surprisingly started to retract bit by bit. Revival type item? Wu Feng observed from the side. After a while, the wooden sword still had not completely retreated. But the old man's chest actually began to restore the rise and fall, indicating that this guy was regaining his breath. The flames finished burning, and the necklace shattered into several pieces that fell from his neck. Is it a one-time item with life-saving functions? In the midst of the fall, the fragments exploded again into even smaller pieces, and among the debris appeared a blurry shadow. I see you. The author's daily plea for gifts, inviting readers to send free small tokens, promising, for the sake of gifts, I can do anything. Chapter 74, Strange Game, start. I'm so scared. Wu Feng number 2 lifted the wooden sword and stabbed it into Black's head again. Son of a bitch, the voice said, considering that Wu Feng probably couldn't understand, it switched back to Chinese. I remember what you look like, you. Wu Feng ignored the chatter, lightly swiped his finger across the fragments, and a barely noticeable small wound appeared in the middle of his index finger. Golden strange item, Vengeance Ring. Core ability 1, Revenge. Revenge, all individuals that have harmed you will be marked, and you can teleport to any location within 100 meters of the target based on this mark, once per enemy. Each use requires a significant amount of strange coins. Core ability 2, Curse of Bone Erosion. Curse of Bone Erosion, for all individuals that have harmed you, you can spend strange coins to place a curse named Bone Erosion on them, causing a 30% decline in their physical abilities, and inflicting searing pain every night. Wu Feng activated the revenge ability, sensing a figure across the ocean was in the room. He originally just wanted to try it out, but he didn't expect it to determine that Black's father had harmed Wu Feng. Indeed, remembering Wu Feng's appearance was impressive, but now Wu Feng could easily run right in front of you and deliver your favorite big bomb. Wu Feng swung his sword horizontally, completely knocking down the fragments. Just as he felt a headache about how to deal with Black's body, the corpse turned into white smoke and vanished from the spot. Very good, very reasonable. Is this the logic of my world? Indeed reasonable. Although he sensed where Black's father was, Wu Feng did not activate the revenge ability to teleport near that old man. The new beautiful nation is at least 100,000 miles away from Huaxia. It's fine to go, but a teleport takes you right to the new beautiful nation. Coming back would be difficult. After all, Wu Feng wasn't sure if he could buy a plane ticket from the new beautiful nation to Huaxia without a passport. If he couldn't buy a ticket, would he have to fly over wearing enchanted shoes himself? That would be way too hard. Anyway, that old man would come looking for him, and he could sense his location, so it wouldn't be too late to find him when he was getting close. Thinking this through, Wu Feng closed the door, went to his seat, and removed the books that were pressing down on his instant noodles. After finishing the bland instant noodles, Wu Feng went to bed to rest, waking up only the next morning. Stretching lazily and breathing the fresh air, he went downstairs to have a bowl of millet porridge and a bun. Another energetic day. It's been a day since I entered the strange game. How can a person be so lazy? Strange game, start. Once Wu Feng confirmed his active entry, a light screen appeared in front of him. 10 minutes until entry into the strange game, please prepare, player. Just as this voice finished, another voice immediately followed. Detecting that the player is about to enter the strange game, please choose one of the following 3 cheats. Comma, 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 a comma, a comma, comma. Comma dot comma dot comma. The author daily asks for gifts. Everyone send a free little gift. For a gift the author can do anything. Chapter 75 Hospital Escape Game Psychopathic Butcher. Cheat 1, Super Evolution. Super Evolution, players can spend fear points to cause any unit to undergo Super Evolution, enhancing all attributes of the unit, which includes but is not limited to health, strange items, etc., and players can recover the Super Evolution anytime. Fear points, players gain fear points when units feel fear, helplessness, despair, and other negative emotions. This cheat is rather interesting, and it's not too difficult to earn these fear points. Cheat 2, I'm done, it's not interesting at all. Done playing, there's no meaning to it. After activating this cheat, the player's main quest automatically turns into a blink, and after completing the blink, the player can automatically exit. Hiss. I have to say this is indeed a bit perverse, but it doesn't really help Wu Feng much. Continuing to look at the third cheat. Cheat 3, let's dance together. Let's dance together. As long as the player shouts let's dance together and starts to move, all living beings within a 1,000-meter radius centered around the player will dance along with the player. After the dance ends, all living beings will pay the player a dance fee of 100 strange coins. This. A totally hilarious cheat. Imagine this. In a bloody, rotten, oppressive environment, some are crying, some are struggling, some are in despair. Then someone comes to the center of the square, shouting loudly, let's dance together. The strange, along with humans, starts to dance together. Maybe even the bugs on the side of the road would jump up. After the dance, everyone lines up neatly, one by one giving Wu Feng 100 strange coins. This is so much fun. Cheat 3 is very interesting, so Wu Feng chooses the first cheat. After making the choice, the personal panel pops up. Name, Wu Feng. Talent, colorful, infinite clones. Cheats, 1, absolute luck. 2, data life, upgradable. 3, brain projection. 4, super evolution. Strange items, colorful strange item, rebound jacket. Orange strange item, ring of revenge. Purple strange item, yin yang jade pair. Blue strange item, flying dagger. After resting a bit, a voice sounds in his ear. 3 seconds left to enter the strange game. 3, 2, 1. Darkness, falling, a light curtain appears in front of him. Entry successful. Instance name, hospital. Difficulty, blood color. Type, multiplayer instance, battle royale type. Description, you wake up from a hospital bed, only to find this place has turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. You try to escape, but you fail. Main quest, survive for 3 days. After entry successful, Wu Feng's vision does not reveal any light, a dizzy feeling fills his brain. All he can hear is the roaring of machines and the faint yet striking ticking sound. Why does my head feel swollen? Wu Feng struggles to open his eyes. The first thing that catches his eye is his own hands covered in blood. Some of the blood hasn't dried, and is dripping from his hands. The ticking sound just now came from the blood falling on the ground. Looking below his hands, there is a patterned steel plate. His vision gradually becomes clearer, his mind recovering from the haze. He looks up and finds his legs firmly bound. On both sides are humans whose legs are also bound and hung upside down. Wu Feng is unsure if these humans are still alive because their whole bodies are soaked in blood. Even one person has a dagger stuck in their skull. Why am I tied up as soon as I arrive? A voice sounds from behind him. What the hell? How did I end up in this place? I thought I was supposed to be in the cage? Wu Feng turns to look at the boy speaking behind him. His words seem strange. According to him, it seems he had already determined he would appear somewhere in the game before entering the strange game. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of dragging metal comes from another room, slow and harsh, like a dull knife scraping against bone. Under the dim light from a flickering light bulb above, a figure slowly walks out of the room. It is a fat man dragging a long knife, wearing an iron helmet, with only a pair of blood-red eyes exposed. He is soaked in blood, and even some parts of his clothes still have flesh remnants and bloody bits. Like a twisted butcher. No, to be precise, this guy is a twisted butcher. The butcher clearly noticed that the two had woken up, but he just leisurely walked past Wu Feng. His footsteps were slow, but each step made a huge sound. He stopped next to Wu Feng and then, like a long knife stabbing into leather, an unsettling cutting sound echoed as the butcher violently split the body hanging beside Wu Feng. Various organs scattered on the floor, the sickly sweet smell of blood wafted into the air. The butcher grabbed the head from the ground, casually inserting a small knife into the remaining half of the corpse, then turned around as if Wu Feng didn't exist at all. Looking at the blood on the ground, Wu Feng reached a conclusion. This butcher seemed to have a little peculiarity. He clearly noticed that Wu Feng and the other had awakened, yet he was not in a hurry to kill them directly, but left a small knife next to Wu Feng. Did he want to play with Wu Feng and the other slowly? What a playful little fellow. Wu Feng tightened his core, swaying his body from side to side. As the swaying grew larger, he raised his hand and pulled out the dagger stuck in the other person. Why didn't he directly summon the wooden sword? Of course, it was because he wanted the butcher to truly feel fear and despair later. Retaining his strength, when the butcher believed he could kill Wu Feng with ease, Wu Feng would strike him down, leaving him half paralyzed. What could be more despairing than that? He liked to play, right? Then let's play with him. Wu Feng exerted force in his abdomen, cutting the rope that bound his feet with a knife, then he spun in the air and landed steadily on the ground. Awesome, big guy. Noticing Wu Feng's move, the young boy behind him exclaimed. Big brother, big guy, dad, sir, please don't hurry to leave, if you could also help me escape. The boy quickly chimed in, genuinely afraid Wu Feng would turn around and run away. I have a dragon army squad behind me. If you save me, I will take you to join our main force. Wu Feng didn't have much interest in joining the main force. He was more interested in why the dragon army squad had come to this bizarre game and had entered as a team. Chapter 76, Hospital Massacre Escape, is that it? Wu Feng toyed with the small knife in his hand and asked, why did the dragon army squad come to this bizarre game? Why were you able to enter as a team? The boy grinned, big guy, these are secrets that can't be disclosed. Hearing the boy's answer, Wu Feng turned around to leave without hesitation. Hey, dad, father, my great father, please don't go. The boy quickly spoke. Wu Feng stopped in his tracks. I reconsidered, this doesn't count as a secret. The boy said, the reason we are here is for something very important. The Descent faction wants to summon a terrifying entity here in some way and bring that entity into the real world. We are here to stop the Descent faction summoning. The boy took a breath. As for why we can enter as a team, it's because of a certain bizarre item. After hearing this from the boy, Wu Feng casually threw the small knife away. The knife accurately cut the rope binding him, and the boy landed on the ground with a thud. Standing up, the boy cautiously looked toward the butcher in the other room. Big guy, you really are bold. A terrifying butcher is right next door, and you still have the leisure to ask me questions. You are something. The boy gave a thumbs up. It makes no difference, can't you see he purely wants to toy with us? The reason he didn't try to kill us at first. They just want to enjoy our fear, so talking for a while doesn't have any negative effect at all. Wu Feng expressed indifferently. Actually, I noticed it too. The boy looked around and fixed his gaze on the butcher's room. Look over there. The boy pointed to a certain spot in the room. The butcher's room did not have a big door, so the two could see the structure inside the room. Wu Feng followed the direction the boy was pointing. It was a bunch of keys. He glanced at the keys, then looked towards the big door on the stairs not far away. If they wanted to escape this place, they needed to steal the keys from the room first. Big guy, let's work together. I'll go distract the butcher, and you steal the keys and open the door. The boy voluntarily took on the dangerous task. Wu Feng nodded in agreement with this division of labor. With no time to waste, Wu Feng quickly found a hiding spot, while the boy swaggered toward the butcher's room. Old dang, your grandpa has been wandering outside for a long time, are you blind? If you don't come out now, your grandpa will just leave. The boy came to the front of the house, took a deep breath, and mustered his courage to shout at the butcher who was resting with his eyes closed. The slumbering butcher opened his eyes, filled with confusion. Previous humans had all been scared to wet themselves, unable to speak clearly. But why were you so brave, kid? The butcher stood up, took the big knife beside him, and rushed toward the boy, the strong smell of blood wafting towards him. The boy instinctively felt his legs go weak, took a deep breath to steady himself, and took out a pocket watch, gently pressing it while turning to run. The butcher's big knife struck the spot where the boy was just standing, leaving a deep groove in the ground. Without a successful strike, the butcher did not rush. The room wasn't very large, so he moved slowly toward the boy. As he walked toward the boy, his eyes met Wu Feng's for just a moment, but Wu Feng could still tell that the butcher had seen him. Did he choose to ignore Wu Feng? Did he not think about the keys, or was there something wrong with the keys? Whatever, Wu Feng didn't really care. Once the butcher moved a bit farther away, Wu Feng rushed out from his hiding spot, leaping 2 steps into the room and instantly snatching the bunch of keys. Seeing Wu Feng succeed, the boy raised the watch towards the butcher. Freeze! He pressed it lightly, and the butcher, holding the raised knife, froze in place, unable to move. The boy didn't dare to delay, hurriedly heading toward the big door at the stairs. Wu Feng reached first, inserting the keys into the lock and gently turning to the right. Click, the sound of the lock opening rang out, and the door opened easily. Go! After glancing back at the butcher who had regained the ability to move and was coming after them, the boy shouted and ran out the door. As the two of them exited, they didn't forget to close the door behind them. However, this action seemed a bit superfluous. They hadn't run far when the butcher sliced the door open with 2 swift blows. The butcher leisurely followed behind them. Hearing the sounds behind him, the boy running ahead spoke, "I have a bad feeling." As soon as the boy finished speaking, a mechanical rumble echoed, and an iron door quickly descended from above before them. With a loud boom, the iron door hit the ground, completely sealing off their path forward. The two turned around and saw a lever beside the butcher. At this moment, the lever had already been pulled down. No wonder the butcher hadn't taken much notice of Wu Feng earlier. It turned out he had this trick up his sleeve. The butcher slowly approached, his footsteps echoing in the corridor like ripples on water. The pressure created by the butcher nearly left the boy gasping for air, constantly scanning his surroundings for an escape route. The butcher dragged a long knife before the two, raising it high with both hands, then brought it down heavily. Clang! The long knife halted before Wu Feng, blocked by a layer of faint golden light. Is this just a tickle? Can't you put in a bit more strength? Wu Feng spoke up. Earned 48 points of fear. Gained 32 points of fear. Gained 45 points of disbelief. Seeing the constantly appearing points, Wu Feng couldn't help but marvel at how useful it truly was. The boy looked at Wu Feng and the long knife frozen in midair, his expression strange. No, big guy, why didn't you say you were this strong earlier? Are you just pretending to be weak? The butcher, in disbelief, lifted the big knife again and swung it down hard at Wu Feng once more. The outcome was the same as last time. You can't do this, can you? You're so weak, is there something wrong with you? Wu Feng stood still, mocking him, still not making a move. He wanted to let the butcher attack freely, fully understanding what despair truly meant. Gained 38 points of disbelief. Gained 45 points of anger. Gained. The butcher wasn't foolish. After realizing his attack had no effect on Wu Feng, he slowly stepped back to a button and smashed it hard. The ground beneath Wu Feng suddenly split apart, revealing 3 giant blades spinning wildly beneath. A deep voice emanated from below. Buzz. The floor below was a monstrous beast with massive blades, spinning like it was hungry for flesh. Wu Feng remained suspended in midair, unaffected by the opening ground. Is this it? He scoffed. Holy crap, big guy, what's going on? You can actually fly? The boy's mouth dropped open in shock. As usual, here's an update, please leave a 5-star review. 0.0. Chapter 77 Hospital Escape. Don't come any closer. Wu Feng did not answer the boy's question but instead looked mockingly at the butcher staring at him. You're a smart kid, realizing you can't win and resorting to tricks. Feeling the wind created by the spinning blades, Wu Feng glanced down at them. Under the butcher's gaze, he pulled out a wooden pickaxe and began to descend slowly. Big guy, you die, what are you doing? Don't go down, I'm scared. Since he was being held by Wu Feng, the boy dropped half a body length, looking at the enormous blades that could easily slice someone into pieces, feeling his hormones surge. Just watch closely. Wu Feng aimed the wooden pickaxe at the giant blade. The boy felt dizzy, he wanted to ask but didn't dare to. There was no negative energy on it, so it wasn't a strange tool, just an ordinary wooden pickaxe. Big guy, what are you really trying to do? You're going to poke a spinning giant blade with a wooden pickaxe? Big guy, please don't scare me. As Wu Feng descended, the butcher had to step forward a few paces to see clearly. When he noticed Wu Feng pointing the wooden pickaxe at the spinning giant blade, his big head held a small doubt. This person is very strong but doesn't seem too smart. If he manages to break the blade with a wooden pickaxe, I will. Clang. After a series of rustling sounds, a square notch appeared in the connecting mechanism between the 3 giant blades. As the square notch emerged, the 3 giant blades began to disassemble, propelled by the force of their spinning power. Scattering away, they crashed into the wall, creating faint yellow sparks. The sound of clang, clang, clang kept ringing, as the blades bounced back and forth. The butcher? Is this right? Is this science? Although the butcher didn't really know what science meant, he just wanted to complain. Is this really science? Boss, do you think there's a possibility that I actually just died, and everything now is just an illusion after death? After witnessing the earlier scene, the boy looked up at Wu Feng with a heavy expression. It's possible. Otherwise, should I let go and see if you fall and feel pain? Wu Feng showed deep agreement with the boy's words and proposed a profound suggestion to help him. No thanks, I can pinch myself. Your method can wait for another time. Regarding Wu Feng's method, the boy decided to postpone it. Gained 48 points of terror. Gained 32 points of terror. Gained 45 points of disbelief. Seeing the points floating by, Wu Feng knew he had done the right thing. It seemed that to earn enough points, he needed to act more pretentious. Sigh. Looks like he needed to think more about how to show off in the future. After all, showing off is also a skill. Wu Feng flew back down to the ground of the corridor, and the stunned butcher cautiously took a few steps back, then suddenly remembered something. He is immortal. What exactly is he afraid of? Just go for it, just go for it. He was born with the advantage of invincibility. The worst outcome was simply that he couldn't defeat Wu Feng, and Wu Feng couldn't defeat him either. Damn it, let's fight. The butcher raised the big knife in his hand again, and as he swung it, the wind howled loudly. With both hands holding the big knife high above his head, he struck heavily at Wu Feng, who stood still in front of him. Clang! The harsh sound of metal clashing rang out, and with this stroke, Wu Feng suffered no harm at all. Instead, the butcher was shaken back a distance due to the huge recoil. Is this your strength? It feels just like being bitten by an ant, nothing special. Wu Feng still did not attack but took a step forward, staring intently into the blood-red eyes behind the iron mask. Ah! The butcher raged, raising the big knife again and madly chopping towards Wu Feng's position. The sounds of metal clashing continued to ring. As time passed, the terror points which had been rising began to decline. It must have reached some threshold. Under the butcher's slashes, Wu Feng leisurely created a workbench and then transformed the iron pieces he had just acquired into iron ingots to synthesize an iron sword. The knife is quite big, but it's of no use at all. Wu Feng raised his hand and said, "Let me teach you the correct way to chop people." Hearing this, the butcher took a half step back in alarm, feeling inexplicably a bit scared. Watch closely, I'm coming in. Wu Feng kindly made a reminder. The butcher fixed his gaze on every move Wu Feng made, watching as he tossed the sword into the air. No, that's not throwing it into the air. He just threw the sword away? And he threw it behind himself. What's going on? Is this person insane? How can one attack like this? The long sword thrown by Wu Feng flew back and landed straight into the deep pit created by the open floor. The boy looked confused. Even if what Wu Feng had done was already absurd, he still felt bewildered. Boss, what are you doing? The boy asked. Wu Feng didn't explain, he simply said lightly, let the iron sword fly for a while. The butcher waited quietly for a moment, but nothing happened. He mustered up his courage and began to retreat. There was no sense of safety at all here. Taking advantage of the moment, Wu Feng threw away his sword, needing to keep his distance from the crazed man. Clang! The huge blade controlling machinery in the pit suddenly started to spin, with a remnant part crashing into the iron sword that flew into the pit. Under this terrifying force, the iron sword flew out rapidly and then cleverly struck somewhere, adjusting its direction perfectly towards the butcher. The flash of the sword light passed by. Just like that, the butcher's head gained a shiny new decoration. The blood bar above the butcher's head instantly dropped by 70%, an unprecedented feeling flooding his whole body. He felt his life was actually beginning to slip away. It seemed he could see death waving at him. Gained 88 points of terror value. Gained 50 points of terror value. Gained 95 points of incredibility value. This time, the terror value surged more than double, and seeing these continuously appearing numbers, Wu Feng's smile could no longer be suppressed, revealing his neat and white teeth. In the bloody environment, Wu Feng laughed as he looked at the butcher, walking step by step towards him. The butcher, uncontrollably retreating, was filled with a new emotion called fear. He instinctively let out a loud shout. "Don't come near me!" At that moment, somewhere else. "Dragon unit. Have you found him?" "Found him, at the bloody butcher's place." "Damn, it's that place. I hope he can hold on until we get there to save him." Chapter 78, Reinhard Lutt. "Hey, I'm not a bad person, why are you so scared?" Wu Feng stepped forward, raising his hand to pull the iron sword stuck in the butcher's head. The butcher uncontrollably fell to the ground, desperate emotions spreading in his heart. It was hard to understand, impossible to believe. Despite using all his strength, he couldn't inflict even the slightest harm on this human before him. "Damn it! If you're this strong, why did you run it first?" The butcher fell to the ground, crawling backward with his hands and feet. Wu Feng did not speed up to chase but moved forward, following the butcher's rhythm step by step. Every step felt like stepping on the butcher's heart, the long sword swinging side to side with his arms, reflecting the soft yellow light surrounding him. The butcher could no longer endure, his survival instinct was finally triggered. He suddenly stood up and ran wildly. Behind the butcher, Wu Feng was still walking leisurely, the front was a dead end, just moving forward bit by bit. A chaotic and a steady pair of footsteps echoed back and forth like this. The young man behind Wu Feng watched the scene and began to doubt if he had long been dead. Otherwise, how could he possibly see such bizarre, ghostly things? The butcher returned to the room where it all started, hurriedly closing and relocking the door. Upon seeing the heavy iron door, a sliver of security surged in his heart. But this sense of security didn't last long, as he recalled Wu Feng wielding a pickaxe to scrape iron. Damn it, what is wrong with this person? Can you be any more absurd? What a monster! A hissing voice sounded, a neat square hollow appeared in the door, and Wu Feng's smiling face emerged from the hollow. You better run fast, or if I accidentally catch up with you, oh boy. He kindly reminded. Without saying a word, the butcher turned and ran. In the past, he would play with others like a cat playing with a mouse, never expecting that one day he would become the mouse. The butcher reached the center of the house, looking around at the thick walls. With determination in his eyes, he turned away. At this point, fleeing was impossible. Rather than sitting here and waiting for death, let's take a risk. Looking at Wu Feng, who was stepping in from outside the door, the butcher took a large step forward and stood in front of him. Then, "Master, you are my master. From now on, I will be your dog. I will do whatever you ask me to do." Woof, 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 woof. The butcher half squatted and spoke obsequiously. Taking a risk is fine, but risking my life is not. After all, risking my life really might lead to death. This method of acknowledging a master and barking like a dog was learned from a pair of humans. At that time, the butcher was, as usual, toying with a mouse, but unexpectedly, this pair of humans did this. To be honest, this new thing really intrigued the butcher, who played with them for 2 whole days before he finally killed them. Since this method worked for him, it should have some effect on the human in front of him as well. The figure of the young man arrived late. He looked at the butcher half squatting and barking like a dog, unsure of what to say for a moment. "No, what have you turned yourself into?" "It's settled. It seems I was definitely dead before." Although Wu Feng had never seen such a scene, he was relatively calm. After all, Wu Feng had seen quite a few ways of begging for mercy. As for sparing the butcher? If the butcher were a white cat with twin tails and beast ears, Wu Feng might have considered it. "Sorry, I don't like dogs." Wu Feng smiled lightly. "Meow, meow, 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 meow." The butcher switched to a different sound. Wu Feng slowly placed the iron sword on the butcher's neck. The butcher's fear points surged rapidly as he felt helpless and was on the brink of death. Gained 100 fear points. Gained 150 fear points. Gained 95 incredible points. Sorry, it has nothing to do with cats or dogs, I just simply don't like eating beef. Once the fear points reached the threshold, Wu Feng exerted force with one hand, sending a large head flying into the air, and the butcher's body crashed to the ground. Congratulations, you successfully escaped Scene 1. You have been marked by lover and will be hunted by lover. What? Currently, 4 people are being hunted by lover. What? Currently, 3 people are being hunted by lover. What? A cold, emotionless voice echoed in his ears. Then, another voice sounded. Lover has inflicted mark damage on you, and you have marked lover. You can now take revenge on lover. Revenge, all individuals who have caused harm to you will be marked. You can teleport to any location within 100 meters of the target based on this mark, each enemy only once, and each use requires a large amount of ghost coins. Wu Feng didn't pay attention to the lover and revenge for now. At this moment, the fear points had reached a rather decent number, and he decided to evolve his items first. Wu Feng first tried to super evolve his cheat item, but unfortunately, there was no reaction from it. It seems super evolution cannot be applied to his cheat item. Since the cheat item cannot evolve, he took out his Eerie item. His points were enough to evolve 2 blue Eerie items or 1 purple Eerie item. Without hesitation, Wu Feng directly chose to super evolve the revolver with unlimited bullets. Once Wu Feng made his choice, a faint light flashed from the revolver. When he looked at the revolver again, a panel popped up. Golden Eerie item, revolver. Description: a revolver contaminated by some force. Core ability 1, unlimited bullets. Core ability 2, new never jams. Special ability, new frenzy. Frenzy: when the player activates Frenzy, the revolver will switch to a rapid fire mode, firing 20 rounds per second. Frenzy lasts for 20 minutes. Every time you enter Frenzy, it will cost you koi, and there is no cooldown for Frenzy. It feels okay. After all, this newly emerged core ability is absolutely useless. I must be extremely lucky. Afraid of your handgun jamming? The special ability is quite tempting. It's like turning a revolver into a Gatling gun. Wu Feng put away the handgun and focused his attention on the third external attachment, the skills brought by brain projection. Skill, Reinhardt. Reinhardt, a character from the anime Re:Zero, starting life in another world. When the player activates this skill, they will gain all abilities of Reinhardt, including but not limited to various blessings. Next, there should be another chapter, but it should be rather bland. Chapter 79, Reinhardt's more than 40 blessings. The blessings available to the player include but are not limited to 1. Sword Saint's Blessing, allows the use of the dragon sword and maximizes its power. The player will automatically receive the dragon sword. Dragon sword has effects such as being unbreakable and cutting through fate. Arrow Avoidance Blessing, no ranged attack can hit. Arrow Blessing, any long-distance attack you make will surely hit. Demon Avoidance Blessing, all debuffs and enemy support weird items are nullified. Fire Avoidance Blessing, fire attribute damage is reduced by 80%. Wind Spirit's Blessing, absorbs 80% of wind attribute damage. Earth Blessing, earth attribute damage effects are reduced by 80%. Water Spirit's Blessing, reflects 80% of water attribute effects. Light Blessing, 80% of light attribute damage is shared with other opponents. Driving Acceleration, walking speed is super fast, and it also applies to mounts. Preemptive Blessing, will not be ambushed, and the player's first attack will surely hit. First Encounter Blessing, invisible attacks will not hit for the first time. Reappearance Blessing, if it's a visible attack, after the opponent attacks the player for the second time, it will surely miss. Heavenly Tears Blessing, gain strength when it rains. Sky Blessing, gain strength when it is sunny. Heart Communication Blessing, can understand the information from the opposite side. Item Blessing, any item in hand can be used proficiently immediately. Empty-Handed Blessing, strength increases when empty-handed. War God's Blessing, instantly proficient in using one's own weapon. Lake Surface Blessing, can walk on water. Fog and Haze Blessing, will not have sight obstructed by various means. Thunder Blessing, not afraid of being struck by lightning. Salt Blessing, will not confuse sugar for salt. Flavor King Blessing, no matter how it is cooked, it will always taste good. Cooked Food Blessing, has high culinary skills. Steamed Blessing, has systematic steaming skills. Fried Blessing, has systematic frying skills. Photo Blessing, drawings look just like photographs. Fashion Blessing, can create the most fashionable outfits of the moment. Haircut Blessing, can cut the most suitable hairstyle. Education Blessing, when holding a teaching stick, the students taught will show remarkable improvement in grades. Physical Blessing, works hard to exercise one's body. Poison Resistance Blessing, has high resistance to all kinds of toxins. All Healing Blessing, will never fall ill. Bleeding Blessing, the more blood lost, the stronger one becomes. Phoenix Blessing, revives after death, and the phoenix also revives accordingly. No, the phoenix can also revive after death. Infinite Resurrection? Is there a bug here? Judgment blessing, can know others' blessings. Nightfall blessing, gains strength at night. Morning light blessing, gains strength in the morning. Acquired blessing, can achieve any blessing desired. Can achieve any blessing desired? This is incredible. But I don't know if this last blessing is still useful in a different world. Wu Feng tried to ask for a blessing to pause time, but did not receive it. It seems that if he changes to a different world, the last blessing will lose its effect. For more than 40 hours in intensive care, I felt like I was stepping on my left foot while my right foot spiraled into the sky. Right now, 2 people are being hunted by their lovers, but a clear voice echoed in my ears again. Wu Feng didn't take it seriously, because he had something more important to do. He directed his gaze towards the wall ahead, feeling that just beyond it, there was a lucky cube. It's a bit of fluff, brothers, but it can't really be considered fluff, since the second chapter is also an extension. Chapter 80. I am ready to end you directly. Wu Feng took out a wooden staff and aimed it towards the direction of the lucky cube. At the same time, how are you doing right now? The communication device that existed in the boy's ear finally made a sound. I'm doing great right now, Captain. You have no idea what kind of ridiculous person I've met. As the boy spoke, he looked up towards Wu Feng. Unfortunately, in this enclosed space, Wu Feng's figure had already disappeared without a trace. What's wrong? What ridiculous person? The voice came from the communication device. As compared to team actions, Wu Feng preferred personal adventures. He had just dug out a space that allowed him to pass through, and after entering, he completely blocked the path he had come from. The lucky cube was not very close to Wu Feng, and it seemed he still needed to dig for a while. An old tungsten bulb hung from a black wire in the center of the room, flickering with dim light. The tranquil peaks spilled ink into the clear water, spreading throughout the room. In the center of the room stood a round, mottled table, surrounded by men and women stained with blood. In the middle of the table was a rectangular clock, ticking away. Above the clock, there was a small orange bear toy. If one ignored that it had just executed a person, it looked rather cute. The first friend has finished speaking, now let the second friend begin. The orange bear toy on the clock spoke with a hint of laughter. The fair-skinned girl took a deep breath. Everything that had just happened was too terrifying, so much so that even though she had participated in this bizarre game 8 times, she still couldn't calm her emotions. A trembling voice emerged from the girl's throat as she struggled to adjust her emotions to sharpen her thoughts. The girl spoke again but was interrupted by another voice. Good morning, everyone. A sudden voice began to echo in the room, capturing everyone's attention with its slightly cheerful words. What the heck, wasn't I digging forward? How did I end up lifting this floor tile? Wu Feng crawled out of the hole in the floor, his greeting stemming from embarrassment as he didn't know what else to say. The fair-skinned girl's eyes widened continuously. This is a bizarre game. How could a human crawl out from below? No, is this guy really human? She glanced back at the toy above the clock, unsure of what to do. The toy was also somewhat astonished. Bro, how did you come over here? Everyone has their own areas to oversee. What is the person responsible on your side doing? How could you slip over here? But since you've escaped here, it seems you've met your misfortune. Since we have a new friend joining, let's start with you. The bear's button representing its eyes looked towards Wu Feng. A faint red glow flickered in the dim light. Speak, say what? Although Wu Feng didn't understand, it didn't affect his willingness to speak. Speak, good, I will speak right now. Wu Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and came to the little bear, reaching out to touch it. There's a lot of salt in the sweat. Wu Feng opened his mouth. Are you messing with me? The little bear toy's voice was still calm, but the red glow in its eyes became even deeper and more dazzling. Hey, I'm not trying to mess with you. Wu Feng retorted. A iron sword appeared in his hand and instantly pierced through the toy, firmly nailing it to the table through the clock. I'm planning to kill you directly. Thanks to Shadia's dog, thank you so much. I didn't check the gift back end much, but recently I saw that you have been consistently sending me gifts. Thank you so much, and I wish you 10 shots, all of them hit. Shadia. The author has found a job that pays decently, and can now write without worrying about starving. During the job search, the author has also been carefully studying on major editing platforms and the accounts of well-known authors, believing that the upcoming plot will surely become more and more exciting. P.S. Seeking good reviews. If the rating increases, the author will add more chapters. For every 0.1 point increase, the author will add one more chapter. Chapter 81. Do you all want to dance too? The crowd did not show any shocked expressions because of Wu Feng's action. Instead, there was a hint of pity in their eyes. Clearly, someone among them had tried to do this and ended up with a very bad result. The red glow in the little bear's eyes completely disappeared, replaced by a sweet and sinister red mist filling the entire room. Violating the rules to harm the referee, you will be judged as losing this round. In the center of the ceiling, a hole appeared, and a little bear toy fell out, landing back on the table. The little bear stood up, its button eyes looking at Wu Feng. Wu Feng raised the iron sword, casually tossing aside the previous toy referee that he had pierced. Isn't the toy the real body? He looked up at the ceiling and remembered what he had encountered in the previous village dungeon. The villagers were just puppets, the whole mountain was the true strangeness. Thus, Wu Feng had ample reason to suspect that the true strangeness in this room was actually this room itself. You will be punished. The new little bear toy's voice became cheerful, its stitched mouth splitting into a smile. Music began to emerge in the room filled with a sweet and sinister scent. The tune was very cheerful, sounding like a children's song. Crack! The floor beneath Wu Feng's feet mysteriously vanished, revealing a corridor several dozen meters long, and he began to fall rapidly under the influence of gravity. Feeling the whistling wind rushing past his ears, Wu Feng stared at the exit glowing with white light at the bottom of the corridor. As he waited to see what scene he would encounter when passing through the exit, a noose suddenly appeared in front of him, tightly locking around his neck. The noose tightened sharply, and Wu Feng passed through the glowing white exit. Pop! After passing through the exit, Wu Feng fell into a huge net, which quickly disappeared after catching him, and he finally landed on a massive ice block. The blue ice block was covered with long needles, spikes, and broken blades, all rusty and varying in size. These sharp objects were all about 7 or 8 centimeters long with their tips facing up. Among these sharp objects, many pieces of flesh and frozen blood could be seen. Wow! A deafening cheer rang out all around, as if the place was filled with an audience, and several spotlight beams quickly moved to Wu Feng's position. Dance, dance! Get moving, get moving! The cheers rose and fell, like waves crashing back and forth in this space. Dancing here. It might be a bit tight on the feet, huh? Move quickly! The teddy bear appeared above Wu Feng, one of its hands touching the rope that locked around Wu Feng's neck, then quickly lifting it up. Wu Feng's whole body was rapidly lifted up by the rope. Yet he showed no signs of pain or suffocation usually seen on someone with a rope around their neck. Instead, he grinned and began to smile. The teddy bear felt something was off. Shouldn't a human being trapped by the neck and hanging in midair show such a face? Shouldn't they? Does it matter? Just a human, and a human with a rope around their neck at that, how much of a splash could they make? Move quickly! The teddy bear suddenly let go of the rope, wanting Wu Feng to fall freely and smash into the rusty sharp objects on the ice below. However, the imagined free fall did not happen. Wu Feng floated in midair. The iron sword in his hand had somehow transformed into a radiant dragon sword. He smiled brightly at the teddy bear above and the shadows around representing the audience. Do you also want to dance? Chapter 82, What Can You Do? The unsheathed dragon sword came crashing down on the teddy bear referee's face. Before the toy could react, it had already fallen heavily to the ground and was pierced by a sharp object. The surrounding cheers suddenly became chaotic. Those shadowy figures sitting in the audience began twisting and contorting, layers of voices rushed towards them. Beat the referee again, it should be punished. It should be punished. It should be punished. The shadows surged from the audience's area onto the ice, and in no time, several shadows reached the teddy bear's front. The teddy bear stood up from the ground, the blood-red hue in its buttons deepening with resentment. These shadows seemed like insignificant spectators. In reality, they were humans who had died countless times in this scene. This group retained the consciousness of their former lives but permanently felt the pain they endured at their moment of death. As their numbers grew, they transformed into the most terrifying existence in this area, tormented by their suffering. Unable to die, even the kindest among them were left with only one obsession: to turn everyone who came here into beings like them, to feel this endless pain like they did. You are the strongest human I've ever seen, but a human is still a human, no matter how strong. You are just our food. In human history, besides a rare few, all who entered this bizarre world barely survived under the protection of rules and strange items. Those with higher intelligence might be able to devise some tricks, but that was about it. The relationship between the bizarre and humans has always been that of hunter and prey. Without the protection of rules, you are merely food. Just food, daring to repeat again and again. You, a mere toy, are still pretending here. Wu Feng threw the dragon sword as a ranged weapon. With a rush of wind, the dragon sword pierced through the teddy bear, firmly pinning it to the ice. During the projection of the dragon sword, it happened to strike a shadow blocking in front of the teddy bear. The blood bar above the shadow's head instantly dropped to zero, vanishing into nothing. The originally fierce shadows uniformly looked towards the dissipated figure, then simultaneously gazed at Wu Feng. The expressions of pain, struggle, confusion, regret, madness, and schadenfreude in their eyes completely vanished. It turned into shock. Careful and cautious. Is what is happening in front of me real? Did that shadow we just saw really die? If that shadow just died, can we also die? Can we also end this endless pain? Wu Feng did not pay attention to the changing gazes of the shadows. After all, even if he did, he could not see any change. He landed heavily on the ground, breaking his flight from the sky, and then stepped on the head of the bear doll with one foot. I keep hitting you again and again, what can you do about it? Wu Feng looked down with disdain at the bear doll beneath his foot. Ridiculous, you really, the bear doll tried to speak out in rebuttal, but was interrupted by Wu Feng. Your true form is the whole room, right? As Wu Feng spoke, he took out a nuclear bomb and placed it beside him. Gained 4 points of terror. Gained 2 points of terror. Gained 5 points of disbelief. He gained a bit of points, but these points were minimal. Hee, human, you are indeed very clever, but so what? The bear doll's voice came from beneath Wu Feng's foot. Tear him apart for me. The bear doll gave orders to the shadows around. However, the shadows all remained unmoved. Gained 12 points of terror. Gained 21 points of terror. Gained 45 points of disbelief. I need to take a whole day's drive to another place tomorrow, I will try to update. Chapter 83, Sir, please come inside. Meanwhile, inside the originally small house. Due to the bear doll's departure, the oppressive atmosphere at the scene slightly eased. Is this really the difficulty that a bloody dungeon should have? A man with a buzz cut sighed with difficulty, his eyes dull, almost having lost hope for survival. I have also experienced bloody difficulty dungeons before, this bloody difficulty should not be this hard, I see no way out. Any. As the buzz-cut man's voice sounded, the atmosphere, which had been somewhat relaxed, returned to being oppressive once again. Everyone felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on their chests. This level was truly terrifying to the point that the bizarre props in their hands were utterly useless, they could only watch helplessly as they walked towards death, towards the abyss of hell. A rustling sound came from the pit that Wu Feng fell into, as if something was about to run out from inside. This gentle sound made everyone present feel their hair stand on end, adrenaline soaring, as each heart crazily pumped blood throughout their bodies. Everyone could imagine that something extremely cruel and terrible could happen next. Bloody and broken were just optimistic thoughts. The buzz-cut man struggled to control his trembling hands, and from the corner of his eye, he saw that the orange-red bear head was slowly emerging from the hole. The button eyes shone with red light as usual. The bear doll's body fully emerged from the hole. The buzz-cut man's heart raced again, he found it hard to bear the scene that was about to unfold. He felt that he was like a large boar existing in a pigsty. Outside the pigsty, a massacre of his kind was happening, and he was just right there, seeing that slaughter through a gap. What difference did this have from hell? Wu, thinking of his future which would likely also be toyed with and slaughtered, a touch of sadness turned into a choked sob. Sir, please come inside. After the bear doll emerged from the hole, it took 2 steps forward, turned sideways, respectfully extended a hand, and spoke. The mouth on its face, stitched with thread, even revealed a fawning smile. Wu Feng's figure slowly flew out of the cave entrance, and when his foot was level with the floor, he glanced at the little bear doll and stepped on its face. I hate polite guys. After saying this, Wu Feng walked to the table without looking back. Only a bear doll with a shoe print on its face remained. Gained 12 fear points. Gained 21 fear points. Gained 45 disbelief points. Gained 66 silent anger points. The little bear doll stood up from the ground, sighed heavily, thinking it was not worth it, this person was really not worth messing with. You don't know what this guy did below. He killed those shadows. Those shadows were truly eerie. This human in front of me actually killed something eerie? What could you say to such a fierce person? What else could you say? Moreover, this guy actually knew that his true form was this entire room. Damn. What else could I even say? Now I just hope this great deity leaves here quickly. The little bear doll flew onto the table with a big smile. Alright, then you 7 can continue the game. The little bear doll's voice was like coaxing a child. Hearing it mention 7 people, Wu Feng quickly interjected, I don't like people who can count. Gained 12 fear points. Gained 21 fear points. Gained 45 disbelief points. Gained 66 silent anger points. Damn, this human is deliberately looking for trouble. If not, why not just kill me directly? What do you want me to do? Of course, the bear doll only thought about such things. Ah, I really can't count, I just guessed earlier, haha. It patted its own chubby little head. Very good. Wu Feng nodded in satisfaction, since you can't count, then I will give you 4 gifts. He took out a piece of TNT bomb from his backpack. Is it lit? Wu Feng asked the crew-cut man beside him. Yes. The crew-cut man hurriedly took out a lighter from his pocket and handed it to Wu Feng with both hands. Thanks. Wu Feng grabbed it and walked to a corner of the room. As everyone knows, in MC, a lighter can ignite TNT. Wu Feng placed the TNT in a corner and lit it with the lighter. The TNT in the corner began to flash rapidly, and he quickly backed away. Soon, the TNT exploded, scattering bricks everywhere and creating a huge gap. The little bear doll trembled all over, almost about to fall. Damn, is this a gift for me? Is this aimed at my life? Wu Feng didn't care what the little bear doll thought and took out 4 more TNT to place in different spots. Sir, with these 4, you have placed 5 already. The little bear doll quickly reminded. Chapter 84, If you lose, you will die. As soon as the little bear doll said this, it realized something was off. Damn, this human has such deep tricks? He. Wu Feng laughed while looking back at the little bear doll's expression, which looked like it had eaten poop, striking the floor with his unsheathed dragon sword bit by bit. Aren't you good at counting? You brat, are you lying to me? Gained 12 fear points. Gained 15 fear points. Gained 34 disbelief points. Gained 60 silent anger points. Whoa, it's all tricks, all traps, it's all a pit. The little bear doll felt like it wanted to cry but had no tears. I really hate it when others deceive me. Wu Feng gently shook his head. I originally wanted to let you go, but you've touched my bottom line. While talking, Wu Feng continuously took out TNT from his backpack and placed it on the ground. His movements were slow yet rough. This caused the TNT to make a loud sound as it hit the ground. Gained 12 points of terror. Gained 15 points of terror. Gained 34 points of unbelievable value. Gained 60 points of anger without the ability to speak. Gained 36 points of fear. If the little bear doll were human, it would surely be dripping with cold sweat, its legs trembling uncontrollably. Sir, the little bear doll said, its voice trembling. At this moment, it finally understood how the group of people who came here to play the game felt. Damn it, what's the difference between me and humans coming to participate in this weird game? Despair, an incomprehensible despair. The crowd gathered around the table looked at Wu Feng and then at the little bear doll. Growing up, they had always respected the weird with fear and trembling. This was the first time they saw a weird, a truly terrifying weird, treating humans with such respect. The crowd looked at Wu Feng and then at the little bear doll, suddenly unable to tell who on the ground was the real weird. Wu Feng did not rush to kill the little bear doll. How to bring about the ultimate fear? Of course, it starts with giving hope. Hey, don't worry, I'm not an unreasonable person. Wu Feng squatted down, gently patting the little bear doll's head. Although it knew Wu Feng was mostly a smiling tiger, the little bear doll's mood relaxed a little. How about this? I see you really like playing games, so let's play a very simple little game. Wu Feng said. What game? The little bear doll's eyes sparkled with a light named Hope. If it's a game, the little bear doll is a master of them all. Werewolf, mystery games, card games, even the online games of the human world, it is undoubtedly a god. Back in its comfort zone, the little bear doll's confidence began to swell rapidly. It's very simple and also a bit exciting, Wu Feng described. The little bear doll clapped its hands suddenly. Calm. A bit exciting? You're putting pressure on me, right? Impossible, it's absolutely impossible. I can't handle any pressure at all. Tell me, what game? The little bear doll crossed its round little hands behind its back. Rock, paper, scissors. Wu Feng spoke. Upon hearing this, the little bear doll pulled its round little hands from behind its back and placed them in front of its face. Its smooth arms didn't even have a single finger. If you lose, you might just die, Wu Feng continued to chuckle, his tone gentle. Gained 15 points of terror. Gained 100 points of terror. Gained 143 points of unbelievable value. Gained 130 points of anger without the ability to speak. Gained 99 points of fear. I am the dividing line. The book's rating rose from 6.0 to 6.1, thanks to everyone's support, it finally gained a point, and the author will keep the promise and add a chapter. However, the additional chapter can only be posted tomorrow. Thanks to the Tower of the Raging Lion City, Drage, for the pile of gifts, thank you. Thanks to Fu Dahai for the likes. Thanks to the flower from the glasses less one. Thanks to young Qingshan, who loves to eat bony fish. And to all the readers who support with love, thank you. Chapter 85, It's my turn to attack. Realizing that the little bear doll was at a dead end, it was not overwhelmed by fear. At this moment, it felt a clarity never felt before. Because the experience of tens of thousands of games told it that the more urgent the situation, the more it needed to calm down and think carefully. Continuing to play the game according to Wu Feng's rhythm, or begging for mercy in a humble way would never allow it to survive. To find a real glimmer of hope, it must fight for it. Sir! The little bear doll flattered cautiously, approaching carefully. Look at my hands, I don't have any fingers, isn't asking me to play rock, paper, scissors bullying me? It extended its hand in front of Wu Feng, as if wanting Wu Feng to examine its hand closely. Yes, I am indeed bullying. Wu Feng's words had just started when several black lines shot out from the little bear doll's hands, speeding directly towards Wu Feng's eyes. The speed of everything was fast. As the negative sound of bully began, the lines burst forth, and before the word was even fully spoken, the lines had already reached Wu Feng's eyes. However, the blessing of Reinhardt. The blessing of first strike cannot be ambushed. The player's first attack must hit. A dazzling golden light exploded from Wu Feng's body, and the black line shooting from the little bear doll simply vanished into nothingness with just a slight touch. The little bear doll showed no sign of frustration from this failed attack. On the contrary, this missed strike was entirely within its expectations. Bathed in Wu Feng's golden light, the little bear doll looked at Wu Feng without fear, speaking, "Human, do you really think you are invincible? Do you really think I have no way to deal with you? I am an immortal being. Do you really believe that I, who have lived for so long, am so simple? No one dares to corner me, not even the strongest being in this hospital." Wu Feng calmly listened to the little bear doll's ramblings. He knew that the little bear doll said so much just to buy time, but Wu Feng didn't care. In the dim room, the walls, striped in black and red, seemed to come alive. They began to open mouths and grow eyes. Blood began to surge forth from their mouths and eyes. At first, the blood flowed slowly, but after 3 or 4 seconds, it erupted profusely. The stench rushed to the brain. Soaking in this blood, the little bear doll grew larger, from the size of a palm to about twice Wu Feng's height. The walls, now sprouting limbs and eyeballs, slowly transformed into twisted upright monsters with countless hands and eyes. In this blood, do you still think you are invincible? The little bear doll's eyes shone red like headlights in the night. Wu Feng could clearly feel that something in the blood was absorbing his blood and some indescribable essence from his body. The blood surged and splashed, as a twisted upright monster made from the room rushed towards Wu Feng using its hands and feet. The distance between them was not far, and in just 3 or 4 steps, Wu Feng had already entered the monster's attack range. Watching the twisted upright monster raise its sharp black claws, Wu Feng stood calmly, motionless. As the wind from the claws whipped his hair, the monster's 5 claws pierced through Wu Feng's chest without any hindrance. It wasn't over yet. With the monster's immense strength, its entire hand sank deeply into Wu Feng's chest. The sound of bones shattering echoed, and chunks of internal organs shot out from Wu Feng's back. With that strike, a large hole appeared in Wu Feng's chest. The twisted upright monster stared at the scene in front of it, somewhat dazed. It looked at its hand that had pierced Wu Feng's chest and blinked in confusion. Did it get a one-hit kill? The little bear doll's small head displayed a great deal of bewilderment. Is it really dead? The little bear doll cautiously observed. With such a wound, Wu Feng's heart was likely shattered into pieces. If he was still alive. The title of strange definitely fits this human before me. Dead, without a doubt. Wu Feng is definitely dead. The teddy bear felt like it had punched cotton with all its strength. No, I've emptied everything I had with this attack. It won't be possible to do it again later. I was planning to fight you for 300 rounds, and you just went and died? Haha, the teddy bear didn't know why it wanted to laugh. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The crowd soaked in blood looked at this scene, equally at a loss. The hope that reignited deep within shattered into pieces. Someone desperately struggling in the blood to avoid drowning had now given up hope and allowed themselves to sink. Humans are truly fragile creatures. I was so cautious at first, it's really laughable. The teddy bear recovered from its earlier complex emotions. It looked at the humans who were either struggling, desperate, or letting themselves sink into the blood. The mindset of a hunter returned, and this returning mindset made it impatient to erase the feeling of punching cotton. The way to erase it was also very simple. Let's continue the game, it mocked, speaking to the crowd. Our game is not over yet, a familiar but unexpected voice echoed. The teddy bear's teasing expression instantly turned serious, and it turned to look in the direction of Wu Feng's corpse. At this moment, Wu Feng was still caught on the twisted humanoid arms, his chest bones protruding and flesh exposed. Suddenly, a bright red flame ignited in his chest. Phoenix's blessing, resurrect after death. The phoenix resurrects as well after revival. The flames violently expanded in the blink of an eye, engulfing Wu Feng's entire body. These flames did not harm him but instead began to miraculously restore his damaged parts. The blood boiled and churned under the flame's high temperature. Amidst the rising blood mist, Wu Feng's figure became hazy. Roar! With a piercing and loud roar, a scorched, twisted monster with 8 segments flew out from the smoke. It's my turn to attack. As the words were spoken, the sound of the sword blade rubbing against its sheath echoed like a dragon's roar, and a faint gleam appeared in the blood mist. The teddy bear's alarm bells rang in its heart. It remembered the dragon sword in Wu Feng's hand that had not yet been unsheathed. Gained 12 points of fear. Gained 99 points of fear. Gained 99 points of disbelief. Gained 120 points of anger with no way to express it. There is still one more chapter. Chapter 86, Ender Dragon Egg. Not bad, I originally just wanted to feel what the Phoenix's blessing was like, but unexpectedly gained something else. The Phoenix's blessing actually linked with the rebound cloak. When the Phoenix's blessing activates successfully and I begin to revive, the core ability 3 of the rebound cloak, who can kill me, actually synchronizes and activates. Within 10 minutes, the host cannot be harmed, and the damage caused will be increased tenfold. After 10 minutes, the effect disappears, and the host will die. This allowed Wu Feng's already abnormal ability to be amplified tenfold after his revival. It is no exaggeration to say that with the protection of Reinhardt, under the digitalized life and the tenfold damage boost, if he could return to the previous village instance and face the mountain god again. Even without using a nuclear bomb, with just the dragon sword in his hand, Wu Feng could slowly flatten the entire mountain. Big boss. Among the crowd, a girl with fair skin looked at Wu Feng as he sheathed his sword, speaking with a trembling voice. At this moment, the girl was sitting on the ground, her clothes damp from the earlier events. She hugged her shoulders with both hands, looking at Wu Feng with her expressive, sparkling eyes as if pleading. After tremblingly saying "Big boss," she fell silent and just stared at him. Wu Feng only glanced down slightly without saying anything, decisively turning around to prepare to activate the lucky block and leave. It's not that he was too cold-blooded. This girl, in his eyes, could clearly be saved and brought along, but after experiencing the last stabbing incident, the goodwill in Wu Feng's heart only supported him to rescue a few people when completing his own tasks. He wouldn't do anything for the purpose of saving strangers again. The fair-skinned girl didn't say anything, but that didn't stop others from speaking up. Big boss. A young man with a middle-part hairstyle spoke up, "Where are we going next?" Wu Feng didn't answer him but took out a pickaxe and opened the lucky block in front of him. The lucky block shattered, and several items appeared before him. An ender pearl, an obsidian, a lighter. And one more, an ender dragon egg. This can only be said to be quite ridiculous. Don't underestimate just one item. Don't forget Wu Feng now has a portable conversion table. One is equivalent to countless ones. One dragon egg is equivalent to having a dragon army. Just imagine how fierce that would be. With a wave of his hand, swarms of ender dragons would rush out from behind him. A mere weird thing becomes trivial. Where I can go, I can also go. From now on, it will truly be about easily attacking and defending. The ender pearl goes without saying, this is a great item for teleportation. In the future, not only can he fly freely, but he can also teleport anywhere at any time. As for the obsidian and the lighter, it's clearly a gateway to hell. If he encounters a weird instance that he cannot handle, he can leave a few clones and build a portal to hell to hide. Good things, all good things. It's just a pity that this time he didn't encounter a lucky block that gave a nuclear bomb like last time. According to his memory, lucky blocks come in many types. Each type of lucky block has a different limit for what it can produce. Some lucky blocks can even yield the sword of universe domination. Speaking of the sword of universe domination, Wu Feng couldn't help but start reminiscing. This sword is one of the most powerful weapons in my world. Its attack damage is instant kill, even undying units are instantly killed, similar to a code-like fatal mechanism. And once killed, they cannot be revived. Yes, cannot be revived. Even more exaggerated is that its attack range is infinite, and it cannot be destroyed. Promises made to readers for more updates. Chapter 87, what is that? And some lucky blocks have a very low limit. The most powerful thing might just be a diamond sword or something like that. Logically, someone as absolutely lucky as myself should have already encountered the lucky block that could yield the universe-dominating sword and opened it. However, counting the lucky blocks I've seen so far, including the one just now, I still haven't come across such a lucky block. It truly is strange. If absolute luck is still in effect, then could it be that there is something out there, in the depths of fate, preventing me from obtaining this bug-level weapon? This thought came quickly, and disappeared just as fast. After all, thinking about this problem right now is completely pointless. Wu Feng put everything he had obtained into his backpack, preparing to activate the Ring of Revenge to get a good look at what this so-called lover really was. The man with the middle part looked at Wu Feng for a long time without speaking. He opened his mouth again. "Boss, can you hear me?" Wu Feng turned to glance at the middle-parted man, coldly replying, "I don't plan to travel with you all anymore." Clearly terrified of the bear doll to the point of almost losing hope for survival. Now, however, facing Wu Feng, who was many times stronger than the bear doll, he did not show the slightest hint of fear. He casually said, "Boss, this is where you're wrong, you clearly have the power to protect us, so why abandon us? Do you have no kindness in your heart at all?" Wu Feng was amused by the middle-parted man's moral kidnapping. "If my heart truly had no kindness, I could have attacked after the bear doll killed all of you. That way, I could have gained even more fear points. In fact, Wu Feng could even gather fear points from you all. After all, there are so many of you, and that would be much faster than obtaining fear points from weird creatures. Wu Feng did not bother explaining anything to the middle-parted man. Conversing with such garbage was a complete waste of his time. Seeing that Wu Feng still did not respond, the middle-parted man continued, "With great power comes great responsibility. Protecting our safety is the responsibility you should fulfill. Of course, we can offer you a reward of several creepy coins." Wu Feng's figure vanished from the spot, and in a moment that the middle-parted man could not even perceive, a massive fist was already before him. The fist hit his chest, and Wu Feng could distinctly feel his fist sinking partly into the man's chest, the sound of bones cracking clear to hear. Under this punch, the middle-parted man was instantly propelled backward, crashing into the wall of the hallway not far away like a torn rag. Blood flowed backward. The middle-parted man felt a sharp pain in his chest as blood uncontrollably gushed out from his mouth. Ugh! The middle-parted man slid down the wall, supporting himself with his hands, the ground quickly becoming soaked with blood. After the punch, Wu Feng didn't even glance at the middle-parted man. What a thing, moral kidnapping, now addicted to it. As for great power, great responsibility? I don't eat beef, you should thank the heavens, just go. Turning around, he prepared to see how powerful the lover sent to chase him really was. His right hand gently stroked the ring of revenge on his index finger, locking onto the lover's location. Activate revenge. Activate worm of the bone. Revenge, all individuals causing you harm will be marked, allowing you to teleport to any place within 100 meters of the target, once per enemy, at a time. The curse of the bone sore. For every individual that has caused you harm, you can spend some strange currency to make them suffer under a curse named bone sore. This curse can reduce their physical skills by 30%, causing them to endure the pain of burning fire every night. A flash of light blue thunder passed over the ring of vengeance. I am the dividing line. Next, there will be another chapter. Chapter 88. Just you brat chasing me, right? We survived. In the end, we really survived. We are free. Cao Fulai crawled out from a certain pipe, unable to hide his smile. He looked at the muscular man in front of him, whose face was also smeared with blood, and they exchanged smiles, uncontrollably extending their fists to bump against each other. The tense nerves relaxed a little at this moment. Although the strange game reminded them that they would soon face the chase of the lover, they had still gained a certain amount of breathing room. Cao Fulai took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled, a heap of words piled up in his mouth. For example, this instance was terrifying and not at all like blood red. For example, where should they go next? For example, can we really survive? What exactly is this lover? But these words on the tip of his tongue turned into his daily sharing. Now there are more and more scams. Cao Fulai subconsciously pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Just as he was about to light one, he suddenly realized that the pack had been completely soaked in blood. He put the cigarettes back into his pocket and continued to speak. A few days ago, I signed up for a Latin dance training class. The muscular man sat on the ground recovering his strength. How old are you? Still learning Latin dance? This thing can be learned at any time. If I had learned it when I was a kid, I might have grown up too fast. Cao Fulai replied. The muscular man did not refute but stretched his body. How did those teaching Latin dance deceive you? Did they overcharge you? They didn't charge me extra. Cao Fulai shook his head. It's just that after practicing Latin dance for half a month, my little buddy hasn't grown any longer. Muscular man, oh, that's indeed a scam. You should make them refund your money. Your buddy hasn't grown longer? No problem, I can help you. A sudden and unfamiliar voice came from behind them. The two men tensed up, instinctively jumping away from the sound as they took out their strange items. A dull sound came from the wall in front of them, and several cracks spread outwards. A second dull sound followed, and the wall exploded. Amidst the dust and smoke, a bald man over 2 meters tall, wearing only shorts, slowly approached. The two men swallowed hard, just escaping the tiger's den to fall into the dragon's lair. Unexpectedly, the lover had already found them in such a short time. Two lovely little brides, I've finally found you, are you ready to marry me? Lover walked towards them, his robust chest exposing ribs that burst through flesh, as if they were man-eating fangs. Look carefully, we are men. Cao Fulai spoke up. We are men, how could we possibly be your brides? I know. The lover nodded, a small knife that clearly didn't match his size appearing in his right hand, but it doesn't matter. There are no conditions, we can create conditions, like removing some unnecessary body parts. You are a man, and you can also become my bride, my lover. We can become pure love. After some processing, we are pure love. Cao Fulai and the muscular man finally understood the origin of the name lover. Originally, they thought the lover had some kind of tragic, heroic love story. But it turned out to be man on top of man, a strong man forcing another man, and the lover had extreme physical power. I see asterisk. Cao Fulai injected all his weird coins into the strange item in his hand, then violently crushed it. After the bead shattered, it melted into the ground, and then the ground cracked and grew several vine-like tendrils with sharp spikes. The vines locked onto the lover's location, rapidly growing and spreading, tightly wrapping around him. Run! Gao Fulai shouted loudly, and the two of them simultaneously shot off, running in the opposite direction from the lover. The sound of their footsteps echoed back and forth, but the lover was not in a hurry, just staring at the direction they were running off to. Huff! Huff! The two of them were breathing heavily, not knowing how far they had run or how many turns they had made, until they finally stopped. Let's rest for a bit. Gao Fulai bent over, hands on his legs, trying to recover his strength. Running away like this is useless, we've already been locked onto by the lover. We need to come up with a way to trap him completely. The muscular man observed the surroundings, looking for something useful. He looked left, looked right. Left, right, and then saw something that looked like a face. It was the lover's face, quietly staring at them, as if it had never left. They were like a pair of playful deer, with nowhere to run. A sense of helplessness surged through the muscular man, his hands clenched tightly and trembling. He wanted to shout, but his throat felt tight, as if someone had wrapped an iron wire around his windpipe. Cold sweat slid down his back, like a cold centipede, crawling along his spine, one segment at a time. His heart was pounding, thump, 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 like a trapped beast banging against its cage. Unable to control himself, he bit down on his lower lip, and only when he tasted the rusty blood did he snap back to reality. Baby, look behind you. The face spoke. He turned his stiff neck and looked behind him. The complete lover was smiling faintly. Now look behind you again. Behind the lover, Wu Feng was holding an iron sword, stepping toward him. So, it's you who's chasing me, huh? If it feels uncomfortable or if there are toxic points, feel free to give me feedback here. Chapter 89, Directly Chop It to Pieces. Wu Feng's speed was very fast. The moment the lover turned around, Wu Feng was already at his side. The sword's edge tore through the air with a sharp "ai" sound. A flash of cold light. The lover's muscles, though twisted like giant snakes, and the strength could easily break through a hard wall. But at the moment the sword blade made contact, it tore apart like a thin sheet of paper. A deep wound appeared, revealing the bone, and thick, dark blood spurted out like rotten fruit juice. The blood splattered onto Wu Feng's face, warm and foul-smelling. Feeling the warmth on his face, he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, the desire to continue battling this strange enemy grew stronger in his heart. What a violent little beauty. For Wu Feng's strike, the lover still remained calm, like an old dog. Even though he realized Wu Feng could hurt him, even kill him. In this hospital, after all these years, except for certain forbidden things, he was the most invincible existence. And the reason he could be the most invincible. It's a pity that it doesn't work. This voice appeared behind the muscular man, at the location where he had just seen the lover's face. The face that was originally embedded in the wall slowly squeezed its way out. Your face is truly beautiful, I have decided to make you my bride number one. Another voice of the lover echoed, this time from behind Wu Feng. In this small space, such a powerful lover appeared 3 times. All right. Wu Feng's face was covered with deep black blood, the sticky liquid dripping from his chin, splattering on the floor with a drip. He grinned, his teeth glaringly white amidst the darkness. Before the words were out, sword light exploded like thunder. The wind passed, and the edge followed. The wind was cold, and the edge was cold. The air seemed to be split by this sword, and time and space seemed to pause at this moment. Thud. The sound of the dragon sword returning to its sheath echoed. Flesh, bones, and screams all disintegrated in an instant. Intestines, severed limbs, and the dark black blood poured down like a torrential rain, staining the walls, floor, and ceiling with the lover's deep black color. After a breath, it seemed as though the pause button had been pressed here. Silence enveloped every corner here. Wu Feng placed the dragon sword back into his backpack, tilting his head to look at the only remaining lover still standing there. But, I think you are more suitable for the role of bride. Gained 12 points of terror value. Gained 99 points of horror value. Gained 99 points of disbelief value. Gained 102 points of indescribable fear value. What the hell just happened? Gao Fulai's pupils suddenly contracted, his breath stuck in his throat. He felt like he had just blinked. In just a blink, had the lover already become everywhere? No, buddy. Are you cutting fruit or chopping a monster? I've never cut fruit so smoothly. And isn't a monster supposed to be unkillable? Are you human or a monster? If you are human, is all this really something humans can do? Just as he thought this, Gao Fulai gave up on thinking. Whether Wu Feng was human or a monster was meaningless. If he was a monster, he couldn't escape. If he was human, wouldn't that mean he was safe? The lover finally lost the calm demeanor it had just moments ago, watching Wu Feng approach, sword in hand. He began to slowly back away, saying, "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding." Wu Feng said nothing, merely advancing. Hearing the footsteps on the ground, the lover felt as if listening to the countdown of his own doom. Having lost so many of his own, he finally felt the terror of impending doom. "Don't come any closer. Don't be shy, come here and let me see." Wu Feng replied, his gaze piercing. "No. What do you want?" the lover cried out in terror. "I want to see how you've developed, see how to cut you into a bride." Wu Feng said. "No, no," the lover trembled, huddled in the corner like a little lamb. "Be good, let me see." Wu Feng insisted. "No. That's not up to you." Wu Feng grabbed the lover's head and swung the sword. "No," the lover screamed in despair. Gained 12 points of terror value. Gained 99 points of horror value. Gained 99 points of disbelief value. Gained 102 points of indescribable fear value. Gao Fulai and the muscular man frowned simultaneously upon hearing this scream, shaking their heads. Although they also hated the lover monster, at this moment, they felt a pang of shared pain. "I can't take it anymore, just watching makes me feel sick." Gao Fulai's face twisted in discomfort. "Not cut cleanly, no problem, I'll take another slice." Wu Feng certainly didn't focus on the lover's body, this statement was completely random. But the effect was immediate. The fear value increases by 120 points. The horror value gains 103 points. The unbelievable value reaches 111 points. The unspeakable fear value attains 102 points. Wu Feng repeated the process, but this time the points started to drop significantly. It seems he has reached the threshold of fear. Since he has reached the threshold, the lover is no longer useful. "Alright, I become the bride, can you let me go now?" the lover said in a hollow voice, as if her heart was dead. "Leave? You must be thinking too much." The wooden sword changed into an iron sword, and the lover was decapitated. Trash that could no longer provide fear value should just sleep here peacefully. 6.1 points turned into 6.2 points, an increase of 1 point. Although still very low, the score is at least slowly rising. There will be updates, either today or tomorrow. Chapter 90, Wu Feng, I've finally found you. At the same time, the boy returning to the Dragon Army team was looking at the image in his hand. His eyebrows raised, and his face was filled with joy. Captain, are you sure this person is the main sacrifice chosen by the descendants?" the boy, Xiao Bai, asked excitedly as he put down the image. The captain looked at the boy's reaction and curiously asked, "Why are you so happy about this person being a sacrifice? Is this person your enemy?" Being targeted by the descendants is not different from an unarmed ordinary person being hunted by a black bear. "Of course not," the boy quickly denied, then seriously said, "Didn't we just talk about how I met an incredibly powerful person?" Since joining the team again, Xiao Bai had talked about Wu Feng's deeds at least 3 or 4 times. However, everyone remained skeptical. The main reason was that Wu Feng's feat sounded too exaggerated. Like using a wooden pickaxe to smash through a steel block. Or training a butcher until he behaved like a little kitten. No, there was no metaphor, he really meowed like a kitten. The stories were too astonishing, and the captain couldn't accept their authenticity at first. "The person in the photo is the powerful one I'm talking about," Xiao Bai said as if he was about to laugh. "The descendants choosing him as the main sacrifice is probably going to cause big trouble." "Big trouble?" The captain shook his head silently in his heart, he did not say anything to discourage the boy's confidence. The terror of this mission is something no one can understand. The people of the descendants are not all human, some of them are even gods. His purpose here this time was to gather intelligence, not to stop them. After killing the lover, Wu Feng casually glanced at Gao Fulai and the muscle man, then slowly walked away as if nothing had happened. Gao Fulai and the muscle man admired the retreating Wu Feng, their expressions mixed. There was both admiration and a strange discomfort. After walking a distance, Wu Feng began to think. The strange game's main quest was to survive 3 days, and there was currently no danger around him, shouldn't he consider something like sleeping? After all, he now possessed the skills of my world, making it incredibly easy to create a comfortable resting environment. Thinking of this, Wu Feng decided without any hesitation to just do it. To build a comfortable room, the first thing needed was to collect some blocks. Wu Feng took out his wooden pickaxe and started digging at the wall in front of him. Before long, a stone block fell and was collected into his backpack. The wall revealed a hole, and looking into the hole, a girl turned around, her silver-white twin tail swaying naturally with her movement. On the left braid, a pink butterfly bow was tied, while a sky-blue bell was fastened to the right braid. Dingling, it rang. The girl completed her turn, her originally gloomy eyes widened and became round when she saw Wu Feng. Wu Feng? As a member of the descending faction, she had been looking for Wu Feng to the point of frustration. "Wu Feng! I finally found you." As she spoke, the girl hopped to the side of the cave entrance, extending her hand to open her palm. A colorful star candy lay quietly there. Let's play a game. The star candy floated gently, rapidly enlarging and ultimately turning into nothingness. A one-time golden strange item, wealth candy. After using it, we must have 2 rounds of competition. The girl said, the loser will become the winner's slave. As for what kind of competition? The girl tilted her head and laughed, her hair brushing against her cheek, revealing sweet dimples. We will compare the quality of strange items and strange coins. Her voice was filled with confidence because she had millions of strange coins in her hand. The strange items also included 2 golden ones and 1 low-quality pseudo-orange one. Although their power might be similar to the gold ones, in the eyes of the wealth candy, this item's quality could still easily surpass the golden quality. Chapter 91, 20 rainbow-colored strange items? Impossible, this is simply not possible. Wu Feng looked at his tens of millions of strange coins, 1 rainbow-colored strange item, and 3 golden strange items. He had seen many enemies wanting to harm him, but this was the first time someone wanted to become Wu Feng's slave from the start. The wealth candy that turned into nothingness cast a variety of colorful halos across the space. In the halo, the girl placed her hands on her hips, her nose scrunched up proudly, revealing 2 shiny little tiger teeth. This was truly effortless. Now, she was the big hero of the whole team. A group of people only knew her as the sister of some guy. Once I catch Wu Feng, I will make you see me in a whole new light. Wu Feng didn't say any trash talk before the match, just calmly summoned a clone, and then the clone took out 1 rainbow-colored strange item. There was no doubt that this rainbow-colored strange item was considered a low-quality product, but the wealth candy didn't care about that. 1 rainbow-colored strange item. A colorful halo slowly formed a string of words above Wu Feng's head. Eh? The girl's motion to take out the orange strange item froze, her pupils suddenly constricted, and her mouth formed an O shape. A moment later, her tiger teeth unconsciously bit her lower lip, and her fluffy skirt gently swayed with her trembling body. Even the little rabbit pattern on her white stockings seemed to display a shocked expression. You're lying. This is absolutely impossible? The girl's voice was intermittent, looking at Wu Feng, who was expressionless not far away. In her big eyes, mixed emotions of disbelief, confusion, admiration, and strong fear sparkled. No, it's impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could there really be rainbow-colored strange items in the world? Gained 12 points of fear value. Gained 99 points of horror value. Gained 99 points of unbelievable value. Gained 100 points of indescribable fear value. Looking at the fear values obtained, Wu Feng noticed some blind spots. The girl's fear value seemed a bit exaggerated. It was even similar to the fear value given by a strange being before dying. Interesting. Seeing this situation, Wu Feng decided to increase the stimulation. A phantom appeared, then quickly solidified. Clone number 2 appeared out of nowhere and calmly took out a rebound coat. 2 bizarre props in rainbow colors. This is not over. Clone number 3, clone number 4, clone number 5, clone number 6, clone number 7. A total of 20 clones appeared before the girl, each pulling out a rebound jacket. 20 bizarre props in rainbow colors. An outrageous number appeared above Wu Feng's head. Wait, looking at the scene before her, the girl desperately shook her head. She began to doubt if she had fallen under some kind of illusion or bizarre tool from the opponent. No, it's impossible, this can't be real. How could there possibly be more than 20 bizarre props in rainbow colors in the world? Gained 100 points of terror value. Gained 100 points of horror value. Gained 100 points of disbelief value. Gained 100 points of indescribable fear value. Impossible? Wu Feng remained silent, only increasing the number of clones continuously. 20, 30, 40. I am the dividing line. Just got off work, totally exhausted, originally planned to rest today, but saw the love letter and likes from Drelg of Lion City. Although the gifts combined are just over $1, the streamer still felt motivated. Thank you, Drelg from Lion City. To be honest, the manuscript fee for this book is still not more than the tip of the author's salary. To keep going relies entirely on feedback, no need to send expensive gifts, sending some free ones counts as receiving feedback. No need to send 3, just send 1 while yawning is fine. And thanks to Yang Chuanxue, who loves to eat fish balls, for many gifts, thank you. Chapter 92, How to Gain a Large Amount of Fear Value. Wait a minute. The wall between the two was completely shattered, and the girl was surrounded by Wu Feng's clones wearing bizarre props in rainbow colors. She looked at the circle of figures and suddenly shouted, the 2 ponytails swung sharply because of her quick movements, the bells at the ends ringing. She tightly gripped the hem of her clothes, her knuckles turning white, her lips trembling slightly, as if she had made some kind of determination. Myself. Am I going to hold everyone back again? Even with 2 golden bazaar props, will I still be a burden? Memories began to flash in her mind. Flashing the image of her mother smiling at her before dying, flashing her brother's tear-filled eyes, flashing the bloody silhouette of her friend. I want to become strong, strong enough that everyone I know will never be hurt because of me, strong enough to protect my brother. But, I. Tears uncontrollably overflowed from the corners of the girl's eyes. Wu Feng before her still coldly stared at her, his ice-like pupils reflecting her tear-filled look. The girl's knees began to weaken, her fluffy skirt quivering slightly like a frightened small animal. But she still bit her lip, trying hard not to let the tears fall. I want to become strong, I want to protect those who love me. Her voice grew softer, her tiger teeth lightly biting her lower lip, as if stubborn, pleading, and struggling at the end. Please, please. The voice was as low as a mosquito. She knew she was destined to lose, and knew she had no right to make any demands. But. The girl raised her head, her amber pupils glistening with tears, her 2 ponytails drooping weakly, like a defeated little beast. Please, after I become a slave, don't let me hurt my family and companions. Gained 134 points of terror value. Gained 120 points of horror value. Gained 100 points of disbelief value. Gained 101 points of indescribable fear value. Looking at the various fear values obtained, Wu Feng wondered if he had seen it wrong. So much, truly too much. This is far more than he earned while pretending in front of the bazaar. Why did she give so many fear values? Wu Feng carefully pondered the girl before him. Wanting to become stronger, wanting to protect. Afraid of her friends being hurt. TSK. Wu Feng seemed to have figured something out, and to confirm his guess, he asked. Of course, I can spare your family and friends, he said, looking at the girl's expression, but there is a condition. What is the condition? The girl's eyes regained their spark. You will commit suicide, the cold voice rang out like iron. Okay. The girl's voice was almost inaudible, yet it came without hesitation. She slowly straightened up, her fingers trembling as she took a dagger from her bosom. You have 10 seconds to act, Wu Feng continued. The girl's originally trembling hand suddenly clenched tightly, then without hesitation placed it against her snowy white neck. Kick. Sure enough. Death and the approach of death are not the most terrifying and bizarre things in the world. Some things are much more frightening than death. Kick. Wu Feng thought of a good way to collect fear points. The first step of this method was to make the girl undergo a super evolution. Once she evolved to gain the power to protect her companions and family, Wu Feng would then revoke the super evolution. Kick. Who knows how much fear value this would yield? Although obtaining this fear value would take some time. But that was not a big problem. Then let's go. Character, Gao Kiki. Golden talent, treasure hunting. Current fear point total is enough for the character to undergo super evolution. You can revert Gao Kiki back at any time. After super evolution, Gao Kiki will evolve from the golden talent treasure hunting to the rainbow-colored talent, pseudo Starry Vault. Starry Vault, a treasure trove containing tens of thousands of bazaar items, including 5,000 white bazaar items, 3,000 green bazaar items, 10 gold bazaar items, 5 orange bazaar items, 1 rainbow-colored bazaar item, pseudo. Gao Kiki can retrieve bazaar items through the golden portal using her mind. Would you like to undergo super evolution? Yes, no. What the? Wu Feng felt puzzled. How can your pseudo-rainbow talent look much stronger than my true rainbow talent? Complaining aside, Wu Feng still chose yes. Yes. Feeling like the character is too positive, the next thing the protagonist seems to do is something bad. 0.0. Thanks for many gifts from Yang Qingsnow, thank you. Thanks for the gifts from Dragus. Thanks for the flowers from Li Fu. Thanks for the flowers from the big brother who likes jokes. Thanks for the likes from user 370762-757-2352. Chapter 93, Divine Being. Wu Feng's words settled in his heart. The girl's gaze, once filled with despairing days, regained its sparkle as she looked at the panel that suddenly appeared before her. The position that originally stated the golden talent, treasure hunting, was now spinning like a rainbow vortex. The vortex slowly stopped and finally settled into a brilliant display of rainbow light. Talent upgrade completed, treasure hunting, upgraded to Starry Vault. Quality, golden, upgraded to rainbow, pseudo. Starry Vault, a treasure trove containing tens of thousands of bazaar items, including 5,000 white bazaar items, 3,000 green bazaar items, 10 gold bazaar items, 5 orange bazaar items. Among them, the purple items are. The gold items are. The orange items are Pisces Ring. The rainbow-colored items, pseudo, are Shadow Leap. Rainbow-colored bazaar item, pseudo Shadow Leap. Description. Core ability 1, the player can appear in any shadow within a kilometer radius, each move costs bazaar currency. Core ability 2. What's happening? Looking at the new content appearing on the panel, she was momentarily dazed before excitement surged through her veins. Wow. She silently shouted in her heart. The orange item Pisces ring can immunize against mental attacks, and Shadow Leap can teleport. This means she could completely evade all the effects caused by the wealth candy and escape from here. She suddenly jumped up. The fluffy skirt swayed up and down. The girl's twin ponytails danced in the colorful light. Although she didn't know why Wu Feng could possess so many strange, colorful props, she could be sure that there must be some trick to it. If the officials truly had someone with so many colorful oddities, the descending faction couldn't possibly not have any information. Although she suspected Wu Feng had something up his sleeve, the girl's first thought was still to run. After all, she had just gained a colorful talent and wasn't very familiar with the various props inside. Wu Feng's expression didn't change, still cold with dead fish eyes. If you don't kill yourself now, what I promised you will be voided, Wu Feng continued to act. The girl showed no fear, her face full of a smile called confidence. 1 colorful prop, 5 orange props, and 10 golden strange props. Such a luxurious setup could even cause chaos with a dog. He. With a light laugh, the girl returned to her former little devilish self. Mr. Wu Feng, the previous agreement is null and void. The corners of the girl's mouth curled into a sly arc as her slender fingers pressed against her chest, putting on a butterfly-shaped brooch, shadow step. We'll meet again. In an instant, her figure dissipated into the ground like ink spreading. Wu Feng only felt something flash past his feet, the girl's unique fragrance still lingering in the air. Looking at the empty room, he clicked his tongue in admiration. Why hadn't he awakened such a powerful, colorful talent? What rubbish is a clone? Even if the awakened talent was a stand-in, it would be fine. He could still go ola. In a dim room, an old neon sign was the only source of light here. A faint purple glow spread through the air of the room. A man with scars on his face sat on a leather sofa, holding a burning cigarette between his fingers. Back? He grinned, the scars shifting with his muscles, like a centipede crawling on his face. The girl turned around and closed the door. I saw Wu Feng. The girl got straight to the point. Good, do you remember the location? The girl didn't answer directly but said, he's very strong. It doesn't matter how strong he is, the man gazed into the distance, his gaze sharp like a knife, just remember his location. That's right, little girl, it doesn't matter how strong he is. The voice came from beside the girl, sounding like a leaky, broken pottery jar. She turned around. The speaker was an old man in tattered ancient robes, his skin resembling swollen tree bark, with a rusted copper chain wrapped around his neck. The most horrifying thing was his eyes. There were no pupils, just 2 clusters of eerie green flames flickering in the eye sockets. This is that god. The divine being who called himself the god of the land. Although the girl knew the divine being would act with them, it was still her first time seeing his true face. Just a little human, tell me the location, and I'll be right back, the deity spoke. Chapter 94, the effect is solid, but is this it? After the girl left, Wu Feng was not idle either, he repaired the walls and began to expand the room. Kitchen, bedroom, living room. Due to the infinite water property of a bucket of water, Wu Feng even built a swimming pool. Not only that, but he also took some fluorite from hell to decorate the pool and bedroom. Looking at the aesthetically pleasing residence before him, Wu Feng nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, now entering the strange game feels like a vacation. Wu Feng nodded, taking an apple out of his pocket. Suddenly, the surface of the apple grew fine beads of blood. A blurry human face slowly bulged under the fruit peel. The features of that face were like a muddy doll, starved by children, with a crooked mouth that suddenly opened, making a wet sound. Let me also taste your flavor, okay? I taste your big asterisk. Wu Feng's palm suddenly exerted force, and the apple in his hand instantly turned into countless pieces that splashed out. Asterisk has caused you mental harm, and has marked. You can take revenge on. Revenge, all individuals who have caused you harm will be marked. You can teleport to any place within 100 meters of the target based on this mark, only once for each enemy, and every use requires a large amount of mysterious coins. What's there to hesitate about? Just go for it. A good apple actually turned into this. Launch revenge. A mark appeared in Wu Feng's mind, and it seemed to be just a few meters away. Wu Feng turned towards the direction of the mark. According to the mark prompt, the enemy was right behind the wall. Well, now even the mysterious coins needed for teleportation could be saved. Without any mercy, the dragon sword in his hand was drawn, and the wall in front of him instantly turned into powder. Behind the wall was a muddy sculpture of a deity. It couldn't be completely called a muddy sculpture, as the right half of this statue was half a foot of muddy golden body, while the left half was peeling away to reveal a decaying corpse, showing gray-white bones and tangled blood-red roots. The muddy sculpture wore a black gauze hat. At this moment, the black gauze hat had already transformed into a living thing, its wings extending into two centipedes, gnawing on its own rotting scalp. The peachwood staff in the muddy deity's hand was constantly dripping blood. At this time, the land deity looked completely different from when he was chatting with the girl. Little friend Wu Feng. The half-rotted lips of the land deity did not move, yet the sticky call echoed from his decayed throat. I have a great opportunity to give to you. He violently thrust the peachwood staff into the ground. Crack! The ground began to squirm, and Wu Feng felt like he was stepping on a stomach. From the black softened floor, several mouths appeared, fiercely trying to bite the soles of Wu Feng's shoes. TSK, the skill effect is quite impressive. Wu Feng flew up into the air to escape the ground attacks, the dragon sword humming in his hand. Before he finished speaking, Wu Feng, holding the dragon sword, had already reached in front of the land deity. The sword had not yet reached, but the sword energy had already plowed a foot-deep char mark on the ground, and numerous sharp traces appeared on the land deity's rotting robe. What? In a hurry, the land deity raised the peachwood staff to block. The dragon sword cut through the staff like cutting paper. The dragon sword's momentum did not diminish and directly pierced into the land deity's chest. The land deity's health bar dropped by 40%. The effect is quite strong, but is this all? Wu Feng kicked the land deity away, embedding him into the wall, and smoothly pulled out the dragon sword from his chest. Old dang, you said you would give me opportunities, and it's not polite to come without giving a gift. I will give you a present too. Wu Feng took out TNT. This chapter is really exhausting to write. I feel like I didn't write much, but the content requires a lot of research. I want to restore the strange image of the land deity as much as possible. After restoring for a long time, I almost got taken out by the protagonist in one strike. I initially wanted to write more about the fight, but after thinking it through, a quick kill makes more sense, as the protagonist has so many buffs, it wouldn't be reasonable if he couldn't get a kill. Chapter 95, God Slaying. Wait a minute. The land deity begged for mercy, but suddenly, his words came to an abrupt halt. The fiery red TNT was stuffed into his mouth in a very unusual way. Without hesitation, Wu Feng directly lit the TNT. Taking a couple of steps back, he casually put the lighter back into his pocket. Boom! At the moment of the explosion, the land deity's body burst apart like a rotting fruit. What was spewing from the explosion was not flesh and blood, but smoke and dust. After the devastating damage of TNT, the health bar above the Earth God's head was only about 20% left. It's a bit strange, Wu Feng muttered to himself. Everything in front of him seemed normal, but he always felt an indescribable oddity. Uii. What about you? Wu Feng stepped forward and grabbed the Earth God's broken body. I'm really tired of your weird words. Are you going to beg for mercy or give me Eerie coins? A little mortal is truly laughable. Those targeted by K cannot escape. The Earth God said this. K? Wu Feng asked, his tone filled with skepticism, who is this K you speak of? The Earth God fell silent and simply stared at Wu Feng's face, a smile revealing itself on his shattered clay-like features. Having such power is truly gratifying. Your body barely deserves to be called great in front of that adult. The Earth God in Wu Feng's hands began to melt away, flowing from his grasp like water. The melting Earth God fell to the ground and flew in a certain direction. It seems you have something good in your hands that can lock onto enemies. The familiar voice of the Earth God echoed. Following the source of the voice, Wu Feng saw a giant creature with 3 faces. Below the waist of the giant creature was a centipede-like body. The centipede's 100 legs were composed of dozens of dry bones and rotten flesh, each foot adorned with a copper bell. Among the 3 faces, the kind-looking one looked at Wu Feng, and the voice came from this face. It's a pity, such things are of no use to me, the Earth God's voice sounded. Why do you talk so much? A pearl of void energy dropped onto the Earth God's face. Wu Feng's figure teleported in front of him. The dragon sword did not come out of its sheath, instead, he took out a revolver. Frenzy activated. Special ability, New Frenzy. Frenzy, after the player activates Frenzy, the revolver will switch to automatic mode, firing 20 bullets per second. Frenzy can last for 20 minutes, and each activation costs Eerie coins. Frenzy has no cooldown. The roar of bullets blasting from the chamber instantly tore everything apart. The flames spouting from the gun's mouth dyed the entire area a crimson red, and the rain of bullets poured like a torrential downpour onto the distorted body of the Earth God. Enhanced by true damage, the power of these bullets was incalculable. Countless bullets pierced through the Earth God's centipede body. A massive amount of fragrant ash erupted from the wounds. The segments of the Earth God's centipede body exploded one by one, and the fragments of its shell naturally turned to ash in the air. After wildly shooting for 3 minutes, Wu Feng once again grabbed the barely alive remnants of the Earth God. Who is K? With 5% of its health left, the Earth God's terrifying face revealed a smile. Do you want to meet the Great K? About that, Wu Feng nodded. I want to kill him. The Earth God was quite pleased with Wu Feng's arrogance. Worried about not being able to trick you into becoming the main sacrifice. Then go in and meet K. As soon as the words fell, a crack opened in the ground. Wu Feng threw the Earth God's remains onto the ground and then stepped on it. The 5% health bar hit 0. He entered through the crack, and the air around him gradually solidified into a thick darkness, as if each step brought him deeper into the netherworld. The road ahead seemed to stretch infinitely, the walls on either side transforming into writhing flesh, and the ground beneath his feet began to soften, each step splattering foul black blood. A deep, resounding sound of a bronze bell echoed, seeming to come from afar while also ringing in his ears. Whispers of countless people filled his ears. Uncertain how much time had passed, finally, at the end of the darkness, a shadow appeared. A figure sat on the decaying bronze throne, wearing the 12-feathered emperor's crown. Each strand of jade beads on the crown emitted a faint white light, as if suppressing something. On the crown's peak lay the seal of Feng, its inscriptions formed by writhing bloodworms, continuously dripping black blood. Beneath the 12-feathered emperor's crown was a majestic face, but at this moment, the corners of this face's mouth split to the roots of the ears, revealing white fangs. This is... Wu Feng looked at the seal of Feng, and his guess slipped out. Feng Emperor? The Feng Emperor sat high upon the bronze throne, with 3 forms of law rotating around him, his imperial robe flowing with fiery flames. He slowly raised his head, his eyes beneath the 12-feathered crown like deep whirlpools, staring directly at Wu Feng. Wu Feng, he spoke. The voice did not come from the air but reverberated directly within Wu Feng's skull. Wu Feng looked above the 12-feathered crown, at the long string of bloodlines. Why call your grandpa? He replied. The pace quickened, striving to fill the pit and conclude around 230,000 words. Chapter 96, Gods? Just a bunch of mud chickens. Facing Wu Feng's provocation, the Feng Emperor did not show any unusual expression. His emotionless eyes looked down, as if gazing at an ant. The ignorant fear nothing. The ominous voice was deafening. Wu Feng was about to step forward, but saw a lucky block appear before him. Without any hesitation, he opened it, and several items appeared. A sword, a helmet, a chestplate, leg armor, and shoes. The sword was the sword of universe control. The helmet was the endless helmet. The chestplate was the endless chestplate. The leg armor was the endless leg armor. The shoes were the endless shoes. Wu Feng expressionlessly donned everything, saying, yes, the ignorant fear nothing. He stood on the ground, gazing far at the towering Feng Emperor, the sword of universe control slowly raised in his hand, its tip pointing straight at the god. Die. The brilliance on the sword's body swirled like the galaxy, as if the entire universe's laws had just been rewritten. The incomprehensible attack caused the 12-feathered crown of the Feng Emperor to violently tremble, the eye sockets behind the crown crazily flickering with crimson flames, as if desperately trying to analyze this beyond comprehension strike. At the same time, his 3 forms of law began to twist. The previous contempt, intimidation, and disdain all turned into horror. This is impossible. Before the voice could fully escape, his body began to step into death. The imperial robe on him began to burn from the bottom, and the death book in his hand flipped pages on its own, each page revealing his own name. On each name, an unnamed force cruelly slashed it out. K's fingers began to dissipate into dust. This was not a simple dissipation, but a spread from past K to present K, beginning to vanish. It seemed that causality was about to completely erase K. The Feng Emperor looked down at his hands that were dissipating, watching them turn to dust and float away. K could not understand what this force was, which could render him, who possessed causality and karmic power, completely defenseless. What, exactly are you? K's voice was intermittent, like a malfunctioning broadcast, mixed with harsh static. You're talking too much, I can't be bothered to communicate with you. Wu Feng replied. K tried to counterattack, but found the judge's pen and death book in his hand had long since turned to dust and disappeared. K stood up, suddenly spreading his arms wide, wanting to unleash the 18 layers of hell to drag Wu Feng in. However, the idea was rich, while reality was stark. The realm had only just formed halfway when a beam of sword light shot up into the sky. The 18 layers of hell disintegrated like a piece of low-quality rice paper being torn apart. K's crown finally shattered, with jeweled feathers exploding one after another, the dim flames in his eye sockets wailing as they extinguished. No, it's impossible. This was the last line spoken by the Feng Emperor, as K's body was like a sketch erased by an eraser. First, the outline blurred, and then completely transparent vanished. The entire space began to collapse, and Wu Feng put the sword back into his backpack. God? A group of useless chickens and dogs. I will figure out everything that has happened in this world, and then I will end them. After saying this, Wu Feng flew into the air, returning the way he came. I wonder if that god has caught Wu Feng. The girl, Gao Kiki, spoke, a bit worried. Don't worry. With a god intervening, Wu Feng won't escape, the scarred man said confidently. With a god's help, the plan to summon that one can't possibly fail. Chapter 97, almost knocked Kay to death with one punch. Wu Feng stepped out from the cracks in the ground, deafening sounds of tearing earth came from behind. At this moment, the strange game began to twist. The ceiling above curved like an old curtain, and the ground was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. It feels like this game dungeon is about to break, Wu Feng murmured while looking at the surroundings. Ha 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 ha. Laughter came from below the ground. We have come out, ha 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 ha. That damned Emperor of Feng sealed me in the 18 layers of hell. Ha ha ha, now I am finally out. A grey-blue giant hand suddenly broke through the ground, 5 fingers twisting and deforming. A vertical pupil split open in the center of the palm, faces of all kinds continuously emerged within the pupil. I was once a god, that damned Emperor of Feng actually said I was deeply infected, ha ha ha, absurd to the extreme, doesn't he look at himself? His appearance is the true sign of being deeply infected. It seems like the Emperor of Feng is dead. Now, can I do whatever I want? The ground bulged up to form a mound 1 meter high, and the creature that spoke gradually emerged from the surface. The creature's face had no features, but it could accurately locate Wu Feng's direction. Kay twisted towards Wu Feng and spoke. Oh, just out and already have a little snack. Gunshots rang out, a bullet accurately pierced through the unknown creature's head, the bullet's kinetic energy undiminished as it continued to drill into the ground behind the creature. Looks like you know a lot, Wu Feng's figure appeared before the unknown creature, and along with him came a fist the size of a sandbag. The fist came crashing down on Kay, empowered by protection, true damage, and equipment bonuses. The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. With one punch, the ground cracked and shattered, Kay's massive body completely emerged from the ground, and then flew backward like a rag. This punch left the unknown creature dumbfounded. The feeling from this punch was even more terrifying than facing the Emperor of Feng. This punch nearly knocked himself to death. Looking at the guy who was continuously flying backward, Wu Feng helplessly shrugged. He thought, how strong is he? A half-hearted punch turned this guy into this? Aren't you a god? Wu Feng followed up again, reaching above Kay as he flew, then stepped down on Kay's face with force. The featureless face instantly caved in, and the sound of cracking bones was incessant. The unknown god's body smashed into the ground like a cannonball. Kay desperately tried to do something, but it was all in vain. Kay slammed into the floor, and from him as the center, long cracks opened in the surrounding ground. Below the ground, Kay's torso was bent into a V shape, and various organs flowed out from the gaps between his ribs. I ask, you answer. Wu Feng looked at Kay, whose health bar was down to 20%, his emotionless voice traveled through the hole created by the impact, reaching Kay's ears. Do you understand? Understood, understood. The unknown god nodded desperately. God transcends, truly a great intestinal crisis. Originally thought that after coming out, I could dominate the world. Unexpectedly, the moment I showed up, I was treated like a ball being kicked. Are humans nowadays really this twisted? Chapter 98 Great Xiao Dynasty. The Grim Reaper has come, and everyone will die by accident. Wu Feng had just opened his mouth, when the scene became blurry, and his brain began to feel hazy. By the time the haze cleared, the deity before him had vanished. At the same time, a window popped up in front of him. The player has resolved the biggest crisis in the dungeon, and the survival task has been completed early. After the simple window appeared, Wu Feng's body had already exited the dungeon and returned to the real world. Looking at the familiar sofa before him, Wu Feng grinned. Interesting. A low-quality task window, a hasty exit method. It was clear that he had touched upon some core information that could even overturn the entire bizarre world. Seriously, you can't even put on a show? At least give some achievements and settle the rewards. Wu Feng did not dwell too much on it but began to think about what to do next. After pondering for a moment, he resolutely started a new round of the bizarre game. After all, if he wanted to know the truth of the world, he still had to search within the bizarre world. There are 10 minutes left before entering the bizarre game, please prepare, player. As soon as this voice fell, another voice immediately followed. Detected that the player is about to enter the bizarre game, please choose one from the following 3 cheats. Cheat 1, I've darkened. I've darkened. After choosing to darken, the player's dark side increases, and all attributes boost by 5 times. Cheat 2, your horse doesn't run faster than my horse. Your horse doesn't run faster than my horse. When the player shouts this phrase, the player's movement speed will always exceed everyone else's. Cheat 3, lying children aren't allowed to ride. Lying children aren't allowed to ride. When someone lies to the host, they will uncontrollably have diarrhea. This cheat is conceptual, any unit will have diarrhea. All 3 cheats are trash, and if one had to be slightly better, it would be the third cheat, and didn't the third cheat seem a bit familiar? Come on, you give a cheat but you want to be lazy, right? I choose the third cheat. After selecting the cheat, a personal panel popped up. Name, Wu Feng. Talent, rainbow color, infinite cloning. Cheats, 1, absolute luck. 2, data life, upgradable, 3, brain projection, 4, super evolution, 5, lying children aren't allowed to ride. Bizarre items, rainbow bizarre item, rebound cloak. Orange bizarre item, revenge ring. Purple bizarre item, yin yang pendant. Blue bizarre item, flying dagger. Unknown special items, universe's domination sword, endless helmet, endless chest armor, endless leggings, endless shoes, nuclear bomb. 3 seconds left before entering the bizarre game. 3, 2, 1. Darkness, falling, a light screen appeared in front of him. Entry successful. Dungeon name, Great Xia Dynasty. Difficulty, no survivors. Type, multiplayer dungeon. Description, this is a decaying dynasty, this is a thoroughly rotten dynasty, this is a bizarre dynasty, this is a dynasty where the emperor has died. Main task, kill the Great Xia Emperor. Opening his eyes, he was met with dazzling sunlight and noisy sounds. As his eyes gradually adapted to the sunlight, Wu Feng saw everything clearly. Men in ragged clothes carrying shoulder poles, peddlers selling goods, a fortune-telling blind man playing the eru. Signs above shops reading tea, salt, and goods. An ancient market street. Wu Feng sighed and looked again at the world description and main task. The description said the emperor was already dead, yet the main task was to kill the Great Xia Emperor. Are you debugging here? Well, no need to think, this must be targeted by the bizarre game. You lowly one, your shadow has touched mine. A harsh voice rushed directly into Wu Feng's ears. The speaker was a knife-wielding constable. At that moment, he had a face full of disdain. Rule 1, do not do anything that goes against your class. I'm talking to you, you lowly gray band. Seeing Wu Feng's lack of response, the constable spoke again. Wu Feng looked at his arm, which was tied with a gray band. Wu Feng glanced around, noticing that most people's arms were adorned with gray bands, only a few had white or green ones. The constable in front of him was one of the white band owners. Seeing that Wu Feng still did not respond, the constable did not get angry or take further action. A smile appeared on his face, and the vendors around Wu Feng began to retreat, even leaving their stalls up. It was as if these people who made a living were no longer important. Everyone who violates the rules will meet a disastrous end. The constable began to back away. A 15 or 16-year-old boy on the second floor of the tea house watched everything below with great interest, his arm adorned with a striking green band. Like usual, he picked up the slingshot in his hand, casually selecting among the gray bands, then pulled back the slingshot. Just as he was about to fire, he was bumped by someone, causing him to release the slingshot, and the pointed stone flew off course. The boy turned around and, upon seeing the white band on that person's arm, his expression turned furious, lowly commoner. A mounted boy was passing through the street, and the stone struck directly in the horse's eye. The white horse neighed, throwing its rider to the ground, and bolted forward without hesitation. In front of a magnificent building, the lanterns that were strung together silently slipped down, winding around the horse's body as if caught in a gust of wind. The horse is frightened, the horse is frightened. Someone shouted. The rapid sound of hooves rushed towards Wu Feng. The constable seemed to connect the dots and smiled without speaking. The out-of-control white horse quickly came into view in front of Wu Feng, the string of red lanterns menacingly swinging towards Wu Feng's neck, as if about to wrap tightly around it. Nay, the sound of neighing rang out again, as the white horse's front hoof seemed to be caught on something, and its massive body collapsed with a thud, sliding next to the constable, sending dust flying everywhere. The string of lanterns that had been racing towards Wu Feng's neck was pushed away by this force. The white horse struggled to stand, running forward, and in the shocked gaze of the constable, that string of red lanterns tangled around its arm. Before he could react further, a tremendous force lifted his entire body, and then his back slammed into the ground. He was dragged away across the stony ground towards the distance. How is this possible? How could this happen? It shouldn't be me. It shouldn't be me. His voice became more distant and smaller. According to what the teacher said, shouldn't the rules in the strange game be made clear from the start? Wu Feng looked at Rule 1 and mumbled to himself. There's something going on behind the scenes, this bizarre game isn't even pretending anymore. Chapter 99 The Great Xia Dynasty. No one left. In the midst of chaos, Wu Feng retreated to a dark corner and threw the ender pearl in his hand to leave this place of troubles. Aside from the system targeting this aspect, this strange instance was notably different from the previous ones. Firstly, the map had expanded by who knows how many times. Then there was his own body. Wu Feng glanced at the gray band tied around his arm, as if he had always been a resident of this world. No explanation for the identity? Wu Feng grumbled. Player Wu Feng. This time's identity is... A long string of garbled information popped up in front of him, as if something was preventing him from obtaining information. Wu Feng gradually got used to such things. What he cared about the most was still what had just happened, Damn it, these guys' coins are not strange coins. To do something well, it is very hard without money. Touching the small silver pieces borrowed from the constable, Wu Feng thought of a good place to go. Leaving here, wearing a mask, Wu Feng walked straight through the noisy crowd to a certain place. Stop. The bouncer at the entrance of the gambling house stared fiercely at Wu Feng. A new face? Do you have enough money? Wu Feng spread his hand, shook his sleeve, and a silver ingot appeared in his palm. The silver reflected the sunlight. Sir, please come in. The bouncer immediately turned friendly. Lifting the curtain, Wu Feng stepped inside. Shouts, dice rolling, curses mixed together in a blur. Wu Feng glanced around and chose the liveliest table shake bao. So-called shake bao was actually betting on big or small. The dealer shook the dice and covered the cup on the table. The gamblers placed their bets, betting on big or small, the points, odd or even, three of a kind, a leopard, pairs, and so on. Rule 2, if you enter the gambling house, please make sure not to win money, and certainly do not lose. Not win money? Does this mean I am betting my life against theirs directly? Wu Feng sneered, pushing past one frenzied gambler after another. On the gambling table were piles of copper coins. Open, the dealer lifted the cup. Inside were 3 ones, 3 of a kind, a leopard. Ah! I knew it. I knew there would be a leopard. I should have just bet on the leopard. I'll go back and sell my daughter. Just one bet and I can turn everything around. Lost again, lost again. It must have been that damn wife calling me earlier, it must have been. If she hadn't called me back, I wouldn't have hesitated to bet on the leopard. These frustrated people shouted loudly, their hair turning white at a visibly fast rate. After a round, the dealer continued to shake the dice. The cup fell to the table. Friend, I see you're a new face. Is this your first time in a place like this? The person beside Wu Feng said, sizing him up. Wu Feng ignored him, instead taking out all of his silver and placing a bet on 3 sixes. 3 sixes. The person saw what Wu Feng was doing and chuckled lightly, thinking he was just some guy crazed for money. Once you place your bet, it's locked in. The dealer shouted, and opened the cup. Heaven's card opens, the eye of the earth shows, 3 sixes, a leopard. According to the gambling house rules, the odds for 3 sixes were 200:1. Wu Feng had just bet 3 taels of silver, so he received 600 taels in return. The big man beside him was stunned. Just with this one bet, he could tell Wu Feng was no ordinary person. Brother, I was blind earlier, the man apologized and said no more. The silver was distributed, and there was no unusual scene, as if Rule 2 was just decoration. In the second round, Wu Feng continued to bet on the leopard. Heaven's card opens, the eye of the earth shows, 3 sixes, a leopard. 600 taels of silver multiplied by 200 times, 120,000 taels of silver. You truly have incredible luck, I'll have someone bring you your silver notes. The dealer said, instructing someone to fetch the money. Brother, you're truly amazing. The man's eyes were full of admiration. My name is Lu Peijia, would you be interested in doing something big together? My family has tens of thousands of taels of gold. Lu Peijia kept talking, trying to tempt Wu Feng with various offers, but Wu Feng said nothing, simply waiting quietly. A sweet, fragrant breeze swept past, interrupting his speech. Young master, here are your silver notes. Slender white fingers handed over a few silver notes. Young master, you really have great skills. The voice was lingering, and the nails painted with rouge lightly grazed Wu Feng's palm. My skills are not limited to these. Wu Feng grabbed the woman's hand and slowly stood up. A flash of light appeared, and the woman only felt a cold sensation around her neck. Her vision suddenly spun. Her large head flew up high, her red lips still held an alluring curve. The severed neck sprayed blood like a fountain, dyeing everything red. The head fell onto the gambling table, rolling toward the dealer. Her bloodied eyelashes trembled continuously, and her red lips were still moving, as if still speaking. Young master, what do you mean by this? There is no other meaning, there is a rule that requires me not to win money. Wu Feng spoke, slowly drawing his long sword. I am a person who follows rules the most, so I will give you all the money I have won. He spoke every word distinctly. Now, rob. Wu Feng stepped forward and crushed the talking head of a suspicious character with his foot, loudly looking around. Everyone, rob. Even during his earlier trip to get money, he had already sent his clones to find out where the hidden money compartment was. He never intended to win money through gambling, robbing was much faster than gambling. Moreover, every single person here to gamble was more than deserving of death. The bloody scene shocked some of the gamblers, but a portion of the gamblers with bloodshot eyes remained unconcerned. ing. Before he could finish his sentence, Wu Feng, hiding in the shadows, had already cut him into several pieces. The clones that had been left behind no longer stayed, mercilessly harvesting lives in the gambling den like cutting cabbage. All the bankers at the gambling tables were now looking at Wu Feng in unison, their eyes flowing with blood and tears, their bodies starting to decay. Are you trying to scare me? Wu Feng swung his sword, and in an instant, the banker of the big small game was cut into dozens of pieces. The remaining banker's blood and tears flowed faster and faster. Die! With a shrill scream, a long-haired woman emerged from the blood. Men should all die, men. If this were a game, she would be considered a boss. But in front of Wu Feng, the blade flickered like snow, and the woman's fierce expression suddenly froze. Her body was instantly chopped into mince, scattered all over the ground. Wu Feng shook the blood droplets off his blade. If you want revenge, go find the scumbag. What are you performing your tragic play for in front of me? 001, have you retrieved the money? Mission accomplished, reported Wu Feng, number 001. Wu Feng glanced at the man who claimed to have tens of thousands of gold taels, and said, pack him up and take him away, leave not a single one behind. Wait a minute. Wait, my name is Zhang Eerie. The man hurriedly spoke, my father is Zhang Sanhe. No one paid attention to the man as Wu Feng number 002 quickly took out a bag and aimed to put it over Zhang Eerie's head. This is forcing me. Zhang Eerie, feeling a bit pained, pulled out an item from his sleeve. The item quickly inflated and enlarged, and a round table appeared between Wu Feng and Zhang Eerie. Wu Feng watched the object with interest. A strange item. Didn't expect humans in this world to actually possess strange items. I know you are very powerful, but don't think about leaving this table. Zhang Eerie took a deep breath, trying to steady his breathing. If you don't believe it, you can try. Zhang Eerie was confident about this item because it was something his father, Zhang Sanhe, had begged for from that great person with all his strength. Wu Feng didn't take his words seriously, just a purple item, he could easily kick two of them to pieces. Even though he could leave, Wu Feng was not in a hurry. Because this thing had a function that greatly interested him. The table was called the Abyss of Gambling. Above the table floated several crooked big characters, the victor is king, the loser is a slave. In other words, as long as Wu Feng won this gamble, he could take Zhang Eerie as his servant. Looks like you are very confident in your gambling skills. Wu Feng teased. Confident? Zhang Eerie certainly had no confidence. Based on the few moves Wu Feng had just shown, he could never defeat Wu Feng in a gamble. But, as the saying goes, 9 out of 10 gambles are scams. Since he dared to gamble, it meant he had the assurance to win. No, it's just that I have no other choice, I can only try my best. Zhang Eerie feigned weakness, but the smile at the corners of his mouth was almost hard to suppress. This is absolutely a winning situation. Okay, I bet with you. As Wu Feng's words fell, the blood-red characters on the table began to move. Rule 1, there are 10 knives on the table, of which 3 are real. Rule 2, everyone takes turns choosing a knife and strikes their own neck with it. Rule 3, the dead become slaves, those who do not dare to choose become slaves. Rule 4, roll the dice, the one with the higher score goes first. The rules displayed, and 10 butcher knives stained with blood appeared on the table. Zhang Eerie looked at the butcher knives on the table, and among them, 3 were glowing green in his eyes. I forfeit the dice. Zhang Eerie had self-awareness. Forfeit successful, player 1 please start choosing. A red candle appeared before Wu Feng and lit up. Interesting. Wu Feng casually picked a butcher knife. Looking at this fake knife, Zhang Eerie remained expressionless on the surface, but couldn't help but let out a sigh inside. He knew Wu Feng would definitely lose, yet felt a bit anxious. Wu Feng raised the long knife and brought it down, and as it neared his neck, the long knife turned into several insects scattering around. Player 2, please. Wait. Wu Feng grinned and spoke lightly. I haven't finished yet, the rules didn't say each player can only choose once per round, right? I want to choose again. Player 2 was taken aback, he had never thought about this question before. Please continue, player 1. The red candle continued to burn before Wu Feng, as he calmly picked up a second knife, smiling while looking at Zhang Eerie. Then he struck his own neck. The second knife turned into insects scattered on the ground. Can it be my turn now? Zhang Eerie swallowed hard and spoke. He felt that Wu Feng looked like a madman in front of him. Was he not afraid of picking a real one? Wu Feng did not respond and instead grabbed the third knife, fiercely striking at his own neck. 4th, 5th, 6th. What a monster. Zhang Eerie felt his calves twitch. If this continued, he would be enslaved. His luck was too good, so good it felt like cheating. It's your turn. Wu Feng stopped his movements. At this moment, only 3 real butcher knives remained on the table. Zhang Eerie took a deep breath and quickly knelt down. I forfeit, from now on, you are my master. He smiled as he looked up. No joking, better to live than to die poorly. The remaining ones were all real knives, with one strike, his head would surely fall. With Zhang Yurai's concession, the table shrank back down to the size of a button. Zhang Yurai picked it up and handed it to Wu Feng with both hands. You keep it. Wu Feng did not want it. Just a purple strange item, he truly looked down on it. Wu Feng was not in a hurry to leave, he had a question in his heart. At that time, the constable had clearly let him step on his shadow on purpose. In other words, that man had intentionally made him violate the rules. What was the reason? Earlier, a constable deliberately let me step on his shadow. Do you know why? Wu Feng asked. I know, of course, I know. Zhang Yurai had noticed the gray band on Wu Feng's arm from the beginning. It's because of the death count. Death count? Wu Feng was somewhat confused as he found the jump too large. It's like this, ever since that incident 500 years ago, every year 100,000 people across the country must die under the rules. If the number is not reached, the court will personally send someone to act. And this time the action is completely random. It's said that hundreds of years ago, a prime minister was chosen randomly and was hacked to death that night. At this point, Zhang Yurai felt a sense of fear. To prevent this from happening again, high-ranking people began to frequently let low-ranking people violate the rules, and you, as the lowest gray band, will certainly have people proactively trouble you. Wu Feng nodded. So it is. What happened 500 years ago? Wu Feng asked. This time, Zhang Yurai did not reply, but looked at Wu Feng with a puzzled expression. You don't know, he confirmed. Wu Feng nodded. Zhang Yurai wisely did not ask further. 500 years ago, the emperor died. Although he knew no one was around, he still glanced left and right. But this emperor is still sitting on the throne now. Oh. Unexpectedly learned about the main quest by coincidence. Died 500 years ago, yet still sitting on the throne now. This sentence is completely contradictory. If he's dead, shouldn't he be buried in the royal tomb? Wu Feng asked. Zhang Yurai shook his head. I don't know the specifics either, my old man didn't tell me when he died. By the way. Zhang Yurai suddenly thought of something. In our county, if you're targeted by the constables, it's probably directed by Chao Dianshi. Wu Feng waited for him to explain why. Our county has quotas, needing 5,000 gray bands to die by the rules. And this matter is the responsibility of Chao Dianshi. In short, he is the main culprit for making you break the rules. There have been people who broke the rules and survived by luck, but Chao Dianshi will focus on them and put them to death. Chapter 102, Damn thing, I've come to find you. Do you know Chao Dianshi's family? Wu Feng interrupted what Zhang Yurai was saying. Zhang Yurai showed no dissatisfaction, just asked, yes, why? When Wu Feng learned that someone had been keeping an eye on his life, he felt uncomfortable inside. As the saying goes, those with malice toward others seek death. If you ask who invented this saying, Wazgi Shua. Go find him. He turned his head and wanted to walk outside. Wait, brother Feng. Chao Dianshi knows that he is doing something that offends people. He has many guards at home, not to mention the bodyguards. He has strange props like mine at home as well. You saw the strange props earlier. This thing does not make any sense. If you go, you'll definitely be at a loss. Wu Feng completely ignored Zhang Yurai and walked outside. Just as he stepped out of the casino door, he saw a man leading a horse past him. A green ribbon was tied around the man's arm, and he was proudly looking at the surrounding gray bands. Hey! Wu Feng called out to the man with the green ribbon. The man turned around, and upon noticing the gray band on Wu Feng's arm, the proud look on his face was about to say something, when a gold ingot was thrown into his hand. His mouth trembled like it was stung by a bee, and his harsh words turned into, Sir, are you going to? I want your horse. Without waiting for the man to respond, Wu Feng grabbed Zhang Yurai and mounted the horse. He gently loosened the reins, clamped his legs hard, and the white horse kicked up dust in place, galloping away. Brother Feng, aren't you going to reconsider? Zhang Yurai said tearfully from behind. Wu Feng recklessly rode ahead. Although Chao Dianshi's official position was not high, it was a fat position, and the house he lived in was almost as good as the county magistrate's. At the entrance of the courtyard, two servants stood on each side. Calling them servants, they were actually Chao Dianshi's guards. You don't know what I saw yesterday. Chao Dianshi is truly no different from an immortal. One of them, with a scar on his face, said. What did you see? The other asked. It's inconvenient to say too much. I can only say he has a divine treasure in his hand. The scar-faced man clicked his tongue. With such a divine object, I don't know why he still hires us to do these things. With such a treasure in hand, no one in the world can harm Chao Dianshi. You're really annoying. If you don't want to say, then don't bring it up. Only half saying makes me uncomfortable. Sigh. A crisp voice barely rang out in the courtyard. This is the place, right? Wu Feng asked. Zhang Yurai helplessly nodded. Who goes there? The scar-faced man stared at the two in front of the door. Just as I was about to continue scolding, I saw the snowmane steed raise its front hoofs high, and with a boom, it kicked that house servant 3 Zhang away. The wooden courtyard gate was smashed to pieces, and amidst the flying wood chips, Wu Feng and his companion charged in on horseback, overturning the blocking house servants. They surged effortlessly into the inner courtyard and happened to see the rotund, lecherous Chao Dianshi with a lewd grin on his face. "Is that him?" Wu Feng asked. "Yes," Zhang Eerie replied. Before Chao Dianshi could react, a shadow suddenly blocked the sunlight above him. "You filthy thing!" Wu Feng descended from the sky, his shoe carrying immense force, flipping Chao Dianshi to the ground, and then fiercely stepping on his greasy, fat face. "I've come for you, old man." Chapter 103, No, you really came. "I was wrong, good sir, I was wrong." The rotund, lecherous Chao Dianshi spoke. He didn't know who Wu Feng was, nor did he know what Wu Feng wanted from him. But one thing was clear, as long as he admitted his fault quickly, there was still room for negotiation. "Admit your mistake? Even admitting it will lead to death," Wu Feng said, increasing the force of his foot. "Stop." Voices came from all around. Wu Feng looked around but didn't see any figures. "I know why you're here." This time, the voice became clearer. It was not a single person speaking. To be exact, it was not a living person speaking. It was a figure made of paper. On the pale paper, exaggerated features were drawn in bright red, with a smile stretching to the ears. The joints were connected by bamboo strips, as it walked toward Wu Feng. Every step creaked with a creak-creak sound. "I see your threat of fate. You are a rule breaker, aren't you?" Without giving Wu Feng a chance to speak, the paper figure continued. "His safety is my responsibility. If you really want to strike, then come for me." The paper figure's pitch-black eyes stared straight at Wu Feng, its stiff mouth curling into a smile. Zhang Eerie felt his scalp tingle at this sight. Although he also had strange props, he found it hard to accept such a terrifying scene. "Did you hear me? If you want to fight, then come for me if you truly have the guts." The paper figure spoke again. Wu Feng pressed down with force, and Chao Dianshi's head burst open, blood and brains spilling everywhere. Wu Feng approached the figure, lightly slicing his fingertip on its edge. Golden Eerie item, revenge ring. Description: a ring made from someone's bones, the surface covered in dark red patterns. Core ability 1, Revenge. Revenge: all individuals who have harmed you will be marked. You can teleport to any location within 100 meters of the target based on this mark, 1 use per enemy. Each use requires a significant amount of Eerie coins. Core ability 2, Bone Blight. Bone Blight: you can spend Eerie coins to curse all who have harmed you with a curse called Bone Blight, which causes a 30% drop in their bodily skills and they will suffer from burning pain every night. Core ability 3, Submit to Me. Allows the souls of the deceased to submit to you, with a maximum of 10 souls, can be replenished upon death. Each use costs Eerie coins. As the first ability of Revenge activated, Wu Feng closed his eyes to sense, and a blurry figure appeared in his mind. Then he slowly opened his eyes. "You're pretending, huh?" Wu Feng spoke, hiding behind a paper figure and boasting here. "Do you really think I can't find you?" Without further ado, he first sent him a Bone Blight. "Wait, don't rush. I'll be coming for you soon." With that, he drew the dragon sword in his hand and chopped the paper figure into bits. In a certain room, a bony old man suddenly opened his eyes wide and laughed. What a bold little brat, daring to speak so arrogantly, and still wanting to find himself in the vast sea of people. It's really laughable. "Old bastard, who are you laughing at?" A familiar voice appeared behind the old man. He turned around in fear and saw Wu Feng's face. Seconds passed, just a few seconds had gone by. "This little brat has found me? Damn, you really have this kind of ability." Chapter 104, You Don't Ride. Although the old man was shocked by the protagonist's sudden appearance, he did not completely lose his composure. After all, he could do this kind of thing too, though it might need a bit of luck theoretically. Moreover, he could only find himself, which did not prove that the brat in front of him had strong combat power. And even if his combat power was strong, there was nothing for him to fear. Who is he? A member of the Celestial Punishment Department of the Great Xia Dynasty, a genuine high-level combat personnel. He was not someone any random person could easily offend. "You are quite good, but I hope your abilities are not just in finding people," the old man said, reaching out to do something, but saw an arm fly by in front of him. Then thick blood began to splash out from his elbow. "Ah!" The cry of pain echoed throughout the room. He had imagined that the two would have a fierce battle, but he never thought that before he even fought, he would lose his arm. "Shut up!" Wu Feng coldly scolded. "Now I ask, you answer, can you understand?" The old man did not lose his sanity due to the injury, but on the contrary, seeing Wu Feng's strength made his mind clearer. "Don't try to resist, don't attempt to go against. Otherwise, who would be able to tell the difference between himself and a piece of trash in the next second? No matter what, living was the most important thing. What do you want to ask? Please just say it directly. He pressed down hard on his arm. Now he only hoped that before he bled to death, Wu Feng could finish asking his question. Shouldn't the emperor be buried in the imperial tomb after death? Why is your emperor still on the throne? Wu Feng asked. The old man was drenched in cold sweat upon hearing this question. Damn it, why did you have to ask this question? How can I answer this? If I say it, I'll end up dead here in a flash. I definitely can't say that. But not saying it is also not an option. Now there is only one solution left. Lie. You see, 500 years ago, the emperor found the elixir of immortality, but... The old man's mind was racing. This elixir has some side effects, so although the current emperor is still alive, it is no different from being dead. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a surge in his stomach. External attachment 3, the lying child does not write O. The lying child does not write O. When someone lies to the host, they will uncontrollably suffer from diarrhea. This external attachment is conceptual. Any entity will have diarrhea. He felt that there seemed to be a powerful force about to burst forth from within him. His left and right sides could not hold on any longer. Does your stomach hurt a bit? Wu Feng asked kindly. The old man nodded. Could you let me? Wu Feng kicked the old man's stomach. I was going to have a good conversation with you, but I didn't expect you to bully me as a good person. Did you think I didn't know you were lying? The old man suppressed the urge to burst and spoke with cold sweat dripping. Wait, I'll say. Lu Song, why is it so noisy in your room? A lazy voice came from outside the door. Before the old man could respond, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard pushed the door open and entered. Oh? Seeing Wu Feng stepping on the old man, he did not show any look of confusion. Instead, his lofty face was filled with disdain. A little thief actually dares to bully my minion, truly bold. I just don't know if you have the guts to face me, Lu Haiming? The scruffy Lu Haiming pulled a bell out of his sleeve, the clear sound echoing throughout the whole room. Did you hear me speak? Chapter 105, Not Delaying Your Takeoff. So chatty, I see you want to take off. Wu Feng stepped forward, instantly arriving in front of Lu Haiming. The ground he passed shattered inch by inch, even the debris was lifted, floating in the air. Twisting his waist and sending out his leg, producing a sonic boom. Before Lu Haiming could react, Wu Feng's large foot was already stamped onto his body. The sound of bones breaking exploded like firecrackers, his chest visibly caving in. His body flew back like a cannonball, smashing a large hole in the wall behind him. Amidst the thick dust, Lu Haiming coughed up blood, his pupils filled with disbelief. Not much strength, but you act like a big shot. Wu Feng pressed forward, walking towards Lu Haiming. Oh, did you hear me speak? I heard, so what can you do? He stopped in front of Lu Haiming. You don't think your strength is that strong, do you? Lu Haiming stubbornly lifted his head. What a country bumpkin, look behind you. Wu Feng didn't take Lu Haiming seriously, completely open and looking back. You wouldn't believe it, there really was something behind. A figure in bright red ceremonial attire floated behind Wu Feng. Looking closely, that outfit was woven from countless wriggling blood vessels. In the gentle breeze, one could occasionally see the absence of skin beneath the veil. Strange, undoubtedly this was something eerie. Didn't expect in this era humans could actually control the eerie. Young master, do you find me beautiful? A hoarse voice came from the eerie bride's mouth. Wu Feng did not answer the eerie bride's words, but turned to look at Lu Haiming and said, just an eerie being, doesn't delay your takeoff. A long sword appeared in Wu Feng's hand out of nowhere, piercing through Lu Haiming's palm before he could react. Securing him firmly to the ground. Ah! Lu Haiming cried out sharply and then shouted, attack! Attack! If you finish this, I will offer you 10 tributes, 10. The eerie bride began to move. She slowly floated to Wu Feng's back and said, young master, can you marry me? Wu Feng's body momentarily froze, but just for a moment. He turned around quickly, pulling out 10,000 eerie coins from his pocket. Without any pause, he tossed the eerie coins onto the eerie bride's veil, then looked back at Lu Haiming. The eerie bride seemed to freeze, remaining in place and not moving. Watching the coins that hit her face and fell to the ground, she bent down in disbelief, her bony hands starting to tremble. Another sword was driven into Lu Haiming's other hand. Finally unable to endure it, Lu Haiming anxiously urged, eerie bride, what are you doing? Make your move, hurry up. I'll do it, damn it. Hearing the eerie bride's voice, Lu Haiming was filled with questions. The impression the eerie bride left on Lu Haiming was always quiet, rarely speaking, though ugly, she was dignified and graceful. But what was this situation now? You damn thing want me to deal with my husband, today I will show you what it means to be unable to live or die. Damn it. The Eerie bride rolled up her sleeves and pulled out the long sword that was pinning Lu Haiming down, preparing to carve a flower knife on his arm. Thank you for the milk tea that traveled thousands of miles, I am extremely grateful. Chapter 106, it's simple, I'll just block the source and kill them all, won't that work? The screams rose and fell, echoing through the mortal realm. The Paperman Elder had never witnessed such a scene, so scared that he lost control of himself right there. It's not that the Paperman Elder lacked mental strength, it was that Wu Feng's actions were just too terrifying. What the hell, is this something a human can do? Can the bazaar truly be commanded so easily? No, this has nothing to do with commands, the bazaar is completely helping Wu Feng. It's unheard of, it's unseen. I was wrong, let me go, please let me go, shouted Lu Haiming helplessly as he lay on the ground. This tough man, who had never cried since he could remember, now looked at Wu Feng with tears in his eyes, his big eyes filled with weakness. Wrong? Wu Feng chuckled, now you realize you're wrong? Are you joking? Take this man outside, I don't like to hear screams, Wu Feng ordered the bazaar bride. Sure thing, the bazaar bride said without hesitation as she carried Lu Haiming out. Not long after, the cries and screams completely disappeared. Wu Feng turned his gaze back to the elder, clean yourself up. Half an hour passed, and the cleaned-up elder returned to Wu Feng's side. He had thought about escaping, but in the end, he didn't dare take that step. Who knows if Wu Feng would suddenly appear behind him again? Let's continue our discussion from earlier, Wu Feng began, tell me why is the emperor still on the throne? The elder sighed, deeply conflicted. My lord, I really can't speak about this. Just kill me. The elder spoke, finally making up his mind. After all, many things are scarier than death. You're not afraid of death, but afraid of this? Wu Feng asked, his eyes filled with confusion, could it be that speaking out will lead to the extermination of your family? The elder shook his head, I am the only one in my whole family. Please don't ask. No one will speak about this matter, the elder looked Wu Feng in the eyes. Hey, bazaar bride, Wu Feng called out, stretching his neck. What do you want, my lady? The bazaar bride floated in front of Wu Feng from outside. This emperor is clearly dead, why hasn't he been buried yet? Wu Feng asked. Because they need to suppress us, the bazaar bride replied, this guy has a special constitution and can easily merge with the country's fortune. Fortune? Wu Feng once again encountered this mystical concept. It is said that when Tang Sang went to the west to obtain the scriptures, it had something to do with fortune. Although the emperor is dead, he is forcefully kept alive by the country's fortune, in order to suppress the source of the bazaar and prevent us from coming out. This has led to a half-dead state, if he comes down from the throne, he will die right there. Wu Feng had only asked casually, but unexpectedly, the bazaar bride actually knew the answer. Then what's the deal with those rules? Wu Feng continued to inquire. They are also used to prolong the dog's emperor's life. It seems they used something like a desk lamp to make a wish. Oh, so that's how it is. Since the emperor isn't dead, this chapter could be much easier. Understanding the situation, Wu Feng turned to leave. What are you going to do? The elder had a bad feeling. Kill the emperor. Wu Feng didn't hide it at all. If you kill the emperor, what will happen to the whole world? The elder anxiously reprimanded. Very simple. Wu Feng stopped and slightly turned back, I'll block the source and kill all the bazaar, won't that work? Thanks to the life-named push for updates, and thank you for the heartfelt letter you piled up, I am extremely grateful. Chapter 107, I think you look like a pile of filth. This person is probably a madman. Block the source of the strange, kill all the strange things? My lord, I beg you, please don't do such a thing. The paper old man pleaded, although the chance of successfully assassinating the emperor is very small, but what if? This man before him is truly too eerie. My lord, the strange cannot be killed, they are all immortal bodies. If you really kill the emperor, then the whole country will be finished. Wu Feng stopped in his tracks. Not because he changed his mind, but primarily because he didn't even know where the emperor was. This entire dynasty is such a vast place, he didn't even know where the capital was. How could he assassinate the emperor then? Even if he knew where the capital was, he might not be able to find the emperor. Although it is said that those who sit on the throne. The life and death of the emperor concerns the whole country, now who knows where the throne might be hidden? He decided to reveal a bit of his skill, then let the old man point out the direction. Why not directly control it? To be honest, this kind of spirit that would rather die than speak deserves Wu Feng's respect. The strange cannot be killed? Wu Feng asked. The strange bride standing nearby felt a sudden chill, an indescribable sensation coursing through her body. Yes. The paper old man saw Wu Feng turn around, thinking he had changed his mind. Are there any strange incidents around? Wu Feng asked. The paper old man did not know what Wu Feng meant, but still answered honestly. Yes. The paper old man nodded. We have records of all the strange things that ran out from the source. There happens to be an uncontrollable strange nearby. Take me there. Wu Feng said. The paper old man did not immediately understand what take me there meant. He looked at Wu Feng in confusion. Where do you want to take you? Take me to the strange, I will let you see if the strange can be killed. Wu Feng replied. The paper old man suspected there was something wrong with his ears. No, you are really daring. My lord, this strange is called the impostor. This impostor can split into small animals, and then these small animals will ask people for titles. If they succeed in asking for a title, the small animals turn back into humans and continue to split. What I mean by saying all this is that this strange cannot be dealt with. Although the split individuals can only survive for half a year, their numbers have already reached a very terrifying level. Wu Feng did not question why they had not taken measures and allowed the strange to split. He simply said lightly, lead the way. Wang Suihua felt that the road today was a bit eerie. Dog Dan, do you feel something is different today? Wang Suihua spoke, memories of her parents' warnings flashing in her mind from time to time. The man called Dogdan's full name is Zheng Hatao, Dogdan is his nickname. Zheng Hatao, this elegant name was given to him by his parents while asking a 30-something-old scholar to name him after their two old hens. It's a nice name, but no one calls him that. Although Zheng Hatao felt just as afraid, noticing Suihua's terrified expression, he didn't know why, but a surge of courage filled his chest. It was time to act a bit brave. You women are just timid, what's different today? The same flowers, the same grass, the same animals, ah. As he said this, Zheng Hatao shouted out loud. Before his eyes appeared a rabbit standing like a person. Do I look like a human? The rabbit spoke human words. Hearing this, Zheng Hatao felt his legs weaken. He didn't want to talk, but his mouth opened uncontrollably, like a human. As soon as he said this, the rabbit turned into a human shape. And Zheng Hatao turned into a rabbit. The rabbit transformed into a human with a blank expression, walking in front of Zheng Hatao. A hand grabbed and began stuffing into the mouth, with an expression of enjoyment as big drops of blood flowed down. Little girl, what do I look like to you? Do I look like a human? Behind the transformed rabbit figure, a strange hedgehog stared at Wang Suihua with red eyes. Wang Suihua wanted to run, but her legs trembled like chaff, and she had no strength at all. She uncontrollably opened her mouth, wanting to speak, when she suddenly heard something fall to the ground. After the sound of the fall, a strong male voice echoed. I think you look like a pile of filth. Thanks to Meng Yi for the thumbs up. Thanks to Du for the gentle reminder to update. Thank you all for your love and support, I am truly grateful.